are going to know, with all likelihood, who the next president of the United States in 2025, all the way through January of 2029 at least, will be. And we expect to know that potentially as soon as 9 hours from now, which is kind of crazy. So we're going to buckle up and live stream together, frankly, till we got the answer. So we'll find out. A quick thing to know, and this is really exciting. We're going to try this. We're going to give this a shot, totally for free. You can go to metkevin.com/alpha. And what I want to do, because I'm up at 3 a.m. in the morning anyway, every morning at 6:15, before the bell, I want you to get sort of a one-pager on what I'm seeing out there in terms of what's going on in the market, where daily trends might be, tail risks, lines to pay attention to, upside, right tail risks, left tail risks, you name it. Crypto, stocks, bonds, totally free. We might change that in the future, obviously, but we want to see if people even like this at first. And we'll text or email it to you, which we think will be really exciting. So check that out. Go to metkevin.com/alpha. My hope is that, I don't know how it'll work, but my hope is that we could just text it to you at 6:15 in the morning. We've got the system set up for it, but we haven't actually hit fire, to send yet. But I think it'll be really interesting. So check that out at metkevin.com/alpha. All right, with that said, markets are clearly very euphoric right now, and this is not just from a longer-term valuation point of view, but also on the day. Intraday euphoria is very impressive. I mean, look at this. You got financials doing really well simply because we had S&P PMI suggesting financials were doing well, and you're up 7% on Upstart. You're up 15% on Donald Trump's now no longer SPAC. You're up 5% here on Tesla. SoFi's up as a financial 23%, almost $51 on Palantir. And yet even Enphase is green, which is interesting because you might argue, hey, if this was only a pricing in of Donald Trump, then you wouldn't see Enphase green. But you're kind of seeing everything green, which is pretty remarkable. So I guess we'll see how this goes. Now, if you look at the betting markets, it seems pretty clear that people are convinced, at the moment at least, that Donald Trump is going to be the winner. You've got Donald Trump at 54 versus 52 for Kamala Harris. And then if you pop over to Poly Market, which we'll be watching these odds throughout the day, you can see right now we sit at about 62% Trump, 38% Harris. And if you look at sort of the odds of potentially a sweep for Democrats, it's very, very low. Like the odds of actually seeing a complete sweep, it's just not expected at all. So we'll see what happens, but we're pretty excited to watch developments throughout the day. And obviously we'll be jumping around and kind of seeing what kind of coverage there is and other resources as well. We'll look at Fox, we'll look at CNN, we'll look at NBC, whatever. We'll try to have as much of a neutral outlook as possible. If you take a look at Bitcoin pricing, you're going to find that Bitcoin's happy. Bitcoin's over 70,000, which is generally associated with being pro-Trump. In fact, what I'll do is I'll pull up the number or the data that we had yesterday from Goldman. This is going to be Goldman Sachs expectation for, let's see here, there we go, for the results of the election, or rather what the market will do following the results of the election. I do think it'll be quite entertaining to see what markets do afterwards, but lately markets have just been straight up and to the right in the face of any catalyst, and I think there's definitely a risk for people who are on the sidelines that rally could continue. Being on the sidelines does give you opportunities when stocks fall, but when stocks continue to go up, you actually have a risk of being on the sideline for too long. So that's something to pay attention to. Anyway, so let's get into just a quick reminder on some of those Goldman expectations. So one of the expectations was that we would see crypto potentially down if Harris won, and crypto, especially including Bitcoin, up if Donald Trump wins. I think this it almost makes you wonder, is it possible that this will almost be a crypto election, a referendum on do markets support crypto? Do markets support the Elon Musk vision for the future, the free speech X version, if you will, the freedom for states to decide issues like abortion? Others say, hey, we think there should be a more nationalistic approach, right? That Roe v. Wade shouldn't have been turned over. And I think that's a question that's broadly going to be decided, not actually in polls, but in the data of how many women turn out and then how they vote in terms of Trump or Harris. So not necessarily in an aggregate result, because obviously you're going to have men turning out as well, but also, but rather honing in and seeing, okay, compared to previous elections, how many women in this cycle were motivated to vote who maybe in other situations would not have voted? And this, I think, is very fascinating because it's change that makes polling inaccurate. If every single cycle you had the same group of people voting, it would be pretty easy to determine the outcome of elections. But unfortunately, because you always motivate a different base, you don't necessarily have that information. Now, some dates and times that we're going to be looking at, dates less so, but times that we're going to be looking at polls closing first at 4 p.m. in Georgia is where we'll start. North Carolina, polls will close 30 minutes later at 4:30 California time. The big ones will be Pennsylvania and Wisconsin closing at 5, as well as your first round of closing in Michigan. So those are going to be really important. So we'll pay attention to those at the same time as we'll watch the futures market and the post-trading market as more of this data comes in around that 4 and 5 o'clock time frame. But what you're really looking for is the timing of after the fact, after the market is fully closed. We're only really going to have the active movement of Bitcoin and futures, and that's going to give us some real guidance. So what else we're looking at is we've got, let's see here. The Times put together a very interesting map to show you where Harris and Trump have been campaigning. And I personally find it entertaining because you could see where the candidates believe their focus ought to be. And so what you'll find is that Harris had 96 events across 13 different states. Tim Walz, 121 events, so it's quite a few events here. Donald Trump, 104 events. Now, what's remarkable to me is, how did Kamala Harris have 96 events? Okay. Since September 1st. I was going to say, I feel like Donald Trump has had way more events than Harris, but this is actually only since September 1st. And it shows you where the priority has been since September 1st. And it's Wisconsin, it's North Carolina, it's Pennsylvania, Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia. Obviously, Florida is a big one as well. The Economist was reporting this morning that, frankly, if you lose Florida by more than an 11% margin, your odds of winning the election drop to less than 20%. Think about that for a moment. I think that's very interesting. So let's write that down for a moment. So we'll say election. Let's write that down. Per Economist, if you lose Florida by more than 7%, your odds of winning the election are 50-50. However, if you lose Florida by more than 11 points, your odds of winning the election fall to under 20%, under 1 in 5 chance. I thought that was fascinating, and I mean, I read on this stuff all day long, every day. I feel like I find it so interesting and entertaining, and that's why I love sort of bringing some of the conclusions to you. Obviously, you know, there's a very important element of sort of trying to balance. You know, I don't try to post everything on the internet, mostly because I want to just provide information that I think is reasonably useful. There's a lot of information that you hear, you know, on social media or mainstream media or whatever you want to look at that just isn't really worth paying attention to, isn't even worth spending your time on. So we'll be watching this. You know, another thing that I've also been seeing that I think is so interesting is this right here. Take a look at this. I'm voting for Kamala Harris, and I'm 99% sure my husband is voting for Donald Trump. Should I tell him? And this right here, folks, is what I've been talking about with the sort of the quiet woman vote. The quiet woman vote is basically just this argument that you might have vocal families that say, yes, they're voting for Trump. On social media, everyone's vocal for Trump. Everyone's vocal wherever. But to avoid confrontation, you end up getting family members who end up saying, yeah, you know, sounds good. Yeah, those Trump policies sound good. And then when it comes to actually voting, they end up voting and they vote for Harris. You know, not imparting an opinion there. I'm just saying that's a possibility. And so I think when you see, you know, the results here, there'll be a lot of people that are like, do we trust polls? That I always think is very interesting, is what's the point of polling? I mean, I guess to some extent, polling gives you an idea of where a candidate needs to improve or potentially where a candidate is falling short on policy or where they need to campaign more. But this idea of you know, polls are going to give us a definitive look on the outlook, or the betting markets are going to give us a definitive answer. That I don't think. I expect a lot of volatility in the bond market, for example, after the election today. But do I think we have a definitive direction on which way the bond market's going to go after this? Nah, not really. Mostly because the way to also consider this is you have to remember that markets try to adapt to the new reality of a political regime, but they'll quickly fall back to data dependence on the outlook for recession or not. Really, I think whether you're looking at Trump or Harris, I think there is a serious potential recession risk. In fact, look at this. They're talking about the economy here. Let's listen into this for a moment.
We want people to come into our country, but they have to come in legally. You know, we want strong borders, and we want people to come in. We want to be totally inclusive, but they have to come in. I think that was a big issue. To me, that was the biggest issue. I may be wrong. You know, a lot of people said inflation. Inflation's a disaster, but I think it's a second issue. I think the first is the border.
So Vice President Kamala Harris less specific about her economic plan. She says that she will reduce taxes on tips as well as make tax cuts for Americans making less than $400,000 a year. However, she says she wants the Trump tax cuts to expire, which raises taxes for just about every American.
Yeah, the rest of the tax cuts to expire. So keep in mind, this has to do with the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. Something that a lot of folks have been, unfortunately, just getting confused about is this idea that they just blanket say Kamala Harris wants to extend the Donald Trump Tax Cut and Jobs Act tax cuts. No, she only wants to extend those that benefit those making under $400,000 a year. As far as actually benefiting those making over $400,000 a year, that doesn't seem to, I mean, that's a very clear not priority of Harris. No, obviously we did see Kamala Harris adopt the same view of Donald Trump on taxes on tips, which did frustrate some folks, because some folks are like, hey, wait a minute, that was Donald Trump's idea and you just stole that. So find that very interesting. Then the end of the road, Kamala Harris moves ahead, just in our final election forecast. Let's take a look. So this is going to be, I'm going to pull up the final election forecast from The Economist. Now, one thing to know about The Economist is The Economist leans pretty far left, although they will provide conservative points of view just to provide balance. I think it's really important to remember that when you look at any sort of source, you consider where they stand from a political tilt point of view, and that's not by any means to say that you shouldn't listen or consider the viewpoints of a particular source. I always think it's all interesting. So, for example, like let's say if I were voting for Donald Trump, I would still want to look at what is being said by The Economist, just to see if I'm potentially missing something. Am I missing an outlook that I should be paying attention to that maybe I had not been, or am I missing, some form of a data point that maybe I disagree with their conclusion on, but actually maybe even reiterates what I think. That's always the fascinating thing about when we look at alternative viewpoints. Not everybody looks at it that way, obviously. There are a lot of folks that, unfortunately, in my opinion, that just say, hey, look, you either agree with our POV or we don't like you. I think that's unfortunate. I get the passion, but I do think that's a little unfortunate just because, ultimately, my guess is that probably more than 90% of us would all be down to, have a coffee or beer or Diet Coke, whatever it is that you're into together. And we could get along just fine, just even if we don't particularly align with, exactly whom we're going to vote for. So I always think that's quite fascinating. But the end of the road, it says here. The end of the road. I think it's so fast. It is, I will say, it is also a little weird that we kind of are there. We have made it to the election cycle. It's here. The election cycle, after today, everything should be over. I'm kind of excited about that, honestly. But all right, so let's see what we got here. So this is the end of the road. And let's see what their prediction is. We don't predict a riot. The risk of election violence in America is real, but they don't predict a riot. Financial markets are betting on a Trump victory, so they acknowledge no riot and financial markets betting on Trump. And let's see what they have in their forecast here. So their forecast, Kamala Harris's chances of winning are 56%. Her lead is small enough that it could barely be called a lead at all, and it would be no surprise if Donald Trump wins by a decisive margin. Well, because of the margin of error probably in polling. But Harris is widely seen to have had a stronger week at the end of the campaign than Trump did, and the last batch of polls entering our model bears that out. Out of 67 surveys released yesterday, 44 gave Harris better numbers than our forecast previously expected. That's interesting. The final reckoning. This is their take. Election day right here. Electoral college split. Wow, look how tight they think that's going to be. I mean, they think this is going to be like, 274 or something in terms of wins. So pretty tight in terms of what The Economist thinks. All right, let's take a listen to Fox for a moment.
Citizens, newly naturalized, they love this country. They swear allegiance. They know the history. They'll fight for this country. This is the America being a sucker and endangering American lives.
Yeah, I got nationalized the week after 9/11, and I remember that. Just before we go, put up this graphic. This is the number of people who came across the border illegally in the Biden-Harris administration versus the Trump administration. There you go. The statistics don't lie. Judge, great to see you.
Great to see you, too.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, well, the statistics might not lie, but your definition and the way you've presented this, Fox News, is a lie. And that's because they changed the definition of an encounter. Now, don't get me wrong. The numbers have been higher in the total Biden administration, but not by that margin. They did change the definition of encounters. And so that's a little misleading, especially since they're like, and they don't lie. I'm like, okay, but you're definitely misconstruing the data, but okay.
Roy Murdoch coming up next.
All right, let's flip.
Your estimation of their turnout changed during this final stretch?
Well, when I started getting those reports, Wolf, I started
doing some of my own investigations, going to the barbershops. I go to a barbershop, though it may not look like it, getting reports on what kind of discussions were going on there. My mother was a beautician, and I keep close contact.
Okay, I don't know why we're talking about barbershop or beauticians here. We can figure this out separately. All right, so let's see here. All right. Who's going to take the House? Who's going to take the Senate? It's the other thing. You could have a Trump president and then limited power in Congress, though we'll probably still get tariffs or the expectations. Something else that was really fascinating was there's this idea that Donald Trump previously, being a newer politician, had to surround himself with people that maybe hadn't really adopted the Trumpian point of view yet. This was sort of an interesting argument because it basically suggested that Donald Trump was limited by his original cabinet. And now what the argument is that Donald Trump is potentially surrounding himself with people who are 100% convinced that they are MAGA, so to speak, through and through. And what I find so interesting about this is you end up having this belief that if Donald Trump wins, he's going to be in a substantially better position to get done what he wants to get done because people won't stand in his way because he's fired all the people he didn't like that previously stood in his way. And not only that, but he is surrounding himself now with people who are willing to execute on the Trump agenda. Interesting point of view, I thought. I thought it was very interesting. All right, let's go listen and see if the Doomers have anything for us. Sometimes nice to go see and get a whole variety of different perspectives here. Let's see what we got over here.
Put their thumb on the scale in favor of those few that are running in Congress that move in the other direction.
What's more worrisome to you, though, that election interference, which I think it's safe to assume that assuming the U.S. is interfering maybe also in other elections? I don't know. I'm just, in terms of...
You mean the Russian elections and the Chinese elections? I mean, if the Chinese had elections, I'm sure we would try to interfere with them. They don't. Russia does have elections, but it's pretty sure that if you're actual opposition, you're thrown out of the window. So, I mean, the point is we do engage in espionage.
Right.
But a democracy, especially a democracy that is in crisis, is more vulnerable to interference from adversaries. And absolutely, the biggest danger is internal. If the Americans weren't so willing to think that their enemies are inside their own country.
Jared Runner here says, I'm so nervous, I couldn't sleep. I'm going to also slow down the chat here because a lot of you are very, very excited to chat. But that's okay. We're going to go ahead and slow that down. There we go. So something to keep in mind as well is, this is going to be an election where we're probably going to get claims and arguments of election interference or, some form of election meddling. You can almost guarantee that's going to happen. Unless, I suppose if it's close, I think Donald Trump will come out with this sort of information about, election interference or allegations or maybe even some form of report. If it's a landslide Trump, maybe you won't hear anything about election interference. It's sort of the 2020 playbook. We saw that then as well. So I don't think that should be a surprise, but that's going to be something to pay attention to. As far as Doomberg here and this gentleman suggesting, Russian interference or otherwise, guess we'll see. It is widely believed, and I think this is somewhat wild, and maybe a lot of people haven't thought about this, but it's widely believed that Russian agents purposefully post videos or do things to sow doubt in American elections. It doesn't surprise me. And it's really designed to create turmoil in the United States and a lack of trust. And that sort of dissension is something that Russian state media thinks that they could essentially weaponize and then, sow doubt about supporting Ukraine. And then potentially, if you sow doubt about supporting Ukraine, people don't vote for politicians who are going to support funding for Ukraine. And it actually increases the odds of a potential Russian victory. It's kind of interesting. So it is very interesting thought, at least. So Benjamin Bibi Netanyahu just fired his defense minister in Israel. This is interesting. Mr. Gallant has differed with the prime minister several times over Israel's conduct on the war in Gaza. Wow, that's really interesting. Fired his defense minister on Tuesday after disagreements over the prosecution of the war in Gaza. How interesting. Mr. Gallant had increasingly been viewed as an internal opponent, though he's been a more moderate voice within the government on security issues. Wow. Complete trust is needed between the prime minister and defense minister. Wow. Minutes after the statement, Mr. Gallant posted that Israel's security was and will always remain my life's mission. He did not directly address the dismissal. Interesting. All right, on election day, bury that in the news, I guess. Sometimes things like that happen on very, very busy news days on purpose, so you could sort of bury your news coverage because, the election's obviously going to take precedent. Elon Musk pushes ballot curing in Pennsylvania. Okay, all right, let's take a look at this. One thing that I do want to mention is where you can see the QR code on screen or the little bar at the bottom there. I'm going to start doing, probably starting tomorrow, a free daily report. I'm calling it the Alpha Report, your morning brief by Meet Kevin, your financial agent. It's free for now. We don't know if people like it. We don't know how to structure it yet. We're just sort of thinking about it. But basically, the idea is that the report, which you can get and sign up for free, we'll text it to you. And email it to you as a backup. I just think email is more likely to get spammed, and text will be easy for you. The idea is that you're able to sort of wake up in the morning and go, oh, what are the catalysts today? What earnings do I got to watch today? What trend lines do I got to watch today? Where are the buy-sell target? Where's the take profit? Where's the stop limit, right? These ideas are ideas, obviously not as personalized advice for you, but these are ideas that we want to share. That I work on and review every single day anyway. So I have the information. I just put it all together in a little one-pager and make it easy for you. And so you'll be able to get that. And that'll include stocks, crypto, bonds. And I think that'll be very interesting. So the benefit of that is you'll be able to get that texted to you, email, whatever you want. Sign up for that over at meetkevin.com/alpha. Max here says, signed up. Really good idea. Oh, thank you for that. I need someone to recommend this. Yeah, I mean, hey, you're always welcome to send us ideas. So, okay, good. So Elon Musk pushes ballot curing in Pennsylvania, eyeing tight margin. The emphasis on the painstaking work of fixing mistakes on individual ballots signals that the billionaire's pro-Trump group expects the contest to be extremely close. I mean, that's a good point. If, those are some of the early kind of feelings from Elon Musk, then yeah, I mean, maybe that's a suggestion that the race is potentially expected to be tight. But then again, I see Elon as a realist, and I think he recognizes that you're going to have a limit in reliability of polling. But anyway, Elon Musk just tweeted, are others seeing this too? Google shows where to vote section on a map for Kamala Harris, but not for Donald Trump. Google is the biggest corporate donor to the Democratic Party. Okay, let's take a look at this and make sure we've got our audio cooking with gas here. And we do. Okay, good. All right. Let's see here. So they search in Google, where can I vote for Harris? Where can I vote for Harris is what it's, that's what they typed in. Now, I noticed they're not on a private browser. U.S. 2024 elections, where to vote. From VIP and Democracy Vote Works. Okay. Let's see here. Where to vote. Enter address. Where can I vote for Harris? Where can I vote for Trump? And then you don't get that section. That's interesting. I'm going to go look at that. Let's go give that a try together. All right, so where can I vote for Harris? This is an incognito browser here. Okay, so who's VIP and Democracy Works? Voting locations may not be available until closer. Okay, feedback. Because this seems to be what the search result is for Trump. It sort of skips this section. So who are these folks? VIP, Voting Information Project. Okay. Sounds official, but helps voters find voting locations with open source tools. Okay. And Mackenzie Scott. Oh, interesting. That's Jeff Bezos' ex-wife. Our founders include reputable organizations like Google, the Pew Charitable Trust, and Civic Responsibility Forum. So what does the Pew Charitable Trust do? High costs are main barriers to broadband. So you get some news over here. About 75 years addressing issues. Nonpartisan, they say. Evidence-based innovation. Okay. And then there's Democracy Works. Okay. Google, Starbucks, University of Florida, election data, polling places, Ballot Scout, partners, about us. Starbucks, Salesforce. Here's your team and board. Oh, look. This person works at YouTube. Brandon Feldman. How interesting. And then you've got Harvard, Washington University, licensed attorney. Okay. So that's where can I vote for Harris. Let's now try it for Trump. Yep. Yep. That whole location thing goes away. Wow. Where can I vote for? Where can I vote? If I do where can I vote, it works. If I could do where can I vote for, it works. Pelosi, no. Harris, yes. Trump, no. AOC, no. Biden, no. RFK, no. Yeah. I mean, that is interesting. That is interesting. Okay. So that's unfortunate. It's a little bias there. I would agree with that. It's the same on Bing, says someone else. Clip that. Yeah. So, just verified this live. Not good. Okay, interesting. Now, it does make you wonder, where can I go to vote? Yeah, if you do where can I do to vote, it shows up. Find your polling place. So that works. It's only when you go into that specificity. And it works. It's basically, it's been enhanced to favor basically Harris, because it doesn't work for anyone. Where can I vote? Where can I go to vote for your mom? It doesn't work. President? Oh, president works. Okay. Vice president? Bush? Trump? Harris. Yeah. Yeah, that is interesting. That is interesting. Somebody says use a different search engine. Try Bing. Okay, let's try Bing. Bing. Or you know what? I've got Microsoft Edge on here. Ugh. Okay, let's take a look at Microsoft Edge, private browser. Okay. And now what I'm going to do is we're going to try that same thing again. We're going to go to google.com. And we're going to go, where can I go to vote? That works. For Harris, that works. Trump, does not work. Your mom, does not work. For president, should work. It's pretty clear. It's pretty clear. That's a good one. That's a good one. It implies that there was special programming done specifically for Harris and president, and then removed from any, like, conveniently forgotten for other sources, right? So not ideal. In fact, you know, this is how would you phrase it? I would just say. Is Google interfering, right? It's maybe a way to mention it. Let's do a quick little recap of that for those folks just joining. Hey, is Google interfering with the election? Take a look at this. If you go into a private browser and you type in, where can I go to vote? I get a map to make it very easy. And this is brought to you by VIP and Democracy Works. These are organizations that are funded by companies like Starbucks. You've got Salesforce, Mackenzie Scott, the former wife of Jeff Bezos of Amazon. You have a lot of foundations like the Pew Charitable Trust that supports these organizations, as well as Google. So Google is supporting these organizations, the Voter Information Project and Democracy Works. And what you'll find is if you just type in, where can I go to vote, you'll get the map. If you type in, where can I go to vote for president, you'll get the map. If you type in for your mom, or quite frankly, anything here, Bush, Pelosi, AOC, the map just goes away. Schumer, Gavin Newsom, where can I go to vote for anything does not work. So basically, if you have anything you put in there, does not work. However, if you put in president, the map shows up. If you put in Trump, the map does not show up. If you put in Harris, the map shows up. So look at that. Anyone you put in after the word for does not show up. The only phrases that show up are president and Harris. President shows up. Harris shows up. Biden, who's obviously not running, does not show up. AOC does not show up. Harris shows up. Trump does not show up. Donald Trump does not show up. How about Kamala? That does not. It's just Harris. How about Kamala Harris? Try it yourself. That doesn't work either. It's just specifically the word Harris and president will show you where to go to vote. Otherwise, if you throw in Trump, you just end up getting the news. Now, that's not to say this is a really critical barrier here. Maybe it was just an oversight. But it is interesting, and it's something you can vet with different browsers as well. So for example, if we go to Microsoft Edge and we go to a private browser, and we'll go specifically again to google.com, and we will type in right here, where can I go to vote? And then we go to for, let's go with, where can I go to vote for president? Shows up. Where can I go to vote for Harris? Shows up. And then Trump not. Now, it is possible, and I think this is a really good vote, that it's a location thing. So let's try this. Where can I go to vote for Ventura? Ooh, maybe that indeed is the difference. Where can I go to vote for Republican? Nope. Democrat? Nope. Where can I go to vote for Ventura? Now this is interesting because this is a location. So Caleb here in the chat says, where can I, that Harris is a county in Texas, and that works. What if I go Broward? Where can I go to vote for? And then you actually have a location. It works. So it looks like that could be a nothing burger, but it's a little unfortunate because it just optically doesn't look good. So let's try for Utah. That works. Aha. That's a very good catch. So let's add that context. Let's go. Okay. So where can I vote? Okay. Well, I think we could say we've discovered the issue. Where can I go to vote for? If you put in a location like a county, Harris is a county, for example, it works. That's really interesting. But it does not work for candidate names. Unfortunate overlap. Okay, interesting. At least there's a reason there. That's interesting. All right, good catch, everyone. All right, let's look over here.
So I think their strategy is making that crystal clear to the public through the media, if nothing else, that the race is not over, even if Donald Trump says it is.
Explain the main concern here, because we do have to remember that the former president is not currently president. So he obviously has a huge megaphone, but he doesn't have the same power that he had in 2020 when he did not concede the election and when January 6th happened. Is the concern something on that level, once again, even though he's not president?
Yeah, I think the concern is that he and his supporters will not accept the results if he loses. And, whether that manifests, into, protests or even violence as a result, I think that's the main concern. Because Trump has been sort of laying the groundwork to do this for weeks now, months really, planting the idea in his supporters' heads, if nothing else, that the only way he could lose this election is if Democrats cheat. And if you talk to Trump supporters at his rallies and you ask about this, they firmly believe that the only way Donald Trump could lose is if he somehow the election there's fraud and it's taken from him. So just
right, that's the allegation. Okay, interesting. Very interesting. Let's see what else we have coming out of Elon here. So, let's see here. Okay, he retweets, this election is the most important of our lifetime. We could look at this together here. Voted for my daughter's rights. I voted for her right to free speech. Voted for her right to practice her religion. I voted for her right to peacefully assemble and protest a tyrannical government, regardless of her political leanings. Drugs imposed by the government. Right to bear arms. Right to secure borders and safe streets. That's why I voted for Donald Trump. That's what Insurrection Barbie says. Elon Musk puts little American flags there. You've got, and let us strive for even greater heights. America is the best place on earth. American flag over here. If you had told me a few months ago I'd be voting for Donald Trump, I'd have called you crazy, but as an independent voter in a swing state, that's exactly what I did. Here's why, says this person. I have witnessed some amazing things happen to the Republican Party. It opened the door to people of all types of backgrounds. Independents like Tulsi, Gabbard, RFK, previous Democrat, Ron Paul, Libertarian, immigrants, Lily Tang. I laughed at it in disbelief at the idea of a unity party, thinking this was some sort of hoax, but then I watched it before my eyes. The only people fleeing the Republican Party were neocons, warmongers, and child abusers. Wow. That's a pretty strong one there. Not sure why Democrats disregard these critical conversations about eliminating chronic disease, stopping corporate capture of regulatory agencies, lowering inflation, global peace. For us politically homeless, these existential issues are paramount. I feel like that's a little redundant. If it's existential, of course it's paramount. But anyway, all right. Okay, cool. Other people got their hats. This is a massive sea change, says Elon Musk here. Hearing reports from all over the country that men are showing up in huge numbers. The line at my polling station here in Florida is almost all young men. That's interesting. See, one of the reasons they suggest this is because you have young men historically do not come out to vote. Oh, traders are closing DJT. Look at this. They are closing their DJT positions after the stock was up presently over 3%, but before that it was up even more. It looks like people are trying to liquidate to take profits before the election. So some election profit taking is being attempted right now. DJT, as a result, now in a trading halt. All right. I do think we should clarify the election interference piece a little bit more clearly, but we'll keep an eye on this and then we'll come back to that. Okay, let's go. We'll see when DJT opens back up, and then let's listen to here for just a moment.
Know what's going to happen, but the Democrats certainly have a superior ground game. It's more data fueled. We had Brian Lanza on at some point earlier today, and he was saying, oh, they didn't have any data. Maybe he didn't have any data. Ideally, the Trump campaign has some data, and they can sort of kind of figure out where they need to juice the numbers and maybe send some door knockers out to the different counties to kind of juice up the numbers. So listen.
Juice up the numbers, Clipper.
These campaigns are very engaged in trying to get voters to the polls even at this late date.
Just to talk about, as we're going to Pennsylvania, their ground game was so extraordinary that in the last couple of days, I spoke to a volunteer who said they had more volunteers than shifts to send people.
You're talking about the Harris
out.
campaign.
The Harris campaign did. Also,
That's CNN's POV. Let's jump in over here.
Focused on Latino and independent voters in the final week. Democrats are counting on a strong turnout by female voters to bring them across the line. We've been talking about this a lot. The ballot in Maricopa County is twice as long as past years. That's slowing things down a bit. That includes the count for tonight, Sandra. So folks are just actually going to have to be patient as the numbers come in. Back to you.
Absolutely. All right, Alicia Cunha. Thank you, Alicia. Okay, it is Election Day. It's 53 minutes past the hour. We're getting close. We'll be right back.
All right. Let's go see if CNBC has it.
This is our legacy.
Character to the deck as well. We find a lot of flexibility with house colors. There's always something that somebody can find in this lineup that works for what they're looking at.
16 electoral college votes. You might recall Georgia, of course, at the center of one of the election results battles last time around. An interesting story came to our attention. It's about the immigrant workforce that is thriving in Georgia's MAGA heartland.
With the reporting, we got Bloomberg Businessweek contributor Joel Millman, who joins us from Philadelphia. Joel, take us to the town in northwest Georgia, a town called Dalton, which, who knew, is the floor covering capital of the world. Tell us a little bit about what you found there.
Well, it's a fascinating place. It's a floor covering capital of the world. Produces about half the globe's floor covering. Started with carpets 100 years ago, moved into laminates and tile, and lots of other things as the market shifted. But what's fascinating is it's not only a one industry town, but we've learned that carpets are actually a one-town industry. Virtually the entire workforce in the United States is in Georgia, and virtually all.
DJT just unlocked. Looks like that profit taking is continuing. You're now down about 4% on DJT. People not willing to carry their risk into the closing bell. You've got about an hour before the closing bell here. Pretty sharp decline there in DJT. You've also got a decline following in Bitcoin at roughly the same time. Another trading halt on DJT. Looks like there's a rush for the exits right now. By the way, this is something that I would send probably like an updated alpha report on. But if you want to learn more about those alpha reports, we're doing these 6:15 a.m. free for now reports. So every morning at 6:15 before the market opens, so T-minus 15 minutes before the market open, I want to give you stuff like historic volatility. Hey, like which options are cheap, not from a price point of view, but also from a volatility point of view. You know, when have you bought an option and you're like, man, I wish I knew to have bought it yesterday, or, you know, wait until volatility came down, or wow, volatility's so low. You know, these are the kinds of things we're going to be putting in these alpha reports. So if you want those, we'll text them and email them to you. Go ahead and go to meetkevin.com/alpha. I think it's going to be really fun, and I want to grow it into something really fun. Just because I kind of know what it's like when you know you wake up a few minutes before the bell and you're like, oh my gosh, like I need to check, like, what are the catalysts, what are the earnings, where are the deals, what's the volatility, and it'll work for long-term investors too, which is great. So if you're a long-term investor, I plan for these reports to also say things like, hey, long-term investors, you know, Enphase is at $76. Did you realize it was that cheap, right? So that way, something when it's not on your watch list, you're still able to pay attention to it. All right, let's see here. What else here? Okay. Allentown, Pennsylvania. Vice President Kamala Harris needs a strong turnout from Lehigh County, which includes Allentown, in order to win Pennsylvania. Biden won it with 53% of the vote in 2020. So we'll see where that goes. DJT still suspended, getting a drop now also on Tesla and the Qs slightly. So let's see here. Some reports that Nevada and Arizona could take days to actually finish counting their elections. Their election results. I always kind of hate that. Also talk about the potential for an electoral college tie. That would be very interesting. 3 combinations of battlegrounds results lead to a 269-269 tie. Now that I think is very interesting. So 3 scenarios, and I'll show those on screen in just a moment, but basically 3 different ways you could, I mean, I feel like that'd be like the worst case scenario is just a tie. Because it's like, how are you going to break this? This is going to turn into like 2020 Supreme Court stuff or just days of uncertainty. But I'll go ahead and throw that over on eHack as well, in case you follow over there. But take a look at this scenarios for an electoral college tie. These 3 combinations of battleground state outcomes could result in a 269-269 tie. Harris wins Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, Wisconsin. Trump wins Michigan, North Carolina, Penn. It looks like Trump really needs Penn in all of these cases. Like regularly, I see people predicting that Trump needs to win on Pennsylvania, that if he doesn't win on Pennsylvania, that you've got some problems there. So I find that quite fascinating. All right, so let's see here. Still halted right now on DJT. Okay. All right, so Somebody here saying how to trade Tesla. Let's see what they say.
Cars for the other manufacturers. I don't see how you justify this price, this market cap, and continued growth. You buy it today, you think it's going higher? Why? I don't get it. So no, sell it.
Sell it. He's Michael Farr. Thank you for joining us today. Hightower Advisors Chief Market Strategist. And Tyler, we should mention, circle back to shares of DJT. What?
Dirty bear.
Investing
Everybody
in the
hates
rigors
bears.
of a strong education for everyone at a very, very early age. Here's the thing. You never lose faith in this country, and make sure you go out and vote. Over to my colleague, Liz Clayman.
God bless this American democracy. There's a vibration in the air, isn't there, Charles?
There really is, yeah.
Yeah, it's exciting. And let the countdown begin, yes, to the closing bell and the first polls closing in less than 3 hours. With 1 hour left to trade, the mood of the markets is decidedly bullish at the moment. All the major indices are muscling higher. We've got the Dow Jones Industrial.
Well, DJT now down 8%. It has unlocked. It is rapidly selling down. And, it's coming back. Yeah, a little bit of a green candle bounce there. It's bobbing around now, 5.6% to the downside.
Line up to cast their votes on Election Day.
4% to the downside now, 3% to the downside. It's getting bought.
In precincts, including West Bloomfield, Michigan, Chicago, Madison, Wisconsin, and Denver, Colorado, with everything from the economy, the stock market, inflation, immigration, women's rights, and taxes in focus. The race is too close to call. But for investors in the business world, what will be the prevailing compass that is guiding voters? Coming up, two big moneymakers with different visions. Billionaire owner of the New York Jets, Trump supporter Woody Johnson is here, along with real estate billionaire and Harris supporter Jeff Green. Both will come to us live from Palm Beach, Florida. Two interviews that you cannot miss. Ahead of it all, the markets remain calm and complacent. Just look at the VIX, or volatility index. We've got it down 4.25%. Still at 21.
Is that something you say? Oh, markets remain calm and complacent? Is that a normal thing to say? I feel like not. But okay.
The race to the Oval Office as the hours tick on through the night. Our floor show traders are here to guide and prepare you for the possibilities. But first, let us take it from Wall Street to the key battleground state of Michigan, where Grady Trimble is standing by live in a northwest suburb of Detroit that's leaning Democrat. Grady, what's the atmosphere like?
Liz, steady stream of voters throughout the day today as we watch democracy in action. We also know that more than 3 million Michiganders have voted early, either by mail or in person, which was an option this time around for the first time ever here in Michigan. And underscoring how important this state is going to be on the road to the White House, Vice President Harris was here on Sunday, and former President Trump chose Michigan as the place to hold what could be his last rally ever. He was in Grand Rapids last night. That's where he closed out his campaign in his previous two runs, and he did it again, maybe a little bit superstitious there. He took the stage after midnight, so technically on Election Day, spoke for about 2 hours, wrapping up around 2 o'clock Election Day morning. And then he went straight back to South Florida. That, of course, is where he cast his ballot. It's where he'll be watching the returns come in at that watch party tonight in Mar-a-Lago. He, of course, found time to speak with reporters today to talk about what's at stake. Listen.
Regardless of what happens tonight, is this your last campaign? Are you done after this?
Yeah, I would think so. I would think so.
How do you feel about it?
Sad and very fulfilled. Already a transition team, but I don't like talking about that until I find out how we do.
For her part, Vice President Harris not going to the polls today. She says she voted by mail. She'll hold her watch party tonight at her alma mater, Howard University in Washington, D.C. Because she's not voting, she does have some time on her hands, so she's doing radio interviews in all of the key battleground states.
I think this is an inflection point in terms of this is a moment where we have two very different visions of the future of our nation. And mine is focused on progress. My opponent, he has a very different perspective on it all. He will walk into the Oval Office if he were elected with his enemies list.
15 electoral votes up for grabs here in Michigan tonight, so the road to the White House could run through the Wolverine state. We shall see.
Well, both candidates have.
It's going to be very, very entertaining. Okay, so I want to just do a quick recap on this because I just think it's something that, Elon posting gets it a lot of attention, and I think it's really good to just add, clear perspective, so to speak. Very interesting. Okay. Ow. Ouch. Dang it. I took my kids to the, what the heck? Took my kids to one of those trampoline parks, and I scraped the skin off the top of my knee, and I think I just hit the top of my knee on like the tip of a screw under my desk. Ow. No. Not good. Don't do that. Okay, yeah, let's do a quick little recap of this here. So, all right. Is Elon Musk right? Is Google rigging the election with election interference in search results? At first glance, it kind of seems like it. It kind of seems like somebody at Google rigged something at google.com that's a little sus. And it makes you raise your eyebrows. But there might be a pretty benign explanation for it. Let's do a quick example here. Google.com, private browser, Microsoft Edge. Where can I go to vote? Okay, and you get a little map from VIP and Democracy Works. If you actually look at these foundations, they're funded by companies like Starbucks, Google, Salesforce, Kenzie Scott, the divorced former wife of Jeff Bezos from Amazon. Some people think that a lot of these organizations lean left. And so if you type in, where can I go to vote, you get a map. But if you type in, where can I go to vote for AOC or any person, you don't get a result. Any person you type here, Schumer, Chuck Schumer, Pelosi, first name, last name, doesn't matter, Gavin Newsom, Trump, you get news results, but not a map. Donald Trump, no. If you type in president, it works again. So where can I go to vote for? Map. If you type in president, it works. But if you type in names like Trump, it does not work. However, if you type in Harris, all of a sudden you see the map again. And so Elon Musk quote tweeted this issue. This happens both on Edge and Google Chrome. And Elon Musk quote tweeted this issue and suggested, hey, are others seeing this as well? That's because Doge designer wrote, Google shows where to vote section for Kamala Harris, but not for Donald Trump. Google is the biggest corporate donor to the Democratic Party. And Elon Musk quote tweets this and suggests, are others seeing this as well? Well, it turns out the issue is that the way Google is programmed allows you to type, where can I go to vote for? And then you'll get the map. And now this is Google as opposed to Microsoft Edge. And if you type in a county, like Broward County, it shows up. But I don't even have to write Broward County. I can just write Broward. The map shows up. Ventura, the map shows up. So if I happen to be Jesse Ventura, the map would show up. Well, there is a county called Harris County. It's in Texas. There is no county called Trump. So if you type in Harris, it works. If you type in Kamala Harris, it does not. Harris, it does. So I think this is while it could have been cleaned up, I think this is a reasonable explanation for something that looks bad and sus at first, but frankly is just a location-based non-issue. Do I really think that this will actually make a difference in the election? Anyway, no. I think most people, can figure out. First of all, I don't know how many people write, where can I go to vote for, and then a candidate name. I think people are more likely to write, where can I go to vote, or where can I go to vote in, and then a certain county or whatever, than they are to write where can I go to vote for a specific candidate. It seems a little odd, but it's interesting, and I thought it was worth clarifying just because there was some question about that. All right. Good luck out there. Oh, by the way, if you haven't gotten the alpha report yet, go to metkevin.com/alpha. Met or me doesn't make a difference. Totally free for now. What we're doing is we're doing this thing called an alpha report that I'll send out to you through text and email every day before the market opens, at least 15 minutes before the market opens, and you can learn more about that over at the website. I think it's pretty cool. You'll get catalysts, what's going on for what to watch in terms of breaking news, earnings, volatility on options, you name it. So go check it out over at meetkevin.com/alpha. All right, let's take a listen in over here.
If we get through this election, we get through 200. That is a name out of the Mag 7 that I think will be best over the next 3 to 6 months,
Amazon?
probably hitting around 220 or more.
Okay, but can we say to
10% boost on Amazon, this person thinks. I love Amazon, I will say. I use it so much.
sell any stakes in any type of sector?
No, I would completely agree with that, except if you happen to see that as a Harris victory, there may be some concerns around what's the impact on energy. I mean, that's been an unclear path.
Green energy.
Specifically green energy. And I'd go one further. What happens to the overall exploration and development of natural gas and oil there? There's obviously some noise in that space. We're not clear on her strategy there, and for that reason, I'd be very concerned about that space. If there's one space I'd be worried about, now that's development and exploration, not utilities. Utility places space has been incredible.
Look on the screen, guys. Under the Trump administration, green energy, that would be the blue line, did much better than it did under the Biden administration. And conversely, the traditional fossil fuel energy index did worse under Trump and better under Biden. That said, JP Morgan has put out a research note in the last 24 hours saying, here's the Harris list, here's the Trump list. With Trump, they say if there is a Trump win by aluminum and steel stocks, among them Kaiser Aluminum, Nucor's in there, Cleveland Cliffs, and then for Harris choice, I believe, they say go with the green energy, which to me is very, very interesting. Plug and ChargePoint are some of these names. But again, look at that near historic issue.
Well, with that said, Plug, which is like a stock that's been obliterated, is only $250 because it's hydrogen. Lately, all the nuclear type of names for the powering the grid have been in vogue. So that is something. That's like an option. It's $2.50. That stock was like a $40 stock. I think if Kamala does win, because anything could always happen, I think you go for the ETF for clean energy, and you also go with Plug. And I think either which way, nothing's set in stone. You could go with those besides the Mag 7, besides some semiconductors. You want to have a bunch of.
Why'd you get Plug?
To be, spread across the board.
Scott, Phil, okay, start chewing your nails, but stay cool.
Yeah, I don't know about Plug. Let's look at this. Plug Investor Relations. Let's take a peek at what Plug Power's up to and how they're doing. I don't know. It's been a while since I've looked at Plug Power. I'm gonna mention that. Okay, so full transparency here. Maybe I'm missing something on how juiced Plug Power is here. Okay, but let's take a look at this. So they're mentioning that JP Morgan suggests Plug Power could do well under a Harris administration. So let's go grab a quarterly report from them really quickly, and let's just see what they're seeing. So here's their revenue. Okay, we're losing money. I don't know why that is not really a surprise to me that they're losing money. Hold on a sec. Let me put this where I can actually operate with this. Here we go. There we go. Boom. All right, so what do we have? We have we have a net loss of $262 million, which is greater than the loss they had last year. They're not even gross profitable. They're gross money losers, and they lose even more money. I don't know what happened here. Sales of equipment. A plummet in the sale of equipment. Power purchase agreements grew a little bit. Why would you buy Plug Power? It's a money-losing disaster. Impairment charges, restructuring charges, change in value of contingents. This doesn't sound good, man. This doesn't look good at all. Something that I will mention is, we do analysis like this every day in the courses on building your wealth, and check those out at meetkevin.com. But if you did want to diversify, I don't think I'd pick Plug Power. I'd rather invest in, I'd rather take more money and throw it into HouseHack. We are doing a fundraise right now, by the way. You can get a 5% yield plus stock upside over at househack.com. Check that out. Read the PPM. This video can't be a solicitation. But let's take a look at this. Total current liabilities, $800 million. They don't have that much cash. They have $62 million in cash. How are they even paying their bills? I have inventory of almost $1 billion, but inventory does me no good unless I actually sell it. So I've got bills to pay here of over $300 million. This company's gonna go bankrupt, man. Why is JP Morgan pitching Plug Power? This is a walking BK, man. Look at the cash flow. Net cash from operating activities, negative $422 million. Purchases of plant, property, equipment, another 193. Bro, Plug, man. No. That's a lot. That's a little on the scary side. Yeah, no thanks. Rather buy Tesla. Not so great. All right, what do we got over here? Let's briefly listen to Simbas's
term that is going to be really friendly, if you want to use one sector in particular, to the energy sector because of policy proposals, because of the way he talked about it.
It's the worst performing sector under former President Trump.
The only sector that was down, it was down by 40%. But if you flip that on its head, and not just to pick on one administration, the best performing sector since Biden took office has been energy.
Right.
It's the only one, the S&P, that has doubled, more than doubled. It's still up more than 100% today since his inauguration day. And even beyond that, if you were to sort of broaden it out to other cyclicals, the sixth worst performing sector under Trump was banks. And it's not like they've swung higher and they're the best performing industry under Biden. So I think that it's really tough to, even after the person who gets elected, after you know what the policy proposals are, it's really tough to game that out and map that out. So I think, back to the broader discussion we were having at the beginning of this, taking a look at what the economic backdrop is and looking at the macro forces at play, that I think is the more important scenario, not necessarily who comes in and what policies they're coming in with. So I think a lot of the cyclically oriented trades, makes sense. But I think that regardless of who ends up taking office, unless there is some sort of extreme policy that takes you, to the other side of things where the economy then materially slows, then I would alter my view. But the fact that you're not getting any sort of a wake up from defensives in the market, the fact that you are seeing relatively strong participation, even in financials, specifically equal-weighted financials, I think that's much more of an important sign.
Wait. This guy is determining where the economy is based on what stocks are doing? That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Oh, I'm not seeing any stress in defensives, so I'm just not going to worry about a recession. Bro, by the time you see stress in defensives, it's too freaking late, you dummy.
And they've seen themselves bounce back and forth between one really bad ban and another.
The fact
and they
of
get
the matter
that.
is
And I think that's why they're turning out at high rates.
Well, you may be right that that's why they're turning out. I just want to make sure that we're speaking, the facts here. And the facts are that Arizonans get to decide what their abortion policy is because it's on the ballot. So it doesn't have anything to do with Trump. It all went back to the states after Roe v. Wade.
Let's talk about the difference between the two candidates. Kamala Harris said,
but it's not a federal issue anymore,
Senator.
Senator. It's a state issue, not a federal issue.
It's going to become a federal issue with the next president, where, Kamala Harris has made it very clear that given the opportunity, she's going to bring back the rights and the protections that people had under Roe v. Wade. And Donald Trump has said previously that he would sign a nationwide abortion ban. Those are two very contrasted
we're going back
views
around and around
of
here,
what
but
the
we all
country...
just to be clear, he said he won't sign an abortion ban. She has not made it clear. She said she wanted to reinstate Roe v. Wade, which has
she wants to codify Roe v. Wade, which basically means we're going to make it law, a national law, that a woman has a right to abortion.
Stands with women.
Up to, presumably 20 weeks or 24 weeks.
That's a very... All right. That's a broad statement that I'm not sure how it applies or what it actually means, honestly.
I think the women in Arizona understand that, and that's why they're showing up at pretty high rates.
Yeah,
they're voting at a high rate, especially young women, because they know that this right was taken away from them by Donald Trump.
Okay.
He appointed the
You're going around in
justices, and he
circles,
said,
Senator. As
Martha,
you well
he
know,
has said
the Senate,
he
the
broke-
state has a right. These voters will choose. States' rights are predominant in this issue now, and they're about to vote. But I don't want to take the whole show on this. But
Donald
I
Trump
think
has said he broke Roe v. Wade. He
All right,
said
we
he
gotta go.
broke it. He owns it.
But
Women
he's
own
gonna
it.
cut it. I mean, in fairness, okay, I had a debate about this because, and it's not because I take a particular POV. It's actually instead just because I look at this as let's understand where we sit, right? And so I had a little bit of a debate over an analogy for Roe v. Wade, and the way I thought about it was, if somebody is going to rob a bank and you're the driver of the car and all you're doing is driving and you don't even know what's happening. You're just like, okay, I'm just going to drive the car this way, and then you're just going to drop the person off there. That's all you're doing. That person goes in, robs the bank, shoots somebody and kills somebody and comes back out. If you're the driver and then you drive that person away, if you're the driver, are you the murderer? No. Obviously not. You did not murder the person inside the bank. But you did enable the robber to go to the bank. So you did contribute to the ability for something to happen. And that's really what Donald Trump has done with Roe versus Wade, is by enabling, through Supreme Court appointments, the reevaluation of Roe versus Wade as a state issue or constitutionally federally appointed issue, which is not mentioned in the Constitution, then yes, technically, Donald Trump has some credit for what the Supreme Court is doing because he did appoint these Supreme Court justices, and that is a decision that they ultimately made. However, does that mean he removed Roe versus Wade? No. The Supreme Court did. So it's kind of interesting. Now, in fairness, this person, and then they cut him off on Fox News, this person on Fox News was saying, basically, hey, like, Donald Trump has gone as far as taking credit for overturning Roe versus Wade, which is also a little bit of, a stretch that Donald Trump could take credit for that because the Supreme Court did it. But then they instantly cut him off on Fox. They don't want to hear that. They don't want to talk about Roe versus Wade because, honestly, Roe versus Wade is the weakest part probably for the Trump campaign. I mean, you saw it in the debate when we, as soon as we hit the debate in Harris versus Trump, his election odds of winning fell at the very moment, and Bitcoin fell because we all knew, like, okay, this is going to be the tough one for Trump. I mean, there's no way around that one. Now, I'm not saying that you have to be for or against the state right versus federally mandated, authorized, access to abortion. I'm just providing context as to what happened. The country as a whole realizes that the abortion issue is a weaker point for Trump, whereas something like the economy is a much stronger point for Donald Trump. And so we'll see, how women turn out, because I think women turnout here may be substantially underrepresented in polling and betting markets or otherwise. Save that really quickly. And we'll see. We'll find out how much of an issue it really was. But this is, if you think about it, this is the first election post Roe versus Wade. So quite interesting. Quite interesting. So an accomplice. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree with that. Rust Moments is here. What up, Rust Moments? He sent me a chart on IG Max. Okay, we'll take a look at that. All right, let's listen in for a moment what we got over here. See what they're yapping about.
That means Trump's internal numbers see that they have a shot here. Kamala kept spending millions and millions of dollars in New Hampshire, which means she knew she didn't have it wrapped up. So those types of things are, I think, are really leading more towards a Trump win. But this thing's, I think it's going to be contested. I'd be shocked if we had a clear winner tonight. I think there's going to be...
Oh, no. We're going to have a winner.
And send them home the same night. They're going to earn their money one way or the other. But we'll get a winner eventually. It'll be a little bit bumpy with some recounts, but we're going to get a winner.
No.
Well, let's see. I mean, and it's amazing. You look at what you're talking about, then that poll in Iowa, and hey, people can be forgiven for having whiplash on what the heck is really going on. Guess that's what you like when it's your birthday. Happy birthday there, Governor.
Thank you. We're not talking about that. At this age, we just ignore those days. It's Election Day. Thank you.
All right. Thanks. All right. Let's go to Phil Mattingly. Closer look at the Granite State. Phil, you just heard the case made by Chris Sununu, who obviously is voting for Trump. But, you know, Dixville Notch is all we've got right now, honestly, for 12 hours.
Yeah, Max, I can't get this to pull up. If anybody wants to send me something to look at here, maybe what we could do is just, let's see here. Where should we go? Maybe just send it. Well, I mean, ideally, if we could post it in Discord, but that's not going to be so easy for everybody to access. So I guess if you wanted to send me something to look at, what we could do is just send it to staff@meetkevin.com. We do usually use that for course inquiries, or if you need support with anything. If you have questions, by the way, as well about the Alpha report, we can help you there. The Alpha report's free, for now while we go through this test. Maybe it'll always be free, I don't know. But we're going to do the Alpha report every morning at 6:15 a.m. Just a quick one-pager, volatility, options, trades, tail risks to pay attention to on the day, catalysts or otherwise. So go to metkevin.com/alpha to hear that. All right, let's listen in here.
Absolutely crushed his Democratic opponent in the state. I think what's interesting as you kind of tick through here, and actually, if Mowers is sitting there up there with you still, he understands the state as well as anybody running Governor Christie's operation up there in the 16 campaign, also running for Congress himself, is what you looked at what changed in 2020 from 2016 when Hillary Clinton won by a much narrower margin, is where are the counties that Joe Biden did better in? A lot of these counties, Mowers is going to correct me if you do talk to him about what we actually call these specific places, but they're not huge vote drivers, right? Barrington, this is a place that in total has about 6,000 votes. Donald Trump won it in 2016. Joe Biden flipped it back. If you start adding up, and you see every county you see blue here was a county that Donald Trump won in 2016. Joe Biden flipped it back in 2020. That adds up to a significant margin. Now, when you go back to 2016 and take a look at where things stood, this was very close. This was about as close as it gets by about 2,700 votes. So I think the real question is, this has been on the periphery. Does the Vance visit say something, or does it mean that they're just kind of playing games and seeing if they can coax something out here? It's an open question right now, but obviously the governor very focused on Dixville Notch.
It's all we got. I mean, it's just all we got.
Yeah, no, I get it.
All right, Phil, thank you. And so much more ahead, including Philadelphia's district attorney, who had this warning for anybody thinking about interfering with the vote.
Oh, let's hear it. Let's hear the threat.
If you're going to try to bully people, bully votes or voters, you're going to try to erase votes, you're going to try any of that nonsense, we're not playing. F around and find out.
I love it.
John King have all the fun. Experience the CNN.
F around and find out. Oh, that's funny. All right. Let's see what else we got here. So, we originally were going to look at this ballot curing comment. Elon Musk pushes ballot curing in Pennsylvania, eyeing tight margin. Elon Musk's super PAC has been emphasizing ballot curing in the final days, a highly expansive strategy meant to pick up a few additional votes in razor-thin elections. There was a last-minute field team sent to the state of Pennsylvania, according to two people with knowledge of the move. One of the people said it was described as an emergency squad. Trump has outsourced much of his on-the-ground effort to boost voter turnout. In Pennsylvania, a voter who made a mistake on their mail-in ballot, such as a missing signature or incorrect date on the outer envelope, can cure it by casting a provisional ballot at the polls on Election Day. Some states allow voters to cure their votes later, but in Pennsylvania, 8 p.m. on Election Day is the deadline. Wow. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, it makes sense. Ballot curing can reap additional votes for candidates who adopt the tactic, but it often has a poor return on investment. It's painstaking labor that involves getting lists of disqualified mail-in ballots from the county election offices and contacting voters one by one. It's actually kind of a smart issue, like a thing to deal with. Like, hey, did you know your ballot got rejected? Here's the information on it or whatever. Here's why it got rejected. You could go fix it if you go. I mean, it's not a bad idea. They give you a list of people to call and you go do it. It's actually kind of smart, honestly. I'm a big fan of that. By the way, DJT has stabilized. You are currently up about 3.7%. Looks like that sell-off was pretty short-lived there. Arizona official says voting is running smoothly. Smooth moving in Arizona. Trump voted in Florida, predicting a very big victory. I do, like, if I'm going to make an election prediction, my election prediction is that we will have an answer today. There is no, it is not going to be so close that it is contested. In fact, I will tweet that right now. My one election prediction. Green and the race will be decided today by decisive margin. Boom. That's it. That's simple. That's simple. Just like that. Bitcoin 69,420. It's actually roughly what it's at right now. It's kind of funny. All right. So let's see what else Elon is up to tweeting. I tried this one. Oh, okay. Yeah. We did. Okay. Elon continues to perpetuate that issue. Okay. Let's see what he says here. Take a look at this. I tried this myself, and Google still shows you where to vote for Harris, but not Trump. Harris. You know what? I don't even know how to reply. Like, there's no point to even replying to it. But like, we figured out what the solution is. But I do wonder, how hard is Elon trying to find the truth versus continuing to perpetuate this? I don't know. Oh well. All right, what else we got over here? Let's see here. So let's jump in and see what they're talking about. All right, Wolfie Wolf.
Just outside Detroit. And here are the lines in Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania, to be clear. And we now have fixed our technical difficulties with CNN's Brian Todd. He's joining us from Pennsylvania right now, where just moments ago, the state's governor said he expects the vote counting to go faster than it did back in 2020. Brian, update our viewers.
Well, Wolf, they do expect it to go faster than in 2020, and there's a real sense of exhilaration here in Western Pennsylvania. Why? Because it is finally the voters' day. After all the buildup, all the hype, it is the day that the voters can finally have their say in who wins. And here in Western Pennsylvania, the state of Pennsylvania, voters that we talk to here are just jacked because they know that this is a battleground state. They know that they are going to have a real say in who wins this election. I've got two people who just voted here in North Suburban Township Precincts 1 and 2, Reba and Sean Douglas. Reba, first of all, what are the issues that really brought you out here? What do you care about the most?
I think it came to women's rights for me and just morale in general between the two candidates. That was my decision.
Morale or morals?
Issues that really drove you out here?
My main concern is the economy and putting the United States first above.
That sounds like a split household right there.
So that's what brought me out, is to voice my opinion and do what I think's best for the economy and the United States.
And the process. Now, the process here, don't be fooled by no line here, folks, by the way, because this line has gone out the door and down to the corner for much of the day. How did the process here go for you? Fairly smoothly?
It was smooth, in and out within 5 minutes for me.
Okay. Sean, how about you?
Yeah, very smooth. I stopped by this morning at 7 and the line was around the building, but so came back later and it was a little more reasonable, but still a good process, smooth process.
All right. Thank you guys very much for talking to us. Good luck and thanks for coming out. So guys, also just kind of a reflection here of the importance of the battleground, the battleground vibe here in Pennsylvania. We had voters, at least 3 of them, tell us that they have come out here and voted if they didn't know that this state was so critical a battleground state and that they would make a difference. Wolf, back to you.
All right, Brian Todd reporting in Pennsylvania for us. Thank you very much. So the Vice President, Kamala Harris, is speaking right now over at the Democratic National Committee headquarters in Washington. I want to listen in. Listen to this.
last minute get in the face of voters to get votes. I mean, that makes sense. Makes sense. I mean, she's at the DNC, so motivating everybody to make more calls. I don't know what's happening to the camera here. I don't think they realize they're live.
Here volunteering to make calls to reach out to our fellow Americans to remind you. I'm not. How you doing? Have you voted already? You did. Thank you.
Could you imagine being the person who gets the phone call? I mean, it's probably honestly planted. Like, oh, I already voted for you. Of course she happened to call somebody who already voted for her on camera. Like, I mean, this is not much of a surprise. We know they're not randomly calling a list of numbers. Now, what they might do is they might say, hey, you know, is it okay if we call you back? You know, Harris is going to be here soon. Something like that. I think that's very interesting. All right, so look at that. Look into the DNC over there. Are those Windows laptops? What is that? I think that's a Windows laptop I just saw over there on the right. It's like a Chromebook or something. I can't really tell. Maybe it is an Apple. I don't know. It looks like a mess in there.
How are you? I am well. I just wanted to call you, check in, and make sure you know where you can go vote today if you haven't already. Have you voted yet?
All right. Let's go jump into Fox. And Andrew Yang says, for the record, uh-oh, here we go. For the record, he says, no matter what happens tonight, I think the Harris campaign badly mishandled the Joe Rogan interview by not doing it. Tim Walz would have been good too. To Elon's, I'll give that a heart. I agree. To Elon's theory that Dems want to swamp swing states with migrants, one, it ignores the migrants heading to non-swing states. It ignores the fact that these are dynamic systems, that doing this would move votes in the states to the hard right, which is already happening. Right, because existing people would be more frustrated. That's fair. That's fair. And then Harris picks up the phone. You voted and wrote in Meet Kevin? Let's go! Okay. Dem policymakers have already gotten the message on the border, which is why you've seen them shift both their messaging and their stances, including supporting the bipartisan border bill that Trump scuttled. To people on the left, Joe Rogan reaches millions of low-propensity male voters, the kind of exact population you should be trying to get in front of. He's not a hostile interviewer. He's curious and interested in why people believe what they do. Yeah, I think that's really well said right here. This is fantastically well said and well put. It's this idea that, you know, the younger male voter usually thinks their vote just doesn't matter. You know, so what's the point, right? Let's see here. But you know, they could make a difference. They could make a big difference here. Okay. All right, we'll see how that goes. DJT trying to rotate down a little bit again. Upstart still 7%. Tesla up 4% on the day. Good strong day here. Enphase up 1.5%. Bitcoin 69.5. Markets are getting ready for some certainty. The certainty that the election will finally be over. Does look like bonds have started to move up again, and Nvidia's up 2.7%. Bond yields dipping. Look at the dippy doodla here, dipping 2.8 points right now. Well, basis points. Let's listen in here.
Past two elections, and because of January 6th, she decided to cast her vote for a Democrat, for Kamala Harris, for the very first time. Guys.
Liz Kreutz, thank you so much. That's why it's so hard to predict.
Oh, that's interesting. That's right. This is the first election since J6 and Roe versus Wade. That is interesting.
President Harris, we're live on the ground in Michigan for the latest. Stay with us.
All right, all right. Yang knows Harris will lose tonight. He's just positioning himself accordingly, says Christina. All right.
This election is right now, there seems to be a Republican surge, the culmination of 4 years of growth under the Biden administration of Republican registration, Republican success in early voting and mail voting. I was looking at some numbers in Pennsylvania among just independent voters and among just independents, the swing voters in Pennsylvania. Trump was winning 45 to 39. So add all that up and look at the underperformance we're seeing of the core urban vote in cities like Philadelphia and Milwaukee and Detroit. I'm beginning to see a picture here that says this could be a good night for Donald Trump.
So that question about whether or not Republicans have just redone the way they vote and turned out early and cannibalized the day of vote, it sounds like you don't believe that to be the case, at least based on what you see now?
Well, there's some of that. There has to be. But what you get overall is a sense of more urgency among Republicans, which is good for early vote and election day voting. So, no, I'm not too worried that we've cannibalized that vote.
Ooh, Google changed it already. Oh, that's interesting. Just for an avoidance of doubt, Google just got rid of it. If you now type in where to vote for Harris, it's gone. Where to vote for Broward, but Broward still works. Harris County works, but just Harris, they've removed it. Wow, interesting. That is very, very interesting. Good catch. Okay, should make a little note on that. I posted a little video clip on it. Even though we're debunking it, it's worth noting for an avoidance of probably doubt, Google has now changed it. So, which is interesting. It might bring more attention to it. Let's quote tweet this. Even though the Google search issue was debunked, Google adjusted the results anyway to a more clear, neutral position. Good on Google for moving fast. Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, good. Honestly, good for Google for doing this. All right, interesting. Okay. Google is watching, Kevin. I don't think so. I think Google's got a lot on their hands. But, you know, I generally try to find, like, I try to think the best of everyone, no matter who it is, whom it is, whatever. And it's okay to have a healthy dose of skepticism. But, yeah. All right, so what do we got here? It looks like Trump's got a little campaign video. Let's see, what is this?
What will we do with this moment? How will we be
How about better quality, Trump?
remembered?
I'm sure they have better quality, but whatever. Bigger than the NFL playoffs, okay. We remember what made America great. Sizzle. All of this is just going to get our live stream taken down, so I'm just not going to play it all because it's mostly just music and hype. And together we will make America great again.
And God bless America. Thank you very much.
I like that clip. I actually really like this clip.
And God bless America.
Because right here you get Pence and Pelosi that get, which I think is pretty cool. I like seeing stuff like that, which is very good. So yeah, stay tuned for an update, Roger, on that. But we'll do that in a different video.
News we're following on this historic day right now. New voting turnout numbers just in from Nevada. Stay with us.
Nevada turnout numbers. Ooh. All right, let's keep clicking around here. So, Polarized Nation has its say. What time do the polls close? We've been watching that. The polls are close. The results may not be. Okay, let's get our new updates here. So, what do we have? Kamala Harris is at the DNC headquarters in D.C. Outside Trump Tower, the scene was unremarkable. No signs of protesters or supporters. Tesla Cybertruck was parked on Fifth Ave with the owner inviting all to mark it with graffiti. Okay, so if you're over at Fifth Ave, there's a Cybertruck. You could go graffiti, apparently. encouraging people to vote or paint pro-Trump messages. Eventually encourage people to write whatever they want. And mainly did it for the war. Voted for Trump in a largely Arab American population. Trump told voters that he would end the Israel-Hamas war. Nice, nice. Okay. State ballot measures, abortion, election, and the minimum wage. Voters in 41 states on Tuesday are considering a daunting list of ballot measures, including guarantees of abortion rights, changes to election rules, minimum wages, marijuana legalization. Wow, look at that. 10 states will vote on whether to add abortion rights protections to the state constitutions. Arizona, Colorado, Florida, Maryland, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, Nevada, New York, South Dakota will test the backlash of the Supreme Court, or against the Supreme Court that has occurred. It's interesting. I mean, that makes sense. 24 weeks. Public funding for private schools, minimum wage, legalized marijuana is on the ballot. Huh. The residents of VP Harris and sections around the Capitol and Supreme Court have temporary barriers put around. Some local businesses have also boarded up. Oh, wow. Yeah, look at that. Some additional barriers. Oh, man. It's going to be entertaining. Okay. Trump's going to be watching from Mar-a-Lago, it looks like. Good for him. DJT. Looks like pretty close to that 35 level right now. Someone watching that one pretty closely. Okay.
Jocelyn Benson. All right, 95%, huge number. Midnight tonight would be pretty early, all things considered, to find out where Michigan might be going. Walk us through what you're expecting tonight. Walk us through what's already been done.
Well, thanks for having me. And as your correspondent really brilliantly laid out, everything you're seeing in Grand Rapids is happening all across the state today, with absentee counting boards processing and tabulating the 2.1 million ballots that were voted from home and returned already. We know a number are still outstanding. A couple 100,000 may come in later today. So we're tracking all of that as well, because it will take time to process and tabulate those. But we are well ahead of where we were at this point in 2020 when we had results on midday Wednesday. And so we're hopeful we'll get results even sooner this time. I know the eyes of the nation are on us and a handful of other states. My son this morning, when are we going to know? Everyone wants to know. And so we appreciate that. And our clerks are doing their best to accurately, securely, and efficiently tabulate all the ballot votes.
Secretary, why do you think it's going to be so much faster this time around? Because we've been telling people for weeks now, a long time, that they got to have patience. We could not get the results for a few days. After all, in 2020, we got the results on Saturday for the entire election.
Yeah, but we kind of knew. I feel like in 2020, everybody kind of knew. Like I remember Donald Trump declared victory, even though he hadn't won. And everybody's kind of like, wow. He's probably going to lose here. I remember election night because I covered it. I feel like I was playing RuneScape back then. It was so long ago.
Close. You have overseas or military ballots that still aren't back yet, but can be counted if marked by election.
Yeah, all that stuff, whatever. It just takes time. But the decisive numbers will be decided today, is my take.
Further, so the closeness of the race will affect it as well. But we'll have an update for everyone at 9 Eastern tonight in terms of how many outstanding ballots we see, and you'll start to see early voting results. Ballots voted today coming through, as well as some of those absentee ballots that were tabulated already, all released around just after the polls close at 8 p.m. tonight, and then, of course, 9 p.m. for our 4 counties Central Time.
Madam Secretary, we heard from Donald Trump earlier today. He doesn't understand why we can't get results faster, why we can't get results tonight. I know you have, or I've read you have 100 people from your office. They're scattered across the state, kind of on standby to respond to any problems, de-escalate situations if they occur. What have you heard so far at polling places, and what are you prepared for?
Bond yields, by the way, down about 2 basis points.
One thing we've seen across the state today is high turnout and exuberance at the polls. Every precinct I visited in 3 counties in southeast Michigan really showed a lot of, there are people dancing outside of precincts, having so much fun, celebrating and cheering every time a first-time voter showed up, people bringing their kids to the polls. So it's a day of celebration, as it should be. Even if folks are on both sides, either side of the aisle, they still respect the process and respect each other. That's been a great thing to see. We've had a handful of isolated incidents that have erupted, nothing that has gotten out of hand or is even abnormal for something of this magnitude. And I've been grateful for law enforcement and everyone who stepped in to de-escalate any situations and ensure everyone can vote.
Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson, I know it's going to be a long night and maybe a couple of days after for you. We thank you for taking the time to talk to us. Good luck.
Sure, always a pleasure. Happy Election Day.
Thank you. Well, they call it the blue dot. You've probably heard of it, the single Nebraska congressional district that could decide who walks away with the presidency. Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson on the ground in Gretna, Nebraska. I keep hearing about all these blue dot signs on people's lawns, but tell me what you're seeing and what you're hearing from voters today, Ann.
Chris, I've seen a few of those blue dot signs. I've also seen plenty of Trump and Vance signs. This is the 2nd congressional district. We are in Douglas County, which is the heart of this district. It went for Obama in 2008, Romney in 12, Trump in 16, and then President Biden in 2020. It has one electoral vote to give. And if it went to Vice President Harris, and if she won the blue wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and all the other states she's expected to do, that would get her to 270. So that's why it's so important. Like many places around the country, abortion is a big issue here and a woman's right to choose. There are 2 ballot initiatives on this ballot, as well as choosing a president. And we spoke to a lot of voters who talked about that issue today, a difficult issue for many.
Oh, well, I have 3 daughters and I have 5 granddaughters. So I absolutely believe a woman has a right to choose. In saying that, you know, it's a very confusing thing for me because I personally would never choose to get an abortion. However, it is not my choice to tell someone else that they can't.
So there are 2 ballot initiatives that I mentioned. One would amend the state constitution to ban abortion after 12 weeks with exceptions. The other one they're voting on would allow abortions in Nebraska to fetal viability, somewhere usually between 22 and 24 weeks. That's
and something else to consider too is there are some states, roughly about 10, that even if the child is going to die, you know, because it's not viable or whatever, you're not allowed to have an abortion in some of those states. So that is something to keep in mind.
The state early voting demographics by gender. The source expressed some concern for Donald Trump and Eric Hovde, who's running for Senate there against Tammy Baldwin. There's a 50 to 43 split women to men in mail-in voting and early voting votes already cast. If this lines up with how the split is in same-day in-person voting, this source is really concerned, especially because there was such a big effort by the GOP to bank your vote, to cast your vote before Election Day.
And let me just also point out that this is replicated by what the Democratic chair, Ben Wickler, has been saying on the record in text to me today.
Yeah, well, it's also what we've been seeing in data coming up to this. Look, if this holds, it's a women's wave. And if it holds...
That's exactly the thought here, is if this does end up being the catalyst for the election, it will probably create a landslide in polling, because you get a disproportionate number of women that will vote for Harris, and even though you might have more men, you're still going to have men who do vote for Harris. So this is going to be really interesting. I'm really interested to see the gender turnout in this. That's going to be, I think, the game changer here. So we'll see. Okay, what else do we have here? So Spread between the S&P 500 and the 10-year remains very wide. Yeah, I think they'll converge. One of the ways that I think you'll actually see these converge is I actually think you'll see the S&P 500 come down and then the 10-year yield come down. This is an inverted chart, so that's upside down. But you'll see those converge. Speculation bull in China. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. Speculation, that's like the name of the game. Let's get back to elections.
Turnout. It's absolutely going to favor the Democrats. I know we're going to be off the set here in a second, but we're going to survive. We started this show talking about we will survive as a country. I just hope the people, if they're Trump people, if Trump loses, it's your kids, it's your country we're talking about. Do not do stupid things. Do not engage in violence.
This is the MSNBC guys talking about, we're going to survive, everyone. You know, I feel like that's like a sign. You know, I did see a lot of talk about Jim Cramer apparently alleging that, you know, he thought Harris was going to win. I actually didn't get that read from the article that was circulating. There was an article circulating, and it was basically him suggesting that traders yesterday were pricing in Harris. Not that he thought that Harris was going to win. So I thought that was very interesting. Because, you know, a lot of people think of the inverse Cramer trade, and they're like, well, if he wants Harris, you know, then it's definitely going to be Trump. But he didn't, as far as I can tell.
Mitigate those usual deficits. Kamala's been so bad as a candidate. Nobody can say sexism and racism. They're going to say eyesight and hearing. We paid attention, and she's awful.
All right. Thank you both, all three. That would be three of you for joining
We're
me
exhausted
today.
already. It's an early night
We'll
already.
see you.
Hey, I've been interviewed by her before when I ran for governor. Anyway, remember, folks, if you haven't yet signed up for your Alpha Report, every morning at 6:15 a.m. just to get you started with what's going on in the market, catalysts, bottom line news. Like if you just find you just don't have time anymore to catch up on videos, you just want to know what the catalysts are, what are the takeaways from earnings calls or reports or whatever, make sure you go to metkevin.com/alpha. For right now, it's totally free. It's not like it's going to start billing you either. You don't even enter payment information. It's totally free. Check that out, metkevin.com/alpha. Meetkevin.com/alpha. It doesn't make a difference. And every morning at 6:15 a.m., we'll text you a report or we'll email it to you. You could find that. It's going to look kind of like this. There it is. A little iPhone webpage here, a little video describing what it is. Join for free, no credit card required. Dangers, moonshots, tail risks, blah, 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 blah. So go check that out, meetkevin.com/alpha. Totally free Alpha Report. You'll get it every morning at 6:15 a.m. or before. You know, if I have it done early, I'll probably, because I know it takes a little bit for things to come out. So we'll do that a little early, probably. But by 6:15, you'll have it, so that way you wake up, you've already got a way to start your day. I just think it's a good way to provide value and give back.
Early voting numbers come in some of the states, early women outpacing men. They know they have to make up the ground. They're given the gender gap that's going to exist here. And what are the issues that are driving the voters to the polls today? The economy, always number one, but what is right underneath it? Is it the border, the issues that the Trump campaign has been hammering on? Is it issues like democracy that could be more favorable to Democrats, or abortion? That was so critical as we weight this number.
The Alpha Report is available internationally, like Canada or Germany or whatever else. You'll just have to use your email, though. If you want it to be texted to you, you'll have to use a VPN. You'll have to sign up for Google Voice, get a U.S. phone number, then forward those text messages to your international number, or just turn on notifications for that Google Voice number. So if you're international, again, you'll have to use a VPN, and you'll have to get a Google Voice number in the United States.
2016.
Or just the email, exactly. I just know some people like the text messages, you know.
For Dan Rather, well, tight as a tick was one, and then one source sent me this: we are nervous as a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs.
Would I rather sell NVIDIA or Tesla at these levels? Ooh. I don't know, man. That's tough. Ask me after the election.
Down to the wire in the seventh.
Hey, it's our boy Steve from Canada. Look at this. Member for 43 months. What a badass. What a badass. Over 3.5 years, Steve has been a member here. How cool is that? I think that's really cool. Shout out to Steve. Buy gold, he says. That's his opinion, not mine. Oh, Enphase is almost at $90. Super microcomputers up 6%. Wow, look at that. Enphase up almost 3%, almost at $90. Tesla up 3.5%. The Qs are up 1.4. Palantir's up 23%. Whoo! 51 Bipidoo is where it is. $51. 69, pretty much 420 over here, and bond yields are also down. Let's get the bell. Worth every penny. Oh, thanks, Steve.
Mike, thank you. That's Mike Santoli. I'll, of course, see you this evening as part of our election coverage. But we're going to go out near the highs here. S&P's up better than 1.2% with the bell ringing. Dow about 425, but we're green across the board on this election day. I'll see you in a few hours. In the meantime, let's go into overtime now with Morgan.
Holy smokes. I will say, like, just in like the last 2 minutes, it's like 200 of you signed up for the Alpha Report in like 2 minutes. So thank you for signing up. I'm going to do my best to provide really good value. Again, go to meetkevin.com/alpha. It's free. You'll get a report texted to you. Look how green that is. That's freaking green like crazy. But dang, 200 of you just signed up that in like 2 minutes. They all hitting that button at the same time. Dang. All right, what else we got going on here? So let's do The Economist. Let's see also what are the Financial Times saying today? Let's take a look at the Financial Times, the FT. What would Trump do if he lost? Okay. After refusing to accept that he lost the 2020 election, the former president has been casting doubt on this year's vote. Donald Trump has spent much of his presidential campaign planting seeds of doubt. Former president and his allies have boosted their rhetoric in recent months and are already claiming that the Democratic Party is trying to steal the election, echoing their attempt to overthrow the election 4 years ago. Let's see here. Here is what Donald Trump could do during this year's election year. Accuse the Democrats of cheating. Well, that's not a surprise. Question the integrity of slow vote counts. Yes. Focus on Pennsylvania. Trump and Harris have been campaigning fiercely in the swing state of Pennsylvania. 4 hours, by the way. In 4 hours, we should start getting results from Pennsylvania. Yeah, very, very, very cool. You have to add spaces for SMS on Alpha. It didn't recognize my number without the spaces. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry about that inconvenience. That sounds a little odd that it wouldn't recognize that. Maybe it's bots. Well, I mean, I don't think so. But this won't be decided. Somebody here says this won't be decided tonight. Swing states and math don't compute. I don't know. You get Pennsylvania closing on time and counting on time. I think you might be okay. Trump has already claimed at rallies and social media posts that electoral fraud has already happened in the state. If you have a mail-in ballot, get that damn ballot in, please, immediately, because they've already started cheating in Lancaster. They've cheated. We caught them with 2,600 votes. We caught them cold. Oh, no. Going to court. If Trump wins, he has threatened multiple times to throw those who cheat during the election in jail. When I win, those people that cheated will be prosecuted. All right. Let's, you know what I might do is I might go grab Truth Social here and just see some of the latest that Trump's saying over there. Go listen in over here.
By less than 20,000 votes. Mike Tobin in Milwaukee with more. Hey, Mike. And Neil, we're watching a steady stream of voters coming to this polling location in Milwaukee. We're hearing some social media reports about lines that are winding around the block, but we're really not seeing. I've got another camera up in Madison, Wisconsin, and the lines are pretty manageable. It was a crush around midday when people took their lunch hours off to vote. But people in Wisconsin who want to vote, they can get it done in a reasonable amount of time. Polls open at 7 a.m. local time. They'll close at 8 p.m. local time, 9 Eastern. The prize is 10 electoral votes. The last two elections, the margin was less than 1% here in Wisconsin, 0.7 back in 2016, 0.6 in 2020. Now, when the polls close, the in-person votes should be totaled up rather quickly. The absentee votes, however, will take a little bit longer.
So I just got a DocuSign notification just because, I mean, these come through all the time. We see a lot of like 50 to 100K investments in house hack. That's pretty common. We just had a 300K-er, so shout out to that person for privacy. I won't mention their names, but just had a 300K-er. Somebody bought 30 bonds. If you're interested in learning about that, by the way, just go to househack.com. You earn 5% up to conversion. It's a convertible bond. And then you get all the upside in the stock if we go public. So there's some really cool opportunities there. You could read the PPM and learn all about that. But this person who just invested $300,000, they'll actually get an all-inclusive one-day property hunt with Meet Kevin. Travel expenses, if any, once you arrive, are included. So in other words, once they get here, if we need to go travel anywhere, whether it's drive or fly, whatever it is, that would be included. So good for them. That'll be fun. We'll go on a property tour with them. Other people have hit that threshold as well, but I just saw that come through, and I thought that was really interesting. Sort of while we're live here on Election Day. All right, so is House Hack like a REIT? No, but it might make REITs. Think of it like a real estate-backed company right now, 60 million real estate, and then creating sort of products that you can tokenize or turn into REITs or whatever. Really want to revolutionize real estate investing and make it very accessible. But then also, you're in a place of a lot of backing by actual real estate and rents. Let's listen in
Remember,
here.
the economy is key in this state. Prices are up.
Well, the economy's key in every state. What kind of comment is that?
Battlegrounds since Biden took office. There are a lot of voters who are very frustrated with that fact, so Democrats have been trying to woo some.
If Mike here says meetkevin.com/alpha won't let me sign up with only email, make a Google Voice number then. Make a Google Voice number, get your text there. But your best quality of care is going to be by getting a text with this report.
Here's why we're going to watch that. Because of the low vote tally, this is a good one to watch because the results in that county sort of mirrored what happened at the state level. So you can say that Washington County could be sort of the bellwether. You can watch what the turnout is early in the evening. Perhaps that will mirror the turnout in the state. Obviously, nothing is...
Wow, that's crazy. Another almost 200 of you just in the last 5 minutes here signed up for meetkevin.com/alpha. It's free. Again, let me try to just knock your socks off with value. I want to give back to everyone who supports the channel.
Polls closing in Georgia at 7 o'clock. Look, that's 8,903 votes there. So we'll be watching to see if Republicans are outperforming or Democrats are overperforming those 2020 election
Why would
results.
text be better? Bro, email, you're subject to spam that is getting put in junk mail, or it gets lost in a bunch of other emails, or you get distracted. You shouldn't have to wake up and go look at your email to figure out what's going on in the day. You're just going to get distracted by a million other things. You just wake up. Did my wife text me or did my kids text me? No? Okay, good. Now I could read Kevin's text. Ooh, do I want to make that play? Oh, volatility that damn low on Tesla, man. Time for some options. That's all. That's the intention of this. So I find it very entertaining. What is the free thing? Go to meetkevin.com/alpha. You can watch the little pitch video on it. But it's going to be pretty sick. Meetkevin.com/alpha, or scan the QR code. There's a QR code up here somewhere. Right there. Scan that. Here, you can take a screenshot of me with it. All right. Focus, Kevin. Focus.
Optimism that we have navigated that soft landing. The Federal Reserve will be likely cutting interest rates on Thursday. When
25 bips. Nick T already told us, bro.
Sentiment building that we could see even an additional rate cut. Some Donald Trump fans say it's a reflection that the markets are optimistic he will return to the White House. Others are saying this has nothing to do with him and everything to do with the trend that has been the market's friend. Good earnings, pretty stable interest rates, even though they backed up a tad today. All right, we're following all of that. We are also following what's going on at various processing centers as voters have to get in there to vote, and they are in record numbers. You've heard about the 82 million who were voting going into today. We could top that and then some when we're done with voting today. Stay with us.
All righty. Whew. All right. So,
and those that we are expected to be around him are names like...
Why don't you make a Meet Kevin app? So there actually is a Meet Kevin app. You could download it. Just type Meet Kevin. It gives you notifications on videos and stuff. We might one day just put this in the app. Right now, you can't do that fast. That takes time. Maybe one day.
Potential paths to 270 electoral votes. John, how do they get there?
Jake, we begin the night with each candidate having several paths to 270, but we also know from history that certain states tend to loom larger, if you will, in that path. So let me start here with the three right here. Those are the three states, the blue wall, the so-called blue wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. They have voted together since 1992. They have voted blue in every election except 2016. Remember, that was Donald Trump's big surprise. He flipped the blue wall red, and he won the White House. So they are the most important states, and if President of the United States, they are your easiest. There are no easy paths to 270, but this would be her easiest. Look where we have her right now. 226 electoral votes, solid or likely Democratic. 219 votes, solid or likely Republican. If the vice president could hold Pennsylvania, Joe Biden won it. Hold Michigan, Joe Biden won it. And hold Wisconsin, Joe Biden won it. That alone, as long as she wins Nebraska's 2nd congressional district, would get her to 270, and she would be the next president of the United States. That's the blue wall strategy. Now, can she win without the blue wall? Let's take those back. She can. She can win with the Sun Belt strategy. That would be North Carolina, Georgia, and then you come west and you do Arizona, Nevada. Now, these would be tough. Donald Trump has been consistently either ahead or at least competitive, more competitive than other states in the polls there, but the vice president can do it simply with the Sun Belt strategy. So let's look at this from Donald Trump's perspective. Can he do it with just the Sun Belt strategy? Let's start there. The answer is no. Watch. If Donald Trump wins North Carolina, wins Georgia, wins Arizona, and turns Nevada red for the first time since 2004, I believe, that would only get him to 268. So Donald Trump needs...
I actually think he'll get Nevada.
At least one of the blue wall states. That's what makes this fascinating, Jake. They have voted together since 1992. The question, we've broken a lot of rules in our politics in the last 8 or 10 years. The question is, do we break one tonight? If one candidate can put these together, if it's the vice president, she's automatically president. If Donald Trump wins these three, he would only need one more going through.
So as the votes come in, what are you going to be looking for?
So let's switch maps as we do that, because you went through the poll closings. I think we should prepare the American people to
just want you to see how critical Pennsylvania is. I've mentioned this a few times. And, I just want you to see how critical it is. Okay, you ready for this? Look at this Electoral College map. 251 Harris Walls, 287 Trump Vance. Okay, watch this. All I'm going to do, the only thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change this to Democrat, Pennsylvania. That's it. Pennsylvania. Game over. Harris wins, Trump loses. One state. That's it. That's how critical Pennsylvania is.
Atlanta and the surrounding suburbs, it would be key for the vice president. Then, for me, the biggest test here is, can Donald Trump perform in the suburbs at his 2016 levels? Watch. He's losing here in Cobb County, but with 47% in 2016. In 2020, he drops to 42%. It was Donald Trump's suburban struggles that cost him the election in 2020. So we will get some early clues in Georgia, Jake, as you come back to the 2020 map here, and then we'll come up to 24 right in here. About half of the vote in the state of Georgia is going to come right in here in the metropolitan Atlanta area. Yes, Donald Trump will run it up in the rural red areas. We will want to look there to see if turnout is as high as it was in 2016, and it was even higher in 2020. So we'll get some seeds of the Trump base. But if the Trump base is and the Harris base is turning out, this is a race that will be settled, Jake, once again, in the American suburbs. Donald Trump won the suburbs in 2016.
Women, watch women in the suburbs. I keep saying it. You got the moms, man. You get, well, who are the stroller moms gonna vote for? You ever go on a run? You ever go on a run or a walk or I don't know, a skateboard or a bike? I don't know what you do. The stroller moms. The stroller moms, they might decide this election. Now, if the Diablo gamers and the Rust gamers come out in droves, this could be a totally different kind of election. So we'll see, I guess.
Questions is, particularly with her candidacy, is whether that was just enough time to introduce herself to the country and to candidates who were dead set on voting for a Democrat, weren't so sure about him, or whether she could have used a little bit more time.
This has been, I think, the most explicit gender gap, gender appealing election in my memory. And so I'm going to be looking at the gender gap. And as they say on Wall Street, past performance is no guarantee of future results, but it is an indication. Yep. So I look back at 2020. The electorate in 2020 was 52% women, 48% men. Among women, Biden was up by 15 points. Among men, Trump was up by 8 points. So I'm going to be looking to see, one, whether the margins change one way or the other, pro-Trump, pro-Biden, and also the overall electorate. 52-48 4 years ago. Is it going to be a different mix of men and women this time?
And also, even if it isn't a different mix in terms of overall numbers, women who are voting differently, registered Republicans, independents, voting differently because this is the first presidential election post-Roe. And that is why so many, I think one of the sort of phrases of the week is nauseously optimistic.
Yeah.
We've probably all heard that from both sides of the aisle.
I actually haven't heard that before, but it's very annoying. Anyway, let's take a look at some of these numbers here. So I want to write down some of these stats here. All right. Biden made gains with men while Trump improved among women, narrowing the gender gap. The gender gap in 2020 was narrower than it had been in 2016. Now that's interesting. Narrower gender gap in 2020 than in 2016. Oops. So that's a question now. Will that trend hold? Okay, that's interesting. Because of gains that Biden made among men and because of gains Trump made amongst women, in 2020, men were almost evenly divided. 2020, men almost evenly divided. Okay, 2016, Trump won men by 11 points. Wow. Trump won men by 11 points. And Biden's share amongst women was 55%. Biden's share of women in 2020, Biden's share of women was 55%. 2020, Trump share of women, 39%. Okay. That's because you could have third-party votes and stuff, right? That's why it doesn't add up. Biden improved over Clinton amongst white non-college voters. Okay. Trump's share of this group represented 42% of the electoral vote. Okay. So let's write that down. 2020, Trump, white, non-college, 42%. That was quite interesting. I'm going to source that. Pew Research. Let's see here. Black voters were 92% Biden in 2020. Black voters, 92%. Biden. Black voters, I'll put for Biden. That's a little cleaner. Okay. Biden improved upon Clinton's vote share with suburban voters. 45% supported Clinton, 54% for Biden. Oh, wow. That's interesting. So, 2016, suburban voters for Clinton was 45%. But in 2020, suburban voters for Biden rocketed up to 54%. Trump narrowly won white suburban voters. Okay, that's specifically white. Okay, got it. So 2020, white suburban voters for Trump, 51% in 2020. That's interesting. And Trump got, in 2020, rural voters for Trump, 65%. Interesting. Okay. That just somewhat makes sense so far, too. Okay. Biden improved over Clinton. Okay, we saw that. Biden grew his support amongst some religious groups. Evangelical Protestants, 84% Trump. Wow. Evangelical Protestants, 88%. Sorry, 84%. I always double check my numbers. For decades of constituting majority, baby boomers and the silent generation made up less than half of the electorate. Wow, Gen Z and millennial voters favored Biden over Trump by margins of 20 points, while Gen X and boomers were evenly split. Gen Z were 8% of the electorate. Millennials and Gen X were 47%. Oh, now that is interesting on the generational divide. How interesting. So 2016, silent, Gen, and baby boomers, 52% of electorate. And then in 2020, this had fallen to just 44%. Whereas in 2020, you had 8% Gen Z, 8% of electorate, so pretty small. And then in 2020, you had Gen X and millennial. They represented 47%. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Record number of voters reported casting ballots by mail. Nearly half voted by mail. Black voters were more likely than white or Hispanic to have voted early in person. Interesting. So 2020, 46% by mail. Vote by mail, 46%. Here's the women's spread, which I think we already got some of that. Yeah, we did. Okay. Women. Trump won white men, white women, sometimes categorized as swing voters. What? Wow, look at that. White women favored Trump. Wait, is that right? White women, a group sometimes categorized as swing voters, favored him in 2020. Similarly, Biden increased his support level amongst white men. Trump gained amongst white women. White men, 30 points, gap narrowed. White women favored him. They don't really say who him is, but I think they mean Trump, because that's the last one they have here and here. So it must be Trump. That's very interesting. So I'm going to write that down. 2020, Trump's share of white women, 53%. That's very interesting. Wow. Huh. Okay. All right. Somebody says, why are you rating that? Oh, well, it's that way we can compare later. Once we actually, when we start getting some results, we'll have something to compare to. It'll be very useful. You'll see.
It could, of course, all come down to that. We hear about possibly record turnout where you are, Kyung, in Mesa. What are you seeing now from voters? Looks like there's a line behind you.
There's a very long. And before I start showing you this line, I want to point out that in Maricopa County, the average wait time is 2 minutes. But that's not the case here at Mesa Community College. This is the end of the line, and I just want you to walk with me a little bit. You can see that there are families here. It's a very diverse line. It's not just college kids who are lining up to vote here. It's this is really just a slice of electorate here in Arizona. We are seeing Latinos, we're seeing a lot of women, we're seeing students, we're seeing older voters. We are hearing from the Maricopa County recorder who just tweeted saying, please go somewhere else to vote because this is not typical for what you are seeing in the county. What they are seeing is very, very short wait lines. And this is Haley. Hi, Haley. You were just talking with my producer, Anna Maya. Yes. And who are you voting for today? Kamala Harris. You're voting for Kamala Harris. What's interesting about this particular district is that it's a very independent district, that you also have friends who are voting the other way.
Yes, I do. Very close friends, actually.
And that's pretty typical for
right
this
now.
county. Right. And so what we're seeing is a lot of independent voters as well as we walk down this line further. And I want to point out that it's a 75-foot rule before you hit the where people are voting. And we're not there yet. That's how long this line is. There are signs up to encourage voters to go elsewhere because the lines are so long here. But the other thing is, if you look at this line, you see everyone's being really polite. There's this child in a cart over here. Everyone's being very patient, and this is really democracy at its finest. But if it comes down to Arizona and Maricopa County, Aaron, the one thing to point out is that it will come down to those independent suburban voters here in Arizona, just like this one. Aaron?
Really incredible. Just looking at that line that Kyung has, and also that, the sign that says, go somewhere else, but yet people are standing there waiting to cast their vote so that every vote can.
Long line. I don't know. Is there, at that point, do you just take your ballot and drop it in the drop box? I don't know. That just seems like take a lot of time. It seems like you're gonna be in there for an hour or more. I don't know. Maybe I am confused. All right.
Gaza and more broadly the Middle East, those are kind of niche issues. But as we've been talking to voters going to the polls today, those who lean Democrat say one of their top issues is abortion. Those who lean Republican tell us it is all about the economy.
The government shouldn't tell a woman what to do with her body. I mean, that's up to a doctor and a woman.
One of the things I really like is the no tax on overtime. I'm a worker, so as you can see, I work, so that will help out.
He looks like a jogger, not a worker.
And that alone got my vote.
I think he's going to propose and implement more tax cuts like he's talked about, and that affects small businesses.
Early voting turnout has been strong here in Michigan. About half, just under half of registered voters in the state cast their ballots early. 45% of them men, 55% of them women. So read into that however you'd like. The Secretary of State's office says Election Day turnout has also been strong. And if that continues into this evening, polls close at 8 or 9 Eastern, depending on which part of the state you're in. She says that there could be a record. It could break the record set back in 2020. And finally, some good news, Neil, for those who like to sleep. They're expecting results fairly early here in Michigan, perhaps even as early as midnight tonight. So not like some of those other states where they can't start counting those early and mail-in ballots until Election Day. They've already counted a lot of them, and that could help get results earlier tonight. Neil?
Interesting. All right. Didn't know that. Grady, thank you very much. Grady Trimble in Michigan with all of that. Of course, it's about getting out the vote, right? And you're hearing all these record numbers, both sides claiming they are seeing that right now. Helping Kamala Harris in Michigan and in some of these other states, of course, where the union vote is critical, is Sean Fain, the United Auto Workers president, kind enough to join us now.
UAW, here
Sean,
we go.
good to have you back. How do you?
He doesn't really like Trump, so I don't think this is going to be much of a surprise.
Going well, really strong turnout. We've had a great ground game here. Over 300,000 door knocks in the last month alone with our efforts, and 100,000 over the weekend. So see a lot of energy, and I think the membership's really excited about this, and think it'll be a good result.
You stood out among some of the big unions by supporting Kamala Harris or Joe Biden before very early. And yet your friends at the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, didn't commit to either candidate. One of the first times the union has passed up on an opportunity to support either. What did you think of that?
Look, that's, Teamsters have their reasons. But the one thing I would say, I know a big thing to me, just from looking at Teamsters alone, is that, the Biden-Harris administration saved over 400,000 Teamster pensions. It's a pretty big deal. But, I know what I can talk about the UAW. And in UAW, we've seen, we had a majority supporting Kamala Harris when she was declared the candidate. And since that point, we've seen the numbers shift dramatically upward. We've in our last polling a week and a half ago, we've seen, numbers increase as much as, a plus 29% margin at this point. So we've seen, and that's all due to our get out the vote initiatives, talking to our members and just talking facts with them, talking reality and, about the issues that matter to working class people. So,
Hey, quick heads up, super microcomputers down about 9.3% after hours, unable to predict when they're going to do their 10K. Their special audit committee says no evidence of fraud. However, their Q2 net sales guide is forecast at a miss of 14.6% on that guidance miss. It's almost off by $1 billion.
One of us, she's a fighter for the working class, and Donald Trump is a scab. If he becomes president again, that's not going to put you in good relations with him.
Well, we weren't in good relations with him when he was president before. We watched plant after plant close in this country under Donald Trump's watch. He did nothing to stop it. He serves one class. He serves the billionaire class and the corporate class. He doesn't care about working people. And so, it'll be more of the same. He renegotiated NAFTA. I call it Trump's NAFTA, the USMCA, and we've seen the trade imbalance with Mexico get worse in auto parts and other industries. So, the body of work's not there. And Kamala Harris, under the Biden-Harris administration, we've seen more investment in manufacturing in this country than I've seen at any point in my lifetime. And not just, low-paying jobs, actually good-paying jobs. And that's the difference. They've created hundreds of thousands of jobs on their watch. And that's what matters to working-class people.
So why the 2/3 of
big rebuke there of Trump from the president of the UAW. Not the hugest surprise. This has been pretty clear, so it's, again, not a surprise.
They have, and they're overwhelmingly supporting Kamala Harris. Many Teamster locals, the biggest Teamster locals throughout the nation, endorse Kamala Harris. So, I leave that to them to talk about their numbers. I know 400,000 retirees in the Teamsters that are thankful for Kamala Harris and Joe Biden because they saved their pensions.
All right. We'll see what happens. Sean Fain, always good catching up to you. Be well. Be safe.
All right. Let's see here. So, so I'm looking at just around some other earnings here right now. And you've got Supermicro is the big one. You have the retail and food delivery company, South Korean e-commerce company, Coupang. Their net sales fell short of estimates as well. They're down about 5 to 6%. A little bit of a miss there. 7.9 divided by 7. Oh, sorry. 7.9 the estimate. Well, hold on. No, Q3 revenue is fine. So where's the miss? Short of estimate. Q3 revenue 7. Wonder it must be a forecast issue. I'm not getting the cleanest data on that one. Anyway, let's keep going on the election here.
Up to the store managers, and there got to be many stores. When I would have him and
Jonathan here writes, UAW member here, we do not support his meetings.
Singing each other, ribbing each other, and sometimes ribbing me as well. But what also stood out about Bernie Marcus was his decency. It needn't matter the politics. He loved, obviously, Donald Trump, had a great fondness for getting this country back to greatness and back to recognizing the value of hard work. That, he said, was something that transcended politics. Democrats loved him, Republicans loved him.
From when I last looked, it looks like there were about 420 more of you who signed up for the free alpha report over at meetkevin.com/alpha. You can sign up for that every morning before the market opens. You'll get your alpha report, stocks, options, bonds, long-term investments, short-term investments, options, volatility. It'll be my opinion on everything. The lines, which lines to watch and when, just to help you get your day started.
Okay. He also was struggling a lot.
That's meetkevin.com/alpha. Yeah, alpha. Meetkevin.com/alpha.
Not only the concept, people were really betting against us.
I think you're right on Coupon. It says miss, but the numbers look like a beat for Q3. Q3, it comes in at 6 cents versus 1.3. That's a beat. And revenue of 7.9 versus 7.79. Those are both beats. So, you know, why it seems like there's a drop or, you know, why the headline here suggests a miss, I don't understand.
And I would run out to a competitor, buy it, knock the price down by a third.
Incredible.
And then put it back in the store. Make sure the store had it at that price. Listen, when you start a business,
First name, last name asked, will the alpha report remain free for those who sign up early? We don't really have any plans. Like right now, the plan is sign up. Let's see how much value we can deliver. Let's see if people like this. Let's see if we like doing it. Let's see if we're good at it, right? I mean, we have a lot of information, so we're just consolidating information that we think is really good information. But I think it's way premature to understand any kind of future, like long-term future of it.
My father was...
For right now, it's free. So you want it for free? It's there. meetkevin.com/alpha.
He was too good for me. Whenever I tried to help him, he would say, please, I'll do it myself.
Arthur Blank and Bernie Marcus, who've made billions from their original commitment to this home supply.
All right, let's flip channels here.
All right, Brianna, we'll check in with you. Let's go to Brian Todd right now to polling place in Cannonsburg, Pennsylvania, near Pittsburgh. How strong is turnout there?
Very, very strong, Anderson, and we're expecting a rush hour surge just minutes from now. People coming in and out of here all day long, cars pulling in and out of this lot at a steady pace today. Lines, intermittently, but some of them have really stretched down the block here at various points in the day, and we do expect much more to come because you got a little over 3 hours left. A lot of flexibility built into the scheduling here. People have until 8 p.m. to vote here. I'm here with Nick Sherman. He is the commissioner of Washington County. Nick, you have told me earlier about an extraordinary turnout.
That's right.
Tell me what you expect by the end of the day.
Well, right now in Washington County, we're looking at somewhere north of 80% potentially.
Wow.
My wife voted here this morning. She was about an hour and 40 minutes for it. So this is Washington County in North Shorbane's a bedroom community. So we had a big rush in the morning.
Hour and 40 minutes, and you don't even get to go on a roller coaster after.
Right now, this is what we're calling the calm before the storm, but we're expecting huge numbers here pretty soon, and all over Washington County. I was in Cecil Township, the south suburbs of Pittsburgh. There's about an hour and a half to 2 hour line earlier today, so we're seeing a pretty big turnout in Washington County, and we're really happy about that.
Nick, thanks. And good luck with the rest of the evening. It's going to be an electrifying night here.
Absolutely. Welcome
Thank
to
you.
Washington County.
Thank you very much.
Well, good for everybody who's going to stand in those lines. Just have to drop our ballot off. But then again, does California really matter? I don't know.
Check in with you back with the team here in New York. David, you've done a couple of these. Here we are.
We have taken a long journey together in this incredible saga that nobody could have written. And it seems fitting that we're here on election night, an hour and a half before the polls close. And I asked someone who's deeply in the bubble of this campaign where he thought the race was. And he said, we can say with a tremendous amount of authority that we don't know. Because turnout is very high. It's high in the rural areas. It's high in cities and suburbs. And we honestly have to look. But I think Chris Wallace made the important point. The margins that they have among genders is going to be really important. If men vote for Trump in larger numbers than women vote for Harris, that bodes well for him. if she votes, if women vote for her in larger numbers, she's going to win the race because women will vote. There'll be a larger proportion of the electorate.
I mean, I think Dixville Notch was kind of a metaphor for this entire race. It just feels like a complete
It was a split
toss-up.
vote in Dixville.
Split vote. So yeah, the breaking news 3-3. Listen, Donald Trump has the advantage in this because he's been running for 2 years, but he's really been running for 9 years. Kamala Harris came into this race 3.5 months ago. If she pulls that off,
That's actually kind of exhausting if you think about it. 9 years Trump has been, either campaigning or in office.
surprise, I think, on where some of these urban numbers are tonight in Philadelphia. Turnout is going to be huge, but then look to the suburbs. Is this peel off of women who are outside of Philadelphia and just can't, maybe voted for Trump before, but can't tolerate him this time? That bodes well for her. But never sleep on Donald Trump. This is somebody who has come back from things no other political figure possibly could. And I think that this genuinely could go any direction.
Yeah, so, I mean, Anderson, we sat here through all these things, right? We sat here through the trials, the convictions, the Bronco ride through the city almost, right? The assassination attempts. To Alyssa's point, this is, if Trump wins, it's like a phoenix rising from the ashes. People wrote him off as nobody to the guy. No one wanted to go to Mar-a-Lago. He was dead man walking. He was
It's
nowhere.
like the bear that RFK Jr. killed.
Yeah, but listen,
rising
I mean, the guy was nowhere, and here we are. Axis people in the bubble on the Harris campaign are saying, we don't know. I've talked to heads of really important Democrats in the city in the state of Pennsylvania who say we don't know. Everybody doesn't know, and so the fact that whoever wins this race, whether it's Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, whoever wins, it's going to be historic just for that exact reason. Both sides have done incredibly well,
and that's why I'm just proud. I'm proud of Kamala Harris. I'm proud of somebody. She had to pick up a baton that had been dropped, and she had 107 days to do.
Now we're just being boring, so we're going to switch.
Caplyta can help you let in the light. Ask your doctor about Caplyta.
Commercials.
Find savings and support.
We don't want commercials. What is this? What is this nonsense? Remember, first big they're all on commercial. First big polls we're really waiting for 4 p.m., 5 p.m. California time. That's going to be 7-8 Eastern. Those are going to be your pretty large starts. Pennsylvania is going to be huge. Pennsylvania comes in at 5 p.m. California time. To me, that's almost what just takes the election, I feel like. Just because, again, you look at this over here. If if it's only a matter of Pennsylvania, you have Pennsylvania here. Harris loses 251 to Trump 287. If I flip this to Dem, just one state, folks, one state. Boom. Trump loses, Harris wins. Yep. Union strike coming due to holiday travel treatment. It's always talk about strikes. Always talk about strikes. All right, what do we got here? Bitcoin, 69.5. Yeah, not really any big after-hour moves with the exception of Super Micro, of course. More movement here on Super Micro. Bond yields continue to dip a little bit. Positive today, positive here in the after hours. Did have some spikes earlier in the day, but after the 10-year auction, the 10-year ended down 2.8 basis points. 2-year Treasury yield to get that inversion of the curve. We're only sitting about 9 basis points inverted or uninverted right now. So pretty well uninverted. Let's listen in here.
Peak lines for these voting locations are going to begin. So far here in Scottsdale, it's been steady so far. One of the ways that they're keeping the lines moving is they're sending out social media alerts where the longest lines are and recommending voters find a...
Okay, hundreds more of you. Wow, you guys are excited about this, guys and gals. Hundreds more of you just signed up for meetkevin.com/alpha. Free alpha reports, 6:15 in the morning every day, 15 minutes before the market opens. Go learn more about that at meetkevin.com/alpha. Just sort of a free report on options, volatility, option plays, long-term trades, short-term trades, even fundamental takeaways of what's going on or what data to pay attention to. So like even if you don't care about trading, there'll be some fundamentals in there too.
Read through everything and I did a little research online too. After that, it went smooth and I was able to, go through?
You could get the alpha internationally. You just need a U.S. number. So you could use Google Voice and a VPN to at least sign up for it. And then you can get the messages there and have your archive.
Impact those initial results that we will get tonight from Maricopa. Elections officials, in an update this morning, said 1 hour after polls close, they will be able to report results from about 75% of the early vote. As the night goes on, we will start to see numbers come in from folks who voted today. And Neil, we are seeing reports out of Apache County that the Navajo Nation has now requested that hours be extended at their voting locations because of some technical problems. We are working on getting some more information on that, and we'll update when we get it. Neil?
Thank you for that great reporting, Alicia. Alicia Cunha on that in Arizona. Want to take you back to Pennsylvania right now. Alexandra Hoff following some late-breaking developments. Alexandra.
Yeah, hi, Neil. The Luzerne County, in Luzerne County, there's one polling place that a judge has ordered should remain open till 9:30 p.m. tonight. That's because of multiple issues this morning, including the judge of elections not being there on time. So again, anybody who is in line by 9:30 p.m. will be able to cast a ballot. Both the GOP and the Democratic Party, they took legal action to make this happen because this is the county that former President Trump had won in 2020, but by smaller margins than he did in 2016. Again, this applies to just one polling place. That is in Laughlin. Where this really matters is the tight Senate race between Senator Bob Casey and Republican challenger Dave McCormick. McCormick had tweeted or had wrote on X, urging those Laughlin voters to stay in line and vote. If they do so, it will be by provisional ballot. And then we also have in Cambria County, this is county-wide. It's more of a Trump stronghold, but the polls there, they will remain open until 10 p.m. tonight. That is because of an apparent malfunction in some of their election software this morning. It prevented voters from scanning their ballots. So we're going to hear as more of this might pop up, but those appear to be issues that happened earlier in the day. One polling place again in Luzerne County and then countywide in Cambria County. Those will be open late tonight, Neil.
Got it. Alexandria, thank you for that. Alexander Hoff in Pennsylvania. Of course, that's the big prize tonight. Everyone keeps talking about the battlegrounds.
Yeah, exactly. It's literally, it's the one to watch. Pennsylvania. Oh, yes. All right, so what else we got here? Maine, similar to Nebraska, splits some of its electoral votes by congressional district, contrast to the winner-take-all model used by most states. Winner of Maine's popular vote receives 2 electoral votes, and then you get sort of a split of some of the other ones. That's interesting. Treasury yields, a little bit of a 2-day slide. All right, the doomers say Donald Trump actually is expected to landslide Florida, all 30 electoral college votes. Doesn't really surprise me anymore. It used to be a swing state, but I don't think it really is anymore. Florida, per Bloomberg, should be an easy win for Trump. Republicans now outnumber Democrats by 1 mil voters. Trump will be watching from Mar-a-Lago. Okay. Florida Senate seat might end up being critical to control the Senate. Watch Florida. So this is Rick Scott race. Fight to keep his Republican Senate seat. Maybe critical for election. Or I should say for Senate control. Okay. Watch that. Floridians will vote on legalizing marijuana. We saw that earlier. North Carolina will be so interesting to watch because more voters have registered as unaffiliated than with either party. Wow. What, this cycle or in general? No, just in general. Wow. That's really interesting. North Carolina, 400K new voters since 2020. And now there are 2.9 million unaffiliated voters versus approximately 2.4 million Dem and approximately 2.3 million Republican. That's interesting. Okay, North Carolina will be one in the fast-growing suburban counties of Charlotte and Raleigh. North Carolina has long been a swing state, okay, or swingier than people believe. They say, okay, all right, whatever. Let's see what else we got going on the tizzle here. Poverty Chat thanks you for the Alpha newsletter. You got it. Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. Yeah. Yeah, again, it's free. You know, I really don't know what to do with it. But we'll see in the future. We'll see what people like, if people like it, what value it provides. So we'll see. But I'm just gonna try to do my best on it. So I think it'll be really good. Sign up for that over at meetkevin.com/alpha. Okay, let's go back to Fox here. Okay, they're on commercial. Ugh, so many commercials. Okay, CNN's not on commercial, so I'll go to that. Oh, okay. So another 300 of you just signed up for meetkevin.com/alpha. Those numbers are blowing up.
Sarah Seidner, you're in Cedarburg, which is a suburb of Milwaukee. Obviously a must-win state in the blue wall. So what are you seeing where you are right now?
You know, Cedarburg used to be a reliably red city. Since 1926, by the way. But things changed in 2020 when Joe Biden won by just 19 votes, and we are seeing an incredibly large turnout here, according to officials. I do want to give you some sense of what's also happening, something that no one knew might happen, but you're seeing the non-registered voters over there. They are here to register to vote. So far, that number is at more than 300 people have come in and newly registered voters here in Cedarburg. They could make the difference when you think that only 19 people made the difference in 2020. Now, I want to give you an example of what happens. They register here, they come to this desk behind me, and they have to show their ID. They are checked in on the voting rolls, and then they take a little piece of paper that you're seeing right there, and they go to their district and they pick up their ballot, which all of these folks here working at the polls have, and then turn to your left here, Stike. They vote right here, and it goes into the tabulation machine, which is down here. There are only 2 of them, but this is the only place to vote in the whole city. So you see a lot of folks coming through, and we're also seeing a very high number of absentee votes, 5,500 of the about 9,500 folks who are registered to vote. Now, we just happened to see this young lady coming up. You came here today. What did you come to do? Because I noticed you were not a registered voter when you walked in the door. What happened?
I'm not a registered voter. I got my ID and I just gave the lady my ID and I registered to vote with my mom, and then I went to the nice ladies at the District 4 and then I got a ballot and did that. And it took less than 10 minutes.
Have you ever voted before, or is this your first time?
This is my first time. I just turned 18.
Why was it so important for you to vote?
I want to be a part of the difference, along with like all my friends are voting right now, and
which difference?
They've been a hot topic, so I want to join the group too.
It's been a hot topic. How old are you?
I'm 18.
You're 18 years old. So are you graduated from high school, or are you about to graduate?
I'm about to graduate, class of 25.
Class of 25, and you said all your friends are voting. So the possibility is that this is popular with young folk. Perhaps there'll be a lot more young folks who come out and vote. Now, the last question, who did you vote for and why?
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Why did you do that?
She's a Democratic, and I do approve of her women's rights and being different for the minority group. Yeah.
Thank you so much for talking to us. I appreciate it. And thank you for registering to vote. It's great. Congrats on your first time voting.
Not
it's
a
amazing.
surprise that CNN chose someone voting for Harris, by the way. That shouldn't have been a surprise. That's awesome. All right. Okay, they're on commercial. How boring. Yeah, I didn't know that either. But yeah, apparently you can go register to vote on the day of, wherever that is. Thank you for making so many things free for us, man. Been a member since 2019 of the courses. They've changed my life for sure. House hack, IPO, 10K shares. Let's go. Oh, that's awesome. That's really cool. Thanks, Savage. Appreciate that. Thanks for the $10 too. That's really cool. They're allowed to ask that right next to the voting stations. Yeah, that did seem like it was pretty dang close to the inside over there, huh? Oh, I love this commercial. When the people get on at the end, if it's the one that I'm thinking of, They do it from the where you take off. If this is the commercial I'm thinking of, they have the plane parked. It might not be this one then. They have a few different versions, but there's one where you have them literally on the landing strips. So they must have filmed it on like a shutdown airport. I'm like, what are you doing? But it wasn't that one. Aviation's cool. Okay, let's go. Come on, folks. Come on, baby. Cudlow, let's see what Larry's got to say. V-shaped recovery.
The truth of the matter is Donald Trump is the one that protected the free speech rights of Americans and even the press when the press didn't even like him. He's done that. He secured this nation. He kept us out of wars. We were having peace through strength. His economy was great. Those are the facts. That's why he's going to win tonight.
Byron, you know, one of the late-breaking political stories, and I know you were in Philadelphia with President Trump and in the barbershop and whatever, the turnout in Philly so far has been terrible. I don't know if you make anything of it, but what do you think?
Well, listen, what I've thought about in this entire election is that Kamala Harris would struggle in urban areas. The reason why? High inflation has hurt them. Illegal immigration has hurt them. And so why would you give her 4 years to fix something she never should have unleashed in the first place? And so I think that's why she's going to struggle. We'll see what the turnout numbers look like at the end of tonight. But I stand by my prediction. I think urban areas are not going to turn.
Stephen King, by the way, the thriller novelist, says vote for Harris.
You think Mr. Trump can get the black males, the Hispanic males, and so forth? That's always been, you know, part of their strategy.
I do. I definitely do. I think the numbers, you can see it even in the polling. It looks very strong. You couple that with obviously white working class voters, seniors. I mean, there's really an opportunity, not just for a coalition in this campaign, but to really build a durable coalition fighting for working families all across our country and in having an America First set of policies and vision that voters can get behind, not just in 24, but for years to come.
Last 20, 25 seconds. Byron Downs, will you all keep the House? Can you build a majority in the House? Give me a little bit on the House. What do you think? Be honest.
Super Micro down about 14% now, by the way.
Donald Trump victory is a victory for House Republicans. He wins tonight. We keep the House.
No, that's pretty straightforward. I have a feeling your logic is very good. You've never let us down. Byron Donalds, thank you ever so much. Good luck tonight. Have the best of the best. Folks, I'll be right back with my last word.
Every billionaire on your screen has recently sold NVIDIA.
This person's like, must be shorting NVIDIA, running ads telling people that everyone's selling NVIDIA. It's crazy. I don't understand how they're making money out of that one. Dude, every channel is on commercial. Are you kidding me? Boring.
I want my wife to vote a different way for me. That's tantamount to her cheating on me. It's like, now you've created a situation where, as men, you're saying, I just don't want to be that guy. Like that.
Jesse Waters, say his name.
I don't want to be that guy. Like, don't cast me in the lot with that guy. And that actually is even more empowering. And that's why I said the campaign was so great, because they knew that these things were there. They knew that these threads were there. And to do is just pull it out a little bit and let individuals tell their stories.
David.
I agree with everything that's been said. And I think on the question of reproductive freedom, a lot of men have had their eyes open post-Dobbs as well. And that will inform men votes as much as women. I think we also have to pay tribute to the coalition that in 107 days, Vice President Harris has built, one that is broader than just the Democratic Party. She's done a remarkable thing in being able to do that.
And the lack of discomfort. I mean, she looks as comfortable alongside Liz Cheney as she does on stage with Michelle Obama. I mean, she truly has not campaigned as a partisan figure, and she has never disparaged the Trump voter. She actually has told people to go to Trump's rallies. I mean, she really, I mean, and so I loved hearing that voter say facts versus opinion. I mean, she's wanted people to see it for themselves, an extraordinary campaign. Yeah.
I have to shout out the D9. The Black Fraternities and Sororities, of which I'm a member, Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, that on day one were there supporting her. On the phone ever since organizing. That is what they do. And it is part of the sort of lineage that Michelle pulled out in her reporting from HBCUs.
Yeah.
It's the understanding of history and your place in it.
David Jelly, Claire McCaskill, Basil Michael, I feel like we've been through it. These last 200 days, these last 8 years. Thank you for being here today, coming up for us. I know you've been waiting for him. The one and only Steve Kornacki joins us to talk about the first batch of real data exit polls. That's after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
I can't wait for the exit polling, although I really can't wait for about 2 hours from now because that's when polls actually start closing. So still got a couple hours to go before we get those polls closing, but it's gonna be fun. Let's see here. Okay, so a Monogram shop in East Hampton, New York has the final tally for its $3 cup. 14,376 cups for Harris and 8,000 for Trump. Harris cups kept their lead. The Monogram shop says its count of presidential nominee cup purchases has correctly predicted the outcome of every election over the last 20 years, with the exception of 2016. Before Biden dropped out, there were days when Trump cups were outselling Biden 5-1. Well, probably after the shooting. Wow. And then with Harris, the ratio reversed.
I'm deeply disappointed, and I think we should have a more open, transparent, encouraging, competitive political marketplace because our country needs it. And it's the one area in this entire great country that we limit competition in a very destructive way. So I think there's more to talk about on that in the coming weeks and months.
It's very tough to challenge an incumbent in either party, and even though if it leads, the fight for that leads to the incumbent going down to defeat. If they lose with Kamala Harris tonight, Congressman, real quickly, will that be an opportunity for people to assess party leadership?
Well, I sure hope so. Neil, my heart tells me that Harris is going to win tonight. I think it's going to be close. But I will say that, as I said from the very beginning, I did what I did to encourage competition, to show our country that anybody can do this and must do this sometimes. Yeah. And I think that's kind of the spirit of how we have to proceed. And I'm just as Donald Trump essentially took over the Republican Party.
We will see, Congress.
If we lose tonight,
more.
Along with Judge Jeanine Pirro, Harold Ford Jr., Jesse Waters, and Greg Gutfeld.
Oh, keep in mind that with that cup shop, the one out of the last 20 years, the election that they were wrong on was the election that Trump won. These are the cups, by the way. I mean, they're just basic generic cups here. Trump Vance, Harris Walls, and they're $3. And they say that these have accurately predicted every election over the last 20 years except for 2016, and that Harris outsold Trump on this one. But again, Trump was the 2016 one, and that's the one they got wrong. Well, kind of interesting. All right.
Fox News voter analysis popping up on your screen very soon, and how voters feel about those key issues that defined this election. But first, the candidates are racing to the finish with their final pitches.
My message to you and to all Americans tonight is very simple. We do not have to live this way. We don't have to settle for weakness and incompetence and decline and decay.
Our campaign has tapped into the ambitions and the aspirations and the dreams of the American people. And we know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
Vice President Harris trying to seal the deal by knocking on a few doors in Pennsylvania, and she is banking on the star power of Lady Gaga, as we called her yesterday, and Oprah to bolster her closing message during a rally in Philly.
Also worth remembering that 20 years of elections is only 5 elections.
It's entirely possible that we will not have the opportunity to ever cast a ballot again.
No, nonsense.
Someone who will be a president for all Americans.
So where are the candidates tonight?
I don't know. That's a little extreme on Oprah's part there, in my opinion.
Down there in Florida. And Kamala Harris will be watching results at Howard University in D.C. That's where she went to college. She had a pit stop to rally the troops at the DNC. Here's the contenders weighing in on the race earlier today.
I ran a great campaign. I think it was maybe the best of the three. I'm not a Democrat. I'm able to make a speech on pretty quick notice. If I win, I know what I'm going to say, and I don't even want to think about the losing part. There's never been a movement like this, and we're going to turn our country around.
I'm looking at you and you're looking at me. Oh, because there's a live camera somewhere. Which camera is, this is, okay, I'm waving it.
Okay, so we're coming to the end. I'm gonna save Greg because he is in a mood and we are all enjoying it very much, but we're gonna wind it up first with Jesse Waters to give us some thoughts before we get going tonight.
Well, I woke up at 6 and I went to vote immediately. And as I walked in, there was a guy next to me. He was wearing a garbage bag. And I gave him a fist bump and I said, let's go. So we locked in the vote. Then Emma went and voted. And I didn't look at the news all day. So I didn't like to look at this stuff because who cares? Nothing's going to make a difference. Everyone's texting me, how's it looking, Jesse? How's it looking? And I'm like, it's looking good. You know, we got a great early vote. It's looking strong. I come in confident, relaxed into the building. And Kayleigh McEnany's freaking out about Philly. Oh, they're saying Philly's...
Yes, Philly's gonna make the difference.
Philly or so...
She's right to freak out.
Oh my God.
Oh, preliminary results of exit poll. 45, okay, hold on, this is a lot. 45%, what is this? 45% of voters say their personal finances are worse than 4 years ago. 57% of voters do not have a college degree versus 59% from 2020. This is Edison Research. 31% of voters say the economy mattered most for their vote. 11% immigration, 14% abortion, 35% democracy. 39% of voters say most undocumented immigrants should be deported. That's 39%. 57% say let them stay. U.S. national exit poll, support for Israel is too strong, 32%. 31% say just about right. 51% say they trust Harris more on abortion. 51% of voters say they trust Trump more on the economy. 73% of voters say, wow, democracy is threatened. Wow. Edison exit polling. That's a big one. I'm going to write that one down. 57% just out. Hold on a second here. There we go. Let's see here. Oh, this is all still coming in. This is crazy. 73% see democracy as threatened. That's big. Arizona exit poll, 46% Harris. Arizona, 46% Harris versus 49% in 2020. That's not good for Harris in Arizona. Okay. Georgia exit poll. Georgia, 49% of Harris, 39% Harris favorable versus 50% in 2020. That's interesting. So that's a deterioration in both Georgia and Arizona by Harris. Michigan exit poll. Michigan, 45% Trump favorable versus 45% in 2020. Okay. Nevada exit poll. 47% Nevada. 47% Trump favorable versus 48% in 2020. A little deterioration there. Okay. Oh, wow, though, Nevada for Harris. That's not good for her. 44% Harris favorable versus 52% in 2020. That's a big shift right there. That's a biggie. And this is the Edison exit poll just out. Big swing. Okay, Wisconsin exit poll. Wisconsin has 44% Trump favorable versus 43% in 2020. That's a beat. Wisconsin, 47% Harris favorable versus 50% in 2020. That's a miss for Harris. Yeah, some of those initial numbers, I mean, it's tough to say. Let me look at this. More white voters and only 1% more women. Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Okay, women, 53% of voters versus 52% in 2020. That means dudes are coming out. 71% white, 71% versus 67% in 2020. Finances, 45% say their finances are worse than in 2020. Okay. 57% for deportation. 57% say let them stay and apply. 73% democracy threatened, though. That was a big one. 51% say economy Trump. Trump, and 47% Harris. These are very interesting numbers. Wisconsin, we got the exit poll that favored Trump and weakened Harris. So Wisconsin, I'm going to write down some conclusions there. So, and Wisconsin's a swing state, so Wisconsin net weaker for Harris. It looks like Nevada net weaker for Harris. Michigan for Harris was weaker for Harris because she got 48 versus 51. So Michigan weaker for Harris. Write that down too. This is all just out from Edison exit polling. This is like hot off the press. The Nevada exit poll. Nevada was okay. How about Georgia? Georgia was slight weakening for for Harris. So Georgia, slight net weaker for Harris. And then North Carolina, which I hadn't written down yet. Let's do that one. North Carolina, we have North Carolina. Oh, you have a weakening for Trump. North Carolina, you have 43% Trump favorable versus 47% in 2020. And then for Harris in North Carolina, 48% Harris favorable versus 50 in 2020 for Biden. Okay, that's going to be North Carolina net weaker for Trump. But no Pennsylvania, really? Like the most important one? Huh, that's very interesting. Preliminary, national exit poll, exit poll. No Pennsylvania. Wow. Okay, that's very interesting.
Has the gall to ask women to trust her judgment after slumming with a sex fiend for years? Are you serious? Every notable name that comes out for Harris represents a decadent, elitist, amoral faction that exists independent of any hardship that they vote in support of. You know, J-Lo, Oprah, Cardi B, they don't have to worry about crime or immigration or inflation. So it's the opposite of Peanut, right? They feel no impact of government, which is why they can embrace it. So I return to this other comparison that I made before. The actors from the Avengers movie endorsed Harris. The actual Avengers endorsed Trump. Harris got the actors, all conforming obediently. Trump has the real superheroes, Musk, RFK, Tulsi Gabbard, and they all came to Trump independently, just like superheroes do when they join forces. It's always reluctant. Like, Superman has to join up with Batman. So it feels like the climax of a superhero movie. The first act, up 2016. The second act, 2020, Jan 6, COVID. The third act, he almost dies. And then what happens?
Then what happens?
Exactly.
We're going to find out exactly what happens. Stay right there because there's so much more to come on Election Day. The results aren't in, but that's not stopping the media from preemptively melting down. We will be right back.
Okay. All right. So, interesting exit poll. I'm trying to put together what to think about that exit poll. If I do a little bit, I would have really liked Pennsylvania in this. But let's consider this. So we just got this data, and I wrote it all down right here. It's all on ehack.com, by the way, if you want to see it. It's, just ehack.com. But anyway, so Arizona that's a net weakening for her. What about Trump? I think he did better in Arizona. Arizona, Trump. No, Trump also weakened by 2 points. So Arizona, a little tough to say. But Georgia was nominally weaker for Harris. Michigan, you definitely had a hit there in Michigan. So I'm going to flip Michigan to Trump there for a moment. Nevada, it's already been flipped. You actually only need Michigan to make the difference. Wisconsin, how important is Wisconsin? That's pretty important too. That could get you a landslide. Both of them weakened over here, but honestly, North Carolina, that was weaker for Trump. So I'm going to give that one to Dems. Trump still wins on that based on that exit polling. That's interesting. That's assuming he gets, and that's assuming he loses Pennsylvania. Wow. Holy smokes. He could lose North Carolina and Pennsylvania if he gets Wisconsin and Michigan. Wow. That's crazy. Okay. Oh, this is going to be entertaining. Oh, this is going to be real fun. Okay. Let's see what else we got.
Always me quoting. Great artist. It's always me quoting somebody else. I sit down every day with a page of quotes, but it does suggest.
Oh, quick reminder: metkevin.com/alpha. Get your alpha report. It's totally free. metkevin.com/alpha. Have it free for as long as possible, but go check it out. And it gives you insights on, hey, like every morning I wake up at like 3 a.m. and I'm like, man, that stock looks cheap. But maybe I'm not in the market for buying stocks that day, right? And then I'm like, man, that stock looks cheap. Or, dang, the volatility is low on those options. That looks like a good option to play. These look like the support and resistance lines. You can get that for free now over at, just go to meetkevin.com/alpha. Meet Kevin, met Kevin, doesn't matter. You could scan the QR code that's right above here over my head, doesn't matter. You go to a website that looks like this. The Alpha Report, Morning Brief by Meet Kevin, your financial agent. U.S. Market Open Tactical Edge, a daily intelligence report packed with market insights, critical trend alerts, and high-impact ideas to complete a new mission each day, delivered 15 minutes prior to the open. This is actually kind of cool. Go to meetkevin.com and learn more about that. meetkevin.com/alpha. Make sure you have the /alpha in there.
Jobs as a not just abortion rights, but women's reproductive health and women's health more broadly. And Donald Trump. And they snap together because people think that Trump is personally responsible for endangering women's health. But Donald, when you say we're campaigning on Donald, unfit, unhinged, unchecked power, those are all just code. Those are democracy is the pleasant way we say that. We want to preserve democracy. What they campaigned on in a tougher way when they turned very contrasty was, they had to say Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. What they said was unhinged, unstable, going to be unchecked. And then you had the backup of what I think of as still really the greatest October surprise of this was John Kelly deciding to call your husband on the phone and say not only that he was going to call him a fascist and say that he liked Hitler, but let him tape him. Let Mike tape him. Because that thing...
He's just telling stories. This is boring. Again, sign up at meetkevin.com/alpha, A-L-P-H-A. And if you're international, just use a Google Voice number to get a U.S. number.
What are they?
Because we text it to you.
If he wins tonight, and he might win tonight, the historian Michael Beschloss, who was interviewed there, we showed a clip of him, he actually said that historians might be banned if Donald Trump is elected. Like, who's going to have the time to ban the historians anyway? There's plenty.
Stop this nonsense.
Saying it's the most important issue, and immigration below that at 11%, foreign policy way down in single digits. I also want to show this by each candidate's supporters. It sort of explains a bit of their coalition. Among Harris voters in these preliminary exit polls, 56% of Harris voters say democracy is the number one issue. So it's the Harris coalition that's driving democracy to the top of the pack in the issue set. 21% say abortion among Harris voters, then the economy, foreign policy, and immigration. You imagine it's quite different if you look at the Trump voters. So among those supporting President Trump, a majority, 51%, slim majority, say the economy is their top issue, followed 20% of Trump supporters who say immigration is their top issue, then democracy, then abortion, and then foreign policy.
All right, David, I want to talk over the numbers. We're going to come back to you shortly. Alyssa, what do you think?
This is fascinating. I think democracy.
Let's take a look. I mean, this was the similar exit poll we were talking about. They were referring to some of the additional data. But let's listen to Vivek for a moment.
To the message to you is this: we will still defend to the death your right to say it, because as Americans, we are the country where we can disagree like hell and still get together at the dinner table at the end of it. That is the America I know. That is the America we miss. We do not have to be ancient Rome. We don't have to be this nation in decline. We can still be a nation in our ascent. A nation whose best days, not in some fake politician way, but in a true way, a nation whose best days are actually still ahead of us. Still on our way to that shining city on a hill, that country where no matter who you are, or where your parents came from, or what your skin color is, or how long your last name is, that you will still get ahead in this country with your own hard work, your own commitment, your own dedication, and that you know what? You are free to speak your mind at every step of the way. That is the American dream. That is what won us the American Revolution. That is what reunited us after the Civil War. That is what won us 2 world wars and the Cold War. That is what still gives hope to the free world. And if we can revive that dream over group identity and victimhood and grievance, then nobody in the world, not a nation, not a corporation, not a virus, not China, is going to defeat us. That is what American exceptionalism is all about. And that is what we will revive this November when we send Donald J. Trump back to the White House. Thank you all. God bless you and your families, and may God bless our United States of America. Thank you.
Pretty good. That's pretty good. You gotta give him that. He knows how to rizz up the crowd. That's pretty good. Good for him. All right. Now let's see here. All right, let's see. Okay, what are they saying over here? Man, look at them lines. I don't want no line. I want a fast pass. Who's got the fast pass? This Las Vegas, Dearborn, Michigan. Oh, she's rigging. I don't even know what she's doing. It's like folding stuff. Yeah, DJ. Stickers. Vote. This looks like you got to go to like your school library and like fill out a health survey or something. Just looks boring. I voted. That's not where the sticker goes. What does that say? I am election ready? Bro, who uses that hashtag? That's like the most boring hashtag ever. Like, how about election 2024? I am election ready. Who tweets that? This guy's wearing an apron so he can cook the books in San Diego. I can't. Enter this line if your last name starts A through M. Dearborn, Michigan. Oh, look at little baby. Oh, we gotta see what's on that computer. Okay, here we go. It looks like Hunter Biden's laptop. All right. Enhance. Enhance. Damn it, it's blurry. It's not working. It looks like a Google Docs doc. It's definitely a Mac. Man, you know you're supposed to remove the icons that you don't use at the bottom. It looks so busy. You gotta remove all that crap you don't need. I just looked at mine. I got like 6 down there that are actually 5 that are permanently there, and then some more open applications. Fix that crap. That looks pretty empty in there. And what is that, a Red Bull? Missed marketing opportunity there for Red Bull. Yeah, turn that around a little bit. Oh well.
Looking for a candidate who can bring needed change. And then everything else was in single digits. Only 9% of Trump supporters said they were looking for someone who cares about people like...
Wow, super microcomputer now down 18% of dudes. Yeah, well, because they missed guidance by like 16%.
That's fascinating. Well, listen, that explains a lot.
That looks like Adobe, but working. Oh, got him.
You or has good judgment. Donald Trump is your candidate. They know he doesn't care about them. They know he has terrible judgment.
They want someone who's going to fight for him.
But somebody who doesn't care about them, only cares about himself. I do think this is helpful because it literally is upside down world. And I think it's important to point out that Kamala...
What's upside down?
...crossed the bridge of convincing people that she cares about people like them, that she has good judgment. That is an important value that I think is going to show up in a big way today.
I'm also surprised immigration has gone down in its significance of top issues, which was 1 and 2 for most of this race. And I have to wonder if that's because Donald Trump led on it for so long. But I think Kamala Harris was able to negate some of that steam by saying she would have signed the border bill that he had passed. I think that may have resonated with voters, that they realized there's 2 candidates.
It's interesting. It says here, absentee ballot return rate in Pennsylvania. So this is like, you know, ballot box drop off, don't wait in line sort of thing. Pennsylvania return rate just over 85%, in line with 2020, and larger percentage of Republicans as Republicans embrace mail voting. Okay. All right. That's interesting. We Latinos here all want the same. We want to feel safe. We want jobs that come back to America, and we don't want to put the and we want to put the American people first. Don't get Don't get distracted by mean tweets or all that nonsense. I think Trump has better policies. A realtor in Pennsylvania, in deep blue Mexican War Streets neighborhood. Wait, is that like a neighborhood? Mexican War Streets? Okay. Pittsburgh. Liz Newell, 44, an account manager in the food manufacturing industry, says she voted for Trump because she thought he would be stronger against crime, not bothered by his increasingly coarse language. Here's a picture of her. Look, a blonde girl. She don't look 44. I don't know if it's the glasses or what. They don't look 44. I've been around. I worked as a waitress, worked as a bartender. That's how men talk. Okay. All right. For the first time in recent memory, Mayor Eric Adams explicitly named Kamala Harris as his candidate. He's the guy going through all the allegations of fraud, though, and voter violations over there. Does anyone else agree if Kevin changes his ticket, he has a high chance of becoming the next governor of California? Oh, well, thank you for that. We gotta get rid of Newsom. Come on, Newsom. Elon's having a space in like 3 hours. I'll cover it. I already put it on my calendar, actually. So I have a little notification reminder for it. And we'll cover it when that time comes. Oh, he's on it now. Oh, okay. Let me look at it now. I thought he said it like I thought he said 8:30, and I put it down at 5:30, but maybe at 5:30 today. Whatever. We'll chime in. We'll listen to it.
Should allow him to do that. We had that at Fremont.
Yeah, 8:30 Eastern. That's what I thought he said. But here he is.
But it was a big hit, and it's kind of cool to see just how a car factory works. So, take note of that, and I think just in general, we do want to enable factory tours for people.
And I just want to thank you for everything you've done with talking about election integrity, because that's the thing I care about the most. And I think your voice.
I mean, Elon tweets a lot of stuff or posts a lot of stuff without verifying it, but that's all right. It's all right. They're trying.
Half of America.
You're welcome. Yeah. So.
Okay.
Let's see. I actually tried to add Brian Krasenstein, but it gave me an error. So.
Yeah, I'm getting errors when I'm trying to add some new speakers.
So maybe we hit like a speaker limit or something.
Boring.
Yeah, while you're doing that,
Elon, this is boring.
I think you cut out, Mario.
Oh yeah, it's glitch.
Just the challenges that there regularly are on this drive me nuts. We'll come back when they actually get something going here.
Plugging his new Elon Musk interview. Speaking of Musk, he's going to be hanging out with Donald Trump tonight in Florida. And here's the billionaire taking a blowtorch to Democrat misinformation.
They're doing all the things that they accuse Trump of doing.
Yeah. Openly. Yeah.
I mean, the sheer number of hoaxes that the Democratic Party is pushing over and over again, deliberate, concerted, repeated pushing of hoaxes. You're like, wait a second, like, come on, man, this is too far.
And you're supposed to be the good guys.
You're supposed to, and you claim to be the good guys? I'm like, exactly.
You're supposed to be the progressives.
You can't claim to be the honest people if you're deliberately pushing hoaxes that have been debunked thoroughly.
So, Dana, this came at the last second. Do you think it had an impact on the election at all?
I think it already had an impact on the election. And it's interesting, like, Joe Rogan is, we talk about a lot of influencers. He really has influence because he built his audience over time, and the people that listen to him are just diehard fans, and they trust what he says. So a few months ago, he endorsed RFK Jr. for about 6 hours, and then he pulled that back. They went forward. I do think that he was willing to have an interview with Kamala Harris. It looks like he tried, and her team couldn't figure it out. I'm not sure she would have done that well on the show. I think maybe in the end they decided maybe it's just fine that they have scheduling problems and it's okay. And also for her, like, just imagine, I'm pretty sure she did not get a question during this 107-day campaign of hers about how she feels about boys playing in girls' sports. And if you were on Rogan's show, you were going to be asked about that. Why do I bring it up? Because it's always on my mind anyway. But also because I mentioned those Senate Democratic incumbent senators who are running for re-election, and they're starting to put Trump in their ads. This issue about this cultural problem of boys being allowed to play in girls' sports, taking away medals, taking away opportunities, injuring girls, all of these things that dads across America are saying, this is not fair, this is not right. So Bob Casey is the senator from Pennsylvania. He had to put out an ad that basically said, don't believe the lies. I don't support men in women's sports. But then I'm looking at this, and it's like you look back and you...
Okay, let's go back to Musk for a second here.
In the Bay Area. And X, obviously, we've made a great effort to try to be... not be kind of controlled by like the niche San Francisco Berkeley Ballot ideology. But the others have really been kind of infiltrated by far left activists. That's who controls their trust and safety. So
Oh, he's yapping about colleges being taken over.
I had, by the way, called Make Orwell Fiction Again, which would be great. There's all these organizations with Orwellian names. Like I don't think you should trust an organization called Trust and Safety. So it's just, and a lot of them just, they don't even think that they think they're mainstream, but they're not. They're just living in the San Francisco Bay Area, and everyone around them has similar views, but those views are really far left. And then they influence how the social media companies work. And so you just...
Yeah, of course. I mean, you go from college to San Francisco social media companies. Let's listen back over here.
About reciprocity. They're coming to him and saying, we're going to support you, but you got to change things. There are two people that came out and supported Trump yesterday and today. One is the smartest guy in Silicon Valley named Naval Ravikant. Look him up on YouTube. He's an amazing guy, never expressed a single political thought in his existence. He tweets this today. Leaders come and go, but don't change the rules of the game. Censorship changes the rules. Lawfare changes the rule. Importing voters changes the rule. It's time to change the people who are changing the rules of the game. Again, there's the peanut principle. Naval Ravikant didn't enter politics. Politics entered him. Megyn Kelly speaks at a Trump rally.
Yeah, that's this tweet right here. Leaders come and go, but don't change the rules of the game. Censorship is changing the rules of the game. Lawfare is changing the rules of the game. Importing voters is changing the rules of the game. Time to change the people who are changing the rules of the game.
Can't get over it. Harold.
The endorsements you're seeing come from people with great intellects, people in the political realm, people with ideas, people that want a mission, and then Harris is being endorsed by artists.
Well, Harris is being endorsed by artists who believe and buy into the woke DEI nonsense. And to be honest with you, if Kamala had run in 2019, if she had even made it to Iowa, or 2020, that would have been a better window for her, because she is that woke candidate, okay? But we don't really care about
Hey, Fight Buds, I went back to look at her phone screen. It just looks like it's on speaker.
Certainly need to make...
I'm going to go back to Elon for a second here.
Of education contingent upon the absence of political bias in schools. So kids are in schools to learn useful skills and understand the world. They're not there to be indoctrinated in any ideology. So that I think would help a lot. Is just the government should not be funding something that is like extremely partisan politically.
Here's the screenshot I got of Harris on her phone. It does look like she's on the phone. She's got the phone on speaker here. She's holding it up to her ear. Reminder: go to meetkevin.com/alpha. Get that free alpha briefing every morning at 6:15 before the market opens. 4 days that the market is open, on things that I'm seeing for options volatility, left tail risk, right tail risk, upside risk, downside risk. If I see a stock, I'm like, man, that looks like a really good deal. Maybe I'm not personally in the market. Otherwise, if I was, I'd buy it, and then I'd send an alert to everyone in the Stocks and Site group. But this would be more like, hey, this looks like a good deal. Not that I'm necessarily trading it, but this looks like a cool trade, or this looks like a good idea. You could get that report every day at 6:15 a.m. totally for free at this point, and that's over at meetkevin.com/alpha. So go check that out, learn about that. All right, let's go back to Musk for a moment here.
The podcast that we had yesterday is really strongly recommended. Because I pretty much said...
He's talking about the Joe Rogan podcast, how he recommends it.
A lot of important subjects, and I think it's interesting to hear what Joe Rogan's got to say, and what I've got to say. Look, I think the most important thing is just getting people to go out and vote. Just can't emphasize that enough. Because I think a lot of people have really said pretty much everything they're going to say, but we better go out and vote. And I do think the consequences, as I mentioned in the Joe Rogan episode, are really pretty severe. And in my opinion, I think there's a risk that this is potentially the end of democracy.
Yikes!
In that, if Democrats are able to bring in vast numbers of people to the swing states, so import vast numbers of illegals to the swing states, and if you look at the government data, we're seeing some states where there's been triple-digit increases in illegals in swing states. In some cases, I think it's 700,000% increase in 3 years. These are crazy numbers. So the risk there is that they're, if you've got swing states where the margin of victory might be as little as 10, 20,000 votes, and then you bring in 200,000 people who are somewhat beholden to the Democratic Party, then they can easily swamp the vote in the swing states, and then you don't really have a real election anymore. You're just going to have a Democratic primary like it is in California, where there's no chance of the Republicans winning. It's just a Democrat primary. But I think it's actually would be worse than California, because California is still limited by, at least one of the things holding California back is that is that people can move to other states. If they can't move to other states, then I think you'd see far more draconian socialist policies. So in my view, if Trump doesn't win, I think this could be our last election. So yeah, it's a big deal.
Dan, do you have anything?
Yeah, thanks, Alex. Hey, Elon. I wanted to make one statement, and then I had a question for you, Elon. So the statement is really a reminder for anybody listening, especially if you haven't voted, because I've been through enough of these and I've seen it done before. Don't trust early exit polls or anything you're hearing. If you're in line, stay in line to vote. I've just seen far too many tricks where people they'll even go into lines and tell people, hey, it's already up, don't worry about voting, and people get out of line. So it's just a really important reminder. If you haven't voted, go vote. And if you're in line, please stay in line until your vote gets counted. It's just super important. And then my question for you, Elon, is, I'm obviously have a vested interest in the X platform, working for X, and I love the platform. But you've talked about the First Amendment and maybe the ramifications of it.
So I'm just gonna jump in really quickly. I'm just sort of looking around at what other sources are saying about this importation of voters. At least what I can find is that there's little evidence of it. That there are allegations. Allegations of unauthorized votes or illegals of voting, but no evidence for this quote-unquote great replacement. Let's see here. Mostly, I guess, in part because that's fraud, right? Risky because it's fraud, and you could ruin your chances of staying at all, or of ever becoming legal. So that's not worth it, right? The risk of going to jail or getting a big fine or never becoming a citizen makes that probably undesirable, especially since one vote isn't going to make that much of a difference on its own. Let's see here. Let me look at let me see if I can get media bias check, Brennan Center of Justice. Yeah, they're left center. Brennan Center of Justice, which leans left-center per media bias. Fact check. They say out of 23.5 million votes in 42 jurisdictions, they found just 30 cases of, quote, suspected non-citizens voting. I mean, that's pretty tiny. I mean, that's 0.0001%. Wow. That's pretty minor. There was an audit launched in 2022 in Georgia. Georgia Secretary of State Raffensperger. I remember him on the call. It was a good call. It was the best call ever. It was a fine call. Nobody knows calls better than I do. Raffensperger launched an audit in 2022. Over 25 years, 1,700 people believed to be non-citizens who voted or who attempted to vote were not able to cast a ballot. That's an audit that they have over here. Citizenship audit finds 1634. 1634 people believed to be non-citizens attempted to register to vote, were not able to be verified. So an additional 624 were pending citizenship. 624 remained in pending citizenship status and did not vote. And none of them voted. Or none of them were added to the voter rolls. So, like, does Elon look this stuff up? You know, like, I sometimes I do wonder, like, does Elon bother looking? Thanks for the 60 dops. I think that is what that is, or is that your name? I can't really figure out what that is, but that's pretty cool. What happened to trade alerts? Trade alerts still there. When I make trades, you're still gonna get trade alerts in the Stocks and Psych group. This is different. Keep in mind the alpha report is free, and it's just something that when I'm up at 3 a.m. I can put together. It's just right now it's just free value for the community. You know, maybe it's like so high value at some point it has some like monetary value, but I have no idea. Right now I just want you to know it's free. See if you like it over the next 2 weeks. You know, you might look at it and decide you hate it. So, or maybe you have some feedback for it on how to improve it. I don't know. You know, we'll see where it goes. Probably start tomorrow. So I'm kind of excited about it because I like doing stuff like that. But anyway, yeah, I do wonder like how much Elon does sort of look at things that don't align with sort of his thesis. I always try to look at stuff that doesn't align with my thesis. Does Elon Musk look up things that don't align with his thesis? I think that's a fair question to ask. How do we sign up for the alpha report? Sorry, I missed it. Oh, just go to meetkevin.com/alpha. You can do it on your phone. You can do it on your computer. It's pretty easy. And what you'll get is you go to a web page that looks... oops, let's plug it in. That would be helpful. So if you scan the QR code that's right up there, or you just go to meetkevin.com/alpha, you will go here, the Alpha Report, Morning Brief by Meet Kevin, your financial agent. And then just click the Join for Free button, no credit card required. And you put in your US phone number. If you don't have a US phone number, use like Google Voice or something. And then you'll get that automatically sent to you in the morning before the market opens. All right. Is Elon saying anything else?
Hate Hitler is busy with genocide and war, so he did try to needle those things. So anyway, there's just a lot of nutty things. That's why I really encourage people to send x.com links to friends so they can actually just see the source materials. Like, really, if you want to get to the bottom of things, you want to see the source material. You want to see the actual speech that Trump made, or just the actual
Yeah, I mean,
event,
I want to see the
as opposed to
source
someone's
on your
sort
voter
of
fraud claims. Like, if you're saying people want to see the source, then Elon, show me the source on your voter fraud, and all this talk about illegals being imported to vote. I mean, I don't think that's so unreasonable to say, but apparently it is. I don't know.
Yeah, is now outweighed by people tuning into podcasts, and I think the metrics at X speak for that. I think you got 47% of Americans tuning into podcasts. Could we finally see that shift away from mainstream media being the arbiter of truth, like a genuine shift rather than just wishful thinking?
I think we've already seen a significant shift where people are getting their news from the X platform, and we are the number one source of news in the world. So yeah, I think that is happening. And I think it's also like once people see that they've been fooled, that the legacy media tricked them, and they were lied to. When that happens, as soon as they realize that's happening, and it hasn't happened just a few times, but many times, they just no longer believe the media for good reason. Because it's like, I think it's Abe Lincoln said, you can fool some people all the time, or fool some of the time, but you can't fool all people all the time. And so more and more people just get like, well, I'm just going to go see what the actual source material is on X, so I'm going to check community notes. And actually figure out what's going on.
Okay.
The other thing too, what you mentioned about free speech and the fact that misinformation and hate speech is often used as an excuse. I think that.
Okay, we're gonna back off some of these questions. Let's listen it over here for a moment.
On anything, we now have some new reporting out of Philadelphia. Pam Brown, you're at the voting desk where there's been some new details on what's happening there.
Yeah, that's right. I've been speaking to officials across the country, but in Pennsylvania, the crown jewel, battleground Commonwealth, I should say, I just got off the phone with an official there in Philadelphia, and this is what the official told me. Overall, they have 182,000 early ballots in Philly counted so far, and 75 to 100,000 of those will be released at 8:01 p.m. tonight after the polls close. Now, we should note that overall number could rise in Philly because voters have until 8 p.m. to their early ballots. Kick it over here to Arizona. Arizona, actually, I just got off from the phone in Maricopa, the largest county there. That source tells me it is taking longer than expected to process those early ballots. Here's why, Aaron. This year, double the amount of paper, front and back, 79 measures and contests that they have to process with the two pieces of paper. And they also have to check the signatures on the envelope. So this first release of 1 to 1.2 million ballots at about 10 p.m. Eastern tonight. That will come through. Those will only account for early votes through last Tuesday, October 29th. That's less than the initial estimate that the first drop would be comprised of ballots through at least Friday. That's what they had hoped for. Now, the first drop is expected to be about 55% of the total vote turnout for Maricopa. The next results reported overnight. Election day votes. In addition to that, officials will need to process the ballots dropped off across the county. And then Nevada is another state that we're keeping a close eye on. They have to wait for every voter in line. The time polls close at 10 p.m. Eastern to vote, and for every before results are released, Aaron.
It's going to take longer than maybe many people had hoped. Okay, so there's that. When you look at Arizona, where might we get results more quickly tonight, Pam?
Well, Georgia is showing promising signs. I've been speaking to an election official there on the ground. Most polls will close at 7 p.m. Eastern, with the exception of 2 polling places in Cobb County and a few others requesting an extension. Now, by law, the state has to report all the mail-in ballots received by Monday by an hour after polls close. But officials say that I've been speaking to, they expect around 75% of Georgia's overall vote to be released at around 8 o'clock. And then an official I've been speaking to says the majority of precincts will still report their first batch of results after polls close. Now, in Michigan, the Secretary of State, I just spoke to the Secretary of State, just got off the phone with her, and she tells me they're on track to match and possibly surpass record from 2020. The Secretary of State also tells me that at 9 p.m. Eastern, all the early in-person votes and the vast majority of today's Election Day votes should be in. Then they'll be made publicly throughout the night. She also notes, and this could be important, Aaron, depending on how close this race is, that 1,000 overseas ballots have not been returned yet. So again, another factor in all of this. Back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Secretary of State there earlier, Secretary Benson, saying if it comes down to a margin of 7,000, we could be waiting. If it's not that tight, we may find it.
I think it's going to be a landslide. I'm not saying which direction it is, but I think the election will be decisive today.
Well, Aaron, we learned that there are 5 locations here in Fulton County that will be staying open later because they had to be briefly evacuated today because of these non-credible bomb threats. Obviously, this is an issue that folks in Georgia, as well as a couple other states, have been grappling with today. Now, we just learned from county officials here in Fulton County the polls will be open anywhere from 10 minutes to 5 minutes past this 7 p.m. deadline when they were expected to close. Again, this is designed to give voters an opportunity to vote to make up for the period that these locations were closed today. Now, as Pam Brown was just pointing out, Georgia does have a rule that says an hour after your polls close, you need to report early absentee voting. And in speaking to officials, they still believe we are going to see very timely results in Georgia, even though we have these 5 locations in that are going to be staying open later, as well as a handful of other locations across the state. Still a lot of optimism from officials here that we are going to see some speedy results tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Republican Secretary of State there has been so confident in that. We hope that's the case. All right, Sarah Murray, thank you very much with that latest reporting from Atlanta. Let's go over to John King. I'm peeking behind you at the wall. I see Pennsylvania is up.
So as you were translating what that means, I want to try to add to that as well as we go through it. Number one, let's start out west, and I'm going to walk over this way for a minute. If this down to Arizona and Nevada, which is distinctly possible given how close it was, you get the impression from what we just heard.
10, Wisconsin, Michigan.
Longer. If it comes down, 11 and 6 in terms of the electoral votes. If it comes down to out west, however, it's also quite possible when we get these, which some will be late tonight, some could be tomorrow or beyond.
Whoa, like 500 of you just signed up for the Alpha Report. Meetkevin.com/alpha. Your 6:40 a.m. report of insights that I'm seeing in the market, catalyst trends, fundies. It's just one page, but it's just sort of like the things to pay attention to that day and trends. I'm seeing about 500 of you just signed up since I just looked not that many minutes ago. If you want that, go to meetkevin.com/alpha.
Have become
free.
Look how close Bucks County was in 2020, 52 to 47. Go back to 2016, it's even closer. 48 to 48, or 49 if you round up Secretary Clinton to 48. But that's a very important point when Kate is saying, there could be keeping precincts open a little bit longer to deal with that. That's what happens on election night, number one. Number two, if you're still voting and you see things on social media, check with your state officials or your county officials. Be careful about what you believe on social media, especially if it's coming from somebody who has a stake in the outcome of the election. So that's Pennsylvania there. I just want to go quickly down.
That was a jab at Elon.
Important point. Both Sarah Murray here in Fulton County, some bomb threats, so they're going to keep polls open. An absolutely essential area, 10% of the state population. You see how important it is to the coalition there. But then where Victor was out here in Gwinnett County. Again, as Victor noted, this was Republican territory 8, 10, 12 years ago. It is increasingly Democratic territory now. You see right there, polling places open for a little bit longer could be incredibly important. And again, bomb threats, that's unusual. Keeping polling places open a little bit later because something happens, that's part of the process, Jake. Happens all the time, and we just need to be patient.
All right, thanks so much. And we're getting a new read on the issues that matter to voters. David Chalian back with more exit poll information. David, how concerned are people about this issue of protecting democracy?
Yeah, it's the number one issue, according to the exit poll of voters across the country in this election. 35% of voters in this
no beta reports. Yeah. Alpha is like your edge that the market doesn't have, right? So we'll see how good it is. It's a trial. I don't know. Maybe people won't like it. It won't be popular. It won't be worth doing. But I actually think people will like it. I think we'll put some really good info in it.
Threatened. Only 25% think it's secure. Are you confident that elections are being conducted fairly and accurately in the United States? Well, 2/3 of voters in this election, 68%, say they are confident. 31% of voters say they're not confident that elections are being conducted fairly and accurately today. We also wanted to look at that bi-coalition of support here. So among Harris voters in this election nationally, Drake, 88%, nearly 9 out of 10 Harris voters are confident that elections are being conducted fairly and accurately. Only 1% are not confident. As I'm sure you could imagine, after the last 4 years, Donald Trump supporters, it's a totally different story. It's a split decision. Only 47% of Trump voters in this election say they're confident that the election is conducted fairly and accurately. 52%, a slim majority of Trump voters, are not confident, Jake. We also asked, are you concerned about violence as a result of the election? And overall, 71% of voters across the country, according to these early exit polls, say yes, they are concerned about violence. 27%, Jake, say no, they're not.
All right, David Chalian, thanks so much. Anderson, over to you.
Yeah, Jake, thanks very much. Just looking at
That's a big number. 71% worried about violence? I mean, I wasn't very worried about violence. I'm like, what am I missing? Jeez. One thing I am noticing is right now I've seen Enphase go red, Bitcoin and Tesla and DJT go up. So maybe a little bit more Trump pricing there. I'm not sure. I mean, a little too soon to tell, but apparently the first polls do close in a couple minutes here. Let's briefly listen to see if Musk has anything else.
Against tough odds. So, yeah, people are still there. I don't think
Sigma's the new thing. It was a 5 Sigma event, bro.
Yeah, it's a real concern. But I think it's very telling that when you look at the fact that the Democrats outspent the Republicans, so Trump was way outspent.
Wow, another 200 of you just signed up for the free alpha report. Meetkevin.com/alpha. That's crazy. It was only like 3 minutes. Remember, you could scan that QR code if that's easier for you. We got polls closing in about 45 seconds. I think this is Michigan, I think it is. But anyway, if you go to meetkevin.com/alpha, you could do it from your phone as well. You'll get a text with that alpha report. And if you want to learn more about it, here's the website, kind of what it looks like. You can scan the QR code or go to meetkevin.com/alpha, whatever's easier for you.
Concern for democracy was not very high.
What's the alpha report joining late? Basically, 6:15 in the morning, you get a report texted you every day from me. I wake up at 3 a.m. I work on this anyway. I kind of see the data and stuff. And I'll send you trade ideas I see, options, volatility positions, left tail risks, right tail risks, catalysts, fundamental takeaways from my research, whatever, all in one page. So that way it's like simple for you. All right, here we go.
Yeah, I mean, look, but I don't think she ran on those alone. And it would have been a mistake to do so. I think the people who cared deeply about that were going to be with her, and so that is in the mix. But on your point about democracy, look, Donald Trump's project has been to raise doubts about all institutions.
Our coverage
that's
continues
dangerous
right now.
Okay, come on. 6 p.m. is Indiana and Kentucky. All right.
It is election night in America. These are live pictures from a polling place near Milwaukee, Wisconsin. One of the 7.
I'm going to watch for it. I don't see Indiana and Kentucky yet. Michigan's actually 5. And California time. Indiana, Kentucky are now starting to close. Okay.
Deciding whether to elevate Vice President Kamala Harris.
What if you don't have a U.S. number? If you can, use a VPN, make a Google Voice number. That's easy. But I think there is a... Let me see. Hold on.
That will be about an hour from now. 60 of the 270 electoral votes president will be on the line at 7 p.m. Eastern. That's when all voting ends in Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, Virginia. Some polling places in the Eastern time zone in Indiana and Kentucky are actually closing right now, and we expect early results from those 2 states at any moment. Georgia is the first crucial battleground state on our radar this evening. The state was pivotal in the Democrats' 2020 presidential victory, and Georgia's...
Okay, TBD, unless you can get a Google Voice number, but TBD International working on something for that. Yeah, right now you do need a U.S. number, working on something for you. But... Okay, still waiting for this drop from Indiana, Kentucky to come in. I'm watching it pretty closely. And then, okay, those are closing now. Sort of. Oh my gosh, dude, another two. I just hit refresh, and another 200 of you saying, that's like 180. Another 180. That's, y'all want the alpha. I mean, so far it seems like y'all want the alpha report. It's kind of making me feel pressured a little bit because it's like, dang, I better do a good job.
That they need to reach who maybe haven't voted yet.
It's so extraordinary, Abby. Even as the vice president is at the Naval Observatory here, about 100 miles away in the campaign's war room in Wilmington, numbers and literally going door by door. A senior advisor told me just a short time ago, if you have not voted yet, you will get a knock on your door or someone will give you a phone call. Just a few moments ago, the campaign sent out a blast release saying, trying to get volunteers to call people who have not voted. So that is how micro. But on a broader sense, the Harris campaign, as you've been reporting earlier, she is feeling optimistic, we're told, but cautious. And one question is, yes, the turnout is high in cities like Madison and Milwaukee and Detroit, but the high turnout can obviously go both ways. So the question of the gender gap is front and center here. But we're at Howard University, obviously, and her supporters will be coming in here shortly. And I'm told that she has also been working on a speech. We do not know if she will deliver it here tonight. Could be one of two kinds, but we do know that she will be acting very to whatever the Trump campaign.
Okay, Indiana, Kentucky numbers not out yet. Next polls at 7. Really, the big ones are going to be about 2 hours away. Somebody says the alpha report is what I live for. Dude, that's awesome. Alfred, thank you for saying that. Of course we want the alpha. Hell yeah, let's go. Sweet. Well, all right. meetkevin.com/alpha, metkevin.com/alpha, whatever you want. There's also a little video explaining it right here, if you care to have more of an explanation on it. It's just go to meetkevin.com/alpha. You see that. Still don't have these polls for Kentucky or Indiana just yet.
Claims about fraud happening already, even though officials that we're talking to in those cities like Philadelphia say they have no what he is talking about or what reports he's referencing. I'm here at the convention center with Holmes as well. And obviously, Trump is saying on Truth Social, what are you hearing from the campaign about the numbers that they're making behind the scenes and what they're paying the closest attention to?
Well, Kaylin, right now, everything is coming down to turnout on Election Day. I mean, there's a lot wondering about.
I don't know, CNN kind of keeps cutting out a little bit. I'm going to flip. Let me go, not Forensic Files. Let's go to Fox.
Of the House of Representatives.
Special team Fox coverage. Our reporters are standing by in the battlegrounds and really all across the country. First, let's go to senior national correspondent Aisha Hasni. She's at the Trump campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Good evening, Aisha.
Brett and Martha, good evening to you. Here at the big party, the watch party, not a lot of people here just yet. Things are just getting underway. They haven't even put the food out just yet. I'm told, though, there is a very impressive coffee bar here, which might be an indication that we might be up late
Long
tonight.
night.
We'll see how that goes. The former president is actually at home in Mar-a-Lago. He's going to be watching the results from there. He's surrounded by family and close associates, including, we just learned, Elon Musk is with him in Mar-a-Lago tonight. Earlier today, when the former president went to go vote here in West Palm Beach, he told the press that he was feeling very confident and that he had no regrets about the way that he ran this campaign. And he got a little introspective for a moment, sort of taking it all in, right? This final third presidential run. And he said
Some votes starting to crawl in for Indiana. So far, it's like 70% Trump for Indiana. This is not a swing state.
About those early vote turnout numbers. This was all part of the plan. They wanted to hit that early on. They wanted that to be the game changer all along. And they're looking at states like Arizona, Nevada, and North Carolina, where those early vote turnouts are exceptionally high. Registering new Republicans instead of cannibalizing those Republicans are hoping will come out in full force today. Trump says that he has not prepared a speech for tonight, that he's going to wing it, and he does not even want to talk about his transition team yet, possibly because there's a little bit of superstition about that, but he's definitely being a little careful about what might happen tonight, hoping that we will have results by tonight. We'll see. Right, Martha?
We will see. Aisha Hasni, live in West Palm
Nice.
Beach.
All right. Someone here says, love your work, buddy. Kevin from the UK. Oh, no. Nice. Not only for stocks, but the world wants peace. Let's go. Nice. shouting out. You're shouting out Trump. Okay, Kentucky looks like we got Kentucky 81% Trump right now, 70% Indiana. Wall Street Journal is showing the votes coming in for Trump right now. It's obviously expected that these two are going to be leaning towards Donald Trump, but these are our first closings, and honestly, it's kind of exciting. It's starting. The votes are coming in. Wow. So, Korst, I see your message here. Is there a Brandon Howard says, John, get a VPN and then get a Google phone number. Yeah, Google Voice works. Korst says, is there confirmation after you sign up? You should have to opt in, like to verify your phone number, your email or whatever. But after that, there is no confirmation. So you should just get your first report, when I send the first one, which hopefully will be tomorrow. So yeah. I mean, it depends how late we're up here. Like, if I'm up all night, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do the first report tomorrow. I'll try. I will try my best. But, yeah. So, just received SMS to confirm. Took a minute. Thanks again. Okay. Yeah, could be that quite a few people are signing up. Honestly, every time I mention the Alpha report, it feels like it lags the webpage.
On the side of the screen, sometimes we'll have the Fox News voter analysis poll numbers, and we are going to dig into those.
Yeah, so obviously at this point, these are just little trickles that are coming in, but we are starting to get them, and they'll be live on the bottom of your screen. We're also getting new information from our Fox News voter analysis surveys. Let's go to Sandra Smith, who is going to explain all of this to us, and also which issues they are tracking and what voters are saying.
Wow, another 300 of you just signed up for the Meet Kevin Alpha Report, your morning brief by Meet Kevin, your financial agent. It's kind of cool. MeetKevin.com/alpha. Thanks for signing up.
Why? So we reached out online, on landlines, on cell phones. We did this. This was done for Fox. The NORC at the University of Chicago surveyed 120 voters all over the country leading up to and on Election Day. And you will not see this anywhere else. And we have some new technology that will feature this data that we are just getting a first look at right now. So let's dig in to some of our key findings so far. This could be the story of big change. What we are seeing as far as this analysis is concerned so far, people are looking for big change in this election. Those that responded, 26% says they're looking for total upheaval. 56% say they're looking for substantial change. So you're talking about 8 in 10 voters that want big change. So keep watching that. That could be a big data point to follow throughout the evening. Why do they want that big change? So many say they don't like the direction this country's going in. Look at this number. Those that believe that we're moving in the wrong direction in this country, 70% of voters. Why is that key? That is 10 points higher than it was in 2020. So keep that in mind. I mentioned some of our new technology. This is our heat map. It gives you a sense of where that sentiment is felt by voters all over the country. You see some of those darker red areas in the Northwest, some of these redder areas throughout the Sun Belt. Keep that in mind as we move through this evening. Want to finish up with this, Brett and Martha. We know we've been watching the economy, but one question to voters is, who best do you see to handle the economy that so many are not happy with how it's going? Those that say Harris, 41%. Those that say Trump, 49%. So while he still has the edge, Brett and Martha, we have been seeing leading up to Election Day, Harris narrowing the gap there. So that is really good information as we head into the night. And by the way, as we move into the night and polls start closing, we will be able to break down these answers by who they voted for. So we'll have that for you throughout the night.
You know, Brett, Sandra, Martha? It's really interesting. It's massive. Yeah. It's 120,000 voters who have answered this poll. That's
120 voters or 120,000?
So it really gives you a sense beyond exit.
That's a big difference, dude.
With more.
She said 120. Y'all heard 120, right?
Everybody keeps asking, how is it different than the exit polls? This was supposed to be and is a better reflection of how we vote today, right? We keep talking about all this early voting. The exit polls would reach out to the voters as they were casting their ballots on Election Day. Well, we know that's not how so many Americans vote today, right, Brett, Martha? So this should better reflect voter sentiment all over the country.
All right.
Sandra, thank you. All right.
Bill Hemmer is at the billboard, the first of the night, which will be a lot of it.
Good evening to you.
Ready for innovative technology you have this time.
Yes, indeed. We got a little bit of stuff here. At the end, I'll stand on my head, too. So a little bonus, all right? So we're getting ready for the marathon.
I definitely heard 120, but all right. Whatever.
In places like Indiana that are in the Eastern time zone, not a ton. You see the counties start to fill in. Should not be much of a question here. Trump won easily there in Indiana. So too in Kentucky, a little bit coming in right now. This is Kenton County, by the way. Kenton County is right across the river from Cincinnati. You got about 36% of the vote coming in now. And what we'll be able to do throughout the night is find out how Trump did this year versus how he did in 2020 and how he did back in 2016. So we're going to have a lot of data points throughout the night to see how that goes. But really, it is all about this down here. You see that? We're going to be tracking this throughout the evening because this is the magic number. Let's go ahead and look at the path to 270. We'll go ahead and show what we've done here, okay? We've taken Nebraska's 2nd district and given that to Harris. So as of now, barring any surprises, Harris starts out the night at 226 and Trump starts at 219, and it's the race to 270. So based on some of the early vote and some of the polling we've done so far, we're going to take Georgia, the Peach State, that Trump narrowly lost 4 years ago, and go ahead and give that to the red team. Also in the American Southeast, we're going to take North Carolina. Again, 16 electoral votes. That'll go also to Trump tonight, which gives him 32 in the Southeast and takes him to 251. What happens to the blue wall? We're going to show you a lot of history throughout the night, let you know how the folks vote in the upper Midwest. At the moment, Michigan, 15 electoral votes. We're going to go ahead and give that to Harris. And also Wisconsin, its neighbor, at 10 electoral votes, which will give her 25 more in her pile and takes her also 251 to 251. Now we've got 3 more on the board. Late tonight, we're going to be in the American Southwest, and we'll see how fast Arizona counts, okay? So Arizona, based on some of the polling we've seen and the early vote out there, we'll go ahead and give the 11 electoral votes to Trump. Again, none of this is official. We're just playing this out based on the way we see it prior to the vote today. Also in the Southwest, we see Nevada. It's been a real toss-up, and Democrats have dominated out there in Nevada. But the 6 electoral votes right now, we'll go ahead and give that to Trump for this time at this point in the evening. And that leaves really a state that has gotten more attention and more focus than anywhere else in the country. There's a reason for that. 19 electoral votes. Trump won it in 2016. He lost it in 2020, but just by a hair both times. If Harris is able to win the 19 electoral votes, that would be enough, right on the number at 270. But maybe the folks in Pennsylvania aren't feeling it tonight. If that's the case, perhaps later tonight, into tomorrow, maybe late Wednesday or Thursday, who knows, depending on how they count. Maybe Pennsylvania is a flipper this time, and they respond to the message about energy and fracking on behalf of Donald Trump. And if that's the case, under this scenario, he would go back to the Oval Office at 287. But at this point in the night, we know nothing. We just know that all these 7 states are anybody's game. And this does not account for the possibility that there could be surprises. Iowa, New Hampshire, Virginia, New Mexico. That's why they play the games, and that's why they vote. Let's go ahead and clear this, and I'll give it back to Brett and Martha.
I mean, it's not that
I like that. That's kind of cool. But anyway, okay, so interesting little survey. Again, unclear how many people they had in their survey, but fine. None of those things were really a surprise. Deepak, I saw you could probably, with the slow mode on, you could probably just message once. So, sorry, but you're in a little 5-minute timeout. But anyway, yes, Elon Musk is, sorry, not Elon. Donald Trump is freaking out on Truth Social. It appears we're going to be going down this path again. This is exhausting. All right. Here it is. Donald Trump on Truth Social. Philadelphia and Detroit. Heavy law enforcement is there. A lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia. Law enforcement coming. He knows Philadelphia is so critical. So critical. By the way, just got a heads up that if you're international and you want the Alpha report, Check it again now. There should be a link for you if you're international. And I think that'll solve your problem now. So again, if you want the alpha report, you just go to meetkevin.com/alpha. This is what the webpage looks like. You can scan the QR code up here as well. You should just have to click here. Oh, there it is. Okay, that's for US. Outside the US, click here. So if you're not in the USA, here. Otherwise, for those of you in the US, here. All right, simple enough. Solved.
Tonight. It's going to take a little while, but I'm glad that we're all together, and this is a way that Americans can say, okay, what are we looking for in the change that we're asking for? What do the 70% of people who say the country's going in the wrong direction, how are they going to vote? And also, you have two different campaign styles. You have President Trump. He was ruthless, fierce, energetic, talked to everybody, doing everything he possibly can. And it may work. And then her campaign was very cautious. It was truncated, short, and she was almost a quiet campaign.
Martin, that should be solved now. Just go to meetkevin.com/alpha. It's solved now. There's a link for you outside of the U.S. I don't want to forget about you international friends.
How people are getting their information. There's a lot of different ways to get it. You can find a lot of different ways here at the Fox News channel and all of our other properties, but that is going to play a role in this results tonight.
Yeah, wow. Harold, dude, how many of you are international? Like 400 people just signed up. Meetkevin.com/alpha. Y'all really want this.
Americans had never heard of before these candidates started speaking with them. But we have a little bit of, information from this Fox News voter analysis that we're pouring over. What's really standing out to you tonight, Harold, as you look at all this?
First off, good to be with everybody. Second, if you're in line to go vote or you have family or friends in line to go vote, please vote. We want everybody to vote. 3, Georgia and North Carolina, what I'm going to be most focused on here over the next hour or two. We will get early numbers there. All of the demographics we're looking at, older, younger voters, the gender gap, male and female, how many black voters might be voting for Donald Trump versus for Kamala Harris. I think it will give us some telltale as to how the rest of the night could go. And then Michigan. That's the first of the blue wall states we're likely to get something from. So I got a lot of notes here, and I'm ready.
Kellyanne, one of the things.
Okay. Philadelphia has just responded to these claims. So here you could see Donald Trump talking about Philadelphia, heavy law enforcement is there, law enforcement coming. And then 2 minutes ago on the Wall Street Journal, you got Philadelphia officials call Trump's election cheating claim baseless. Philadelphia officials said an assertion by Trump that there is election-related cheating in the city is false. There is no factual basis whatsoever within law enforcement to support this wild allegation. Is there a risk that Donald Trump, by saying stuff like that and then getting debunked, I'm going to write this down. Is there a risk this hurts Trump, or does it not make a difference? Be kind of curious to see what y'all think about that. There's absolutely no truth to this. Yet another example of disinformation, says the city commissioner. So this is per Truth and Wall Street Journal. Okay. All right. Let's go back on over here.
I guess we were over there in 2020. Biden was ahead at this point, just in terms of the polling, not in terms of raw data yet. But she's not. I mean, everything has been completely neck and neck. So she is not in the situation he was in.
No, not at all. First of all, a little whiteboard.
I mean, are you competing with Hemmer? I mean, this is your deal?
He's high tech. I'm low tech. Just remember, it is a tight contest, but it could yield, if it breaks the right way, a big electoral college victory for one side or the other. Because if they...
No, I'm not trying to take the Wall Street Journal as a source to say it's false. I'm taking the Wall Street Journal as a conduit to get to the city commissioner of Philadelphia, member of bipartisan task force on elections, Seth Bluestein. I'm going to look him up. Let's look this guy up. But he says absolutely no truth. Let's see this person here. All right, one new truth. Get out the vote, still time left, says it. Okay, what is this? Yeah, I mean, he's actually there. City commissioner. Since 22. Worked in the office since 2012. All right. Interesting. We've been in contact with the RNC. We've been responsive to every report of irregularities at polls to ensure Philadelphians can vote safely and securely. This is an interesting response. Because how would he? Like, the polls aren't in yet, but Donald Trump knows he's losing in Pennsylvania. Bro's melting down. There are no results yet in Pennsylvania, but Pennsylvania is important. Well, today, what is O'Keefe up to?
What else?
Oh, hold on. I still have the Trump, or rather Elon thing up. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Ha ha ha. Okay. It's gonna take me a second to close the Elon thing. Hold on a sec.
We give it all to you.
Wow.
Jesus.
Philadelphia PD just told CNN that's fake too.
Turnout incredibly high. David Chalian has been looking at exit poll data over the last hour or so. He's got some new numbers. David, you have some on voters' views of the candidates.
Yeah, it's sort of a basic popularity measure that we look at, Anderson. You have a favorable or an unfavorable opinion of the candidate. So do you have a favorable opinion of the candidates? Is this one here? 46% of voters across the country in this election say only a favorable opinion of Harris. 42% say they have a favorable opinion only of Donald Trump. Both Harris and Trump, they have a favorable. And interestingly, 8% say they don't have a favorable opinion of neither. That's a bit higher. When we asked this 4 years ago, it was only 3% who said neither to Biden and Trump 4 years ago, though it's not as high of the folks who said neither 8 years ago when it was Clinton-Trump in 2016. Who is too extreme? 36% of Americans nationwide voting in this election tell us only Harris is too extreme. 47%, nearly half, say only Trump is too extreme. 8% say both, 5% say neither. What is your feeling if Donald Trump is elected president? So
36% scared?
26% optimistic. 48%, nearly half, say excited or optimistic. 14% concerned. And the plurality, 36%, say they are scared if Trump is elected president. You see there the bottom two add up to 50%. We asked this about Harris. What are your feelings if Harris is elected president? You see 49% are excited or optimistic. 20% are concerned. And she has a lower number, 28%, who say they'd be scared. But again, splitting roughly in half between excited and optimistic and concerned or scared if Harris is elected president, Anderson.
All right. Sometimes frustrating or...
I mean, exit polls, yeah, they are just sort of surveys. I mean, yeah, theoretically, could there, be picking based on how people look or whatever, of course. But again, so far in this hour, we are just sitting here watching Indiana and Kentucky. Indiana, 61% Trump so far. Kentucky, 66%. This is not a surprise. We're highly anticipating it to, be that. Look at some of these latest polls here. Very Trump favored. But if you go to the average of the latest polls, let's see here. There we go. You actually, look at this. Electoral College, top battlegrounds, actually puts Trump in the lead a little bit here. These are the state races right here. These are the current odds. Pennsylvania, lead for Trump. North Carolina, lead for Trump. I mean, honestly, you got a Trump lead in a lot of these big swing states. So, you know, we're going to have to watch these pretty closely. The next ones that I really want to pay attention to, let's see here. Let's write these down so we have this handy. Okay. Let's go with... There we go. Poll closing times. All right, ready for this? Poll closing times. We're going to do... I'm just going to copy this over so I don't have to keep referencing this. But basically, the big one that I want to watch is Pennsylvania at 8, along with Wisconsin and Michigan. So 8 p.m., big ones, PA, MI, WI. And 7:30 will be useful. Big one is going to be North Carolina. 7 p.m. Big ones are going to be Nevada, Arizona. And then, I mean, those are some of the big boys. Yeah, those are probably your biggest here to watch. Florida at 7. I'll watch that one too. Should be pretty clear, but we'll see. Okay. Somebody says they bought DJT and they're up in after hours. Oh yeah, DJT is up. DJT's up 6%. Look at that. Tesla's up another 1% right here. Bitcoin's almost... Oh, you can't see it. Bitcoin keeps going up right here. Oh, my camera was lagging a little bit there for a sec. Bitcoin almost at 70,000. Tesla up 1.2. And DJT's up about 6%. All right. Take a listen in over here.
He voted earlier today in Boyle Heights. Gerardo cast her ballot in Arroyo Seco Library this morning, then went on to visit small businesses across Highland Park and Eagle Rock. She'll have a block party on York Boulevard around 8 o'clock tonight. We'll be there covering the outcome of the election. Our colleague Gordon Tukamutsu will be covering Mr. De Leon over in Boyle Heights as the campaign results come in around 8 o'clock. We're live in Eagle Rock. I'm Makala Medina, NBC4 News.
That's like another 350 of you just signed up again. It kind of keeps growing, so it seems like y'all really want this. If you go to meetkevin.com/alpha, you'll see what I'm talking about if you haven't seen it yet. Meetkevin.com/alpha. Alpha Report, morning brief by Meet Kevin, your financial agent. Basically, I'm just giving you trends, option ideas for the day, long-term trade ideas, short-term trade ideas. You know, you think I think an option has low volatility. I think it's going to go up, or I think it's going to go down. I'll mention that. Catalysts, earnings takeaways, you name it. You could sign up for free and get that every morning at 6:15-ish a.m. For free. Let's listen over here.
Polling stations.
There is a link now for international. So if you're international, under the yellow bar, just click outside the U.S. Click here. We added that.
Folks waiting in line here, though.
How's it different from EHAC? Well, because it's actually going to give you like, hey, this option or this trade or this trend line or whatever. Like EHAC is news, right? This is more like actionable. So it's different.
Using the ballot
Good question though.
here for the first time. Take a listen.
I use the machines.
How was that process?
Well, they had a gentleman there helping me, and I don't think it used to be that complicated. I'm 86, and he helped me make sure I picked the people I wanted and for the laws I wanted.
Now, this video you are seeing right now is from the McCambridge Rec Center in Burbank. Some seriously long lines there. This was shot earlier today, and it appears those crowds have calmed down. But now the branch library in Burbank is showing wait times of about an hour. You can check those wait times at lavote.gov. Now, back here live again, we are still seeing some lines here at this Westchester YMCA. It's starting to build back up. And one thing to keep in mind, guys, that the polls close at 8 p.m., but if you are in line before those polls close, you can still
Elon Musk saying Pennsylvania is the linchpin for the election. You win that, and Yeah, I mean, let's just listen to it here.
Spent more money, more time there. You personally did more than all other swing states. Why Pennsylvania?
Well, Pennsylvania is really the linchpin. If you win Pennsylvania, the probability of overall electoral victory is like 80, 90%. Because you need almost all the other swing states. If you lose Pennsylvania, which has got the most electoral votes, then you need almost all the other swing states to win. And I do have some ties, some history with Pennsylvania because I went to college there for 3 years. I know the state. And
Quickly, Roaring Kitty says, if Donald Trump is elected today, I will send $10,000 to 10 people who interact with this X post and follow me. Wow. Look at this. Go interact. If Donald Trump is elected today, I will send $10,000 to 10 people who interact with this X post and follow me. Wow. That's Roaring Kitty for you. All right. Back to... This is LA Ballot Processing Center. Seems kind of boring. Mostly going to get mail-in ballots there.
It goes to what is called extraction, and that is where you'll see some people opening up the ballots, making sure that the ballots are clean, there are no marks on them, and that they are good to be tallied and counted. And then that's what we're going to show you next. Moving on over here, I want to show you that that's already happening. These are ballots that have already gone through all of those processes that I just spoke about, and these are actually being tallied as we speak. But I want to make sure I say tallied and not counted, because by state law, there is no count and no results that can come out until after the polls close at 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So we are busy here indeed. And Colleen, some interesting notes that we got from officials. The vote by mail ballots that have been mailed out since October 9th, a lot of them haven't really trickled in until just about 2 days ago when everything started kind of ramping up.
Here we go.
Presumably that could be because...
Let's jump in over here.
To Russia. Of course. They're never going to leave us alone. But do we care? No, we don't care. All right, much more ahead. We're going to check in with voters. Steve Kornacki's watching the votes already coming in. Stay with us. Big night.
All right, let's go jump on over to
some
Fox
resources.
again.
They've added some new.
Okay, another 200 of you just signed up for meetkevin.com/alpha. Your free morning alpha report on stocks and trade ideas for the day. Nice.
Polls close at 8.
Meetkevin.com/alpha if you want in. There's a button for international now, too.
There's one polling location in Laughlin. That's getting extended till 9:30 p.m. after some issues this morning. Some issues this morning are also why Cambria County, that is extended to 10 p.m. tonight. Those ballots cast by after 8 p.m. will be provisional. Again, 2020, the count here was slow. It took 4 days, but there were 2.6 million mail-in ballots to count in 2020. So far, 1.9 million have been accepted here this year. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
Alexandra, thanks.
Grady Trimble is in Michigan, just outside Detroit. Good evening, Grady.
Good evening, Brett. Michigan's top elections official says turnout here on Election Day has been off the charts. Some of the top issues driving voters to the polls in Michigan include the big ones like the economy, the border, and abortion. But there are also two niche issues more specific to Michigan. Those are the electric vehicle mandate and the Middle East. The Trump campaign has been trying to win over auto workers who disagree with their union's endorsement of Vice President Harris.
Hey, Max, I'll include macro and other fundamental stuff in that same alpha report. I want to jump on over for a moment away from the... Oh, I get a little bit of lag there. Hold on a sec. Oh, yeah. Okay, hold on a sec. Oops. Let me just close some stuff here. Sorry. I had some things open in the background. All right, let's go listen to this for a moment. This is an interview with former U.S. Senator Pat Toomey, Pennsylvania Republican, and he's got some ideas potentially for how votes might go in Pennsylvania. I think this could actually be an interesting listen. Let's see what he says.
Polling, you don't know what to conclude, right? The polling has a race dead even, but the question is,
have the pollsters correctly calibrated for their previous errors? Have they over-calibrated, under-calibrated? We won't know until the election actually takes place. There's an actual data point that I think might be a little bit instructive, but it's certainly not dispositive. And that is two, actually. One is the huge shift in registered voters from being registered as Democrats to being registered as Republicans. In 2016, when I ran for re-election, when Donald Trump was elected, the Democrats had almost 1 million vote advantage over Republicans in just the count of.
Oh, interesting. That might not be the actual deep effing valley or deep effing value guy. How interesting. I got juked. The Roaring Kitty versus Roaring Kitty. Wow, interesting. That's a good point. Thank you for that.
Huge move. Second, in 2020, very few Republican registered voters. As of today, that number is about 400,000. It's a huge move. Second, in 2020, very few Republicans voted by mail or voted early at all. It was an election day operation for Republicans. This time, there's a lot of Republicans who have voted by, and we can track that, right? So it's possible that these are all Republicans who are going to vote on Election Day anyway, and so there's no net change. But I think it's more likely that there's a pickup in some votes. So with all that said, if I had to bet, I'd probably bet on Trump to carry Pennsylvania, but it would be with a very low level of confidence.
Wow. I can't imagine your thoughts seeing the Democratic nominee on the Rocky Steps last evening, but I just wonder if you could speak to the state as a whole. What is it about Pennsylvania? To Kaylee's point, we've been talking about the state for months and months. It is the big prize tonight after the states that have already gone blue and red. You've got two cities, you've got a massive rural area in between, and it's confounding every campaign.
So first of all, it's a fantastic state, right? It's a big state, right? Just about 13 million people. It's a microcosm of America when you think about it. Philadelphia is really a big northeastern city. Pittsburgh is a good-sized Midwestern city. Not many states span the Northeast and the Midwest. And as you point out, there's a tremendous amount of rural and small towns and small cities.
But you managed to thread this big needle.
It's very, very narrowly divided and almost exactly even. And so a very slight advantage makes the difference. That's just the nature. And it's really typically decided now in the suburbs, right? That's where the swing voters reside in Pennsylvania. The cities are pretty predictable. The rural areas are pretty predictable. The suburbs are much harder. I think Dave McCormick is likely to do quite well in the big suburbs throughout the state. I think, frankly, he goes in with a slight edge in this.
All right, I'm a little bored of that. Pat Toomey has been pretty neutral, former senator there from Pennsylvania. Does think that Trump has an edge. So we'll write that down. Pat Toomey, former senator from PA, slight edge. Slight edge for Trump. If he had to bet, a lot of early voting from Republicans, way up from 2020. Okay. Then it looks like Russians are now being blamed for a bomb threat in Georgia. Let's take a look at this. Okay. Okay, let's see what's going on. Hoax. Oh boy. Okay. Woo! Yay, thank you all. Another 230 of you just signed up for meetkevin.com/alpha. Thank you for that. Got my work cut out for me. Okay, let's listen to this.
We want everyone in Georgia to know that I've led on making sure that we lead the nation on having fast, secure, and accurate elections. I talked a little bit earlier about that Russian hoax and that bomb scare. And I just want to make sure everyone understands this, that Georgia's not going to be intimidated. The Russia has just decided they picked on the wrong Georgia. They need to pick on the other one in the Black Sea, because we're not going to be intimidated.
Oh, the wrong Georgia. Hoax bomb threats appeared to originate from Russian email domains directed at polling locations in Georgia, Michigan, Arizona, Wisconsin. Wow. All swing states. All four are swing states. That's really interesting. It's actually very... oh, and then the FBI says non-credible. FBI, no threats, credible. 2 locations were briefly evacuated. Yeah. It's not uncommon for the Vladimir Putin's being a prick. It's not uncommon for the Russians to do this. We've talked about this before. That, remember, and I'll write this down sort of as an opinion, but Russians benefit from a divided America. Less chance that Congress is united in aiding Ukraine. I should say lower. So the more division they sow, rightfully or with disinfo, the better for Russia, their POV, IMO. Makes sense. November 1st, U.S. intelligence officials warned that Russian actors manufactured a video falsely depicting Haitians illegally casting ballots in Georgia. I'd like to see the video, but I don't actually think they share the video. I've seen it before. I just wanted to show it, but whatever. Blame the Russians, they say. Nobody knows the Russians. Trump and Harris exude optimism. First polls closed in Kentucky and Indiana. None of that's a surprise. What do we got over here? States are counting ballots. Dude, this looks like a boring job. It's an important job. But this looks really boring. Hey, she's putting it all in a shredder. I'm kidding. In case that wasn't clear. Ooh, that's satisfying. Hear that? That's the sound that you hear when you go to the bank and they count your money after you get that alpha report. Hopefully, no guarantees. But do get that alpha report for free over at meetkevin.com/alpha. Every day before the market opens, you'll get my my alpha on options, stocks, long-term, short-term, shorts, longs, options, volatility, earnings catalysts, fundamental analysis, whatever I'm seeing institutions saying, takeaways from things. Whatever it is, I'll throw them on the alpha report in the morning. And for now, that's totally free over at meetkevin.com/alpha. Thanks to those of you signing up. Never believed that there will be huge waves of black men voting for Donald Trump, says Warnock in Georgia, a Democrat. Warnock said the biggest threat was apathy, lack of engagement, not understanding or getting how serious it is. Don't take your base for granted. Purple area of Fulton County cast her ballot for Trump, preferring his business-like approach. Okay. Silver is up 37% this year. Biden is telling voters to stay in line. There's the Pat Toomey. Swap traders signaling a 92% chance of rate cuts this week. We're pretty much going to get rate cuts this week. Somebody here just donated $5 to say just voted Donald J. Trump in San Diego. Jesus, there's a lot of Republicans at my polling station in Poway. Wow. Thank you. Somebody said updating. It always says that. I don't know why it says that, but it always updates. So, yeah. Oil futures open along with gold, unchanged. Abortion rights supporters across New York have been handing out flyers encouraging voters to vote yes. All right, let's listen in over here.
John Tester race. John Tester has been said to be the most vulnerable Democratic senator in the country this year, as he has in past years.
Can course members get the report on Discord? I'm going to say no for now, just because I know it's going to be a rush right before the morning there. So I would sign up on the website instead. Maybe in the future, but I would sign up on the website now.
In Montana, Dan, thanks.
Joining us now here on set, former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Speaker, good to have you with us. I know you obviously are watching these House races very closely. You know them probably better than anyone. Tell us what we should be watching for and whether or not you think there's an opening here for your party to take over the House or to build on the House.
Can we hold it and can we extend it? A lot happens to do with the presidential race. A lot of our candidates are underperforming Trump. The next two states you're going to watch is Ohio and North Carolina. And that'll be a big play, not only just for the House, for the Senate. Marino has been closing stronger. We have 2 congressional seats there that could be a pickup. And if we pick up 4 to 5 seats from Democrats, we will keep the House. And you look at North Carolina 1, book out, it will tell you 2 different things. If we
Another 273 of you just signed up for meetkevin.com/alpha. Thank you for that. And keep providing value for y'all.
Problem to the Democrats, if it stays where it is right now at 36%, that could be good for President Trump and also good for Republicans.
So as you look at the map, there are these canaries in the coal mine in different races. But how much does the presidential race and the coattails there affect those races?
I think it affects whether the House is able to keep Republican is going to be a lot on President Trump. If we keep the House, Trump has brought us over, because before a lot of our candidates overperformed Trump, they're all underperforming. I was just talking to one member in California that Trump had lost his district by 13. Trump was tied today in his district. Trump has been performing
in California
better than he has before, because you really got to look to California, New York is where we won our majorities. That's where a lot of money is being spent. We've always picked up seats in those states the last 2 cycles. We've got to pick up some more and hold them.
So when you look at the presidential race, in light of all that, because so much will depend on it, it has been tossed up all across the board for, these polls have been tied for weeks. What's your take?
My take is what I'm looking at early is suburban areas. I don't want to see a bleed from President Trump's vote in the suburban areas where he had.
You mean from 2020?
From 2020 to 2024. And the rural areas, I want those to turn out bigger. Now, Republicans have really improved with President Trump on early vote. Instead of being down 1 million votes in Pennsylvania, we're only down 400,000. You look at North Carolina, Arizona, we're actually ahead. That's like going into a football game in the 4th quarter and you're leading. Can you keep the lead? That's where we're at right now.
It's exciting. America is voting in great numbers. You've been a candidate so many times. On these nights, what is the candidate? Is it nerve-wracking? Is it exciting? What is the deal?
You know what? These hours right here are the most nerve-wracking because everybody's calling you to ask what's going on. You have no idea. And you want to know what's happening. And you've put all this effort for probably 1.5 years. All your effort can be your family, and all you want are the returns. And you come to a state like California, you still got to wait a month.
That's right. We hope not. We hope not. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Great to see you.
Now let's take a look at another battleground. Arizona, the Sun Belt state, is also home.
Yeah, I was listening to McCarthy this morning. If I remember correctly, it was either on CNBC or Bloomberg. And he kind of had roughly the same thing to say. So it's sort of like he's going out there making the rounds, if you will. But yeah, I'm watching various different trackers right now. Let's go ahead and go to Real Clear Politics. Let's see. So I want you to see this here. This is the 2020 map for the Electoral College. And you could see that Pennsylvania went blue, Nevada went blue, Arizona went blue, Georgia went blue, Wisconsin went blue, Michigan went blue. The expectation now is that Wisconsin and Michigan might still stay blue, but Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Arizona, those are expected to be the swing. If you lose Penn, it's a game changer. Harris wins. But Trump could also pick up, probably Wisconsin would be good enough. You don't actually need that much. I mean, you could even get away with just... Well, you already have Nevada in this case, so we'll keep an eye on this. But these are just some ideas. Pennsylvania, I think, is a big one. If Pennsylvania goes Republican, I mean, what else do you win as Harris? I mean, if you win Arizona, you still lose. You have to win Arizona and Nevada, and you still lose. So even if Harris takes Nevada and Arizona, she still loses if she loses Pennsylvania. So Pennsylvania has to go to Harris. And this is already assuming Wisconsin and Michigan go to Harris. This is tight. Pennsylvania is do or die. And those come out in about an hour and a bit. So buckle up for that. That's crazy tight. Very, very, very tight. Yeah. Okay, what else do we got over here? So, field manager, polling station, pink Hummer limo. Elon Musk just confirmed on X for the first time he was going to keep being a big player in American politics after today, saying his super PAC would weigh in heavily in the next midterm and judicial elections. The America PAC is going to keep going after this election. We're preparing for the midterms and intermediate elections, as well as looking at elections for district attorney and judicial levels. Elon going big on the politics. Elon did say that Pennsylvania was the linchpin. I think he's right. Georgia's polling places are near the close at 7 p.m., but 5 voting locations can stay open longer due to the bomb threat. Okay, that's interesting. So this is extending the 4 p.m. Poll closing deadline for Georgia at 5 locations by, did they say 30 minutes? No, it just says, is extending at 5 locations. There, period. There we go. Interesting. Okay, there it is. 15 to 45 more minutes. Okay. Some of the locations were down for like 30 minutes. California likes to think of itself as a fast-moving state, but its pace can be downright plodding when it comes to voting, counting votes. Well, with how many people are using mail-in ballots, you think you go faster, but mail-in ballots to all registered voters, since election workers must examine signatures and open the envelopes, processing each ballot requires additional time for verification. Okay. That'll do it. Okay. Okay, what else here? County, California. Los Angeles County has 5.7 million registered. Okay, that's fine. I don't care about that. Let's keep going here. All right, what else do we have? Let's go. 6-hour wait at a polling place near Lehigh University. Are you kidding me? 6 hours? Lehigh University in Pennsylvania? Students waiting for several hours. No freaking way. Hold on a second. Let's see if we can get some color on that. Like, I want to see some video footage or something from that area. Oh, wow. Another over 100 of you just signed up for meetkevin.com/alpha. Let me get some footage on those lines. Meetkevin.com/alpha is that free market intelligence report you can get every day at 6:15 a.m. Texted to you, little one-pager on catalysts, options, catalysts for the day, fundamentals, cheap stocks, expensive stocks, buy, sells, whatever, ideas. They're different from trade alerts. They're more like, here's what I'm seeing and things to pay attention to, support resistance lines, trading, long-term, short-term. I think it's going to be a useful report. So you can sign up for that over at meetkevin.com/alpha or scan that QR code above. Here's one of the lines at Lehigh University. Okay, that looks normal, and then it keeps going. Oh my gosh. Oh, whoa. Dude. It'll take forever to vote. It's almost wrapped completely around. I've been in line for 5 hours. Can't see the front of the line. Crazy 4 to 5 hour line. Different campuses. 5:30 p.m. The line's still long. Dude, Pennsylvania's the game changer. Oh. Six-hour wait now to vote in Pennsylvania. Dude, how are we gonna get our results? We need Pennsylvania. That's like the most important one. I mean, you just saw. I mean, again, if you didn't just see it, it's crazy how important Pennsylvania is. It is your game changer here because again, if Harris loses Nevada and Arizona, which tentatively she's slated to, she gets Wisconsin and Michigan, loses Georgia. She doesn't really have a path to victory anymore without Pennsylvania. She sweeps Pennsylvania, she wins by a hair. So, you know, this is critical. Okay, we're 3 minutes away from the first major polls.
Security is like around there.
There are a lot more local police, but it's not like something where they have called in the National Guard. And there is extra...
That's going to be Nevada, Arizona, Florida. That's going to be big. This could be a big moment for Trump, by the way.
They've been building the inaugural viewing stand right outside. That is why the fencing has been up. And that is something else that during the commercials, President Biden can look out and see for the next president. Back to you.
That is something. Peter Ducey live on the North Lawn. Peter, thanks.
I like how they said during the commercials, somewhat implying that Biden's just sitting on a couch watching TV. Probably not wrong. And honestly, on election night, there's nothing wrong with that. Okay. Final polling from the New York Times here. New York Times says even on Pennsylvania, Nevada, North Carolina, these are critical, but Arizona definitely leaning Trump there. And we got some more closings coming soon here. I'm just not intending to vote this election cycle, but when I heard someone at the Trump rally in New York refer to Puerto Rico as an island of garbage, I made my decision to vote for Kamala. I'm surprised. I honestly did not think that would make a difference. And I know this is just one person, and it's, you know, probably cherry-picked by the New York Times. But, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay. Oh, look at these lines. The wait is more than 2 hours here. Look at that slow-mo drone shot right here. Oh, that's a beautiful building. That's gorgeous, but what a pain in the freaking butt, man. Elon's heading to Mar-a-Lago. We know that. What's this lady saying? I voted for Donald Trump. Let's hear it.
Is, I believe, saving our Constitution, our freedoms, freedom from vaccines. I don't ever want to see what happened in 2020 happen again, where you are forced to take the COVID vaccine or any vaccine. If you don't, you'll lose your job. That's horrendous. You're either voting for our freedoms or you're voting for those freedoms to be taken away and our country destroyed. Constitution up and down the board.
Wow.
Came out to save it today.
Wow. Okay. Let's see. I got some prelim numbers here. What is this? Harris projected winner in Vermont. 4 p.m. numbers. So what do we have? Harris, Vermont, Trump, Kentucky, Georgia, Trump, 39% of voters, 18 to 29. Harris, 60%. These are preliminary results of an exit poll. Exit poll, Edison. Okay, then we have exit poll Georgia. Trump gets 12% of black vote. So Trump, 12% of black. Let's see here. Trump wins 71% of white voters in Georgia. That's a lot. 74% of male. Wow. Georgia, Trump, 74% of male. Georgia, Trump for women. 24% of female. Trump projected winner of South Carolina. Trump, South Carolina winner. Projected. Vermont, projected. Trump projected winner of Indiana. Trump projected winner of Indiana. That was expected. Sanders. Bernie Sanders wins in Vermont. Okay. All right. Let's listen into some of their coverage here.
Right now, as you see, 39 Republicans to 29 Democrats.
A lot of toss-ups in that group as well in the Senate races across the country. Let's go to Bill Hemmer and get an update from the board.
Hey guys, we've just seen a little of this vote come in from Florida, so why don't we go ahead and start there? And I'm just going to punch around and see a little bit of what we're getting here. We know the turnout was big. We know Republicans, based on some of the early voting and the voting today, was pretty decent here, but 8% of the statewide vote. This is Duval County.
55% Trump right now on Florida.
So you got about 2/3 of the vote coming in Florida right now. Florida counts.
Yeah, but look at the locations in Florida. These aren't the big ones yet. Look, you don't have Orlando yet. You don't have Dade County. You don't have Broward County yet. You don't even have Tampa yet. And Hillsborough, Pinellas. These are really important. Like over here, Flagler and some of these others, these are Republican areas. So that's not a surprise. Clay County, Jacksonville. Yeah, I mean, the big ones are not out yet in Florida. You need the big ones, and they are not here just yet. Okay, let's see if I can get some more on reporting. I really want more on Florida. Come on, let's see here. All right, let's listen in here for a moment.
So he's doing right about the same number he did with Joe Biden 4 years ago. So let's look at Volusia County. Okay, you got a little more of the vote in here. Trump easily at nearly 60% of the vote. 77% reporting. Flagler, 86% reporting as well. So we expect him to do quite well in Florida. Let me move away from this because what I wanted to show you in a moment here is we're just getting a flavor right now of perhaps what the suburban vote is doing for Trump versus Harris, and then what the rural vote's doing. And what I did was I wanted to pick out two places here because there's a county just north of Indianapolis. This is Hamilton County. Population about 350, 360,000. About 2/3 of the vote coming in right now. What I want to show you here is Trump's at 48.8 now. There's more vote out there. Indiana counts the mail-in ballots first. So let's do the same exercise, okay? This time,
Broward's starting to come in. Look at Broward here really quickly. Broward coming in. Whoa, 60.7% Harris. That's where I grew up as a kid. That's what he said.
Got slightly weaker, okay? Down about 2 points. And then current day today, okay, so there's more vote out there, so we'll see how it goes. But right now, a little weaker there in that suburb just north of Indianapolis. Conversely, right, Trump's been working the rurals, right? Well, this is Kentucky.
Let me refresh really quick. Stay tuned. This will take like 10 seconds. Go to meetkevin.com/alpha. 1 second. Okay. That should be better. Sometimes, like, I've been streaming for 5 hours. Sometimes it just does that. Okay, meetkevin.com/alpha is that alpha report. But look at this, folks. This is really important right here. Broward County. I really want you to watch Broward County right here. This is a big one. I'm gonna keep refreshing this right here. Broward. Come on, stop that. Okay, yeah, Broward's still 67% for Harris. These smaller areas right here. Florida's big. It's really expected to be, ultimately a Trump win, the entire state. But this is going to be a big deal. Let's see Georgia. Oh, Georgia's coming in. We've only got one area for Georgia, Twiggs County. Oh, you got nothing in Georgia yet. Okay, this is nothing. Vermont, we know Bernie won. New Hampshire, not so worried about that. Okay, all right. Let's see here. What else we got here? Donald Trump gets Indiana. We already knew that. That's fine. Just keeping an eye on Florida as these votes come in Florida, I think, is going to be the key. Let's listen in over here for a moment.
Is really crucial as we look at this raw vote total. And they're also getting a lot that we expect to come in very fast. Madison Allworth is actually in Norcross, Georgia, with the view from the ground. Hey, Madison.
Hey, Brett. Hey, Martha. So, yeah, polls have closed at a majority of locations here in Georgia, including the location that I'm at. I can actually see from my vantage point that at least one person has tried to come in past 7 p.m. and they are turning them away because this poll location, like most, closed at 7. But there are...
I think I found the problem. Sorry about that. I think I found the oopsies. This should make it better now. I was accidentally recording in the background, and that was a 41 gigabyte file, recording at high quality. Oopsies! Sorry! Anyway, hopefully that's better for you. Sorry about that.
Majority results have coming in. We've talked to the Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, a number of times. He has reiterated he's really confident that majority results will be reported by 8 p.m. And now when it comes to how close it is here, recounts are not necessary.
I actually got my coffee from my kids. This is from my children's favorite roller coaster ride. Anybody ever been on this one? It's pretty awesome. Well, it's one of their favorites. But anyway, all right, let's keep getting Florida details here and see what's going on in Florida for the actual election results. I want to get down to those counties again. We're starting to get Pinellas County. What? With a Harris? Oh my gosh, hold on a second. 428 of you just signed up for meetkevin.com/alpha. Dude, I honestly did not know there would be this much demand for that. And it's totally free. And that might change in the future. We have no plans right now. I'm just like, yesterday we're like, why don't we just at 6:15 every morning help people who just wake up and they're like, man, I wish I had one like quick little page I could look at to see what the catalysts are today and, what trade ideas there are and, what to watch during the day for trend lines or whatever. And so we made it. The Alpha Report, morning brief by Meet Kevin, your financial agent. Roar! Anyway, you can sign up right here. Just click the little yellow button over at meetkevin.com/alpha. If you're outside the U.S., click here. Okay, look at this, though, coming in at Florida right here. Look at this right here. Pinellas, Harris, slight lead in Pinellas. No way. Let's see here. That's actually surprising. I thought Kathy would swing that. Look at that, 60%. I mean, this is the same we saw, 34% of polls in there on Broward County. That's where I grew up. I spent 16 years there. You thought about it after the Washington Post subscriber account and monthly. That is a coincidence. I did not put those dots together, but that is a coincidence. That's a good touche, good sir, touche. You jaded bastard. I'm just kidding. Okay, let's keep looking here. It's not a bad point. I didn't think of it that way. Georgia, we still don't have anything. Tampa, 34% in. Harris on the lead. Oh, Orlando's coming in. Whoa, with the lead there for Harris. Tallahassee and Jacksonville for Harris. That's expected. The total for the state is still Trump, right? You're still leading Trump for the state, but these are big numbers coming in from Orlando. Pinellas. That's interesting. All right, so we're going to keep watching this and then still don't have the drop in Georgia to get more. I'm also waiting for Nevada and Arizona to try to get some more. Let's listen in over here for a moment.
More data coming in, and we will continue to bring that to you. Brett, Martha?
Those are really interesting
Thank
numbers.
you.
They
Absolutely.
tell a story. They start to.
Yeah, so let's bring in our panel and see what they think about these numbers. Britt Hume, Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr., Karl Rove, Laura Ingram, and Robert Wolf. Laura, welcome. Great to have you here. She's underperforming Biden is the headline there.
Yeah, it looks like right now,
Trump leading Harris in Georgia right now, supposedly, with about 54% of the votes counted. Wow, I haven't gotten that update yet, but I'm seeing this right here. This is, wait, no. No, that's only based on a fraction of the votes. No, that's misleading. This is the one time I briefly look at X. Like, I shouldn't be even looking there right now. Ignore that, because I'm like, I don't see those results yet, because I barely see any results, and I'm like, where did they get that data? I only have 3% in for Georgia, and it's actually Harris leading right now. I think the thing is on X, like, if you want to be popular on X, you just have to say nice things about Donald Trump or Elon. And I'm a little bit more, in my opinion, focused on not picking a side and just whatever's right. Okay, let's keep going here.
Largely because of the black electorate. Looking at those numbers right now, it doesn't seem like she's delivering that same kind of power.
Yeah, those numbers seem soft, although I would tell you I was predicting North Carolina over Georgia for the vice president because I think Stein will be like plus 15 versus Robinson. And the governors, and I think that may help the vice president. But these are soft numbers, and I thought with Warnock and Ossoff, two senators that are popular, we would have maybe seen, a better turnout. So I'm hoping this is just the early voting.
Yeah, not all the data obviously is in yet. Carl, what's your read on it?
Well, first of all, we're looking at half of the problem. The problem is that we're looking at is what's the division of the black vote by men and women, Trump versus Harris. The other thing we need to look at is turnout. A 1% decline in black turnout in Georgia over the last election would wipe out the 10,000 vote margin that Joe Biden had. So we're seeing part of the picture. Let's see if it's compensated.
Okay, there's now some freak out going on regarding the Milwaukee 31,000 vote recount. I don't know why there's an objection to that. Probably because there's a chance it could delay news. But Milwaukee issue recounting 31K ballots after finding two small doors on scanning machines were not closed properly. RNC objecting, calling it incompetent. Okay. Okay. All right, let's go back here.
When she had no chance of winning, we're seeing that effect tonight with the county being blue, at least at this point.
Harold, it's just worth pointing out.
Oh, yeah. Regarding the banner and the meetkevin.com/alpha report, you could go to metkevin.com or meetkevin.com. One's just one letter shorter. They both were. Holy crap. Sorry, another that's like 500 of you just signed up. Dang, that's fast. Meetkevin.com/alpha. 500 more of you. Jeez. All right. Let me try to get a little bit more. I'm really waiting for some more color here on Florida. Florida 42% in. Trump's still in the lead by like 5% over there. It's pretty good for Trump. 3% of the vote in Georgia. And look at this. So Georgia, you're just getting the sprinkling of data. You can see you don't actually have Fulton yet. Cobb. You've got what look like some smaller regions here. Yeah, 1,500 votes, 3,000 votes. So still waiting for some of the larger data dumps. Virginia's coming in with a Trump lead. It's mostly expected. Okay, here we go. 44% in on Florida. Trump's mopping up right now with like a 200,000 vote lead over in Florida. Texas, nothing yet. I think the first results are in like 45 minutes or so. But yeah, Trump's doing really well in Florida right now. He really needs to get Florida, and he's expected to get Florida. Let's see here. Broward County, still no update. Still mostly Harris. Hillsborough, tight. Harris. I mean, these are getting really tight. These are just a few thousand votes apart. Orange County, which is where Orlando is, that's in favor of Harris. A lot of these areas right here, Monroe, Henry, these are smaller, like less populated areas. You start getting Sarasota, your retirement communities. Obviously, your city centers are going blue. Dade County's still not out, though. So I want to see Dade come in. Dade's going to be your Miami, your crypto community. Crypto! Let's see. Okay. Briefly go. Let's give them another shot. And then I want to just confirm on our map over here that we have Virginia was actually set at blue. Interesting. And it's starting less than 1% in, so these are like 6,000 votes. It's way too early to say anything about Virginia. Okay, all right, give that a moment.
Minutes from now, 37 of the 270 electoral votes needed to win the White House are at stake. When voting ends in North Carolina and Ohio.
Oh, yeah, big dump there in Florida. You're at 53% Trump right now, 45% Harris.
Demographics have made it more competitive for Democrats than in some past elections. Kamala Harris is in a heated battle right now with Donald Trump in North Carolina after he won that state in both of his previous presidential campaigns, narrowly last time. Abby Phillip has some new information from Harris campaign headquarters at Howard University. Abby, tell us more.
Yeah, Jake, I mean, as you noted, Donald Trump won North Carolina the last time around, but by the slimmest margin of the states that he did win. So the Harris campaign, they are looking at that state as very much in play. What I've heard from the campaign tonight is that they are seeing in some rural counties lower than expected votes. Those counties are expected to go for Donald Trump, so they see that as a positive sign. And then on the other hand, when they look at where their voters might be, it's in places like the area where you're going to have a larger proportion of those voters educated. A lot of people the state into those communities. You're going to have more diversity in those communities. And I'm told that the Durham turnout today gave them some optimism and hope as they go into this poll closing deadline in just a couple of minutes. So the campaign has been talking about all these battleground states having a plausible path to victory. They see North Carolina still very much in play, Jake.
All right, Abby, thanks so much. Let's go to Caitlin Collins now in West Palm Beach, Florida, at the Trump headquarters.
Wow, another 300 of you just signed up for meetkevin.com/alpha for your morning alpha report.
Carolina, something that they're hoping will be a gut check for them tonight. One thing that they're looking at, remember, this is a state that they thought Donald Trump was well on his way to winning when President Biden was still in the race. Of course, once he dropped out, it seemed like it was more in play. One thing that I'm told aides are keeping an eye on tonight is whether or not the governor's race has an effect on what the ultimate numbers there look like in the presidential race. Obviously, the Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, who is the Republican gubernatorial candidate, has faced scandal after CNN reported on his past comments. That is something they will be watching closely tonight, as Josh Stein, the Democrat, is expected to do well. We'll see what the ultimate race looks like there. And Jake, I should note, as they are keeping a close eye on these early gut checks.
Bitcoin's at highs right now at about 70,000, just under 70,000. It really looks like people are really enjoying these early numbers here so far for Trump. Trump on Polymarket, you can see right here, Polymarket at 61%. In the last 6 hours, you've had some volatility over here, though Trump holding up nicely there. And then on Predicted, you've got Trump at 54 versus 54 for Harris. It's a tie.
First, we're going to look at how people feel about way things are going in the U.S., in North Carolina, what North Carolina voters are saying. 6% enthusiastic, 21% satisfied. The plurality, 43% of North Carolina voters tell us they are dissatisfied with the way things are going in the U.S., 27% angry. I just want to say those bottom two, 7% that are dissatisfied or angry, obviously.
Whoa, dude. Miami just jumped big for Trump. Wow. There's your crypto. I mean, Florida's about to get called. I think you could almost say that this is a win right here of Florida. You've actually got DJT, the Donald Trump stock, moving up in after hours right now, 8.7%. Look at this after hours move here. You close down on the day about 1.2%. There's that famous 3510 line. Keep in mind, these lines, by the way, I'll tell you about in the Alpha report. So I'll say, hey, today, watch this line for XYZ stock or whatever. And obviously that'll change based on, where pricing is and stuff like that. So that's at meetkevin.com/alpha. If you're international, make sure you click the little international link. But if you're in the US, you'll want to get click the yellow button. Anyway, look at this. 59% total votes in, Trump leading, 11-point spread in Miami-Dade. Now remember, early in the day, remember what we said that the economists told us. The economists told us that if you lead by 7% in Florida, you have a 50-50 chance of winning. If you win Florida by 11%, then you have an 80% chance of winning. Trump right now is 6.7% ahead with about 6 out of 10 votes counted. That's pretty big so far. Less than 1% in South Carolina, turning red. Less than 3 or about 3% in Georgia, turning red. Still don't have Arizona or Nevada numbers. But watching this really closely, especially these Florida numbers here. This spread, folks, you want to pay attention to the spread. Again, the Economist thinks if you can win Florida by 11%, you have an 80% chance of winning. This is a big deal. So the entire election. Bitcoin right now, or DJT now up 12.5% on this. Holy smokes, it's pumping. 12.5%, 13% now on DJT in after hours. Tesla's pumping in after hours, 1.9%. Bitcoin just moved up to 70,000. Looks like markets are getting very excited about Donald Trump. Dollar up 0.3% as well.
Around the world, rather. Inflation. They don't like the way things are going. They want somebody to fix it. And that's Donald Trump's at the end, which is
440 more of you. Since I last said 300 of you signed up, 440 more of you just signed up for the Alpha report at meetkevin.com/alpha. That's like in the last 10 minutes, like another 1,000 of you just signed up for meetkevin.com/alpha. It's free, so you may as well and see if you like it. If you don't like it, unsub, dislike, but check it out at meetkevin.com/alpha.
In a lot of these states in these final crucial minutes.
The more you sign up, the more I'm getting nervous. I'm like, damn, I got to put on a good show.
To vote, and we're starting to see some of these exit polls concerning the dissatisfaction that people have. What have voters been telling you?
They've been telling us, Aaron, that everything matters. We're here in Mecklenburg County, which is going to be closely watched. It voted 66% for Joe Biden in 2020, and this is going to be very important to see the result. See how Harris performs compared to how Joe Biden did in 2020. I'm joined now by a voter, Brian Flores. You just voted.
I did.
And who did you vote for?
For Harris.
And tell me about how you came to this decision.
So I wasn't going to vote at all until my girlfriend was blowing up my phone telling me to go vote. And if I didn't, she was going to break up with me. So now I'm here.
Wow. Was she seriously going to break up with you?
No, I made that up. She didn't say that, but it's funny to say that.
So she asked you to vote for Harris.
She did.
And so you voted for Biden in 2020, but what were you going to do this time?
I wasn't going to vote at all.
You were just going to stay home.
I was going to stay home, eat some chips or something. I don't know.
And so you came just before polls closed. But here's the thing. How long did it most people have been saying it's taken them 5 or 10 minutes. Tell us how long it took you to vote.
So I got up at 4:30, drove here about 30 minutes. I think I walked in like at 5:05-ish, and I was waiting for about 2 hours. I just walked out.
Brian, 2 hours to fix your address, right?
2 hours.
Brian Flores, thank you so much.
Wow.
Aaron, back to you.
So somebody here in the chat's like, shout out House. Like, yeah, I think a lot of people are waiting for the election results. At least that's what we're hearing. They're like, yeah, once we know the election results, we're going to invest in house hack. But look at some of these moves here, dude. Oh my gosh, Tesla. Tesla's coming up to 258. That's a critical level here in the after hours. Up 2.4%, 14% on DJT. Enphase down. Supermicro's down 15% on their earnings. That sucked, like 16% miss. Look at Bitcoin. 70,200. Boom. Holy smokers. Okay. Again, you want to see these lines. Like, maybe you didn't even know that Tesla had a line at 258.15. Make sure to go to meetkevin.com/alpha and sign up for your alpha report for free. Okay, so let's get another refresh going on here. So refresh. 64% in Florida, 7.6% spread. If Trump's spread in Florida keeps rising and breaks 11%, the Economist thinks he has an 80% of winning the entire country. It's a big deal.
We move through the night. Again, that's an incredible early rationale there, but that's what you're looking at, right? Are you at least matching the coalition of the last guy to win the state? And that would be Joe Biden 4 years ago. And if you're not, if you're losing in some areas, can you make it up somewhere else? So that's where we look at Georgia right now. All it tells us we have a very competitive race. Virginia used to be a battleground state. It's reliably blue now, but it will give us some pretty important clues tonight. It will. Because if you look through right here, only 2% of the vote in. Again, you see, 45,000 to 43,000. This is a state that's going to be around 4 million votes, maybe even higher than that by the end of the night. So this is very, very early on. It's 2% of the vote. But you look at the map and you say, are there any surprises here? This would be a surprise. Prince William County in the suburbs. You see, D.C. is right here. Very blue suburbs here. Fairfax County, go back 20 years, Republican leaning. Now you come out here to Prince William County. Again, it's only 5% of the vote. Trump up by 6 points there. Just go back and take a peek. This was blue, and it was decidedly blue.
Look at the decision desk review right now of Trump being able to win this entire election. They actually see, just based on the results we've gotten so far, they've pushed him to 63%, up from 59%. They've now pushed him up to 63.7. Dude, Tesla is like skyrocketing right now. It's up 3.3%. DJT is up 17%. Bitcoin's at 70,300. Everything is moving up right now in markets on this potential for Trump.
But if she's underperforming Biden in the suburbs, that would be a warning sign. This is way too early to say that's the case. I pointed out just that these are the markers we're going to go through as we go through the night, as we look it out. Here's my test here. Again, this is 2%. Those numbers, forget about them. We're going to get a long way to go there. Here's the number you want to look at. This was a 10-point race. 10-point race 4 years ago, right? It was not a 10-point race in 2016, right? It was still blue in both races. That's Obama. Sorry, I went all the way back to Obama there. Let's come to 2016. Run the clock. There we go. Oh, that's not going to work for me. There we go. It was a 6-point race there. That matters. That matters. Virginia might still stay blue. The question is Donald better in the blue states? Because that means he'll be better in the battleground states. And Jake, that's what you watch. Counties come in, you take a look, you try to learn some lessons.
All right, and we're coming up on another critical round of poll closings in the Harris-Trump presidential race just moments from now. That's when voting ends in the battleground state of North Carolina as well.
Okay, more information just came in. This is Edison Research. 4:30 p.m. results. What do we have? Preliminary North Carolina, Trump wins 56% of white women. North Carolina exit poll, 61% of white. Let's see, these are all breakdowns. Let's see here. Edison, West Virginia win. Trump wins West Virginia. We got that. That's on screen as well. Being vacated by Democratic and Independent. Republican wins mansion seats. Republican to win mansion seat in West Virginia. That is for the Senate. So that's a Republican Senate seat right there. And that would be plus 1 Republican, down 1 Democrat. Okay. Tesla keeps going. It's up 4% now in after hours.
percent of the vote has come in from the Commonwealth of Virginia. We have two more states to show you now. Florida, Donald Trump in the lead there with 53.5% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 45.5% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 586,779 vote lead. That's with most of the vote in, a majority of the vote, 64% of the vote in the state of Florida with its 30 electoral votes. In New Hampshire, Kamala Harris in the lead there with 58.7% of the vote. Donald Trump has 40.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris.
DJT right now up 18% in after hours. Bitcoin's at 70,700.
John King at the magic wall. What are you looking at?
Just wandering through the counties, Jake, where votes come in, especially in the battleground states. This is Georgia right now. As you noted, 69,000, almost a 70,000 vote lead for Donald Trump. But, and it's a very important but, 8% reporting. 8% reporting. A long way to go in the count in Georgia. In fact, you just take a look, 240,000. Donald Trump in the lead right now. Joe Biden had 2.47 million when he won the state 4 years ago. So we have a long...
Okay, kind of crazy, but in the last 30 minutes, just a quick note, in the last 30 minutes alone, over 1,500 of you, 1,500 of you have gone to meetkevin.com/alpha, metkevin.com/alpha, it's the same thing, and signed up for your morning briefing, your morning alpha report that you get at 6:15 a.m. Join for free, no credit card required. Meetkevin.com/alpha. If you're international, click here. You get insights into catalysts on the day, fundamentals, trade analysis, tail risks, options, volatility, you name it. Let's listen in here.
A long way to go in Cobb County. So sometimes you get an early precinct or early batch of votes and it draws your eye. If that stays that way, that would be a big deal. But if you go back to 2020 and look, this is the key to Democratic victory in Georgia, right here, Atlanta and the suburbs. So you come off that and come back to 2024 and see where we are. Not much of it in yet, right? So let's just take a peek around it and look. Fayette County, you're more to the south there. 60% for Harris, about 37% of the vote in. So they're getting some votes in there pretty quick. A ways to go, but let's just match it up. 60%. Let's see how President Biden did there when he had a narrow victory, right? President Biden lost that county at 46%. So that would be, if it stays that way.
Okay, Donald Trump's little message here about standing in line.
Our Republicans, we're doing really well. If you're in line, stay in line. Don't let them take you off that line. Vote. Stay on the line. They can't do anything about it. And vote. We're going to win it big. Thank you.
All right. Donald Trump saying we're going to win it big. Republican Phil Scott wins race for governor seat in Vermont. Republican governor takes Vermont.
Was at 70%. So if you look at those counties and you're in the Harris headquarters, that's what you're matching up. Are we meeting our targets or are we exceeding the Biden coalition? Still some votes to be counted there, but that's an encouraging number for the vice president when you compare it to 2020. So let's come back out and take another look. And you come up here, Victor Blackwell is here, keeping an eye on Gwinnett for us. It is a larger, more populous suburb to the northeast of Atlanta. Again, 15, 20 years ago, it was Republican. Mitt Romney carried this in 2012. The vice president at 57 right now. It's almost more important to look at his numbers sometimes. Can Donald Trump improve his standing in the suburbs? He doesn't have to win. He just has to improve his standing in the suburbs. If you can make that a 46, that makes you more competitive. So 43 right now in Gwinnett County 2024. But look at again, 812 votes. Harris is in the lead. By the time we're done, you're going to be in the 200,000s, right? So we have a very, very, very long way to go. Trump at 40% there 4 years ago. Trump running 43% right now. But again, you got to look at the early count. We don't even have a percentage there because it's such a small number of votes. But that's what you're doing early on. You're just looking, placing some markers to try to do the comparison as you go back and forth. And Jake, I just want to pull out quickly to the map. And everything else is filling in as expected. The question is to look at some lessons. In North Carolina, we do have some first votes in, and it is blue at the moment.
Okay, take a look here on screen. You've got 62.7% Trump on Polymarket, 55 cents for Trump on Predict It. Decision Desk HQ, one second here. We are sitting at 64.5% Trump, up again. I think what's happening is algorithms are basically taking this Decision Desk odd, and look what they're doing. Tesla up 5.4%, $71,000 Bitcoin, 29%, 30% DJT, holy crap. Whoa, these are huge after hours moves. Oh my gosh.
She has more options.
All right, now to Boris Sanchez, who was our first projection of the night in the fight for control of the U.S. Senate. Boris.
Jake, a major
about justice. Yeah.
To take control of the U.S. Senate, Republicans have their first expected pickup, and it comes.
They're lagging. I'm going to flip over.
Young folks go there to go to school and to find a job as well. And we'll see about Mecklenburg, which is Charlotte. You know, Mecklenburg, Carl, that's a county that Democrats have tried to really capture. And they're able to win the county, but not by big enough of a margin to capture the entire state. So that's been somewhat elusive.
Carl perked up when you said Bush-Kerry. He really felt the old days.
It was a good moment, yeah. It was a good moment. But you're right, the change in it, like Mecklenburg, black turnout in Mecklenburg is below any other place I've seen in the South. Major county, you know, the five major counties around Atlanta, Wake, Henrico, Richmond, Chesterfield, and Virginia. It's amazing, and I don't understand exactly why, but black turnout in Mecklenburg has kept the Democrats from winning the state.
Well, I just wanted, you had spoken earlier about North Carolina and Hurricane Helene and the impact on, I believe, 25 counties were affected by Hurricane Helene. And one of the early discussions was, you know, a lot of those counties are red. Are they going to be able to vote? And then everyone felt like it was going to be okay. It looked like it was in good shape for
I'll show
party.
that to Martha here. And I don't know how much of that vote we've got in, but we're looking at this with virgin eyes here, okay? You're only 2% statewide. But what you're talking about, Martha, let me go ahead and draw this up here. All those 25 counties are west of Mecklenburg that we're talking about. They're west of Charlotte, okay? This is the blue dot in the western part of North Carolina. That's Buncombe County. That's Asheville. And that helped Joe Biden erase about a 43,000 net gain on behalf of Donald Trump. All the other 25 counties, Trump was up about 270,000. So he came out of these 25 counties that were so wrecked by this hurricane with a net of he lost 43 in Buncombe, a net of 220,000 votes. So let's go and clear this off and just refresh our memories here from 4 years ago. Here were the results, right? You know, Trump won the state several days later, but a little less than 75,000 votes. So all this out here, it's going to matter. And what the Democratic governor, Roy Cooper, said is that he was going to put these mobile voting vans in western North Carolina to make sure that nobody gets ripped off from casting a vote on behalf of Helene.
You know, Laura, the Harris campaign is pointing to schools like Appalachian State, the polling place in Boone County. They're saying schools in Pennsylvania and Nevada are huge lines. They're mobilizing young people. That's what they're sending out, at least now. What do you think?
15 polling places in Georgia have had to have extended hours because of that bomb threat that you guys were reporting on earlier, various bomb threats. And in Georgia, it's DeKalb County, Gwinnett, other key population centers. Will that affect the ultimate result in a place like Georgia? We'll find out. But Donald Trump this morning in West Palm Beach looked into the camera and he said, "Stay in line." Like it took him a while to sort of ask for people's votes over this campaign season.
Twitter tonight, he's still up on X saying, "Stay in line."
Yeah, stay in line. Don't get out of the line because there are Harris.
Look at this. This has got to be the most hilarious thing that I have seen. You ready for this? Did Joe Biden drop out past 30 days? It like skyrocketing over here on the... Bro, where have you been? That's also very sad. See, these are the kinds of people who need the Meet Kevin Alpha report so they can have at least some guidance when they wake up in the morning. My goodness. He just had 1 page per day. It would be the Meet Kevin Alpha report. Anyway, look, oh my gosh. The Trump spread here, look at this. 9.3%. 9.3% spread for Trump in Florida. Huge. Huge. That's a really big spread there for Trump. Polymarket, 65% Trump. It's like an explosion over here. 59 on Predict It. These aren't even the critical states yet. You know, you got to get Penn in, which you start getting some of these polls closing very soon. So it's gonna be pretty entertaining here, pretty dang soon. Oh man! All right, let's take a Pennsylvania, 8 p.m. and that's gonna be Eastern time. So that's gonna be in about 18 minutes. You start getting Pennsylvania coming in. Thank you. Wow. All right, let's listen in over here.
Performance in that group since at least 1960, and it will be powerful.
Okay, that's one to watch. Thank you, panel. The countdown is on to a slew of poll closings across the country, including the Big Kahuna. Pennsylvania, one of the biggest battleground prizes of the night. Our special coverage continues here on Fox next.
Oh, yeah. Dude, Pennsylvania is going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. North Carolina leaning. Hold on, let's see here. Let's go to the Electoral College. Let me go to no toss-ups. So, North Carolina's supposed to go to Trump. But with 2% of the votes, you've got Harris in the lead there. That'll flip again. So, just wait for this. This is mostly Raleigh right now. You know, the bigger cities are always going to do this. Look at Miami, folks. Miami has like a 10.8% lead for Donald Trump. Oh, Pinellas County flipped to Trump. Whoa. Yeah, dude, 9.4% as a margin for Trump in Florida. Huge, with 75% of the votes. That's big. Really, really, really big. So that's a big deal. South Carolina, again, only 2% in. North Carolina, 2% in. 4% in here. 12% in Georgia. Trump's polling well here. The next poll drop is going to be in about 16 minutes. It's going to be a big deal. Really big deal. If you haven't yet scanned this QR code right here, make sure to do that as well. It'll give you free access to this. This is what you get when you go to the QR code. This is on your phone. You can do it on a web page as well. But you get the alpha report you can sign up for every morning at 6:15 when the market's open. You'll get an alpha report. Hey, here's what I think could move today. Here are the trend lines to watch. Here are tail risks, left side risk, right side risk, options volatility. Hey, this looks like an interesting option to buy calls on. Here's an interesting options to sell puts on, whatever. Here's some long-term plays that seem undervalued or overvalued, whatever. They're all going to go into this sort of daily report. So if you're interested in that, go check that out over at meetkevin.com/alpha. And it is free for the time being. I mean, I don't really know what to do with it in the future. I just want to see if people even like it. But so far, thousands of you have signed up for it, and thank you for that. Okay, so look at this. Donald Trump on predicted 59 cents. Huge move here in the betting markets. Huge move as well on Poly Market. Wow, these are some big, 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 big moves on the betting markets. Wow. All right.
We're trying to get the latest.
And keep in mind, we're still like 15 minutes away from Pennsylvania starting to drop.
Soon to call, only 12% in, but you see a big lead for former President Trump. If we go to the other battleground state of North Carolina, also too soon to call. It flips there, only 2% in, and obviously waiting on the raw vote total to fill in some of the picture as we look at our Fox News voter analysis and what the raw vote total is coming in. By the way, on your screen, you'll see everything we have coming in, every race that you may be following on the bottom of your screen and sometimes on the side.
And also it depends on whether they're starting to count with vote that came in early and then what sequence they start to, then it will shift as they start to do the day of vote in these states as well. So you're going to see a lot of very big shifts, no doubt, as we continue through the evening.
Some states do it differently.
Every state has their own unique way of doing it, which makes it really interesting to cover.
And juggle.
So meanwhile, a Democrat-leaning district in deep red Nebraska, around the Omaha area, could hold the key to the presidential race. Garrett Tenney is live in Omaha, Nebraska, with their very unique story. Hi there, Garrett.
Hey, Martha and Brett. Polls close here in just over an hour, and pretty quickly we should get a sense of where things are heading here in the 2nd Congressional District. Remember, Nebraska is not a winner-take-all state, and here in Omaha, it's known as the blue dot in this deep red state because Democrats won this district's single electoral vote in both 2008 and 2020. This time around, they have spent millions of dollars to try and make that happen again, given how close this race is going to be. That single electoral vote could be a difference maker for Kamala Harris's campaign. Here in Douglas County is where to watch. Election officials will release the first results at 8 p.m. These will be early ballots that have already
that's going to be a big one. Honestly, 8 is also when you get Pennsylvania.
In Pennsylvania, she must do well in Philadelphia. Abby, as you well know, she closed out her campaign last night in Philadelphia with that big rally on the Rocky Steps. That's where the marathon ends. It's called the finish line. The big question for her campaign, if she reaches the finish line in the presidential race, can she have big enough margins in Philadelphia and in Pittsburgh to carry the state? The Harris campaign is a little worried about North Carolina and Georgia. They've always said the most straightforward path is the blue wall, but all eyes on Philadelphia right now. That's why, as we speak, they're trying to get the rest of the voters out to the polls.
Yeah, just a couple of minutes left. Jeff, thank you for that. Back.
Thanks, Abby. And let's go to Caitlin Collins at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. Caitlin?
I don't think you're getting a blue wall. It ain't looking good if you're trying to get a blue wall. That wall is looking just about as secure as the border. Oh! I mean, South Carolina's got, it's only 5% right now, but it's decidedly Trump. You've got Georgia at 12%, decidedly Trump. And I mean like 20 to 30% leads over here. North Carolina, Harris has that lead with only 2% of the votes. And then Florida, I mean, honestly, huge spread. And if you get to, you're at a 9.8% spread. If that goes to 11%, the Economist thinks Trump has an 80% chance of winning the election. So that's a pretty big deal. Trump odds on Decision Desk right now at 62.8%. Yeah, pretty clear bets right now. Predict it's crashing. There we go, 59%. Polymarket, 66.5%. You do have a little bit of a correction there on some of the euphoria on DJT. Still up 15% though. Still up 3.2% on Tesla. 71.4 on Bitcoin. Look at this. We're literally going line to line here, folks. I've got a line here at 69,000. We've been getting rejected by the 69,000 line. We've been bouncing near the 69,000 line. And as soon as we started taking off, what a surprise, right up here to meet Kevin's lines. And now we're even trying to break out of those. By the way, those are the sort of things that we're going to point out in the meetkevin.com/alpha report every day. I'll tell you, hey, we're at 69K. Watch that 71.1 level if you could hold it. Look at that. We break 71.1. I got another micro line right there at 71.2. Look at that. We lost it. Bounced on 71.1. Now we're trying to break out. Simple lines. Anyway, those would be in the report too. Just go to meetkevin.com/alpha. You can sign up for free, and we'll see where we want to take it.
According to the exit polls in Pennsylvania, 36% oppose it, and Biden's handling of his job, a tick higher than we saw nationally. 43% of Pennsylvania voters in this election tell us they approve of Biden's job performance. 56% disapprove, Jake.
All right, David Chalian, thanks so much. And Chris, at least just based on this exit poll, a slightly better terrain in Pennsylvania for Kamala Harris, with democracy as the number one issue, 33% as opposed to economy at 30%, a strong majority supporting legal abortion. And Joe Biden.
Dude, Florida and Georgia are going to get called for Trump. Like somebody's like, oh, you know, some dude just called Florida. Bro, Trump has a 10% margin with 77% of the vote. Like, it's going to go to Trump. He's got, like, we may as well just say it now. Trump wins Florida. Dude, if that goes to an 11% spread, he wins the country, basically. So that's what we're watching for right now. Man, that spread keeps growing. I mean, it was 7.8% last time I took a screenshot of it. Now it's 10%. It's crazy. Look, Dana Bash looks like she's freaking out.
But the economy is right underneath that.
Yeah.
That, as we know, has been a big headwind for Kamala Harris. What we don't know yet, and what I'm really interested to see, is what Caitlin and Kristen were just reporting on, and that is whether or not that very large, not only Latino population, but the Puerto Rican population in places like Allentown and Redding, whether or not those are going to flip or maybe come out in a more robust way after Madison Square Garden.
Because one of the thing about those comments is that it draws attention to the campaign in not the way they want. Kamala Harris tried to take advantage of that. She had Fat Joe, she had Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez campaigning in Puerto Rican areas of Pennsylvania. It's not just about the mistake, it's about being able to draw attention to it and then use that as an opportunity to wake up maybe low propensity voters.
Yeah, Pennsylvania with the third biggest Puerto Rican population in the mainland, behind only Florida and New York. Back to Aaron Burnett following the action in the battleground states.
Right.
Oh, his leads now. Look at this. 10.3% in Florida. It's so over in Florida. Like, it's not even remotely close. Trump is creaming Florida. Oh, did South Carolina just get called? Yeah, Decision Desk is calling South Carolina for Trump. And with 4% of the vote, they're already calling it. And then 3% of the vote, big Harris lead in North Carolina. So let's watch that. You're now at 60 cents on Predict It for, Predict It, Trump. And then, wow, 67% on Pauly. And then Pennsylvania closes in like 7 minutes. Why is Florida in play? It used to be a swing state. And then like a million Republicans moved there from places like California.
When it posts online. It's so crucial, Kate, as you say, faster than we had seen last time, and the context that Kate just gave around that number, that would be more than 50% of the mail-in ballots from Philadelphia. It's a start, but it's a better start than we've seen before. Pamela Brown, asking Pamela, with the spotlight on Pennsylvania right now, what are you looking for in the context of those numbers that Kate just shared with us?
So you have the early votes that are about to be reported shortly after 8 o'clock, and then you have the overall turnout. And sources I'm speaking in Pennsylvania and on the ground in Philly say that turnout in Philadelphia and some other places across the Commonwealth have exceeded expectations. So let's talk about that Democratic stronghold of Philadelphia and what I'm being told there. An official there tells me
Democratic stronghold. Well, we're about to see.
Block today, I'm told they had to bring in extra machines to tabulate.
Oh, like 600 of you just signed up for meetkevin.com/alpha. Dang, y'all want this report. 600 more of you. That means we added like 2,300 of you in just the last 55 minutes. Thank you for signing up. Meetkevin.com/alpha for that free report every day before the market opens up on long-term and short-term trade ideas.
Overall, one state source speaking to election.
Also, I got to go pee-pee.
It seems the turnout there was, quote, quite high and seen through the roof. Let's look at the swing county here of Northampton. The state official also tells me at Lehigh University there, lines were up to 4 hours long. I'm told this is not because of any glitches in the system or issues, just that the turnout there was stronger than they had anticipated at this university where there are a lot more younger voters. Now, I'm told right now as it stands across the Commonwealth, there are 600,000 fewer mail-in ballots compared to 2020, but officials aren't done counting the total number. And they tell me it's actually more mail-in ballots than they were expecting. So we're about to get our first big look at those mail-in ballot numbers right there in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania at 8 p.m. A lot coming our way this hour, Aaron.
That's right. Absolutely. As Kate said, more than 100,000 of them, could be more than 50% of the outstanding for Philadelphia. John King, amazing, though, when you hear about 4 hours of lines, and we have
Pennsylvania to Nevada, that young people have turned out.
Hopefully everyone's turning out. I just want to say quickly, seeing Kate Baldwin in that spot in Philadelphia, you want to trigger some Johnny 2020
Let's
PTSD.
say that's real PTSD.
Yeah, that is the spot. I remember that spot oh too well from 2020. Let's look through what we have. Blank in Commonwealth, Pennsylvania right now. Again, this is the biggest of the battleground prizes. 19 electoral votes. Whoever wins this state has more options to get to 270 because it's 19. The next biggest one is 16. But so what are we looking for here, right? Kate was just right here in Philadelphia. It's the biggest basket of votes. If you're the Democrat, you need to run it up in Philadelphia. So she just said we'll get about 100,000 votes, right? So let's just go back in 2020 just as a reminder. Joe Biden wins Philadelphia with 81% of the vote and just over 600,000 in the count. So those first 100,000 will give us a clue, but it's a building block. We're going to have to wait to see what keeps coming after that, especially if those are early ballots. And we'll see. Are the early ballots this year as disproportionately Democratic as they were in 2020? That's one of the things we'll see. But this is the building block for any Democratic victory in Pennsylvania. It has to be not only...
I'm back. I've made it. I made it. Sorry. That was the first time in 5 hours and 50 minutes that I stood up and I had to go to the bathroom. Sorry.
Two places that I'll keep an eye on tonight. Again, I said this at the beginning of the program. Maybe you weren't with us. There are 25 counties in America, only 25 counties in America that voted twice for Barack Obama, then for Donald Trump.
I did wash my hands, yes.
So those are your bellwether counties. Two of them are in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. One is in its northwest corner. Little Boston came out there. There's Erie. Look how close it was in 2020. But the winner goes on to win the White House, right? And then you come over here. Pam just mentioned Northampton County, which is right along the Jersey border right here. Been there a few times in this campaign, part of our All Over the Map project. A great group of voters there.
I actually think CNN is doing sort of a good job going through some of this history. Oh, dang, another 100. While I went pee, 150 more of you signed up for meetkevin.com/alpha. Nice.
Bellweather there. That's Pennsylvania. Now let's come back to 2024 and see what we have on the map. At the moment, we told you this early on, the vice president is leading in battleground Ohio. Not much of a battleground anymore. This is a reliably red state. So just take this. It's 20% estimated reporting. You'd rather be ahead than behind. But remember, we told you, some states you're going to see a lot of early votes first, and then you get election day voting. So always good to be ahead, but it's only 20.
Trump is at 10.7%. 11% is the key in Florida. If he gets to 11% in Florida, he's 80% likely to win, according to The Economist.
Where the vice leading when we were in the 50%. We're above 62% now. Very competitive. Still could be a sign that she's competitive in Republican-leaning suburbs, but Donald Trump.
Here, just look at it so you can see it on screen. Florida, 10.7%. Predict It now has Trump at 60 cents. Whoa! 70% chance by Decision Desk. Oh, whoa! They really think that's swinging. North Carolina, they're giving to Harris so far, though. Wow. All right.
Very similar. You could even say there are some more advantages for Democrats in the research triangle. Younger voters, more black voters. Right now, the vice president has a lead, but again, we are very early on in the state of North Carolina, 59%. Just want to go back and look for comparison. 126,000 votes, she has the lead. Why do we know we're going to be at this a while? It's going to take about 2.7, 2.8 million to win the state. So we have a long way to go here. Let's just take one more look at battleground Georgia before we get to the top of the hour, and we're going to start to see votes coming in. It's time to do something.
Oh, big, here we go. Okay, projected. Trump winner Florida, Trump winner Alabama, Trump winner Oklahoma, Tennessee, Washington, Maryland, Massachusetts, Missouri. Scott wins re-election in Florida. Senator Warren wins re-election in Massachusetts. Murphy wins re-election in Connecticut. Trump, Alabama, Florida, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Washington, Maryland, Massachusetts, Missouri. I don't think any of those were a surprise. Trump now has 90 electoral votes. Harris has 27. This is a pretty big shift here. Although I don't think any of these are really critical. So 5 p.m. votes. Let's just write that really quickly. Trump wins Missouri, Massachusetts. Wasn't that Washington, D.C.? Wait, wasn't that supposed to be Harris? Tennessee, Oklahoma, Florida, Alabama. Hold on a second. I'm pretty sure Mass was predicted as... yeah, dude. Oh, whoa, that's a game changer. Oh, Trump picks up Massachusetts? What? Is that true? Yeah? No, hold on. No. I'm reading this wrong. No. I'm reading this wrong. Hold on. Oh, I'm sorry, folks. That's my fault. I read that wrong. Let me read this off again. It's coming through really confusing for me. My fault. I read that wrong. That is wrong. Trump win. Okay, so let's go through this correctly. Let me fix this because there are literally like 100 pings that just came through. Let me fix this really quick. Hold on a second. That's messy. Trump incumbent Chris Murphy defeats Republican, or sorry, what is this? Democrat. Okay, here we go. What a mess. My fault, folks. The bathroom break ruined me. Okay. Trump projected winner. I'm going to write this down. Trump projected winner. Harris projected winner. Okay. And we have Mississippi, Trump. We know that. Okay, that's just in right now. Then we've got Democratic incumbent Chris Murphy defeats Republican challenger for U.S. Senate seat in Connecticut. Okay, fine. Then we've got Chris Murphy, Dem, keeps Senate seat. Okay. Trump projected winner of South Carolina. Harris projected winner of Maryland. Okay, there we go. Okay. Harris projected winner of Connecticut. I was gonna say, okay, and then Massachusetts is Harris. Sorry about that. I was like, there's no way. But I was also like surprised. It could happen, but anyway, Harris wins Jersey. Let's see, Republicans need 2 more seats in the Senate. Republicans need 2 more Senate seats. You've got Harris project. Let's see here. Republicans so far have 1 that they picked up. Republicans picked up 1. We've got Trump on Mississippi. Pennsylvania exit poll. Okay, PA exit poll. PA exit. Thank you, Jack. PA exit poll. Trump, 43% of women. And Harris, 55% of women. Hold on, Jack. Then you've got, let's see here. We'll talk in just a sec, Jack. Would you mind closing the door? You can stay in here. Pennsylvania, white women voters. Interesting. Trump wins 50% of white women voters. And Harris wins 48% of white women voters in PA. Pennsylvania exit poll. Wow, okay. This is interesting. PA college degree voters. College degree voters, you have Trump wins 38%, Harris 61%. That's Trump down 4% on that. Trump down 4%. Lex Friedman says, you think we might know the result tonight? I'm convinced we're going to know the result tonight. Thank you. Then we've got results of Pennsylvania exit poll. Trump wins 50% of those over 65%. Trump down 3 points from 2020 PA. Trump wins 50% of those over 65. Down 3 points from 2020. Pennsylvania is critical. Preliminary votes, Pennsylvania exit poll, 44% of voters under 45. PA, Trump wins 44% of those under 45. And then Trump winner, we saw Trump projected winner, Mississippi, South Carolina, Tennessee, that makes sense. Oklahoma, that makes sense. Florida, that makes sense. Alabama, that makes sense. Harris wins D.C. Okay, yeah, this is more accurate. Maryland, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Jersey, DC goes for Harris. And Tennessee, Oklahoma, Florida, Alabama. So Blackburn wins re-election. Okay, these are all re-elections right here. Murphy, Warren, Scott, White House, Blackburn all win re-elections for those who are watching those. Okay, now let's go quickly to the actual map here. Oh, when that data comes out, it goes so fast. Okay, yeah, Trump Florida's called. That's not a surprise. Oh, here come the early votes. Only 3% in right now. Pennsylvania. If Harris it's only Pittsburgh though, so this doesn't matter. Like we know Pittsburgh is going to get is going to go blue. So that's not a surprise. You need if you want to kind of put the nail in the coffin for Harris, as in like you want Trump to win, you got to see Pennsylvania go red. North Carolina right now with 7%, still leading for Harris with a 50,000 margin. She wanted a blue wall. She's not going to get a blue wall over here because she's already lost South Carolina. But Pennsylvania, this is going to be make or break right here. Jack, you want to come say hi? What's that? You're setting up my disco ball and you got like chocolate all over. Did you have hot chocolate? Get over here, dude. Come on, give me a hug. Did you like your cup? Oh, dude, I didn't even see it. Thank you. Jack brought me this as my coffee mug. It's a train.
It filled it up to like right there, and then it was like perfect.
That is a perfect fill up. Just enough room for coffee, huh?
Yeah, I put it on the highest, and then like the thing.
So keep in mind, if you do want your Meet Kevin Alpha report every morning at 6:15 a.m., make sure to go to meetkevin.com/alpha. It's free every morning at 6:15 a.m. I'll send it to you. Another 320 or so of you just signed up for it just in the last 10 minutes or so here. So check that out over at meetkevin.com/alpha. Trump projected winner of Mississippi. I think I already got that. Okay, let's go here for just a moment.
Rounds up, but if you're in the Harris campaign, you're working the phone saying, yo, what's out there? What's going to come? Where are we going? Do we really think we matched our numbers? And if you lose a little bit in Fulton County, you better make it up in the suburbs, which is why this is very interesting.
Thanks for joining, Kevin Williams. Thank you, Jeff Weibo. Dude, member for 46 months. Thanks, man. Jeff Weibo, thanks for being here. Hey, Jack. Jeff says, hey, Jack. Love the tugs you got. Thank you for the $19 there. All right. But yeah, as far as do I think we'll have a result tonight? I think it's going to be decisive. I don't think this is going to be wait for 4 days or whatever. I think we're going to know tonight. Honestly, you just need Pennsylvania right now to come in, and it's you're going to be pretty close to a game over, I think. Because hold on a second, please, Jack. Watch this. If I go, where do I want to go? If I go to no toss-up map. Let's see here. If I go to create your own. Okay, look. If I give this to Harris, Trump still wins. So even if Harris gets North Carolina, which right now she is leading only 7% of the votes in. Let's look at the counties. A lot of that based on Raleigh. You know, that's not a big one yet. And what's really important right here is this 3%. I mean, CNN's showing it at 5% right now. So you got 5% for Harris, and Harris pretty far ahead right now, but that could change. That's mostly because when you zoom in, you're getting mostly Pittsburgh right now. So mostly Pittsburgh. Look at where Bitcoin is settling, by the way. Right on my lines. Those are the kind of lines you're going to get every morning at 6:15 a.m. for free in the meetkevin.com/alpha report, by the way. But anyway, going back to this, watch this, okay? So if I go here to North Carolina and I give that to Harris, even if I give that to her, and we assume she does not get Nevada or Arizona, which we don't think she will, and she has to clinch Wisconsin and Michigan, okay? If she does pull this off, she still loses without Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is make or break right now. And it's way too early to say anything for Pennsylvania with just 3% of the votes. And honestly, a lot of those, like 133,000 of those, coming in Pittsburgh, This is where our baby, hey, Ella and Claire were born here, Jack. Yeah. Jack's watching right now. Jack, get in here. So our little twins, can't see, I see like half of your head. There you go. It's like you're Canadian from South Park. You ever seen them? Like the broken, no, never mind. It's okay. You're a quarter Canadian, so I can say that. Okay, so anyway, take a look at this. Yeah, so our my little baby twins were born in this county right here, which is kind of cool. But anyway, this is Philadelphia, okay? 3% of the votes in, and most of these coming in, now 5%, most of these coming in from Pittsburgh here. This is, you know, doesn't mean anything yet at this point. So you really got to watch Penn. We're going to be refreshing this like crazy. What's the margin? Margin. Oh, they got rid of the margin. Oh no, I could just calculate it. Oh my gosh, he has over 11%. Look at that. There it is. Holy smokes. Okay, I gotta update my my Twitter because I tweeted about this. Quote tweet. Let's do that together. Yeah, look at that. With 87% of the vote in, is it a quote tweet? Yeah. Trump's spread in Florida, hold on, Jack, jumps to 11.4. Sorry, no, that's actually, dude, that's 12.4%. Economist, therefore predicts 80% chance of Trump national victory. Election. Yes, Jack, what do you got?
Do you know where the remote is for the disco ball so I can turn it on?
Yeah, it's right here. Okay. Oh, yeah, and then I tweeted this too. Dan and Bash not looking happy after Trump's 10.3% lead in Florida right now. Oops. Okay, that's me. No, I shouldn't do that. Okay, so refreshing. Come on, Pennsylvania. 5% of the votes still. Jersey's coming in for Harris. I think that's already called for Harris, though. And Decision Desk still puts Trump at 69%. Yeah, 69.1. Bitcoin stable at the 71.2 line. 63 cents on Predict It now for Trump. Whoa! 68.3% chance on Polymarket. But again, Penn, folks. Penn. This is what matters. This map right here, folks. This is it. Can Trump win without Pennsylvania? Yes. Trump can actually win without Pennsylvania, but he's going to have to swing something else. So take a look at that. If I give that to Dems. So in that case, we would really have to clean up Michigan and something else. So this is why Pennsylvania is just so critical. But let's say he gets Michigan, you still lose, and that's a big one. So you'd really need Wisconsin and Michigan if you lose Penn. That's why, folks, Penn, this is it. This is it. The whole election is coming down to the state right here. And right now, Harris leads by 50.4%. Oh my gosh. Again, most of that Pittsburgh, though. So, all right, let's listen in here for a moment.
Democratic Congresswoman, former Congresswoman Debbie Merkersell-Powell Scott winning a second term in the Sunshine State. Meantime, in Tennessee, the first all-female Senate race in the volunteer state's history, incumbent Republican Marsha Blackburn will win her second term, defeating Gloria Johnson, a state lawmaker. Meantime, in Indiana, Congressman Jim Banks, he will defeat Democrat Valerie McRae, a clinical psychologist. This is for the open seat left by retiring Senator Mike Braun, who's now running for governor. Let's show you some Democratic polls beginning in the Northeast with the state of Massachusetts. There you have incumbent Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren seeking her third term in office. The former presidential candidate is expected to defeat John Deaton, a best-selling author and cryptocurrency advocate. Staying in the Northeast, another projection to bring you for Democrats in the state of Connecticut. There, Incumbent Democratic Senator Chris Murphy will win his third full term in office as he defeats Matthew Corey, a bar owner / teamster who's run for statewide office now 5 times. The 5th time, not the charm for him. Murphy wins re-election in Connecticut. Meantime, a projection to bring you from Rhode Island. There, incumbent Democratic Senator Sheldon Whitehouse seeking his 4th term in office. He's projected to defeat Patricia Morgan, a Democratic member, or rather a Republican member of the state House. And now, in Vermont, the longest-serving independent in congressional history, Senator Bernie Sanders, an independent who caucuses with Democrats, is expected to win his 4th term as he defeats Gerald Malloy, a business executive. So what do all those projections mean for the magic number? The number?
Okay, still 6% of the vote in Philadelphia.
Take control of the upper...
Sorry, Pennsylvania.
Virginia, they started out the night at 2. Now it's at 1, and they are currently leading, still early, but they are currently leading in 0 races where Democrats hold seats. Let's take a look at some key race alerts now and get you live updates, live results as they are. And then beginning with the state of Texas. This is a welcome Democrat early, but right now, Democratic Congressman Colin Allred from the Dallas area vote lead over Republican.
Wait, what's happening in Ohio? Look at this. 7% now in Pennsylvania, still 50.3% Harris. But wait a minute. Look at Ohio. How is Harris leading by 3.3% with 36% expected in? That's important. Ohio is totally expected to be a Trump. If I lean that Dem, and they get Wisconsin and Michigan, you don't even need Pennsylvania anymore. Oh, Trump could win Pennsylvania if he and still lose if he loses Ohio. Holy smokes. What's going on in Ohio? Ohio, 3.3% Harris lead, 36% in. Pennsylvania, still 7% in. Brady Pierce says, thanks for the coverage, Kevin. I signed up for the Alpha Report. Appreciate you. Hey, thank you so much for joining the Alpha Report. Y'all do make me nervous. Like, there's so much pressure on this now. I feel like I've been hyping this free report up. I'm like, oh, damn, I better wake up at 3 a.m. every morning. I'm going to have to start waking up at 2 a.m. I love y'all, though. I just want you to know I'm just going to keep fighting every day, always. I want to keep doing this for like 50 years. I love this stuff.
We're watching those very early votes from Michigan as well. We're also looking ahead to 9 p.m. Eastern when all voting is going to end in Michigan and another blue wall battleground state, Wisconsin.
Choo-choo.
Voting also ends soon in the key western.
You weren't supposed to see that.
More votes, more suspense when election night in America continues after this quick break.
I don't take breaks. Okay, what is going on in Ohio? Let's go dive into this a little bit more because this is weird. Cleveland, I mean, that's not a surprise, but only 33% in Cleveland. Cincinnati, not a surprise, only 33% in. Franklin, 39% in. But some of these areas over here, I mean, a lot of the more rural areas, the Ohioans call it the sticks. You're in some of these areas, you're like 50, 48% in. And it's not enough to offset these big moves in these cities right here. 37% in now. Oh, it's tightening. She's only 2% ahead right now. This is like a must hold for Trump. What does my train say? It doesn't really say anything, does it? Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. It's from like some Disney ride. Okay. It's tightening. What about Pennsylvania? Penn, still 7% in. Oh, dude, this is a nail biter. 63% trust, 65 cents predicted for Trump. Decision Desk dropped Trump from 69% to just 61.8%. Somebody says, no way Ohio's going Kamala. I mean, I wasn't expecting that either. Okay, the lead is now narrowing on Pennsylvania. Harris is just 47% ahead. But you're starting to get some red votes coming in. Only a 1.6% lead Harris, Ohio right now. Watch Ohio. That's making the difference. That's why we're playing this line right here on Bitcoin as well. Do you see how you're playing my lines? I'm telling you, these lines, they got some value. I talk about them like all the time. And you'll get them in the Alpha report too if you want. It's a free report. You get it texted or emailed to you. Okay, 63 cents on predicted. Come on, man. Come on. 67.1. Okay. Man. This is like quite literally turning into a nail biter. 1.6% lead for Harris. 37% in. 7% over here. Let me see if I have... Let me go to Fox. And then 30, too close to call. Okay. Everybody's on commercial. Okay. No. Okay. I guess we're going to listen to her.
Of the United States, a foreign adversary, is targeting American voters in Georgia to try to influence.
I don't ever try to impart bias, and this is not a bias thing. Like, I dislike Republican anchors too, some of them. But like, I don't know. She's not my favorite. This one right here.
They're, will do some of what they want it to do, but it also has national security consequences for us as a country in terms of how we deal with the people in other countries who are trying to dissuade us from doing as a democracy and determine the outcome of this election. Raises questions on how we're going to contend with that as a nation. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Oh, come on. Everybody's going to take a quick break.
Those that are looking for change. We know this is a big part of the story of this election day. Those that are looking for total upheaval. This is Pennsylvania voters, okay? 28%. And you were to break that down by candidate, which we can now do as we work our way into closing time there in PA. 66% voted for Trump. This is a really interesting story. Those who are looking for substantial change, it is about split with the edge going to Donald Trump by 3 points. Okay, so substantial change. Those are people looking for still big change, and it is about even in PA. We've got a lot more we're going to dig into in Pennsylvania. We'll have that.
What are you talking about? It's about even in Pennsylvania. Maybe on your poll, but I don't know what you're smoking. Right now, you got Pennsylvania, 45% spread on Harris. Maybe in your poll or whatever, I don't know. Okay, Harris's lead is falling in Ohio. Only 0.6% on. This is a must-keep state for Trump. And so just even seeing it like shaded blue is giving some people heart palpitations right now. This is pretty big, pretty important. Okay. Let's see here. And Ohio, still 38%, 8% in Penn. Decision desk back to 64% for Trump right here. And I think that's probably because of the Ohio move right here. Getting a little bit more narrow. 31% in right here, according to them. I got 38% over here. Harris barely a lead.
Harris is likely to come out with a whole host of new regulations around the climate change agenda, which has been a real issue for the Biden-Harris administration already. Things like a company has to evaluate and assess the impact from emissions from their companies.
Okay, last post from Donald Trump on Truth Social. Arizona, 1 more hour. Polls are open until 7 local time. Michigan, 1 more hour, he says. Wisconsin, 1 more hour. Iowa, 1 more hour. New York, 1 more hour. We saw the stay in line post. So that's Truth Social right there. Let's see here. What else do we have? What else? Oh yeah, if you I guess I may as well throw it up here. If you go to if you scan that QR code, this is what you'll see. It's the Alpha report page. You could sign up for that on mobile or, from whatever's convenient for you. So check that out over at meetkevin.com/alpha. Okay, let's go back here.
Right. Number 2, Trump has this working class coalition. It's a different Republican Party. It started with him in 2015, 2016. It's ebbed and flowed. I think it's closed in high tide. The question is...
400 more of you just signed up for meetkevin.com/alpha. Wow.
Others. Will it work? Will it hold? Was there enough of an expansion in Mr. Trump?
That sounds like the will it blend guy on those. Okay, Ohio back to a Trump edge. That's what it's supposed to be, okay? Like, Ohio wasn't supposed to be up in the air. Okay. North Carolina, 11% in. Harris edge in North Carolina. Now, if she can snag Pennsylvania and North Carolina, Trump keeps Ohio, she gets Wisconsin and Michigan, Trump gets Nevada, Arizona, that puts her in charge. She wins. But this is why Pennsylvania is so important. Flip Pennsylvania, folks. Republican, boom, Trump wins. And it'd be a nail-biter. Nail-biter, nail-biter. Total number signed up for Alpha tonight, thousands. The number's huge. It's pretty good. Okay, so... And this is just people tuning into the election coverage. Thank you for being here, by the way, with me. I love doing live videos. They're kind of scary, though, because you could do something really stupid. But 64% chance here now on Trump. You could see that fluctuation right here. This is Decision Desk. Then I've got the Wall Street Journal on the right side. And they lean right anyway. Trump's margin only 0.2 in Ohio. No new data coming out of here. And let's see here. Let me get the the needle! Oh, who remembers this from 4 years ago? No way. Donald Trump right now, the needle shows at the New York Times 276 for the Electoral College on Trump. Still showing a toss-up. Pennsylvania is the tipping point right now. And current most likely tipping point state. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Oh, the needles are back. Oh, dude, Trump just went up to 71%. 71.1% on Decision Desk. I wonder what just changed here.
Now everyone outside of the top 20% suffering big time.
May I add one thing, Martha, to the comment on jobs? Because here, too, it goes right back to policy, and that is the open border policy. The open border has not just had the effect on national security and our own personal security. The open border is an economic issue. For the last several years, what we have been seeing is an increase in jobs for non-citizens, illegal and legal, and a decrease in jobs for American citizens. That's important. People understand that.
Yeah, Trump's Electoral College estimate just went up to 278.
From the middle class, it was the first sentence out of her mouth a lot. President Trump has been promising a golden age in an American economic future. What do you see winning these voters over tonight?
Well, I was disciplined when I was listening to both parties and disappointed we didn't get into policy enough.
Kevin
because it
O'Leary.
got crazy towards the end last few weeks. Let's go back to taxation. We compete internationally. It's not like this is just isolated to the U.S. A 28% tax rate takes us into the bottom quartile of competition. That means capital goes to other places.
Yep.
That's not a good.
Odds, by the way, of a Trump win here now at 70% on Poly Market. Decision Desk 71.7%, 64 cents on Predictit. Bitcoin holding on to its higher numbers. The needles at the New York Times show 278. Still waiting for Pennsylvania.
Those alone, and they are very, very dangerous ideas.
But don't you think, I mean, with all due respect, Trump hammered away on every single thing you just talked about. He completely opposes the corporate tax.
All I remember was Nazi hunters,
All right, guys,
and
we've
I remember
got a
firing
call
squads.
to make, and we will come back to you guys.
You need to read the stories
You
more
guys
carefully.
continue the
You need
argument.
to read it more carefully.
Larry, Maria, Charles, Mr. Wonderful, continue
Thank
that
you
talk.
all.
We're going to make some calls.
That's because the hour is upon us, 8:30 p.m. on the East Coast, and the Fox Decision Desk can now project that former President Trump will win Arkansas. The state hasn't voted for a Democratic presidential candidate since Bill Clinton.
And as you look at the race to 270, as it ticks up, 111 for former President Trump.
Okay, Virginia leaning towards Trump right now. That's supposed to be another blue one. That's supposed to be another blue one. It's supposed to be blue. It is red right now. Trump's got the 0.5% lead back in Ohio. That was weird that was 3% as a lead for Harris for a moment. 8% of votes in Philadelphia. She really needs Virginia. I have Virginia as blue here. If I give her Pennsylvania and I give Trump Virginia, that's still a Harris win, but it still comes down to Penn. And I wasn't expecting that she was gonna lose Virginia. So right now she's trailing Virginia 37% of the vote in. Whoa. Okay. Let's see here. Whoa. National exit poll, Edison Research. Let me write this down. That's a big exit poll there on Hispanic voters right here. Okay. So Edison, 5:30 p.m. on Hispanic voters, finds that nationwide exit poll, Trump wins 59% of white male voters, Harris 38%. Then you have, where was the Hispanic part? Oh, it just disappeared on me. Hold on a sec. I will get this. It was something about, oh, here it is. Hold on. Trump wins 20% of the black vote. Let's see here. Oh. It just disappeared. I'm pretty sure it... Okay. Okay, yeah, no, here it is. Okay, Trump gains 13% in the Hispanic vote. Trump gains 13% over 2020 in Hispanic vote. Okay. That's big. Okay, so Virginia... Oh, wow, even more Trump right now. 0.8%. Trump odds right now, 70% here on Decision Desk. She's losing Virginia. What's happening if we go in? Oh, Richmond City's only 4% in, though. And Virginia Beach is only 26%. So Richmond City population there is about 229K. And she's leading in Fairfax. So that could still fix the Virginia issue for Harris. But the Trump lead keeps expanding. He's now at 0.9% in Virginia. This is surprising. Okay, Harris just got projected the winner of Delaware, Trump, South Carolina. Here's Bitcoin. Okay, 534. Trump takes South Carolina. Harris takes Delaware. Harris needs to hold Virginia. Trump needs to hold Ohio. Close. And then obviously, Pennsylvania. Waiting on Penn. Harris leading. Okay. Still showing the needles. You see the needles here. 279 on Trump. And that toss-up thing is starting to lean towards Donald Trump over here on this. Pennsylvania still only 8%. Pennsylvania, big margin there for Harris though, but only 8%. Wow. Okay, yeah. Ohio is cleaning up for Trump now. You've got 37% in Cincinnati, 39% in Franklin, 33% over in the Cleveland region. But you are still getting a lot of votes out here as well coming in. as the entire state's about 41% in. It is back to its Trump tilt. There was a moment there where people were like, what is Trump going to lose Ohio? North Carolina. Oh, North Carolina just went Trump. Oh, that's not good for Harris. Oh, that's not good for Harris. Let's go over here. North Carolina. If I get... Oh, okay, I gave that to Trump already. That's her losing the wall. But she has Virginia. If that goes Republican, dude, it's over. Even if she gets Penn at that case, it's still Trump. Like, if she loses Virginia and North Carolina, it's over. So Virginia, North Carolina, or Penn. That's what this is coming down to right now. Virginia, North Carolina, or Penn. I'll write that down. Trump needs to take North Carolina. Okay. Let's go. What is The Economist thinking right now? The Economist, and then we're going to hop in over here in just a moment. The Economist thinks, let's see here. Favorite to win. No. How the swing states are voting. Too soon to tell. For Pennsylvania, Michigan, Harris is ahead. North Carolina, Trump is ahead. Georgia, we already know Trump. Okay, let's go back. Let's listen in here.
Polling issues as well. So, yeah, in theory, polls have closed. But once again, if you are in line, even by that deadline, you are still able to cast your ballot, guys. We'll send it back to you.
Hey, Alex, thanks. Let's check in with Bill Hemmer. Listen, bounce around. We've got Virginia, you've got Texas, you've got a number of things happening. Ohio.
Yeah, let's get to it, okay? So this is Georgia. I just want to set this up for a moment here. She's performing slightly better than Biden in Douglas County. There's all the metro counties of Georgia. Slightly better in Cobb County. I still see a little of a sticky move here in Fulton County, okay? And maybe that becomes significant because of how many people live there. The problem here is that
Trump is the first president since 1988 to win Fulton County.
And that threat. So this is the first number I've seen from Gwinnett, all right? You're 16% in. She got about 60% of the votes, so a lot of the vote still remains out there. Let's move away from Georgia as requested. This is kind of interesting, guys. I mean, a lot of you folks live in the Washington, D.C. area. And right now, this is, 40% of the vote in Virginia, the Commonwealth here. Donald Trump's got an edge here, okay? That's 8,000 raw votes. That's 0.4 percentage points. Here's the catch, however. A lot of this map's starting to fill in. This right here across from Washington, D.C. is Fairfax County, all right? Fairfax County is number 1 out of 133 counties in Virginia based on population. At the moment, you still have at least half of the vote still outstanding. And you see, Kamala Harris was 67%. You would expect that in Fairfax. I'm just making the argument there's a lot of votes still out there, and it may determine whether or not the margin statewide hangs where it is right now, or whether or not it changes, okay? So watch that. You mentioned Texas. Let's jump on down there, and I'll tell you what's going on in Texas, all right? Too soon to call. Half of the vote is in. Half of the estimated vote is in at 51%. Trump's got a lead right now. Percentage-wise, 5 points, okay? So that's kind of what a lot of the pollsters had in Texas thus far this year. I'm going to come back to Georgia in a moment. Let me just see what's happening in Pennsylvania. Because this is critical, too. I said there's a ton of vote out there, by the way. I mean, there's no conclusions at the Keystone State. You're at 11%. I would keep an eye on Pittsburgh. I'd keep an eye on Philadelphia. In fact, if we can, do we have a moment here? Why don't we go ahead and do the vote? Let's go ahead and do that, right? Let's do the vote margin for Pennsylvania, and let's see what's happening here. What we've done for you is we've tried to set up the state in a way where the more prominent counties are more extended than the others. So you see Philadelphia in the east and Pittsburgh and Allegheny County in the west. And the darker the blue, the more Democratic the vote is. The darker the red, the more Republican the vote is.
Wow, Trump is now leading by 6.2% in North Carolina. Harris really needed that one.
Rose, It's happy hour somewhere. If you see a shade of rosé, that's 10% or less too. So those are counties that we want to watch. Let's look at the vote.
But Raleigh and Charlotte, only 6% reporting. The entire state, 20%. So you still have the big suitcases of, the boxes of ballots to come in.
Vote for Georgia is at the moment. So what we want to do here, the deeper the purple, the more outstanding votes. So you can go to the more populated counties, perhaps like DeKalb County. You can look at DeKalb on the map, 0% in the upper right-hand corner. Can't know anything from DeKalb. What about Fulton?
11% of the vote now in Pennsylvania. You've got Harris at a 41.5% spread. 41.5. And again, you are presently in with 11% of the vote, so it's still early. Pittsburgh, 30% though. Most of the vote of those big ones, Pittsburgh, 30% in, that's a lot. Harrisburg area, 24-ish. You've got Philadelphia County, 15%. Still a lot of work to do here, but the spread is narrowing for Harris. Still quite a bit ahead. Donald Trump now pulling ahead with a 2.8% spread in Ohio. This is considered a must hold for Donald Trump. So the expectation is that he is going to continue to hold this. There was a moment there where Harris was ahead by as much as 3%. And so people were starting to freak out a little bit. But that was short-lived. Harris now projected to win Illinois. This minute here, Harris projected to win Illinois. This was not a surprise. So this doesn't really change anything. We'll go ahead and write that down. So that's 542. Harris wins Illinois. Chicago. Okay, North Carolina. Again, 6.1% spread on Trump. Harris really needs this, but again, only 6% of your Charlotte and Raleigh votes in. And Virginia, Trump 0.7% ahead, with Fairfax County showing 47% reported. What do we got over here? Norfolk County, 47 in. And where Richmond is, you haven't gotten the suitcases yet in Richmond. Richmond only 6% of the votes in, so you got some work to do over here. This is still a nail biter right now. Trump's still holding on to that spread in Ohio. Trump had a 70.6% chance of winning according to the decision desk. If you go to predict it, Donald Trump at 64%. If you look at the needles, you're at 278 on the Electoral College for Harris. And if you go to the poly market betting odds, you're at 71.7% on Donald Trump right now. Then if you have not yet scanned the QR code, it'll take you to this page right here. The Alpha Report, morning brief brought to you by Meet Kevin, your financial agent. Every morning around 6:15 a.m. before the market opens, you get my insights on stock movers to watch, long investments that may have gotten cheap, long investments that may have gotten expensive, options volatility. You wonder which options are cheap based on historic volatility? I'll tell you in the report every single day, so take a peek at that. Sign up for free over at meetkevin.com/alpha. Let's listen in here.
For Joe Biden there. So a little bit of the vote still out there, but she is overperforming Biden's number from 4 years ago. And this, I'll just finish up here, guys. Cuyahoga, to check this. Heavily Democratic, 3-1 Democratic votes in Cleveland, Ohio. Cuyahoga, just about a third of the vote right now is in. And Kamala Harris, 71%. And Biden was at 66. So that'd be a good number for Kamala Harris if indeed that holds up. And I think that kind of tells us a little bit about why this number is closer than it's been the last 2 days.
Poly market control of the U.S. Senate down to just 8%.
Is especially when you're looking at or considering the political realignment that we're living in and also the population changes, right? So post-COVID, people leaving the North and the Midwest and going South. That's one of the things that, as somebody from Colorado will say, all these people moved in from California.
Per Bloomberg, you now have the Trump campaign blocking multiple reporters from the Watch Party.
All the time.
That's at Mar-a-Lago. Elon Musk will be there as well.
In the South. So if people are leaving the Northeast and moving to Florida, they're not all of a sudden bringing a bunch of Democratic politics with them. So there might be a little bit of a change here to watch in the numbers there. The other thing I wanted to say is that
8% chance the Democrats maintain control of the Senate per Polymarket.
propensity voters, or whatever we're calling them, unlikely voters, is that the policy of the Biden-Harris administration pushed them into politics and into voting.
12% of the vote in now in Pennsylvania. Harris's edge still 38.9%. But Donald Trump's lead in North Carolina keeps spreading. You're now at 23% in, 6% for where Charlotte is, 6% for North Carolina's Raleigh, Wake County. So still have the big cities to ballot dump. Then you're looking at South Carolina's called Virginia. Trump still 0.6% lead, 3.4% lead now. Trump, Ohio. Okay.
You are seeing a concentration likely coming from the suburbs, which is leaning more to Harris.
There's something else I see very quickly, and I see it in Virginia. Remember, this is the first presidential election since Glenn Youngkin was elected over Terry McAuliffe on the issues of wokeness and education and just really post-COVID policies. These school board elections. I think we're having a parents' rights renaissance in this country that continues.
All right, whatever. Okay, let's go back to this right here. I want to show if Pennsylvania leans. No, you need Virginia or North Carolina. This is looking Trump right now. I mean, he's got the edge in North Carolina. He's got the edge in Virginia. Even if you give Pennsylvania to Harris, with Wisconsin and Michigan going Harris, and her losing Nevada and Arizona, this is looking Trump. Now, if he lost North Carolina, that would flip it back to Harris. So North Carolina, Virginia, Penn, that's all that matters right now. These three states. I mean, obviously, Trump has to hold Ohio, which now he's got a 3.4% lead. I mean, everybody expects him to get Ohio. 13% now Pennsylvania, still leading for Harris. But it doesn't matter because Trump's lead keeps expanding in North Carolina. Now, what if she gets Virginia? Well, if she gets Virginia, she ekes out a win. But right now, Trump is leading, and it keeps going up in Virginia. And you've got the big, well, you don't have Richmond yet. Richmond still hasn't ballot dumped. So all of a sudden, you could go from 6% for the Richmond area to 40%, and then this just swings right to Harris. Harris needs Pennsylvania and Virginia, or Pennsylvania and North Carolina, and then you got to show up in Wisconsin and Michigan. But this is tight. Harris now projected the winner in Virginia. Well, who did the Decision Desk projected that? Oh, well, that didn't change anything. That's interesting to me. So even with this lead, Decision Desk is calling Virginia. That's interesting. Okay, this makes this even closer for Harris. 549. So 1749. Okay. Decision Desk calls Virginia for Harris. Not sure how yet. Probably because of Richmond, honestly. But that's kind of a big one. So that's really interesting. Harris projected winner of New Hampshire. That's not a surprise. Okay. So let's refresh here. Let's go look at the needles. Trump 279. Still looking like a Trump win over there on the needles. So North Carolina, he keeps getting the spread. And your cities aren't really in yet, though. But you are getting that Trump spread. Pennsylvania is still only 13%. So if I give her Virginia and I give her Pennsylvania, she wins as long as she gets Michigan and Wisconsin, which we think she will. And that's with her losing North Carolina, which, she was kind of expecting to sweep North and South Carolina over here. So Okay. Woo, boy. This is something else. This is crazy. Look at the tight range Bitcoin is playing in. And if you want those lines, I haven't touched those lines in months, but if you want stuff like that sent to you in a little report every day when the market's, or right before the market opens, actually, 6:15 a.m., I plan to send out the alpha report. Make sure to go to meetkevin.com/alpha. Right now, and for the foreseeable future, we're doing this for free. You can scan the QR code on screen, or just go to meetkevin.com/alpha on your phone or your computer or whatever. You can watch the video to learn more about it. You can kind of scroll through here if you want. But most importantly, just press the yellow button there, 100% free, no credit card required. Press that. If you're outside the US, make sure you click that little gray button there. Okay, let's listen in here.
That was so about the public polling and the public data going into this election was that the public polling said this is the closest race that we've ever had.
Yeah.
Basically. I mean, that was the consensus view. And there was
over 2,000 of you have signed up in the last hour and 45 minutes.
Another. We don't know at this point. It's very early in the evening. But I would say at 8:50, it's a very, very close race. that right now, it looks like the public polling, broadly speaking, that this was a very close race, is broadly at 8:51, based on the data we have, about what we're seeing so far. We are seeing signs of a very close race.
I'd say that if you are just joining us right this second at 8:52:06, and I had to summarize what's going on, no surprises.
Yeah, right.
Pretty much that's what's happened thus far. There's been no surprising result anywhere, I don't think. Now, that doesn't mean that said, the no surprise result for the presidential race will be, it's really tight, we don't know. And that could be true for a very long time.
The turnout thing, to your point, which is so hard to track, is there are groups, both sides are betting on turning out, and we don't know if they will or won't.
Right.
So when you see a huge number in a state like Michigan, seems to be from the strategists I've talked to, the people in Michigan, higher than they anticipated. Is that good for Trump? Is that good for Harris? We don't know. And that's one of the challenges, because typically, if there's bigger turnout in certain areas, it's good for the Democrats or good for the Republicans. This year, because there's the low propensity young male voters that Trump is going after, and there is the quiet vote, as we've been shorthanding it, on the other side.
That's the women vote, basically. So it looks like, by the way, for the reporters that have gotten blocked, so far it looks like it is Politico. After they reported Monday that a Trump field director was a white nationalist, then an Axios reporter was banned, and another reporter from Puck was banned for reporting on Pennsylvania anxiety, apparently, over the election. Okay, interesting. So at least 3 reporters banned from Donald Trump's watch party in Palm Beach, West Palm Beach, so Mar-a-Lago. Okay, got it?
To issue an apology to all of those states that we have not mentioned. It's not.
Donald Trump's lead in North Carolina continues to expand. Virginia, he's got a 1% lead in as well. You still don't have more votes from Arlington or Richmond, though. And that one's already been called. Decision Desk HQ already called Virginia for Harris, and yet they're still only giving her a 29% chance of victory right now. North Carolina is spreading for Trump. It's going pretty decidedly Trump. So is Georgia right now. Now, if I go into sort of my betting map, I have Georgia and North Carolina here for Trump. I've got Virginia because it's called. I got it for Harris. Pennsylvania, I mean, if she loses Penn, GG. Game over. Trump win at this point. Because if that goes if that goes Republican, GG. It's good game. It's over. But even if she wins Pennsylvania, if she then loses Wisconsin, it's over. If she loses Michigan, it is also over. So critical right now that she gets, if you want Harris to win, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Virginia. Donald Trump really needs, and Virginia's already been called, but he needs to secure North Carolina, which that's the way it's trending right now. Georgia's probably going to go that way. Nevada, Arizona, probably going to go that way. You got about 4 minutes to the next closing. So there's a chance this could be over in, because you get Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin at 6. This could be over in like the next 15 minutes. So, buckle up, okay? Arizona, Wisconsin, and Michigan next. This could be over within 15 minutes. This is a big one right here. So I'll leave that right there. And then let's go. Let's go right here.
Their information.
And that's going to matter.
And that is going to matter, yes.
Maria Teresa, we have some...
Whatever, CNN.
With a 2x4.
Oh, it's a oh, wait, I went to forensic files. Sorry about that. I meant to go down to Fox.
Democrats had a 1.1.
I'm going to go empty the tank before the next poll results.
To Election Day. This year was about 400,000. So that's a 700,000 vote decline in a year. That would mean today they would have needed massive turnout. They would need massive turnout, yes, at the universities. It seems like they got it. But there's about 25,000 students that go to Temple. There's about 10,000 that go to Penn State. There's about 6,000 that go to Lehigh University. Okay, that's not making up 700,000 votes. So then we look at traditionally. Who else is voting in Philly? African Americans, a lot of union workers. Did they show up in the numbers? There are people reporting that it was a massive turnout in Philly today. I just got off the phone with the Trump War Room in Philadelphia, and they said they don't see it. Now, it's either one way or the other. The fact that they don't know the answer to that is a little surprising to me. If those numbers aren't there, that means Pennsylvania is a state that is in the state of play big time tonight. It may not show up early, but it'll show up as the night evolves, just like Wisconsin will.
I would just mention one other thing about the college students is that there's been such a focus on young men. And these podcasts are the podcasts that college boys are watching and listening to. Theo Vaughn, Joe Rogan, Jake Paul, all of these guys. So, just because they're in college doesn't mean this time around that they're necessarily...
College boys. Who are the college boys going to vote for? I heard him talk about how they're like, oh, college people in Pennsylvania don't matter. Florida ballot enshrining abortion rights fails. Interesting. Okay, Florida abortion right bill, or I guess measure rather. Measure fails. 57% to 60 needed. Okay. You ready for big data? Man. Woo, boy. This is going to be next. This is going to be huge. All right. If you haven't done it yet, remember, folks, meetgavin.com/alpha. Free. It's amazing. Wow. Another 400 of you just signed up. Okay. 30 seconds to go. Quick look at Penn. 15% in. Harris only has a 31% lead. 10% lead by Trump in North Carolina. That's pretty big. That's all right. Who's ready for this? Big dump coming. All right. There it is. Okay. Trump projected winner in Ohio, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Texas. You've got, and the rest is just exit poll data. Exit poll. So Trump projected winner in Kansas. He got Ohio. Arizona exit poll. Arizona, it looks like Wow. Trump wins 52% of white women in Arizona? Wow, that's a big thing in Arizona. Let's see here. 48% of women in total in Arizona. That's also, honestly, that's pretty good. Trump wins 54% of white voters. Trump wins, what do we have here? 54% of white voters. And that is up 2 points from 2020. Harris wins Colorado. Let's see here. Harris wins Colorado. Gillibrand re-elected in New York. Trump wins Louisiana, not a surprise. Harris wins New York, not a surprise. Michigan. Let's see here. No info yet on that. Okay. All right. Let's quickly update some of the numbers here. How are we doing here on the decision desk? His odds went down a little bit after that. So, he just went down from 70% to 67.8 after that. Why? North Carolina. Oh, his lead narrowed in North Carolina. Oh, because Raleigh dumped. 74% reporting now in Raleigh. Oh my gosh, Charlotte. Charlotte's only 6% reported. When that suitcase gets dumped, that's gonna make a big shift right there. Pennsylvania, Harris's lead's only 27.9% now. 16% of the state reporting. 36% though of Pittsburgh. Philadelphia County, 15%. Let's see the Needles. Needles still favoring Trump. Needles sitting at 279 right now. So just to quickly recap some of those numbers there. What we just got. Right here, Florida's abortion rights measure fails. Trump winner of Ohio, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Texas, Kansas. Harris wins Colorado. Gillibrand reelected New York. Trump wins Louisiana. Harris wins New York. Klobuchar. Re-elected Minnesota. Trump projected to win 4 Nebraska votes. Electoral votes. Okay. If I go, let me see, Nebraska. Why? Look at that spread right there. I think we were giving all of those to him anyway. Yeah, he's winning all 4 of those is the projection. So there are only 4. All of them. How many is that? All of them. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Just in case you're confused, there are a couple things up on the screen here. There's, on the left side, this is just called ehack.com. I just post news here. It's really just a tool for me to put, like, things that are going on. But you're welcome to look at it if you want. It doesn't really, like, there's really no, like, advertisement there or anything. Although it does advertise the Alpha report. You can get that at mekevin.com/alpha. Right now, these are both totally free. Okay, so this is so close. This is crazy. Okay, Polymarket now says 71.6% Trump. Whoa! It skyrocketed. It went up to like, it's at 72% now. And it went even higher than that. Holy smokes. Predict It sits at 67. Wow. And the needles for Trump, 279. Wow. These are big numbers. And then the decision desk still puts Trump at 69.8%, up again a little. It's been pretty volatile here, but he's up a good 10% as this polling has started to come in. So he's clearly doing better than expected. Okay. Harris projected to win Delaware. Harris leading in Michigan. Okay. Okay. Another Senate seat held just now. So I'm going to write that down right here. This is Rochester Dem senator wins re-election. So far, Republicans up 1 Senate seat, need 2 more to take control. Okay. Okay.
In North Carolina, just keep that in mind as we move through the night. Also, I was just poking through here in Ohio. We saw this a moment ago based on a percentage spread. It seems like Trump is upping his number. Remember, I made the point that he won the state by 8 points in 2016, 8 points in 2020, and he was trailing there the last time we checked out the Buckeye State. But right now, the number has improved tremendously for Trump. So he's starting to track a little more toward that 8 points. And you were making the observation earlier about the Iowa poll from over the weekend, and do folks in Ohio vote like the folks in Iowa? If Ann Seltzer's poll, the Des Moines Register, had Kamala Harris win in Iowa by 3 points, a lot of people dismissed that. And if you're going to draw that comparison with Ohio.
Okay, Mark Robinson, candidate for governor in North Carolina, is expected to lose, and he's conceding right now. He was backed by Trump. He was backed by Trump. Okay. That's Mark Robinson. Got it. Okay. Let's see here. Then, oh boy. What else? There's a lot. Traders are looking at tonight's results compared to 2020 or looking for incremental signs of good news. Trump wins Ohio per Associated Press, old news. Okay, let's go back here.
On the ballot. And then the Democrats try to prevent him from getting off the ballot. Now, he's on the ballot in Michigan.
Ricketts wins re-election in Nebraska.
Michigan and Wisconsin, obviously, if it comes down to really tight, that could make a difference.
Why would anyone vote for someone who doesn't want to be the president and has asked you not to? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who are these 0.4% that are voting for someone who has begged you not to vote for him? If you want to see him in Washington, don't vote for him. But it reminds me of Jill Stein. I mean, I think Jill Stein cost Hillary Clinton a state. I know that Ross Perot cost Bush a presidential election.
Odds of a Trump win right now at 71.2%, according to the decision desk. Although the odds on Predict It just fell a bit, 64 for Donald Trump. If I go to the last 24 hours chart, look at that spread right there. Trump just really, I mean, you were like matched on these. Somebody says 10-year bond yield has Trump priced in. Yeah, look at that. It's up 9 basis points. Oh my gosh. Well, that'll probably be your floor for bonds, at least hopefully. Oh, look at that. Trump now 282 on the needles. It's now starting to turn into a lean for Trump here. Popular vote, not that big of a push anymore for Harris here. Wow. Still waiting for more Pennsylvania results. Poly Market showing Trump at 71.6. Good margin for Harris in Michigan of 7.1%. North Carolina has a good margin for Trump at 4.8, but Charlotte not in yet. If she takes North Carolina and Penn and Virginia, which is called, and Trump's lead is narrowing there, she wins. So she's got to lose something here. If she loses Wisconsin, she's okay. If she loses Michigan, she's okay. I don't like all of the betting markets are like 70% Trump, but when I'm playing with this little electoral college thingy, it seems a lot tighter than that. I wonder if it's because of Penn, because if you give Penn to Trump, then she could win Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina, Virginia. It's GG. So this is truly a matter of Pennsylvania or not. If Kamala Harris gets Pennsylvania, she could win. Even though right now the betting markets do not have her, as a favorite to win. And look at this. Only 18% of Pennsylvania is in. But if you look at some of the big cities over here where Harrisburg is, you're at 24 to 31%. Pittsburgh is 40% in. So some of the big ones are in right here, with the exception of Philadelphia County, only 15%. And she is cleaning house over there. But you got a lot of counties over here that still have not brought in votes. So I don't think anybody's really making a big prediction yet here on Pennsylvania. It ain't over yet, in other words, the game. So if I now... I hate when it does that. Wanted to just put a little additional update here that you've got. Okay, I'll fix this in just a moment. Let's go listen in here for a moment.
She mooted the question about when she first knew that he was not himself.
Well, I have a slightly different opinion on it. I thought she did. She gave in that interview, and I thought if I were her, I'd have gotten out and done more. But she did some, and
She was so cautious.
She gave a pre-debate answer. She said Biden's great. He's fine. I've seen him do all this wonderful stuff.
I would have done it very differently than her. However,
I'm sure you would have.
But the way she did it, she put herself in a position to be 50-50 here this evening. And if we're to believe Trey, this thing could be listening to the two smart guys in the green room. It could be 269. She must have done something right. I still look at Michigan and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Since 1980, those three states have not gone all together other than 1988. Dukakis got Wisconsin and HW won the other two. If the numbers are tracking right and continue along those lines, we could find ourselves in a position where we're having a conversation about a Congress. Then it would be curious, Sean, if the Democrats win the House. How does that play into it? Look, I hope we don't get there because I don't want this fight. The country doesn't need this division.
But the House does the president and the Senate does the vice president. So you could end up with President Trump and Vice President Harris.
But they vote after the election.
They vote after the election, and it's only one vote per delegation. But we'll cross that bridge when it comes to it. Senator Smith is digging into the voter analysis stuff and how it tracks with the raw vote and what we're seeing.
Just trying to keep feeding your conversation there. And Martha, I know you were asking about the suburban vote and what we're seeing with our Fox News voter analysis and some really interesting findings I'll put up here for you. As far as the suburban voters concerned, this is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Okay. Suburban voters. Kamala Harris right now has the lead, okay? But this is about a 6-point difference. And if you were to put this in perspective with what we saw in 2020, Biden was leading with this group, suburban voters in Pennsylvania, by 10 percentage points. This is a 6-point margin by which she's leading. So she is not leading with the suburban voter in Pennsylvania by the same margin as Joe Biden in 2020. All right, if I were to break that out by gender, this is also telling another story, okay? Suburban women, Martha, you were asking about this. This is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Obviously, they have been courting those voters on the ground there. This is almost identical. The margin that she's leading by, Joe Biden led by this over Donald Trump in 2020. So not a lot of movement there. We also talked about the story that was developing with the black voters down in Georgia. I can also report to you, Brett and Martha, right now that Donald Trump, is leading by more with the black voter in Pennsylvania than he was in 2020. Back to you guys.
So big numbers.
Yeah.
You got a call to make.
Fox News can now project that Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio, 54.2%.
Old news, dude. Such old news at this point. Like, we've known that for so long at this point. Okay. What's going over here?
And win the presidency, but that's what's happened in the last several presidential elections. So you look, we're just starting, just getting started in Erie County, 512 votes. Just for context, it's going to take close to 70,000 votes to win that county. So we're just starting. That's one of them. Let's come back to 2024 and move over here to Northampton County, again, right along the New Jersey border, not terribly far from Allentown. The vice president ahead there at only 22% of the vote in. So that was, again, look how close it was. Joe Biden just barely carried it. Donald Trump just barely carried it 4 years before that. That's the way it tends to end up. So we'll watch as that plays out. Here's something we do want to look at, is Lehigh County. Only 20% of the vote in here. If there is an impact from the Donald Trump Madison Square Garden event, where so many insults were made about Puerto Ricans and about Mexicans and about Latino and Hispanic Americans, if you're going to see an impact, this is one of the places you might see it, right here. And that's why both Trump and Harris went to Allentown in the final days of the campaign to try to take advantage of it. 8% right there. But again, you're doing this for context. 62% for the vice president. You go back in time to Lehigh County 2020, 53%. If the vice president can overperform Joe Biden in Lehigh County, Pennsylvania, she's in good shape. So we watch that as it plays out. We're only at 20% of the vote right now. It would come down to it. That's only 20. It's only 20%. So then you come out more. Where else are you looking in Pennsylvania? Let's bring this up. You also had the vice president door knocking in Berks County. Berks County at the moment is blue. If Berks County ends the night blue, my bet would be on Vice President Harris winning Pennsylvania. Why? Let's look at it. Let's show you where it is. Here's Philadelphia. Here's the close-in suburbs around it. And then as you drive out, what used to be farm country, now you see the homes lined up, right? People moving further out because that's the only place they can afford a home. That's places like Berks County, Pennsylvania. Half the vote counted, a little bit shy of that right now, 51 to 48, right? Let's go back in time. That was a 53% county for Donald Trump in 2020 when he lost Pennsylvania, and it was a 53% county in 2016 when he won Pennsylvania. So if you're the vice president of the United States, you're keeping an eye on this one. This blue, your chances to win the Commonwealth are improved dramatically. So spent a lot of time there over the last year. It is interesting. You found a lot of Nikki Haley voters there, a lot of Reagan Republicans who don't like Donald Trump, who were kind of tormented about voting for Trump or voting for Harris. So we'll keep an eye on that one there. Then you move out here. This is the number 2 in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Allegheny County is Pittsburgh and the suburbs around it. The labor vote, the blue collar vote, a smaller African-American population, but the urban vote Democrats need. So she's at 68% when you look at that there. You come back in time, he was at 59%. So again, we're early. Let me come back to 2024 and come out. It's 40%. So it's early. These tend to be early votes, which tend to favor Democrats more. So we want to wait and get more to see if that's contextual. At the moment, she's outpacing the President of the United States in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in some key places.
All right, listen to this. People at Mar-a-Lago tonight with Trump. This is really interesting. Elon Musk, David Sachs, Dana White, Steve Wynn Resorts, Tucker Carlson, RFK, Tommy Hicks, John Paulson, Howard Lutnick, Woody Johnson, the New York Jets owner. Dang, that is like a place to be if you're in the Republican circle. Those are some big names that are over there right now. So really, really, really impressive. So now what we're going to do is let's take a peek here at, don't forget to scan the QR code to get that free report every morning. Pennsylvania's lead is only 17.2% in Pennsylvania right now with 21% of the votes in. This is going to be tight. This is going to be really, really tight. This is really, really narrowing here. Donald Trump is nicely in the lead in Georgia, 6%. 1.6% North Carolina lead. Virginia has already been called for Harris, but Bitcoin is now launching off of the line we've been consolidating at for like, 2 hours? We've been at my line for, about like an hour and a half. For about 90 minutes, we've been playing my lines here. These are the kind of things, by the way, we're going to have in the meetkevin.com/alpha report in the morning. I'll say, hey, hold this support, watch this support line. If you get rejected, watch for the next, line, whatever. We'll have all of those. Volatility on options, buy calls, sell calls, buy puts, sell puts, which stocks look cheap, which stocks look expensive. Sort of a daily report. And then that way we'll have something to reference back to as well. I think it'll be really cool. So you could get that right now for free over at meetkevin.com/alpha. Do keep in mind, markets are closed right now, so you just have futures. Right now, you've got the 10-year yield up 10.2 basis points. Look at this, 10.2 basis points, 4.39 in anticipation of a Trump win. Dow, S&P, NASDAQ futures, all green with oil down. Looking at the predicted market, 73-cent bet that Donald Trump is going to win here. The needle, it's leaning Trump. It's leaning Trump on the New York Times now. Holy smokes, it has shifted. Electoral College 284 here for Trump. And Poly Market up to 74.4% on Trump. Holy moly. These are some pretty big numbers here. North Carolina still looking like it could lead Trump. Oh, Wisconsin, 4% in, 16% Trump. That's a game changer right there. If she loses Wisconsin, it's over. But if she gets Pennsylvania, she could still make it happen. Ooh, interesting. But she also needs North Carolina. North Carolina has the Trump lead right now, but you only have 9% of Charlotte in. 74% of Raleigh, though, so you really need Charlotte to come out. Charlotte's big. So this is interesting. And if she loses North Carolina, GG, it's Trump again. So, wow, okay.
Spitting distance of that. Let's take a look at the actual votes coming in from the battlegrounds that we have not projected. In battleground Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris in the lead, 57.5% of the vote. Donald Trump, 41.5% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 258,000 plus vote lead. That's with about a quarter, 23% of the estimated vote in Pennsylvania counted as of now. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris with 53.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with 44.3% of the vote. Harris with a 64,000 plus vote lead. That's with an estimated 12% of the vote counted in Michigan. Still very early in Michigan. In battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump in the lead. 50.7% of the vote. Harris with 48.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with
recreational marijuana in Florida fails. That's very interesting. So that was DeSantis was pretty anti that. Recreational weed in Florida fails. DeSantis was against it. Okay. Trump projected winner in Louisiana. That's old news.
in the lead as of now, 49.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48.7% of the vote. Donald Trump is ahead by more than 15,000 votes. That's with more than half, 56% of the estimated vote, but still a lot of vote to come in the Commonwealth of Virginia. In New Hampshire, Harris with 53.4% of the vote. Donald Trump with 45.9%.
Harris's lead in Pennsylvania, only 15.5% right now. 23% of the votes in. It's narrowing fast. Ohio's going pretty deep red, and that Wisconsin lead, 16.9% in Wisconsin, Trump, and a lead in North Carolina. Good game if she loses both of those. She could win Pennsylvania, but if she loses North Carolina and Wisconsin, it's over.
At the magic wall, John.
And so, Jake, you lay at the results, and there are some surprises there, right? At least where we are right now. So we just want to go back and follow up where we were. What David Chellian was talking about.
Wow. Decision Desk projects Trump winner in North Carolina. Oh, that's looking bad for Harris. Ooh, Decision Desk. Oh, that's not good for Harris. North Carolina for Trump. That's bad for Harris. Okie dokie. We're going to have to update El Mapo here. That is not good for her. So if I now go, let's see here. Okay, right here. So North Carolina goes to Trump. If he ends up getting Wisconsin, game over. She could literally get Pennsylvania, and Pennsylvania just won't matter anymore. Wisconsin here, yeah, it's just not looking good for Harris. Wisconsin, you still got 13% lead right now. It doesn't look like you have Green Bay yet. And let's see here. Bitcoin's popping off on this, by the way, as it should. But the calling of North Carolina for Trump, that's really, I'd be nervous if I were in the Harris camp right now. That's not good. Decision Desk still only gives Trump a 69.4% lead despite this. And predicted 73. Yeah, Trump 285 right now on the New York Times needles. It's getting to over for Harris. I mean, Wisconsin just needs to flip at this point, and I think it's turning more red for her. 7% in. Yeah. Wow, I can't believe North Carolina flipped.
Of course he is. Where else would we find
stand by in a second. Hold on. Once I go like this, we got to wrap real quick because they're coming to us.
You're on.
Should we get Pete a drink?
Just stand by, everybody. We're coordinating with the mothership.
Pete, we are the mothership calling Pete Hegseth at the Honky Tonk in Nashville.
Calling.
Can you hear us?
Hey, guys. Yes, I can hear you. I'm sorry, Brett and Martha. We're at Kid Rock's Honky Tonk in Nashville. I can't hear a thing. I can't hear myself think. And the crowd here is psyched because you're now on the TVs here in the bar as well. I'm here with Clay Travis, Morgan Ortegas, Tommy Laird. We just had Kid Rock himself. So while you're at home watching the returns on Fox, and everybody's watching you guys, and you're doing a phenomenal job, pull up Fox Nation on your second screen and have a party with us. Because I'll tell you, the vibes here on the ground, we're talking to voters today too, this feels a lot like the 2016 vibes. As you see the results coming in. You can tell the crowd here, pretty psyched. They love watching you guys and what you're doing. This sentiment is reflective of what's happening.
All right, some real enthusiasm here. Kamala Harris projected to win New York. That doesn't move the needle, literally at all. Okay. Okay. What else do we have here? I mean, this is honestly, it's getting to where, like, the tightness is kind of going away here. It's starting to wrap up a little bit. I think this might end up getting pretty decisive here. We'll see. I mean, I know it's still tight, but I mean, anything could happen with Wisconsin. But the fact that Harris's lead is just getting crushed in Pennsylvania. I mean, she was up 50% there on probably just, early ballot counting. But now, as Philadelphia County starts coming in more and the rest of the state comes in, she better hope to hold on to Penn. But the fact that she's losing North Carolina and that it just got called by Decision Desk, that's bad for her. Having this called, I mean, you could see it right here. They called it. That's GG's almost. If she loses Wisconsin on top of this, it's pretty much over. And right now, look at that spread. I mean, only 6% reporting, but Donald Trump has like a 15% lead. And remember what we said, Donald Trump would have an over 80% chance of winning if he gets an over 11% spread in Florida. Well, he got a spread of almost 14%. Holy smokes. No, it's more like 13.6%. Wow. That's pretty impressive. If you are just now joining, thank you so much for joining me here. Make sure to go to meetkevin.com/alpha. This is free. It's a free alpha report. Every morning, I wake up at like 3 a.m., and the research I do between 3 and about 5:45, I want to put into a report for you that's 1 page long every single day for free, and we'll text it to you. And so you can wake up, get that report at 6:15 and get my, 3 hours of research or whatever it is, and even from the day before. And it'll have insights on potential market moves, trends, trade ideas, option volatility, long-term trades, short-term trades, shorts, longs, whatever. You'll be able to go check those out over at meetkevin.com/alpha. In the meantime, Bitcoin breaking out of this 90-minute consolidation. Why does it break out of that consolidation? Because North Carolina got called for Trump. That was a needle mover. Donald Trump now expected to have 285 electoral seats. Harris's path is getting really tight. Not looking good at all for Harris right now. You've got 78.5% in terms of the odds here on Polymarket for Kamala Harris. It's not looking good for her. Look at these futures here. S&P futures up 94 basis points, 1% on the Dow, 0.57 on NASDAQ. Holy smokes. 0.122 on the US 10-year. Massive move. 10-year up 12 basis points, 4.4 on fears of Trumpflation. You just had another, oh no, that's an incumbent. Okay. You have a Republican incumbent, Kramer. That sounds funny. For a race for U.S. Senate seat. He maintains his seat. And right now we are obviously watching Wisconsin here. This is like one of her last hopes, and the spread keeps widening. North Carolina already called for Trump. Virginia called for Harris. Pennsylvania spread narrowing for Harris. So it's coming, like, honestly, at this point, so she's going to lose this. She'll lose these. It's going to come down to Wisconsin. Like, she has to win Pennsylvania. So if she loses Pennsylvania, it's over anyway. But let's just assume for a moment she wins Pennsylvania. She must win Wisconsin. And it ain't looking good. It ain't looking good for Harris. Let's see here. Democrat Olza Brooks maintains Democratic Senate seat. And it's going over here.
Sorry, excuse me. I apologize. Let's go statewide here. In a state that was determined by 11,779. Let me go to my cheat sheet here, guys, all right? I'm going to do something that's a little ugly.
Yeah, guys and gals, give it a few minutes if you sign up for meetkevin.com/alpha. Everything's like moving slower because there are like thousands of people trying to sign up at the same time for the alpha report. So give it a moment. And you'll get your confirmation email.
You see all this, at 7 o'clock, boy, it was all over the place, okay? And then in the 8 o'clock hour, Trump easily took a lead there. And then the margins started to close overnight around 3 a.m. The lines moved and they moved and they moved for several days until finally we reached that margin of 12,000 votes separating Biden from Trump.
Sup, Jack? How you doing? Y'all bringing a baby in here? Bring that girl over here. That's okay. Hey, Claire, you got some allergies? Yeah, her eyes are a little swollen. Oh. Right now, Donald Trump is winning. Donnie T. He's got, let's go look at it together here. So we're going to go press this button, then I press this button. And right now, Donald Trump, or Harris, so Kamala Harris's path to winning would be getting Wisconsin right here, and getting Pennsylvania.
Wait,
but
it
right,
switched? Wasn't Donald Trump Pennsylvania?
Well, it's to be determined. A lot of people think he's going to win Pennsylvania. This is called a swing state. So I'm just saying, like, if Harris loses Penn or Wisconsin, it's probably game over, and she loses. Those are the last two states she could really hope for right now. And so markets are giving her, so this is called Decision Desk Headquarters. They give a 68% chance of a win to Trump, 31% Harris. If you go over here, this is a betting market where people bet money, 73% chance of Trump. If you go to the New York Times Needles, we like to call it, the Needles say we're leaning Trump with 287 likely on the Electoral College, which probably means Wisconsin, Trump, and Pennsylvania, Trump. or some combination. Maybe I give Wisconsin to her. There it is, 287. Still a Trump win on Pennsylvania. Trump wins Pennsylvania, it's over. Yep. You hear that, Claire Bear? My little cutie. Oh, Claire. Claire, by the way, she was born right here. You see that, Claire? You were born in that county right there. It's a swing county. Well, it's not really a swing county. Exactly. Right there. That's right. Right there. That's right. This is a swing state that everybody's watching. Little cutie. Oh, Claire Bear. So, okay, Poly market. This is another betting market. This is a crypto betting market. This has almost an 80% chance of a Trump win right here. And then it looks like, based on a comment I see here, thank you for mentioning that, Wisconsin just flipped to Harris. So, but even if I give her Wisconsin, she still has to get Penn. Like, this literally is going to come down to one state. Pennsylvania. Your state, Claire Bear. Your state.
Wait, is that what it is now?
No.
What is it now?
That's what we expect it to be. So we expect Nevada and Arizona to go to Trump. We expect Utah to go to Trump, Idaho. This is what it looks like now. You can see the gray sections or the dotted sections on the right side.
Wait, what are the gray sections?
So the gray sections, the polls haven't closed yet. They close at 8 o'clock, so in like an hour and 20 minutes. The dotted sections, they're still counting ballots. The dark sections are already basically decided. And so red means Republican, Trump. Oh, you already know that. Oh, okay.
No,
Why are you wearing red, huh?
When you said Republican, I thought no, Trump.
Trump, that's right. So, and you're wearing red. All right, here, take this child and get out of here. Do you have any more food? I'm starving. I think I've been live for 7.5 hours. 7.5 hours. This is crazy. All right. Okay. All right. Let's get back to Fox over here.
Donald Trump leading by 3 in Hillsborough County. And let me say this. This is, I think, should be discussed, hasn't been discussed, but it might have bigger implications.
Hey, it's Kayleigh McEnany.
Party moving Florida. And that is the fact that the Republican Party has lost every pro-life ballot initiative post-Dobbs until tonight in Florida, when you see Amendment 4 went down. And the difference was you had a leader, you had a governor, Governor DeSantis, who owned the issue, who talked about the issue, who was out on the airwaves on the issue. And I'm told by some sources familiar with these 10 initiatives happening across the country, they're hopeful in Nebraska. Why? You had Pete Ricketts lean into the issue. So that might be a lesson that's instructive moving forward to the party. You've got to speak on this issue because hiding from it thus far has not worked.
Wow, look at Poly Market for Pennsylvania, folks. Who will win Pennsylvania? Look at this change in just the last few hours here. Actually, just like the last hour, frankly. Skyrocketing chance for Donald Trump. The Needles, 286. And if I go here, oh, what happened? Decision Desk just dropped Trump from 70 to 64. Okay. Interesting. So, not really sure what happened there. Did we just have a vote dump? Wisconsin, Harris now in the lead, 3%. Only a 6% lead in Pennsylvania. The nail biter. Yeah, why Decision Desk just moved Trump down 5%? I'm not sure. I thought this was over. And man, I kind of want it to be over. It's been 7.5 hours. But it's okay. I did 10 on J6. I'll do another 10. Who remembers who was here for the 32-hour live stream I did during the governor campaign? Whew. All right, boys and girls. This is it. We are getting close. Let's listen in.
T-shirts, I'll sell them on DonaldTrump.com. Okay. But if that's true, that means she would have to sweep the blue wall.
Yep.
And based on the information that we have and the early voting success of the Republicans in both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, I don't think she can do it.
So with that prediction, we're going to take a quick break. Race.
Yeah. See, look at this. If Pennsylvania goes Republican with the North Carolina loss, this is it. I mean, this is it. It's Wisconsin and Penn. Both are now must wins for Harris. So let's write that down here. So Harris must win PA and Wisconsin. Otherwise, it's over IMO. So, whew. Ay. That J6 stream was nuts. Thought it wasn't real at first when I was watching you. Yeah, it was crazy. You can still find it, by the way. I think if you just type in Meet Kevin, Capitol Riot, or whatever on YouTube, it's like 10 hours long. It's still there. Still there. All my videos are pretty much still up on my channel. We took them down for a moment. We took a chunk of them down for a moment and organized them into little playlists. We did like archive stimulus, archive finance, you know, and then now it's easier to find some of them if you want to go through some old videos. It's kind of cool. So, yeah, this is very interesting. So 20% of Wisconsin is now in, 2% lead for Harris. Michigan holding a solid lead for Harris. Penn, Pittsburgh 57 reported, and you still don't have these counties here in the middle. These could be big vote dumps. And Philadelphia only 22% in, but I mean this is not over yet, but it's going on a little bit longer than I thought. Honestly, I thought it'd be over by now. I thought we'd have something a little bit more divisive and sooner. But let's listen to the Doomers. We haven't listened to them in a minute. As a reminder, metkevin.com/alpha if you want your free daily alpha report, your morning briefing from Kevin on stock trade ideas, resistance lines, support lines, volatility on options, which options look desirable to buy, which ones look desirable to sell, catalysts to pay attention to for the day, macro takeaways, earnings takeaways, whatever. That's at meetkevin.com/alpha. Go check that out.
So if we continue to see people working, no big layoffs.
Oh, the conference board.
It continues to do well. Inflation continues to fall. And the Fed cuts interest rates in November, December. Potentially starting in January, the consumer's probably going to be feeling fine. But there definitely are big risks out there for the consumer.
North Carolina did get called. Corrupt Music is asking, has North Carolina officially been called? The decision desk did call North Carolina for Donald Trump. They still only give him 64.7% right now, though. I thought it'd be higher. More Harris votes just came in. Only a 4.5% lead in Pennsylvania. So Pennsylvania votes came in, rather. So it's starting to fill in a little bit. And Pennsylvania might be about to flip to Trump. And it's over then. I see no other path. Because if Pennsylvania is red, it's over. So Pennsylvania is the game changer because I literally go best case scenario at this point on everything else for Harris. Because Georgia's over, Virginia we're giving to Harris. That's already been called. North Carolina's been called for Trump. So I mean, what else is there? Like, we're giving Nevada and Arizona. I mean, maybe Donald Trump will lose Nevada, but like, good luck with that one. I don't see that happening. So it'd be wild if Harris was able to swing Nevada or Arizona. I doubt it, but it seems more likely that she could hold on to Pennsylvania than she gets Nevada and Arizona. So let's assume Nevada and Arizona go to Trump. Well, then you're looking at Wisconsin, which she has to hold, which let's assume she does. She must win Pennsylvania, otherwise it's over. And the margin is razor thin right now on Pennsylvania. So yeah, this is tight. Tight. Okay, it's going over here.
Of rural turnout versus urban turnout, but there's an interesting storyline playing out in the Detroit suburbs, particularly in the Dearborn area in the Arab American community.
Trump just moved up to 65.8% on decision desk after some more votes came in Penn.
Vote for former President Trump, but they don't actually need that. In some cases, we've talked to Arab Americans who are casting their ballots for Green Party candidate Jill Stein, somebody you probably haven't heard mentioned much, but who could be a spoiler candidate. We also know that many Arab Americans are going to sit out this election entirely, which could tip the scales in favor of former President Trump. We're also watching the Senate race here. Mike Rogers, the Republican candidate, spoke to the crowd. He says it's going to be a nail-biter and probably a very late night. Brett, Martha, back to you.
Okay.
Virginia's already been called for Harris. Even though it's red on the map, it's been called for Harris.
But
I'm not only saying North Carolina, I am saying North Carolina and Georgia will go Donald Trump tonight. And I am as confident in that prediction as any I've ever made.
Wow.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're already called pretty much. Well, I don't think Georgia's called yet, but North Carolina's already called.
Tell you what, just, Sean, if in the end you're right about that here in North Carolina, I showed you this county last hour, right? This is Anson County, up to 47% African-American population. You know, sometimes in these elections where you see an outcome, you're like, that hasn't happened in 100 years. Well, something just happened for the first time since 1876 in North Carolina, and a Republican won this county for the second time since the 1870s. So I just like something to like stick in the back of your head and think about, well, that was a data point along the way. You guys mentioned the blue wall. Let's go ahead. We're moving toward the central time zone. We're talking about Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. I can show you a lot of stuff right now, okay? But this is anecdotal stuff. It's just the data points that I'm seeing on the map, okay? When you go to Wisconsin, all right, you have to look at Dane County, the University of Wisconsin. In the midterms, they had more than 85% voter turnout in one county, okay? You're going to get a ton of Democratic votes out of here, okay? You're just about halfway into it right now, and you see the margins. But I was poking through this and looking at Milwaukee. Now, there's a lot of votes out there, okay? You only got 25% coming in right now. Kamala Harris has almost 66%. So this is where Joe Biden finished. Same county, same city.
Quick note, the district attorney in Georgia who brought charges against Trump for 2020 election interference has won her re-election.
Back there in that rural county in North Carolina, is it repeating itself in some of these bigger cities? You know, is Detroit, you know, right now Detroit, Wayne County is red. We don't expect it to stay that way, but that's one of the things you look at as well. And this is Washtenaw County. That's Ann Arbor, University of Michigan. You expect to get a good number here. That's another county to watch as well. And then let's flip over here and just complete the blue wall, because this is where we are right now in Pennsylvania. Remember, we showed you how the mail vote, heavily Democratic, is put out first. And we still think we're probably seeing a lot of that right now in this composition. But let's go ahead and look now. Let's look at the vote difference in Pennsylvania. And what we've done here is we've gone back to the year 2000, okay? So you have 6 presidential races.
Wow, shout out to the 500 more of you who just signed up for the meetKevin.com/alpha report. That's crazy. Oh, here it is. Free report, scan the QR code, free report 6:15 every morning, text, email. It's pretty awesome. If you're international, make sure to click the little international button under the yellow bar. But if you're in the US, click the yellow bar.
State by just less than a point. Let's look at the vote difference now for Michigan. Very similar, maybe not as extended, okay? Some would argue more Democratic in Michigan. All right, but that was the difference in 2016 for Trump.
Oh, Wisconsin just flipped red again. Wisconsin now showing Trump at a 1.1% lead. This is back and forth again. Pennsylvania only a 3.6% lead for Harris. Those are must-haves for Harris. It's getting closer to over.
I find, guys, this to be the swingiest state you find out there, all right? Back in 2000, when we're looking at Florida, look what happened in Wisconsin.
Virginia has been called by the decision desk for Harris.
What happened? You see Donald Trump in 2016, it's just by a nose he was able to win, and then when it went back to Biden in 2020 again.
And Wisconsin just flipped blue again.
All those races 4 out of 6 over the past 20 years have been decided by less than a point. And it might well be the case again tonight in the land of cheeseheads. Let's go ahead and clear this right now, okay?
Bill, can
Let's
we
clear
go
that.
to Wisconsin?
Yeah, we sure can.
Because, go ahead.
If you want to see how this is shaping up, I mentioned Dane a moment ago, and I also mentioned Milwaukee. Sean Duffy, one of our colleagues, former congressman for the state of Wisconsin, when he ran for Congress, all this area here was blue, okay? And when he went to Washington, it all flipped, it all became red, and it stayed that way. It's been a source of political strength and power for Donald Trump, and we'll see whether or not that remains the case right now. All right? Just so you know, we're just about the 30% mark in Wisconsin, and Kamala Harris has a slight lead there by about 3 points. This is where it ended, as I showed you out there on the map, right? 20,682 raw votes 4 years ago. So if I were to come to 2024, what am I looking at?
I'm going to flip for a moment here. Let's go ahead and get a different channel going just for a moment. See what we got here.
That the winner of the presidential race in Kansas is Donald Trump. We're heading towards a 10 p.m. poll closing in Nevada, Utah, Montana. As we head toward those, we're keeping an eye on lots of different battleground states. Claire McCaskill, I'm bringing you in here because I understand you've maybe got some intel out of Wisconsin.
Yeah, I've talked to folks on the ground that have been running these Senate campaigns, namely in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And they all feel good about those Senate races. The only two out there that everyone is still biting their fingernails over are John Tester in Montana, who has to overcome a huge Trump margin in Montana, and Sherrod Brown. We don't know at this point what kind of margin he has to overcome for Trump. We don't know what the final margin will be. I know we've called it for Trump, Ohio, but the rest of them, everybody's feeling really good about. And I'll tell you one other thing that people are feeling really good about, Rachel, and that is what they're seeing on college campuses. This is going to be big in Pennsylvania. It's going to be big in Michigan. It's going to be big in Wisconsin. And everybody needs to take a deep breath. Those are the 3 states we need. Don't have to have Georgia. Don't have to have North Carolina. We have to have those 3. And they have been.
She's right.
The campaign has been surprised.
For Harris.
Full of involvement on these college campuses today on Election Day.
Oh, come on. Holy smokes. Sorry. That was supposed to be in my head. Y'all already ate up my SMS credits. I have to buy more text message credits just because so many of you were dual authenticating, opting in to this alpha report. All my credits are gone. I just added more. So if you didn't get a message for some reason, you should be getting it now. Oopsies.
You've got Pennsylvania up there on your board now. What are you watching coming in?
Yeah, and again, it's kind of coming in incrementally. So a lot of these counties, as I said, there's this big division between the vote by mail and the same day, and it's kind of unclear in a lot of these counties. We just don't have enough to say. But one
Trump's still at 65.8% on decision desk. Wisconsin blue with a 0.7% margin for Harris, 1.9 in Pennsylvania.
is, and now 90% of the vote is in. And we were looking at this a few minutes ago, and we were saying again that we expected Trump to close, to cut into the lead that Harris had. It was at about 6.5, 7 before. Now with 90%, and you can see he's cut it a little bit.
We ain't cheap. I would never call y'all cheap. I love y'all. I think y'all are the best subscribers that exist on YouTube. You care about the future and finance and building wealth and success for your families. Big fan of y'all.
Democrats with Joe Biden came in and won this by more than 8 points. Biden won the state. So we were saying at the start of the night, Trump wants this number. Democrats want that number. Right now, it's sitting right in between them. It's sitting at 5. So there's still some same day to come in. Let's see this remaining 10%, what that does to this margin. Again, the same day seems to be favoring Trump. How much is it going to favor Trump? Is it going to bring it down back to this level completely? Is it going to stabilize? But that's the most complete county we have in Pennsylvania right now. And I think we said at the start of the night, it's a very key one because this region where Scranton is, where Lackawanna County is, this is very contested political terrain. I could just show you some of the other counties here. Luzerne County, this is where Wilkes-Barre is.
New York Times now has 71% chance of a Trump win. That's the New York Times. And hopping over to the map again here. Oh, you're almost at 1337. That's funny. Okay, so only a 1.8% margin on Penn for Harris. 0.2 on Wisconsin. These are going to be so tight. Holy smokes.
That number here, if the Democrats can stop them from doing that, that's a big development for Democrats. We want to go back and look at Georgia because, again, and Joy was just talking about this, the suburban support for Democrats in this Atlanta metro area. Something interesting is happening. There are some suburban counties here. You call them kind of the emerging suburbs of the Atlanta metro area where the growth is the fastest and the diversification is the most dramatic. And that is definitely where Harris is posting improvements tonight. I think we showed you Douglas County a few minutes ago. Again, rapid growth here. It's about half black. And you can see in 2020, 25 points. Tonight, Harris is winning this by 32 points. You see it in Rockdale County. Just about all of the vote is in here. Biden got 70%. Harris has pushed that up to 73. This is a majority black county. You can go to Newton County here. You know, this was the tightest margin of all these Atlanta metro counties. This was the tightest margin for a county that Democrats won almost all in 2020. Almost all the vote is in. Harris has improved on it. You see this. You could take a look at Henry County. Almost 80% of the vote is in. Again, Biden won it by 20. Look at that. That's up to 30 or so for Kamala Harris. So the thing is, though, the counties I just showed you within this Atlanta metro region, relatively speaking, these are the lesser populated counties. The ones with the huge, the huge populations. You start with Fulton County. And
I mean, look, Georgia's Trump. Okay, we don't even have to waste time on it. Georgia is Trump. All we are doing right now while we sit here is, first of all, the next polls close in 3 minutes. As the next polls close in 3 minutes, we'll probably get some data here on, let's see, hold on, what is it going to be? It's going to be 9. Okay, let's see here. 9. All right. So 9 o'clock, we should get Utah, Arizona, Nevada. Those are all going to be Trump, I believe. Montana, and then, California, Alaska, and all the other ones. You're not going to get those yet. So when we get Arizona and Nevada, I've already priced them in for Trump. So this is my electoral college map right here on the left. I'm still, okay, Wisconsin just turned red. 34% reporting. This one's been flipping around. Pennsylvania, she's only ahead by 1.3 points. So you really need, Pittsburgh's already 66% reported. Philadelphia County, 28%. Harrisburg, only 27%. So you've got some work to do here. Now, what's really critical for Harris is keeping Wisconsin, which is now Trump-edged, and winning Penn. That is her path to winning. That's the only path that exists. And in that case, she would win by just 2 electoral votes. That's it. That's how tight this would be. Which I don't know. I feel like this is more likely to be pretty decisive tonight, like soon.
Clearly has improved, I should say, a bit from 2020. A point.
All right, 1 minute for the next poll closings. Remember, get your alpha report over at meetkevin.com/alpha or scan the QR code. Oh my gosh, another 400 of you just signed up. Dang. Thank y'all. Another 400 of you just signed up. So make sure to get that. That's what it looks like. The Alpha Report Morning Brief by me, Kevin, your financial agent. All right. You ready for the dump? Let's get the dump.
We're actually flipping this. They are definitely
Well, technically it's a poll close, but we'll get a dump of data too.
Going to come short. Harris has made progress here in this big suburban county here. Harris has made progress from 7 points, now sitting at 3 points. But is that progress enough for Democrats?
Fascinating and so down to the wire.
Okay, Trump wins Utah. Trump wins Montana. Preliminary results. Nevada, Nevada exit poll. Okay, I don't actually have an Arizona exit poll yet. Oh, well, we had one earlier. This isn't super helpful. That's fine. Nevada exit poll, 46% of Hispanic vote Trump. Then I have 48% Harris on that. Then I have Trump wins 43% of those under 45. Harris up 53%. Harris 53%. Trump actually up 6 points from 2020. That's bullish Trump. Let's see here. 45 plus. Trump wins 42% of 45 plus. Trump up 6% or 6 points. 6 points from 2020. Trump wins 53% of those without college, up 3 points for Trump. Trump wins 43% of those with college degree, and that is down 1 point from 2020. Okay, Republican maintains a Senate seat. Republican Curtis maintains Republican Senate seat in Utah. Okay. And then Trump, Nevada wins 54% of white votes, down 2% from 2020, or 2 points. And then women, Trump wins 49% of white women voters, down 4 points from 2020. Okay. Then we have, okay, Donald Trump, decision desk at 67.5%. Oh, Pennsylvania just flipped red, and Wisconsin. Oh, it just flipped back blue. Oh, it's all over the place. Trump now leading Wisconsin, 1.2%. Oh, it's a nail biter. Bitcoin up $400 right now. Holy smokes. Now at Bitcoin now at 73.4, and Trump chances still at 67.5 right here to win. Let's zoom into this a little more after we look at some of these prediction markets. Predicted polling and the needles. 73% chance of a Trump win, 288 Electoral College. 78 cents Trump on Predicted. Oh, it's 80% on Pennsylvania for Trump on Polymarket. 85% presidential winner on Polymarket. It's not looking good for Harris.
Some of what was wanted and desired was a sweep that in a 50-50 country where the final best poll had her plus 4 nationally really didn't, none of the data suggested that something that would disallow Donald Trump to claim victory before the results were known, that really wasn't on the table. We live in an evenly divided country, and it creates anxiety, but it also requires patience. And the fact that there were still people waiting online during the last live shot that Jacob Soboroff did, the fact that there are still people voting in the West means we really do have to do what Jen said, because we have to wait for the votes to be counted. Now, what will start to be something we keep an eye on is Donald Trump is against all the votes being counted. At least 4 years ago, that was his public position. And so I think there'll be a moment when it is very much still up in the air, when Steve is still tapping counties and we only see numbers like 34, 44, we don't have all the vote in. And I think this will become another test for the country and our patience.
It's also, I think the reason there's so much anxiety is that I think, and I've gotten a fair number of these texts, and I'm sure you all are as well, it is fairly shocking. And I don't think it's something that should make us super proud that despite all of the things that just we've seen in the last 2 weeks, even if you could somehow forget January 6th and an attempted coup to overthrow.
All right, Bitcoin 73.8 right now. Look at that. Holy smokes. Donald Trump projected winner in Mississippi. Republican incumbent defeats Democratic challenger. Okay, then you've got, what else do we have here? This is, the markets are speaking pretty loudly here. You also see, I mean, did you all just notice MSNBC is talking about we still have people standing in lines? This is what I tweeted. MSNBC now talking about we still have people standing in lines. I think it's over. Oh, well, okay. So there goes Bitcoin, continuing its rally to all-time highs. You are now at 73.7. All indices up over 1%. Wow, 10-year bond yield up 16 basis points. Gold, roughly flat. Holy smokes. This is going to like, it's over 74,000 now. Wow. I think it's over. Let's see here. New York Times needle, 75% chance Trump. And 77 cents on Predictit. 68.7 at the decision desk. Presidential election winner, 88% chance now of Trump. And oh dear, look at that for Harris. Trump now leading Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Wow. Wow. Well, if that's the case, it's over. Arizona's actually well, you still need Tucson. Yeah. Okay, that's not gonna flip. Okay. So this is just like the moonshot on Bitcoin. Look at that. 74.6 now. And 68.7. Yeah, 68.7 still. Trump, 75% chance of a Trump victory. 291. Electoral College estimate now. Okay, let's see here. Let's see here. Okay. Wow. Okay, so let's see what else there is.
Divide that has been the case for many presidential cycles, but to me it's interesting it hasn't changed, and maybe that's a kind of a look in the mirror moment regardless of who wins.
Well, it's not, I mean, I'd say I think there's probably another layer to it, which is education. And I think when it's all said and done, what you're going to see is a huge divide over people who are college educated and not college educated. And if that is the case, what is different is that you could be seeing a realignment about the base of each party. And there are warning signs for everybody here. But if the working class, non-college educated voter is now increasingly a Republican voter, Democrats have to rethink the way in which they sell their policies that absolutely benefit working class Americans. And
yeah, I should have done that a long time ago. This is probably over. Just listening over here. They should be pretty happy at Fox.
It's not as expensive as Florida, and they've seen an awful lot.
Fox doesn't matter. Fox is over. Or, sorry, North Carolina's over. North Carolina has already been called for Trump. That one really just doesn't matter right now. Donald Trump is now leading 1.3 points in Penn and 2.1 in Wisconsin. Oh, it's over. It is impossible. It is turning impossible for Harris to win. If these lean Republican, GG. That's almost 300 for Trump right there. Virginia was already called for Trump. for Harris, even though Trump technically has a little bit of a lead there. Arizona, 34% of the vote in, so far tied. Still don't have number. How do we still not have numbers from Nevada? I mean, those will come in soon. But honestly, even at this point, if I give Harris, I could give Harris Arizona and Nevada, and it doesn't matter because Donald Trump is cleaning house over here. I mean, Harris is only 2.6 points ahead in Michigan. Trump's now 1.8 ahead in Penn and 2.6 ahead in Wisconsin. Oops. You don't even need Nevada and Arizona. Wow. Okay. Whew.
What about
Back
Pittsburgh?
on over to you, Allegheny County. Let's see where we are. A lot of the vote came in from Pittsburgh early on.
71,
okay, yeah. So you're 71 coming. That's right. And she's at 61%. You know, I mean, you guys watch it, right? I mean, how many rallies did Trump have there? How many times did Kamala Harris go to the west side of Pennsylvania? This is a place I want to check out. I haven't done it yet. Let's find out together. This is Butler County. All right, where were you on July 13th? Here we go. You got 94% coming in, just shy of 66%. So how did Trump do in a rural county like Butler 4 years ago, before the assassination attempt, right, this past year? It was almost around the same number, okay, up 36,000 to finish it 4 years ago. Right now, he's up 34,000 in Butler, PA.
Let me bring our prime folks in. Laura, what are you looking at?
Well, I just think it's interesting to look at these states that we kind of had looked past in our analysis. We're always focused on the blue wall states, obviously so important, but
they're gone.
Signs that Trump might maybe outperforming in ways that we hadn't expected, bubbling up in places like New Mexico, where it's only 23% of the vote in, mind you, tons of votes outstanding. But he looks like he's outperforming there. He's up now 6 points with that small turnout. Again, the New York Times gives him a 79% chance of winning this election at this point, with leaning North Carolina, leaning Republican in Georgia. If those trends continue, it's all those three states where it's neck and neck. Right now, it's neck and neck in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So I hope they can model themselves in the future on what Florida has done so brilliantly with Ron DeSantis.
Oh, quick note, almost 1,000 more of you have just signed up for the meetkevin.com/alpha report. I know some of you are waiting for email codes to verify your email. It does take a second just because so many people are signing up for it. But if you want to join too, it's meetkevin.com/alpha. Every day, unbiased in terms of positioning. So I don't have to be in it or you know, whatever. I can give you insights on stocks, crypto, bonds, no position bias. You get options volatility alerts, which options look cheap, which options look expensive, which stocks look like a deal long term, which stocks look like a deal short term, momentum trends, you name it. It's all in the Alpha report every single day. Go to meetkevin.com/alpha to sign up for that, and you can opt into the text messages. If you're international, make sure you click this little gray box tab right here. We added an international tab there. Okay.
Correct. In my belief, and my sources are right, and North Carolina, I'm almost 100% certain will be Donald Trump's.
It's already been called. Why are you saying this? It's like it's already been called. Like the decision desk called North Carolina a long time ago. Old news, buddy. But as far as Pennsylvania right now, 2.1 percentage point lead for Trump. It's over for Harris if she doesn't have Penn. There's nothing you could do without Penn. Even if she keeps Wisconsin, you just lose without Penn. North Carolina's called. It's old news. Even if you lose Arizona and Nevada, she could literally take Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, but without Penn, you still lose. So it doesn't matter. Like, those don't matter. She needs Penn. And then she could win by a hair. That's crazy. All right. So, all right, let's go in over here.
To today's voting, day of voting. In Wisconsin, you have a...
quick reminder, you are not subscribed until you confirm via text. My team mentioned there are some of you who have signed up, but you haven't confirmed your text. Basically, you just have to reply with a Y. So you'll get a text that says, the Alpha Report by Meet Kevin. Reply Y to subscribe. If you don't press Y and hit enter to send it back, you won't be confirmed. So keep that in mind. And then, yeah, again, if you're international, go back to the home page and then click the little gray tab under it.
Love Trump down there. Big Eagles territory, big Flyers. And then you go.
Nothing happens after I click get me the free report. Try a private browser and try again. It could just be overloaded right now.
Big for Donald Trump, and that might have been an explanation for those numbers to pop. But if you look at Pennsylvania broadly, they banked so much of the early vote, which they'd never done before. They don't think Kamala has enough right now in Philly and Pittsburgh to just overcome Trump's red county substantive lead.
Let me just put the caveat in there. Britt, we sat on an election desk in 2016.
2016.
And there was a betting on
Trump almost has an 80% chance of winning on New York Times right now.
Chance that she was going to win.
That's where the evening began.
And then it started going down, and we started doing the what if scenario, and her pathway started to narrow. It is flipped, to Sean's point, that the early vote gave Republicans an early boost, and the question is what the day of vote's going to show.
Well,
is her path narrowing as we get more into the night?
I think she started out with a narrower path. You know, we could figure out more ways that Trump could win. She had a narrower path.
Yeah.
And the betting odds, by the way, are now up to 83% for Trump. And started at 58%, and it's climbed all through the evening to 69.
I think you should have a green eyeshade.
Anyway, and there are other models are now predicting him well in excess
Stock
of
market
70%.
futures are also trading higher as well.
I do think, just to go back to this Milwaukee point that we were talking about during the break, I mean, they are rerunning 30,000 absentee votes in Milwaukee tonight.
Right.
Because they couldn't, there was a problem with the processing. 31,000 absentee ballots after the election observer brought to the officials' attention that doors covering on and off switches on the devices, I guess.
Miles West says, love the stream from Canada. Subscribed, would love the newsletter via text. Okay, here's how to do it. If you're international, thank you, by the way. Like, so many of you are signing up who like breaking the website. It's slowing it down. If you're international, okay, here's just the trick. You're going to get a VPN. You're going to set your location in the United States. Then you're going to go to voice.google.com and you set up a Google Voice number in the US. Sign up with that number. And then get those texts forwarded to your number, to your cell phone, or just like turn on the notifications or whatever. It can forward text to you or whatever. Yeah, like another like 500 of you just signed up at meetkevin.com/alpha. So I know that's a pain in the butt. I just have not found, our team has not found an SMS service yet for international. Sorry about that. But we're working on it.
Stelzer. I don't remember what that was called, but it was like he was going to lose Iowa. I mean, it made no sense.
Let's go back to Pennsylvania really quick. I know you're in Wisconsin, but can we just go to Pennsylvania?
I sure can.
And this is
I want to come back to this. It's a fascinating story. It's happening in Wisconsin. Okay, so go ahead, Brett, with your question in Pennsylvania.
Lackawanna County. This is
Lackawanna County. You got it. Let me come back to current day. Right, it's 2024, isn't it, guys?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I do believe. Okay, so I'm kidding. So this is Lackawanna. This is Scranton. Okay, so she's got an edge. Go ahead. She's got an edge at 51%.
The 2020 vote for that.
Okay, I'm going to do something here, and you're going to see a slide come out. All right, so you guys got to remember these numbers, all right? Versus 2020, here is Biden's number. So she's about,
2 points.
you do the math, 2.5 points below what Biden did, but she's winning the county too, and that's Scranton. Can I just show you guys something that I think we need to pay attention to? This is Wisconsin. All right, so you got your Fox Insights going here, okay? We talked about Dane, we talked about Milwaukee. What about Green Bay? That's Brown County, all right? Right now, with 46% of the vote reporting. In Brown County, which is Green Bay.
Yeah, if you're international, it would just be email only. We'll get that tooltip fixed, Steve. Thank you for that.
Take this off. We'll move down here to Outagamie. All right, he's up 1.8 points higher than he was 4 years ago. Take that off. This is Winnebago, right? Trump is up 1.3 points at this point in the vote, higher than he was 4 years ago. And, you know, when you're analyzing the state going into this election, those are three of the counties you're looking at where he's trying to like drive them.
Okay, somebody here says to get a US number, download Text Now app. It's easier to set up than voice.google.com and you don't need a VPN. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. Looks like Sherrod Brown might lose here in Ohio, says Investment Joy. What up, Investment Joy? Chillicothe, Ohio in the house. I miss you, man. What is it going to take for you to reveal who you voted for? More than $5. Nah, man, I'm in Cali. You know how many people already voted for me? All my info is public. Sir, what's your social? It's like Walter White.
I think they're going to count in the morning, and that's in Milwaukee, right? Which
They're
is heavily
reprocessing them. They've begun to reprocess them, but there's no indication as to when that's going to finish.
Because they had problems with the machine.
There was a problem with the...
Bro, nobody cares about Milwaukee. Like, yes, I understand swing state. Yes, I understand they're recounting the 31,000. Nobody's actually expecting a problem with those 31,000, though. It's fine. Like, those 31,000 votes are fine. They're just doing it out of safe measure. It ain't going to change anything. The fact of the matter is, the New York Times right now is showing an 80% chance of a Donald Trump win. And basically, the only path to victory Harris has is winning Pennsylvania right now and Wisconsin. And Trump is leading Pennsylvania with 53% of the vote. And you've got 42% in Philadelphia County. Pittsburgh, 74% in. I can't tell which one Harrisburg is. Hold on. Harrisburg is only 38% there, so you could still get a move here. That's I think pretty over here. And then you got the Wisconsin lead over here. I mean, let's say you go lean Republican here, but you give Harris Pennsylvania. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. She needs Wisconsin and Penn. Otherwise, it's over. Over. You know what? To me, it doesn't look... You know who showed up? So far, it does not look like the quiet woman vote did much here. Instead, we got the loud, younger bros, younger Diablo 4 bros. Yeah, I think that's what happened here. 80% Trump win per NYT, and over 80% chance per betting markets now. Yep. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep looking at this.
They're in Iowa, but this is Trump pulling away.
Let me as you bounce around.
Yeah, all good. This is Ohio, guys, okay?
We don't care about
8
Ohio.
8 points in 2016, 8 points in 2020. 80% of the estimated vote is in. He's up more than 12 points in the Buckeye State.
Dana, even if we're not there yet. We're not calling these states. We're going to wait and see how this raw vote total goes. But you'd rather be him. The path is getting clearer for him right now. To Sean's point, even that he's here at this moment.
Decision Desk, 69.8% right now, and huge lead for Wisconsin there. And all of a sudden, look at this. Wisconsin now 95% in, and it's a landslide. Trump, you got food for me? No.
Who's winning?
Oh, Donald Trump right now. Mwah.
Where's the result?
Where are?
Where are it right
Well, right now, Donald Trump has a 69.8% chance of winning. Harris right here at 30.2. And I don't know what just happened in Wisconsin, but Trump just absolutely dominated Wisconsin. See, Wall Street Journal says 48% of the votes in. Decision Desk says 95% in. That's the game. That's over. I mean, Nevada's not in yet, but we think that's gonna. I mean, that's not gonna make a difference here.
Wait, so only 108 people? Then?
No. These are electoral college votes. These are votes right here. See the 37 million and the 42 million.
Oh.
Yeah. This is.
What are college votes?
It's a scam, bro. It's designed to give small states equal representation amongst all the people, so that big states like California can't swing every election.
Longer. So from the border to the economy to foreign policy and peace, that resonated with young people, with men, with this new demographic coalition. And I think it's not just the greatest political comeback of all time. If these trends continue, a big if, but if, it will be the greatest comeback, I believe, in history, because this man was counted out and called every name in the book.
Okay, 72% chance now for Donald Trump. Look at that. Big shift right there. 72% chance now on the Decision Desk. This, I think you're going to see a meltdown at CNN and at MSNBC. Let's see.
Heroic work trying to organize Florida, but it's not a state that the National Party invests in anymore. Whether that, the money that used to go into Florida is now going into Georgia, North Carolina, and Arizona.
I'll only say this one more time. And there's 7 million people who do not vote in Texas because they know the Electoral College outcome of every presidential election.
That's it. Yeah.
And so within that 7 million who don't vote, there's a possibility that we will never get to because the Electoral College locks down a voter suppression system that is better than anything anyone's come up with in the modern day.
Yeah, and in Florida, it's about 5 million people who did not vote in this election. They just don't vote.
Let's just give a ray of sunshine to California. California could determine that who controls the House.
Yes, for sure.
So I hope people are voting. If they can still vote, my space-time continuum, if you can still vote. But there are states like that where people hopefully are voting.
And to sort of synthesize a little bit of what you guys are saying, in Texas, the unmotivated voter who thinks my vote is not going to matter.
So circle back Psaki basically just said, hey, let's at least try to get the House.
Maybe because of state policies that are outrageously vote suppressive,
absolutely.
which you can change by voting in state legislative and other state-specific races, regardless of what's happening with Texas's electoral votes. And so there is a sort of civics education and a civics awareness and a civics organizing effort that is about changing the way your state is governed so that your vote will matter to the rest of the country.
Gary Chambers has been doing heroic work about this in Louisiana. He literally posts every day what the voter turnout is, particularly among black voters. This is percentage-wise the largest, other than Mississippi, share of African-American voters. And the voter turnout sometimes is 10% or 12%. And it's that people have given up, forgetting that they just elected a 2-term Democratic governor and that control over things like abortion policy. So, if you're saying that abortion policy returns to the state, you might want to control who runs your state. And you might want to think more about that. But voters are not thinking at that level of, it's not even 3D chess, it's just regular chess, right? That your state votes. And again, to get back to the mama directed voters, which are my voters, my grown children, my kiddos, my Jason and my kiddos.
Okay, so Decision Desk just projected that Trump wins Georgia. Old news. Arizona votes to enshrine abortion protections. So this is going to be 7:30 dump. We have Arizona to get abortion protections, overturns 15-week ban. Then you have Georgia won by Trump, and MSNBC encouraging Californians to vote to win House seats. They must know it's over. Oops. Okay.
News is reporting that the FBI is tracking and investigating bomb threats. Again, hoax bomb threats, no real bombs. Bomb threats attributable to Russian email domains in the states of Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Arizona, including the Navajo Nation. So we are seeing the impact of these things in terms of, trying to create an atmosphere of chaos. Again, these are not real bombs. Nothing is blowing up. There's no violence that's being...
Bro, all of a sudden now, MSNBC is like, well, I mean, they were trying to create an atmosphere of chaos.
Foreign interference effort. All right, we've got a couple of Senate updates to do. First of all, there's a Senate projection to be made in the great state of Virginia. NBC News projects that Democratic incumbent Senator Tim Kaine will be returning to the United States Senate from Virginia. NBC News can also project in Missouri that the incumbent Republican Senator Josh Hawley will be returning to the United States Senate as well. Steve, over to you.
Yeah, let's check in, Rachel. We'll start here on North Carolina. Look, again, 83% of the vote statewide now counted, and Trump with a 3-point advantage here. It's about 135,000 votes.
That's already Trump. That's over.
We've taken you through, and they're being reinforced the more we look at here. We talked about the rural counties with large black populations where Democrats wanted to run up turnout and make some gains. That has not happened. You take a look at some of these big, well-populated, still Republican suburbs where Trump has had some slippage, where Democrats would need further slippage. We've singled out Union County before. Trump has actually gained ground in Union County. This is a gigantic one just outside of Charlotte. He's actually gained ground there relative to 2020 when this was a big reason the state got as close as it did. Another county that fits the bill here is Johnston County. Again, just very similar to Union County, just outside of Wake County. And again, it's not massive, but Trump doing a point better than he did. Harris doing a point worse than she did. Look, North Carolina is a state that is typically decided within the margins here. The Republicans have been winning it since 2008. Not in landslide margins. So when you have a 1-point swing towards Trump and a 1-point swing away from the Democrats, and you keep seeing that all over the place, boy, that really does start to add up. Even in a place here, 3/4 of the vote in Guilford County, where Greensboro is. This is part of the triad. This is one of the big Democrat.
Wow, dude. Trump's lead right now in Pennsylvania. Holy smokes. Okay. Look at this. 3.2%. 3.2% lead in Penn, where my twin daughters were born. 74% of the vote in. And Trump has a 3.2% lead in the state. Ella and Claire were born here. Wisconsin, 1.3% lead, Trump. And then on the left, I have Circleback Psaki just said, Californians, you could still vote. We could still get the House. Basically, she knows it's over. And then I wrote MSNBC now complaining that bomb threats created an aura of chaos and interfered with the election. Stop. No.
That is a significant shift there. And with more same day to come, that may get even worse for Democrats right there. You could take a look at Douglas County. We have Cobb County. Again, we still have vote to come in here, but Harris now basically falling back to Biden's level, the potential to slip even further there. Up here, again, I won't take you through the individual counties, but in North Georgia, this is just the overwhelming Republican part of the state. And this story is being repeated in county after county. Trump is performing better. He won these things by 75 points or so in 2020. He's performing even better in these counties. So look, just zoom out here and look at the implications of this potentially if this continues with the votes that are still to come in Georgia and North Carolina. I say this as a very, very big if here, but if you just play this out to let you know about the implications here, if Trump gets Georgia and if Trump gets North Carolina.
He does.
Okay, there's no other surprises outside of the battlegrounds. And we already saw Iowa called. That was one of the potential surprises people were thinking about.
Those are both already called.
Trump would move probably to 251 expected electoral votes. And how many electoral votes are in Pennsylvania? The answer is 19. So if in the remaining votes in North Carolina and Georgia, Donald Trump is able to lock down victories in those states, I say if, but based on what I'm showing you, there's reason for hope for the Trump folks that could happen. If Trump wins those two states, he'd be at probably...
Is this how the mainstream media operates? Are they like, oh, it looks like this is going to happen? It already happened. He already got North Carolina and Georgia. Why are you wasting time talking about it? Better question. Why am I wasting time watching this clown? I'll change it. It's over. Those states are already called. It's Wisconsin and it's Pennsylvania. That's it. By the way, the phone number that you're going to get your Meet Kevin Alpha report from it has 420 in it. We had to do that. Anyway, that's over at meetkevin.com/alpha. Make sure to get that. Looked like last I checked, another 800 of you signed up for this. So the Alpha report, get your morning report. Go ahead, Jack. Get your morning report. It comes out at about 6:15 in the morning. We'll text it to you, email it to you. It's free. Meetkevin.com/alpha. All right, it looks like instead of a blue wall now, we're getting a red wall. Oh my gosh! It's a red wall! Donald Trump built the wall! He built the red wall! Penn, Mich, Wisconsin. Are you serious? Oh my gosh, he got slaughtered. Oh, that's a slaughtering. 71.5% chance right now here. Predict it's at 86 cents. The needles are at 84%. 297 Trump. Bro, I can't even update my my map that fast. It's such a slaughtering.
What happened?
What happened is states that were supposed to be close for Harris or were likely Harris are turning to Trump. He's turning around. Like everybody's like, oh, including myself. I'm like, oh, well, women can make a difference here. It's younger dudes. Dudes are coming in, voting like crazy for Trump. Why?
Could people still turn in their ballot now?
Yeah, you got another 24 minutes to go turn your ballot in. All right, here we go. So I'm going to go in California at least.
Did you turn yours in?
Heck yeah, buddy. Okay, hold on a second. So I need to find, where were we here? Okay, let's listen in here for a moment. Hold on.
Needs to pull Pennsylvania.
Mark, she still has a path, but it relies entirely at this stage, I think, on winning the 3 big blue wall states. What do you think her chances
It's over.
are?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think her chances are diminishing the more this vote is coming in. There's no question that I think this race now is going to be down to those 3 blue wall states. I think he's got, let's call it a 55% chance of winning one or more of those states. We've got more information, I think, on Pennsylvania than the others. I think that is, I think, pulling more in his direction the more these votes are being counted.
I just have one more question for you in this round, Mark, and then we'll get to more, I'm sure. You know, you early on questioned the strategy that had led to inflation in the Biden administration. You thought they should have addressed it much sooner. You also questioned whether or not he should be the candidate and whether or not that kind of switch up should have happened sooner. What do you think tonight about those issues?
Look, I think Harris will have run a very credible race. She is getting the Democratic constituency probably doing better than Biden would have done because Biden was really collapsing. She is getting the Democratic constituency. This is awfully close no matter who wins. Whoever is president is going to have to address all of America. But I think she ran a good race, almost an excellent race, but it may just fall in short.
It's a good point because we're comparing Biden to 2020 numbers when he won, but the numbers where he was when she took over were not those numbers.
Disastrous.
Yeah.
We have a call to make. The Fox News decision desk can now project that former President Trump will win the state of Iowa. Trump is performing well in rural areas, which helped deliver victories.
Old news.
President Trump in 2016 and 2020. This obviously comes in the wake of a lot of focus on a poll that shall not be named.
No, let's do it.
Oh,
please.
name it? The Des Moines Register poll. I think we've talked about it 7 times tonight. But anyway, it got a lot of attention.
Ridiculous.
It was a attention-getting poll, and it was being forecast to be what the Midwest may look like, maybe because of a gender gap or whatever she was seeing in her poll, Ann Seltzer. We are now calling Iowa for the former president.
Yeah, I mean, it was, described as a bit of a jolt when it came across. I think all of us, when we saw that, Ann Seltzer, because she has the reason is
another almost 200 of you just signed up for meetkevin.com/alpha, your free AM Alpha report. Okay, wow, that's pretty impressive. Okay, so let's do another little refresh here just to see what's going on. So Decision Desk now putting Trump, 75.6%. really, really impressive. 75.6%. Wow. Okay, let's listen in here.
Nevada is 6. That gives her 50. If she wins Virginia, that gives her 57. She has a very narrow path, as Mark is saying. I think as you look back, and this is a big if here, we talked about it, I think in the last segment, we talked a little bit about.
Dude, this is the second wall that Democrats have failed to build. The blue wall. Wisconsin, red. Michigan, red. Pennsylvania, red. What blue wall? What blue wall? It's gone. It's gone. Everything that she needs to win is gone. Look at this. Like, even with her winning Michigan and Wisconsin, she still loses. And if I give her Wisconsin, or sorry, if I give Wisconsin to Trump and I give Michigan to Trump, this is a landslide. Decisive landslide. Complete destruction. Wow. Wow.
Coast here, okay? This is Georgia. Too soon to call. You ask yourself, why can't you call it? There's still some vote out there. And the question is, where is the vote and what's going to come in? Trump's up 3.2 points statewide. So you come in here to the greater Atlanta area, and this is Fulton. Our Fox Insights tell us, okay, this is different. This just changed from a moment ago, all right? At this point in the night, with 82% of the vote reporting, in Fulton County, the largest of 159, Trump's up 0.6 points from where he was 4 years ago. All right, I'll clear that. Let's come back out statewide. This is Cobb County. We talked about that earlier. Okay, at this point in the night, our Fox Insights tell us that Harris is up 1.3 points better than where Biden was at this point from 4 years ago. We'll clear that. We'll also go to Douglas 2 here, okay? At this point, this is all greater Atlanta, a lot of population throughout the area. At this point, 90% reporting here in Douglas County, Harris is doing 2.9 points better than what Biden did 4 years ago. So there's still a vote out there, too. And I mentioned Chatham County about 2 hours ago. That's Savannah. They counted slow 4 years ago. They're counting slow yet again. But you get a lot of Democratic votes out of Chatham down here on the Atlantic coast. A lot of folks live there, too, 5 out of 159. So we'll see how that shakes out. Okay.
Wait a sec. This is interesting. So I see your comments here about Harris on the phone. I remember when we covered this earlier, we were covering this and I had a screenshot of what looked like her being on the phone. That was this. But I don't know if this was later or a different call or something. This is her on speaker on a call. But Andrew Tate posts this video clip. And I don't watch Andrew Tate stuff, but somebody else sent this. And it shows her on the call, talking, leans in. This is the one where she's like, oh, thank you for voting for me or whatever. Probably a different call, right? And then she turns the phone to show the phone call, and it's on the camera. Watch this. Boom. Oopsies. There, the proximity sensor turns off. I don't see a green dot at the top. Ordinarily, if you're on a call and you're in a different app, you get like a green dot or something. Oops. And then back to the... What? Is there a green dot? I can't tell. Right there. Oh, no. No, I don't see a green dot. Oh, that's embarrassing. That's hard. That's a pretty... That looks like a pretty big oopsie there. I can't tell with certainty, but I don't see a green dot there. That looks pretty bad. That doesn't look good. Not a good look. Decision Desk now putting Trump at 77.9%. The Needles at the New York Times putting Trump at 85%. You've got Predict It putting Donald Trump at 89. You've got a red wall, Poly market for Pennsylvania at 87%. Poly market for presidential winner, 91% Donald Trump. 91%. Folks, we've been streaming for 8 hours and 40 minutes. And it looks like it's getting over. Holy crap. The 10-year treasury is up 17 basis points under Trumpflation fears thanks to tariffs. Gold down a smidge, oil down a smidge. Bitcoin 74,000, all futures solid green here. Looks like you're going to be getting a split Congress and presidency. So Trump win, and then it looks like so far Republicans still need to get 2. Majority Republicans have picked up 3 net House seats. So far you're up 3 House seats. And you're up 1 seat for Senate. These are all leaning Republican. All of them. All of the swing states are leaning Republican right now.
Or prosecute Donald Trump with all these cases. You think a lot of black men in this country didn't stand up and say, I think the system has been against me. I think that's unfair, to say nothing of the fact that they want economic upward mobility like everyone else. They're school choice voters. They think that people coming over the border are taking their jobs. And you got Barack Obama telling them, you're not right. Stop telling us who we are, what we think, how to eat, how to vote. This is the election where people are turning on its head. Last point, young voters. I think Harris is going to underperform Joe Biden nationwide on young voters. There, too. Let's get rid of the old guy and put in the 60-year-old woman and then call Donald Trump old. That's how we'll get young people. It's not how you get young people. You get young people if they think they can afford a house before they're 52 under your policies. You get young people if they think they want to be president of their own small business, not president of this country one day.
Hey, well, the good news is if corporate tax rates stay low, House Act should be kicking butt even more. Go to houseact.com and see the offer that we have open. Read the PPM there for the 5% yield and upside in stock.
To win this. So if everything happens, she wins Arizona, he wins Nevada, he wins Georgia, North Carolina. If she wins Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, does she win?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So the blue wall remains what we have.
She has one big path. Yeah,
Got it.
he's
That's
got
the
a few
path.
paths, but you got to get one of
Is
those.
that true, Bill?
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Because it gets her to 270 with the 3.
Yeah, with the 3 plus Nebraska too. I think it's too early to start filling this thing in here. I want to start just yet, but I don't know.
Bro, it ain't too early to fill it in. You're too late. Dude, the needles literally keep swaying more and more towards Trump. Look at this. 87% chance of victory for Trump. 299 projected Electoral College estimate. There's no path anymore. The path is over. You have a red wall. She needs to win all of these. Trump has a 1.4% margin in Wisconsin. Michigan has a 1.8% Trump margin. And then Pennsylvania, 3.1%. Critical. That's Fox. Well, Fox doesn't want to call it too early because they'll be called biased. So go to MSNBC and they're are basically in tears already.
Trump is running above his 2020 levels there. So where this lands, the Trump campaign's goal in Philadelphia, is basically get that Biden number under 80%. So far, they're on course to do that. There's the wild card of the mail there that adds a lot of volatility to this. But again, you're starting to, as these counties fill in, you're starting to see some patterns, and patterns you're not just seeing in one state, you're seeing them in multiple states right now.
Steve, thank you. We've got a few calls to give you an update on. First, a Senate race. NBC News has projected that in the Senate race in New Jersey, the Democrat Andy Kim will be the next U.S. Senator from the state of New Jersey. NBC News can also make a projection in the governor's race in New Hampshire. And this was an interesting one to watch. In the end, it looks like it will be Republican. Former U.S. Senator Kelly Ayotte will be the next governor of New Hampshire. The current governor of New Hampshire is Chris Sununu, an incumbent Republican. The Republicans are really hoping to hold on to this governor's seat. And in Kelly Ayotte's victory in New Hampshire, they have done so. One other projection for you, and it's a ballot measure. This one in Colorado. This is one of the 10 states that has an abortion rights measure on the ballot in Colorado. This is Amendment 79. It's a right to abortion and insurance coverage. It's a related matter. NBC News projects that the abortion rights measure in Colorado will pass. So we're heading up toward the 11 o'clock hour. We'll have poll closings in California, Idaho, Washington, and Oregon. And things are starting, I would say, to come into focus because it's later, but we still have not a single swing state called.
Yeah, one thing I will just say,
it's over and you know it.
At all, but this always happens on election nights where the bigger cities where Democrats have the bigger share of the vote come in later. And there are a lot of places, Grand Rapids, Michigan, a bigger chunk of Philly, Dane County in Wisconsin. We don't know what they'll be, but we got to wait and see what they are. Before anybody starts drinking on their couch or whatever they need to do.
They're already doing that.
They already do. Can I add just one other thing? Because we talk a lot about national security issues. They don't always get front and center attention. Andy Kim, who you just mentioned, he is a former national security official, worked within the Obama administration. Alyssa Slotkin, we don't know what's going to happen in that race. That's her background as well. We'll see what happens in California with Adam Schiff. But it's interesting because we're also seeing sort of a bit of a changing of the guard of some new people potentially in the Senate who do come from a background where they care deeply about global norms, where they care deeply about defending them and talking about them and elevating them. And that's an interesting part of the story, maybe a positive one.
I will also say that Andy Kim is also just like kind of an awesome public servant.
Yes.
And
why are we talking about this? Talk about how Harris is cooked. And this isn't even my opinion anymore at this point. 78.5% chance Trump has the victory. 89 cents on predicted. Oh, 88 cents. Okay. Needles at the New York Times, 87%. You've got Wall Street Journal, Red Wall. Oh, Pennsylvania. Still 2% lead there for Trump. Virginia ended up flipping to Harris as expected. South Carolina is staying Republican. Wisconsin and Michigan all red. Wow. 94.3% chance of a Trump win. And here you have 87% chance Pennsylvania. Holy moly. Gold's pretty much flat. All indices up about 1.2%. That's going to be like all-time highs on a lot over here. Okay, let's go back over here for a moment.
City counties where Democrats need the big margins. We've been waiting all night on Mecklenburg County. This is where the city of Charlotte is. Now we've got almost all of Mecklenburg County has now been reported out. Harris, no surprise, landslide margin here, but this is short of where Joe Biden was here 4 years ago. Joe Biden won Mecklenburg by 35. Right now it's 32 and a half. And again, this
Republican seat projected in Ohio. Brown beat. That's what Investment Joy was talking about. So that's actually a big deal because that's your second. So if I'm going to go, it's now 8 and we have... well, it's almost 8. Update. Brown projected to lose Senate seat to Republican Senator now Moreno, or I guess it would be Republican challenger Moreno. This puts Republicans up 2. They need 3 for control of Senate. Republicans could sweep. Wow. Wow. This could be a red wave.
right outside Milwaukee. Coming into the night, they're red now. They've consistently been red. How much less red would they get? We keyed in on Ozaukee County. Okay, this is now 60% of the vote is in Ozaukee County. Significance here is Trump lost in 2016. He won the county, but he lost so much ground that this was the worst Republican performance in Ozaukee County since 1964. This fits the profile demographically of exactly where Democrats thought they could knock it out of the park tonight. Knock it out of the park in Ozaukee County means get this down to single digits, something like that. Instead, 60% of the vote in. We'll see what happens the rest of the way. But so far, Trump has stopped.
Next polls closed in about 3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Which had been considerable. The decline in Ozaukee County, which had been considerable since he became the Republican candidate in 2016, and now leading by more than 14 points here. So those are some big counties, significant counties, politically significant counties, where we now have a giant chunk of the vote, and we can start to see some patterns developing. Again, just checking in statewide, close to 60%. It is very close there statewide, but that is a county, a few counties where we have that much vote in that size. That's very significant, potentially, what we just saw in Dane County.
Steve, as we head toward the 11 o'clock poll closings in the West, I want to quickly jump to Georgia. Blaine Alexander is in Fulton County at the elections hub there, where the votes in Georgia's most populous county are being tabulated. What can you tell us, Blaine?
Well, Rachel, I have an update on timing for you. I just spoke with a spokesperson from Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger's office. He tells me that they expect to see the vast majority of Georgia votes uploaded by midnight tonight. Now, that's certainly notable when you talk about the timing, when you talk about what Georgia's going to look like. But he does say that they believe that the state is on track to have most of those results uploaded. So let's look inside here in Fulton County. As you mentioned, the state's most populous county. This is where the tabulations are happening. I want to walk you through this process. It's been fascinating to watch throughout the night. So that door right back there, that is where representatives from each of the counties, more than 100 precincts, are coming in, and they kind of walk this kind of interesting, almost parade-like route here. They walk through this kind of sectioned off area, this roped off area, and then they come over here.
Yeah, okay. Look at this data, just so you have this really quickly. Look at this. 87% chance of Trump right now on the New York Times Needle. Screenshot that. 87%. 301 expected on the Electoral College. Okay, let's show that. Let's give I'll give Michigan back here. How else could I give them? How did they get to 301? That's interesting. Oh, New Mexico. Well, New Mexico is Harris is leading New Mexico. So can I get anything else here for Trump? I don't think so. Yeah, so if this goes Republican, I get to 312. So I don't know how they get. I mean, if I give Wisconsin back, I get to 302. But I mean, like, this is like a slam dunk at this point. This is crazy. This is a slam freaking dunk. And let's see here. What is this?
Fulton County at the main voting center there. Again, underscoring what Blaine just reported, that the spokesperson for the Secretary of State's office says the, quote, vast majority of Georgia votes will be in by midnight, which means they will be in by an hour from now. As we close in on 11 p.m. Eastern and poll closings in 4 western states, we're getting close to the end of all the poll closings here in the United States of America. 4 closing right now in California, Idaho, Washington, and Oregon. In terms of our projections here, NBC News can project a winner in the presidential race in California. Kamala Harris, California native, is projected to be the winner of the presidential race in California. NBC News can also project a winner in the presidential race in Idaho. Republican Donald Trump projected to be the winner of the presidential race in Idaho. Up to the Pacific Northwest in Washington State, the presidential race in Washington State projected by NBC News at this hour to be too early to call. Similarly, in Oregon. NBC News says in Oregon, the presidential race is too early to call. Let's look at the overall Electoral College. The electoral vote map right now, Donald Trump stands at 214 electoral votes. Kamala Harris stands at 145 electoral votes. Again, not a single swing state has been called as we're watching vote continue to come in all of them. Right now, looking at some battleground states that haven't been called. This is Georgia, too close to call, a difference of about 136,000 votes.
Georgia is already done. This is silly to say at this point. It's too close to call. Donald Trump at this point, latest calls are that he has an 81.8% chance, according to Decision Desk, to win. You've got Pennsylvania leaning Trump by a couple points, Wisconsin leaning Trump by nearly a couple points, and you've got Michigan leaning Harris slightly here. But if we go into some of the betting markets, it's just not even close. 89% chance on the New York Times Needles. You've got a 91-cent bet on Trump winning on Predict It. You've got an 88% chance of Trump winning Pennsylvania on Polymarket, 92.8% chance of Trump winning the presidential election on Predict It. This is quite frankly just a straight up slam dunk at this point. Now, if you jump in to check out that QR code that's up there. I haven't pitched that in a few minutes. Remember, every day starting tomorrow at 6:15 a.m., I will be sending you calling it a morning briefing or an alpha report. So go check that out. Scan that QR code. You get it for free. The Alpha Report, morning brief by Meet Kevin, your financial agent. Give you insights on whether or not I'm trading them or in them, which is nice because we're able to broaden out. Just because I can't personally trade all of the ideas, or I can't personally invest in all stocks. But now I'm, through this report, able to talk about anything basically. Crypto, alts, trading signals on stocks, options, which calls are cheap, which puts are expensive, shorts, long-term bets, you name it. We'll have an alpha report out every day, catalysts to watch, takeaways from fundies, takeaways from the research that I do, and that's free over here. Just go to meetkevin.com/alpha, and you'll be able to sign up. If you're international, make sure you click the little gray line under the yellow button there. Okay, so not much there. You know, we haven't seen CNN's destruction in a moment, so let's take a listen into CNN. Again, that's meetkevin.com/alpha. Let's see if they're freaking out yet. Potential landslide win for Trump. Yes. Lex Friedman. Yes. I thought it was going to be decisive, but I was thinking 10 or 15 electoral college votes. My decisive going in as we started looking at this, I would have thought we would have had probably something like Trump taking one of the 3 blue walls. So let's give him Wisconsin, just to show. I would have thought we would have had some form of result like this. I thought we would have seen maybe this 260 to 278. Maybe it would have been something like this, where it's 251 to 287. But frankly, right now, it's looking like you're going to be over 300 for Trump, potentially as high as 312 to 226, landslide, decisive landslide here for Trump. This is America going F this. This is a huge shift here. So many folks, myself included, I was wondering, I'm like, first election after Roe v. Wade, or how many women are going to hang that on Trump? Even though we know that wasn't Trump, right? That was the Supreme Court. People are going, but did he enable that or whatever? What was that voter going to look like? Honestly, and the exit poll numbers that we're getting, and clearly in the data we're getting here, didn't make a difference. I mean, you even had abortion, the abortion measure in Florida failed. I think it came in at 3 points short of where it needed to be. So you're stuck with the 6-week abortion ban in Florida. So that was sort of like your edge case worry for Trump, since financial markets have been pricing in Trump for a few weeks now. But that edge case just did not play out, and instead, I mean, you're really looking at, in my opinion, a landslide. I mean, you still got the mainstream media not wanting to call this, but I think it's pretty obvious at this point. And predicted markets are the predicted markets, but 92.9% here on Polymarket for the presidential election winner. The Wall Street Journal does not show us a blue wall. It shows us, frankly, a red wall. This is must-win territory over here, and it didn't happen. You have now an 88% chance of Trump over here on the needles, 301 on the Electoral College. I mean, this is a landslide. You've got Donald Trump at 91. Let me see if that 88 over here on predicted. Something to watch is Republicans need to win one more Senate seat, and then you are going to... Oh, Fox News just projects that Republicans have won 50 seats in the Senate so far. Right, but we need one more to take control. Okay, yeah. So we're still one seat away. That update, that's funny. That update came through at the same time we were talking about it. So basically, you need one more for Senate control by Republicans, and need Republicans to hold House. Boom. Red wave. So, yeah, it's pretty decisive. Baby Lion Hotshot says, say slam dunk one more time. Slam dunk. Yeah. The Zaddy, it's like daddy, but Zaddy says, Lex, you're goated. Best podcast out there. Nice. Dude, I want Trump, but in Michigan, the metro counties don't populated enough yet. Same in Pennsylvania. It's too early. It ain't too early. Baby Lionheart, $19. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, look at the numbers. You could go see them yourself. So let's jump in. Let's go here. And let's see what we got here. So Wisconsin, we have 62% in, 88% in for Madison, 53% for Milwaukee, and Green Bay, Brown County over here, 35% only. So you're right, still some work to do here, but pretty good lead already, 2.7 for Trump. And here's the problem for Harris. Even if you give her Wisconsin, she still loses, okay? So then I go over here to Michigan. Trump's leading by 5%. Yes, only 29% in. Detroit, you got less than 1% in for Detroit. Okay? So fine. Give her that as well. Still loses. She needs to win she needs to win all three of the wall states. But 72% of the votes are in for Pennsylvania. Philadelphia is 65% in. Harrisburg region here, 55% in. Pittsburgh, 89% in. And you've got a 3.7% lead for Trump. This isn't good, and that's the only one he needs. That's the only one he's got to pick up right now. Arizona, edge for Trump. It's probably going to get called for Trump. Don't have the Nevada results yet. They're always slow. It's kind of ridiculous. Bitcoin's now at, 74.1. And this is what the Meet Kevin Alpha report looks like. If you go to your phone, meetkevin.com/alpha. I guess we should get an update. How many of y'all signed up in the last few minutes here? But anyway, while I do that, let's go listen.
The uncounted vote for the vice president to catch up. I talked to a Democrat out there earlier who said it was good. They didn't say it was great. They said it was good. And I asked if it was great, and they said it was good. So we'll see how that plays out. Dane County, 74%. We're at 91%. Again, not to be a broken record, 75%. A percentage point can matter, underperforming by just a little bit.
Who is
and
Lex?
So she's losing in Wisconsin. Got a ways to go there. She's holding on in Michigan at the moment. We're still only at 32%. So we got a long way to go in battleground Michigan. We'll come back out here.
Lex became a member of the channel. Welcome aboard.
Just a second. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, we've been saying it for weeks. 19 electoral votes, the largest of the battleground states out there. 72% in, 178,000 vote lead. That's a healthy lead. Now, again, let's look. Let's look. There's a lot of votes. This is what happened. Remember 2020. Donald Trump was ahead in Pennsylvania. This was what brought Joe Biden back. They counted the votes mainly in Philadelphia, but also in the suburbs around it. That was 2020. There were a lot more early mail-in votes then to be counted than there are now, but we shall see as we come out. And Jake, before you jump in, and please ask me anything you want, one little quirky thing. Trump's leading in Northampton. Harris is leading in Erie. Those are the two swing counties that have been. So just watching that. But here's what I want to say right now. I just want to bring this up to show the stakes for the Harris campaign right now as the count in North Carolina gets higher and in Georgia gets higher. The importance, if Donald Trump, this is a hypothetical, but if Donald Trump holds these two, and he won that one both times, 2016 and 2020. He won this.
He is going to hold those two. Like, I don't even know why they talk about this stuff. Like, it's already been called.
Conceivable in history, and when you look at the numbers tonight. Excuse me. If that happens,
it will.
Harris cannot lose that. Why can
she
she
can't
not
lose
lose
any
that?
of those three?
Because 251 plus 19 makes Donald Trump president of the United States. So the rest of them wouldn't matter. I don't mean your votes don't matter in those other states. But in terms of the path to 270, if he holds those leads he has right now in those two states, which are healthy leads, he cannot afford to lose that. Just cannot. And at the moment, as we switch maps, please jump in if you want. I'm just going to switch back to the national map so we can watch the count.
Okay. I want to stick on Pennsylvania and bring in Kate Baldwin, who is at a vote counting center in the best city in the world, Philadelphia. Kate, what are you learning?
It's the only area where you're allowed to be biased. We've just learned, as John was focusing in on the outstanding mail-in ballots. That is something that we have all been waiting for. I have just learned from a source close to the counting process that the next batch, the second batch of mail ballots that will be loaded and posted, scheduled to at 11:55 p.m., that will be tens of thousands of ballots. They're still working through it, so narrowing that number down any further, not possible at this time. We'll continue.
40 minutes. We're 40 minutes away from the next big ballot dump.
Just before midnight, adding to which was the first batch, which ended up being 115,000 mail ballots, which is just narrowing the universe of what's outstanding, getting us closer and closer to, as John has been talking about, once you get that 50% of...
That's Trump's line. Shifty Schiff wins, defeats Republican challenger in the California seat.
Yet at 50%, they're getting closer to it, and these mail-in ballots, when they post at 11:55, will get them quite a bit more there.
All right, Kate,
Jake.
thanks so much. Let's go to the other side of the Commonwealth. Brian Todd's at a vote counting center outside Pittsburgh. Brian, what's the status of the vote there?
Jake, the bottom line is we're heading to the finish line very quickly here in Allegheny County. I'm with David Voy, the election division's manager of the county. David?
Martin Heinrich defeats Republican challenger in New Mexico. Still need one Senate seat to get that sweep.
So I believe we're roughly 98% now that are reported. I believe by midnight, we're at 89% reported. I believe by midnight we should be around 98.
And to clarify, just about all the mail-ins have been reported by now.
All the mail-ins that we have will be counted and tabulated this evening. The only thing that it will not be are any military or overseas ballots, which they have an extra week to return their ballots, and they'll be scanned in later.
And an illustration is right behind us of the votes coming in. Explain to our viewers what these are and where they're going to be put.
So these yellow bags are the physical paper ballots that voters have voted. They are put in these bags and sealed and locked. The seal numbers are traced for chain of custody, and they will be locked up and kept here.
Just how smoothly has it gone? Because we've heard that it's gone incredibly smoothly here in Allegheny.
So this crew that works here on Election Day, they've gotten really good at this since 2020. I mean, we posted our first batch of approximately 186,000 mail-in ballots by 8:02. And, you know, by law in PA, we're not allowed to post any results before 8 o'clock.
Is there anything we can look to be outstanding after midnight tonight?
Just the provisional ballots, which we are sworn in on Friday to start our return board. That is our recount. That's when we'll start researching those provisionals, see how many we have, and start counting those. And again,
Holy smokes, Dogecoin is up 20% right now, since we might get the Department of Government Efficiency, Doge. Pepe is up 15%. Dogecoin up 27%. Solana up 15%. Bitcoin up 9%. Wow.
To be counted. What's outstanding?
Well, it's a big question what's going on in the collar counties around Philadelphia. These are the blue-leaning collar counties that the Harris campaign has been trying to drive up turnout. That's Bucks, Chester, Delaware, Montgomery counties where results have been slowly coming in. So I just spoke to an official in Chester County. An official there tells me that they just released a large batch of mail-in ballots. So that release was 60,673. And by 1 a.m., I'm told they'll see more results from the precincts of today's in-person votes. You have to remember they have to take the memory card, drive it in. It's a large county. Now, total ballots counted so far, like this is the universe, right, is 151,950. And then I should note the ballots cast in person today there in this key collar county is 91,277 per this official. Let's go over to Bucks County. This is another critical collar county, as John King has been talking about all night. I'm told results will trickle in as these data cards are being driven from the polling places. An official I was just in touch with, texting with there in Bucks, says so far over 90,000 mail-in ballots are accounted for in the results out of a possible total of 151,000. And I also want to note this, that the state will be required to report the outstanding early votes by midnight. So we should.
All right. Now we've got, looking at Decision Desk here, 82% chance Donald Trump. Predicted markets, 91 cents Trump. The Needles, 89% chance Trump. Where's the phone call, Harris? May as well call Trump. This is 91% for Pennsylvania, 94.3 on Poly Market. Red wall. Looks like Trump got the wall. Pennsylvania, margin now 3.2%, 75% reported. 5.3% Michigan, 2.8% Wisconsin. Likely Trump win per NYT.
Swing counties, a half a point or a point can matter, and right now that number is not good for the vice president.
Indeed. And CNN can bring you a projection now. Folks at home, CNN projects that the state of Oregon will go to Kamala Harris. As expected,
Ooh.
Oregon, with its 8 electoral votes, will go to the Democrat Kamala Harris. Let's take a look at the electoral map. Right now, Donald Trump has 211 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 153 electoral.
And Decision Desk has them much further. Decision Desk has them at 246. Nevada, we think. I mean, like I say, even if you give this to Harris, it's just not going to do anything. Even if I give all of these, all of these to Harris, with Pennsylvania, it's still a crushing blow. These numbers look really good for Trump. I just called the election on X. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Yeah. Let me retweet you with my 5 followers compared to yours. Yeah. That's amazing. Okay. Now we gotta. Thank you for watching here. That's cool. All right, I just quote tweeted you again. not that it make any difference. But yeah, it's really cool. So okay, all right. Let's keep going over here.
48% of the vote. Harris has a more than 40.
Oh, thanks to me. Stop. Thanks, dude.
33% of the vote in there. John King?
So, Jake, just going through some of these counties in Pennsylvania. Again, Joe Biden won the state. Let's go back and show you it. 81,000 votes, right? His birth state. He's from Delaware now, but he was born in Pennsylvania. That was one.
New York Times now 90% chance of Trump victory, and I mean, yeah, you're 82% still at Decision Desk. It's pretty clear.
The president's winning it with 51%, but Donald Trump's at 48, right? So again, in a close battleground state, margins within some of these counties can matter. She's at 51. Joe Biden, 4 years ago, was at 54. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. You look at the margin there, you say, oh, that's only 9,000 votes, right? But if you're trying now, you're trying to make up this lead, right? That's 3,000 votes, a little less than that, a little more than that, maybe 3,000 votes. The reason it matters is you're trying to make up 173,000 votes.
No way. Kamala Harris campaign no longer giving comments to the media. What? Oh, no. I just quote tweeted that right here. Kamala Harris campaign no longer giving comments to the media, and I may have added a meme. Okay. 74.5 on Bitcoin. And, I mean, these are all-time high levels, so we're going to have to get to fib extensions over the next days here. So $5, you're the go. Oh, thank you for that. Is there anything she can do to win? $10 donation to ask that. Not really. Okay, so let me show you how she could, but this would be statistically extremely unusual at this point. She needs Pennsylvania. So basically, this is how she could win. And I don't even have to give her Nevada. Okay, I'll get rid of Nevada. She needs the blue wall. So if you want to see if she has a chance of winning, you need to watch the blue wall. See this right here? Wisconsin, blue. Michigan, blue. Pennsylvania, blue, right? That's how you can get a Harris win. But this is just a map that I make up. So if I go over here and I go to what's actually happening in the polling right now, Wisconsin, 3% lead Trump, 65% reported. Brown County, 35% reported, but it's going red. It's literally 61% for Trump. Milwaukee and Madison. Milwaukee's 54% reported. Madison's 85% reported. It's over. Like, this state's probably over. Michigan, you don't have Detroit yet. So Detroit could make this blue. So this might go blue. This is Detroit. Then you have Pennsylvania. That is, what do you got here? 76% reported. 76%. If we zoom into here, Pittsburgh, which is where your blue is coming from, 91% reported. That's where two of my daughters were born, by the way. Harrisburg, 55% reported, but there's only a 12% margin there for Harris. So, even if you get another 30,000 votes, who cares? How much is that going to do for you? Not much. Let me look at the whole state. Yeah. Oh, yeah, come on. Trump's got a lead of almost 200,000 votes over here. And then if I look at Philadelphia County, 70% of votes recorded. It's over. Charles donated $100 to say if you need home replacement windows in Oklahoma, call Charles Jones out of Shawnee. Most houses under $8K for window replacement. I've never seen people advertise like that one before. That's a shameless plug right there. Good. You know what? I respect the hustle. I respect it. So that's why I shout it out. Wow. Okay. That's incredible. Okay, so now we're going to go, let's see what they're saying over here. But yeah, anyway, so hopefully that's, I don't know if that's a clear enough answer for you. So let me make it even more clear. The odds of Harris turning this around are less than 3%. In other words, let me make it even more clear. It's over. Trump nailed it. He won this. Now the question is, are Republicans just... Okay, Republicans are only up 1 Senate seat now. So that's because, let's see here. Oh, what flipped there? Just got that. Now you're only looking at, let me see here. So I don't know. Here's the Senate. You had a flip. Hold on. Where are flips? Here, Jim Justice, that was one of the flips. But there was a second one. Come back to this. There's Justice. It doesn't look like it's been called yet on the New York Times, but Decision Desk called it. Okay, I'm going to hop in here for a second.
There with 50.6% in Wisconsin in general. Kamala Harris with 47.8%. Donald Trump right now in the lead by almost 60,000 votes. Sarah, you have officials with you who can tell us about the outstanding vote in Wisconsin. Still about a third of the state's vote is outstanding. What can you tell us?
Yeah, we just heard a big cheer go up here in Milwaukee at the central count, as they call it, because all the wards have finally reported. So they are counting these ballots as fast as they can. They do believe that they're going to be able to give some kind of idea of this count after midnight. It will not take the extra 2 or 3 hours they thought it might because of that problem with what happened with the tabulators, which, by the way, are right behind me, one of them. All 13 of them, there was an issue, a door was not locked, and so they, out of an abundance of caution, decided that they were going to rerun through the absentee ballots, 30,000 of them, but they've been able to do that, and now they're...
Wow, actually a lot of you still signing. I'm surprised. Have people not heard this pitch yet? There's still people signing up for this. I have this QR code up here. It's the Alpha Report from Meet Kevin. Every single day, whether I've got positions in them or not, I will give you fundamental and trade and trend insights on stocks, crypto, 6:15 a.m., 15 minutes before the market opens. I'm up at 3 a.m. every day, so you get 3 hours of research, throw it into a report, text it to you. You can get it for free by going to the meetkevin.com/alpha website. Okay, let's keep going. I want to go to Fox for a moment because CNN's now just talking about old stuff. MSNBC's boring. Fox is actually... I mean, they're talking about Wisconsin. Let's listen to it.
Madison, University of Wisconsin, et cetera. Ton of Democratic votes in this county. So she is underperforming Biden's mark by about 1.7 points. And that translates to, it could be tens of thousands of votes. Trump, meanwhile, is up about 1.4 going back to 4 years ago. Let me come up here to La Crosse. All right. You get Democratic votes here in La Crosse. Right along the border there with Minnesota.
Kyle, $5. Coach Russ, LLC in Georgia, Trump country for your tennis lessons. And somebody else says, Thomas the Train. Hey, even his thumbnail is Thomas the Train. Wait, is that the Lex Friedman guy? I thought it wasn't actually him. I love that guy.
Come back to 2024. Hang on one second, guys. And we'll go into Pennsylvania and try and prove a similar theory, all right, in 2 places. One is Allegheny and Pittsburgh. The other is Philadelphia. So we'll put this map into motion here.
How does this affect your bull-bear scale? Oh, you'll have to sign up for meetkevin.com/alpha to see it tomorrow morning.
Trump's doing slightly better, just 0.6 points. The last time I looked at that, she was dead even with the number from Joe Biden from 4 years ago on a percentage-wise. Come over here to Philadelphia, because this is really where, if you're a Democrat and you want to win the state, you got to run your numbers up in Philadelphia. And this kind of matches what I just read from, America's big cities. In Philadelphia, she's underperforming Biden's mark from 4 years ago. And Trump is overperforming where he was 4 years ago. So, when you think about the number of votes that are available in Philadelphia, and 300,000, right? And That's a huge difference. I mean, you can run the totals up and never look back oftentimes in Pennsylvania if you're a Democrat running with a number like that. So let's take this off the screen. Come on back to 2024, and you guys are asking, how come we can't call North Carolina? Well, we may be getting closer because
Oh, Carolina's so-called. Decision Desk called him a long time ago.
This is Guilford. That's Greensboro. He had a lot of campaigning down there. It's a fast-growing area, too. There's about 22% of the estimated vote is still outstanding. It's an impressive number. I haven't looked at this yet. Let's just go see Joe Biden. Okay, so pretty close to where Biden was. The raw number is lower, but on a percentage basis, she's just about hitting her number, and Trump's just a little higher, just a little bit there from 4 years ago. So maybe that's the reason you can't make a call in North Carolina. Maybe, and maybe that changes in a moment here. We'll see. So this is Georgia. Too soon to call yet again. Let's see with the 134,000. So 2.7.
Georgia's also been called already. I mean, like I said, you could just look here. New York Times is giving him an 89% chance, or Trump an 89% chance of victory. And if you look at the decision desk, I have not seen the decision desk this high in a long time. 87.2%. They called North Carolina. They called Georgia. And then you've got a red wall in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. I don't know, man.
Cobb County, so too soon to call right now for the Peach State.
Bill, listen to this. So Jen O'Malley Dillon, I quoted from it earlier, where they're kind of painting the picture of the blue wall and how they're doing great things in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan. But at the end of this email, she says, we'll continue to keep you all updated as we get more information. This is what we have built for. So let's finish up what we have in front of us tonight, get some sleep, and get ready to close out strong tomorrow. So the Biden, I mean the Harris campaign, sorry, it is the Biden folks that run the Harris campaign now, essentially are saying, you know what, let's pack up and get some sleep, and we'll see you in the morning.
That reminds me of?
It's 4 years ago,
Clinton in
Martha.
2016,
Exactly
because
right.
she said, John Podesta came out and said, well, we're all going to kind of sleep on this and see how all of this works out, and everyone else was saying, we're calling these states. So
and we may stay with us. We're watching it all as our special coverage continues, and we could have some big calls coming straight ahead.
Whatever. We're all just waiting for the ballot dumps, the suitcase nuke of ballots. When did Pennsylvania say? I wrote it down. 11:55 Eastern time. So in 22 minutes, you'll get the Pennsylvania ballot dump for Penn coming. I'm writing this with one hand. There we go. Oh, I'm not even streaming on Facebook anymore. They kicked me off. They kicked me off LinkedIn and Facebook so far. I'm on Rumble, Twitch, X, and YouTube. There aren't even viewing stats for Rumble. That's interesting. But LinkedIn and Facebook killed my life. Apparently, you're not allowed to stream for 9 hours and 28 minutes on those platforms. Too much free speech, bro.
That, well behind where President Biden was, and now you're waiting on this. I mean, there are some other small things. Let's take a look and see what else is out there. But as you can see, the biggest thing is here, and some of these votes up in here. If you're in the Trump campaign, we're talking about, can she come back? But if you're in the Trump campain, you're also saying, do we have a cushion? Is there more coming in for us? And the answer is yes.
They got all that Green Bay vote.
The answer is yes when you look up there. So the next thing we learned from Milwaukee is how many votes.
Yeah, I am actually live on Rumble too. I have all 229 views. You just have to type in Meet Kevin, and my name is really Meet Kevin. And then look at this. Meet Kevin sues CNN for threatening to block Trump-Biden debate streams. Timcast. This is true. This did happen.
A battleground state, he's up and she's down in a place where, if you're the Harris campaign, the Biden campaign, you're not going to win here. You're not going to win here. But if you make it that race.
Yeah, at this point, CNN is just trying to do anything to make it seem like there's still a chance. I feel bad if somebody's only watching CNN right now.
These kinds of differences can make all the difference. See what happens with the remaining vote there. But that's something we've been seeing in other places in this northern tier of the battleground all through the night.
My first Rumble comment.
70%. It's very close here, about 67,000 votes. More to come out of those WOW counties, and we'll see if there's
Will you ever run for a political position again? No plans anytime soon. I got to run house hack. I got to IPO house hack. And then after I IPO house hack, I gotta take a giant break. Well, actually, I gotta work. I mean, the work really begins once you IPO a company. But my goal is to IPO that company ASAP. And then, I mean, whenever that may be. I don't know when that is. And then, you know, really crank butt, build out our systems. Politics. Maybe in like 30 years. Not anytime soon. I got too much work to do. You got Ilya, software developer for hire. Will work remote. Hit him up on LinkedIn. He says, yeah, it's interesting. What did you come from OpenAI? New member, welcome aboard. Perfect dog training, welcome aboard. Wow. Yo from Crypto Lifer team, like to do a collab? Nice. Let's do it. Here's $100 more while waiting for your window replacement. Prank call your friends with a prank caller app. Wow. Jay Harris, shout out to Kevin, Randy, and Mandy. Trump 2024. Thank you. Very nice that. Minnesota about to lose incumbent Democratic senator. Wow. Wow, wee wah. Can you give my newborn Elias a shout out? Loved your courses on building your wealth. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you for that, Ralph. Elias, shout out to you. Never give up. All right, so next data dump, I think we said, is in like 18 minutes. We'll get our next data dump. And until then, let's go ahead and flip around here. Let's see what else we got. They're still on this?
Again, that's nothing nefarious. It's just inefficiency. To your point about that we live in the technological age. And Jim just said, they changed the law in Michigan so you could count some of the early votes, beforehand.
They look so defeated.
Argue that people should vote for her based on identity politics, whereas the Trump campaign, which was accused of being Hitler, fascist, wanting to, implement, get rid of democracy, essentially, is running ahead with those groups. And that's not something that they expected. Those were the key people that they needed to get her over the finish line. Now, the night is not over, but long term, Democrats are going to have to think about, they're losing their coalition. And how are they going to get it back? You can't just argue that someone, your opponent, is a Nazi, essentially. You have to have something to offer. And at this point, they're looking at the numbers and saying, if we're running this far behind in these places that we're looking at the votes, it's going to be a tough climb getting to that 270.
One of the interesting things that strikes me as you say that is that the character issue was dug into so deeply by the Harris campaign and by Democrats at large across the country. And Kayleigh, it looks like not only did the 48% that has been rock solid for Trump throughout the entire course of his run, not only did they not care about that issue, I think, they say, well, we know and we've seen all of this, what we watch is, the policy results, whatever they're saying, but added people on top of that, despite these character issues that were so drilled on by Kamala Harris in this campaign.
I think you make a really important point, and two voters come to mind when you make that analysis. There was a voter in the New York Times. They'd followed this group of undecided voters. This voter said, pre-Kamala Harris, I was 50.01% likely to vote for Trump. He didn't like him personally. He didn't like his affects. He didn't like him. Then Kamala Harris came on the scene, and he wanted to know how she differed from Joe Biden on inflation. He ended up discovering she doesn't. And he went by a 51% margin for Trump. He said, I still don't like the guy, but that tipped me over the edge. Another voter who comes to mind I saw today, he had not voted in an election since Obama. He said, I am a blue-collar worker. I am here voting today because of no tax on overtime. And I think if Donald Trump prevails tonight, we have to look at his working man's agenda. No tax on overtime, limit on interest on credit cards, no tax on tips. This holistic look that perhaps not just realigned the party on blue-collar workers, but demographically as well.
Can I just add to that? For years, we've heard from the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, we're about 15 minutes away from the next data dump. So I think we should pay attention to that. Next data dump, 8:15 or 8:55 p.m. in Penn. Very important. We're going to be watching that come in. So stay tuned for that.
Of groups that they're saying, especially on the economy, we actually need some hard economic policy because we are hurting, and they've been told to either deal with it or that it's not happening. And the Harris campaign has not had an answer for those folks outside of what they've tried to.
I think that issue that Donald Trump is a bad guy worked for them in 2020 in particular. I mean, people tell me all the time, no way Joe Biden got 80 million votes. I kind of agree with that. I think Donald Trump got those 80 million.
Wow, 86.8% now on the decision desk here. So it's pretty high. Was as high as 87.2 there for a moment. Still holding on to 86.8 though. Pretty good. Predicted it's at 94 cents Trump. New York Times 89% Trump. And then almost 95% here. And then let's see what we got here. Futures all up about 1.3% each index. And look at this wall. Pennsylvania, Trump lead 3.7% in Penn. And this is before the data dump with 80% reported. 5% lead in Michigan, 3.2% lead in Wisconsin. Wow. The Harris campaign's probably a little bummed right now. It's over. But let's see the data dump. Who knows what's in the suitcase? We'll find out in 13 minutes.
Right now, because I don't know all of the legal issues, but I could play.
But you know the sense, 30,000 feet.
Yes, I think,
Oh, that's
again,
funny.
it's one of those things that
Come kayak on your next trip in Las Vegas. Learn more. Shameless plug train.
of these states that are coming in so far, it's because of what they did.
Learn robotics, AI, and machine learning. CV at Kevin Wood Robotics.
He would sit in courtroom all day, and then he would go campaign at night and go do a rally, and he'd be back in court the next day. And if you think even just about the creativity of the campaign, like at McDonald's, et cetera, they were just beating her to the punch every single time.
Yeah,
You're going to make a quick call.
They completely dropped the felon argument. Like, you don't even hear it. You didn't hear it through the.
Oh, that's true. You don't really hear that much anymore. Well, I think that hurt them, honestly.
Project that former President Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina. This has been
We had already had that projected for like 2 hours, Fox.
Many
I'm eating watermelon.
Democratic governor in the state of North Carolina. You saw former President Trump go there a number of times, about 4 times in the past 2 weeks to campaign. The campaign always felt that they were in good position in North Carolina. Now we can project that he will win the state of North Carolina and its 16 electoral votes. The Fox News decision desk can now also predict that Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. That was a tight race. It had tightened in recent days, but Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. So as we look at the race to 270, the electoral votes needed, it now stands at 232 for former President Trump and 198 for Vice President Harris.
That makes North Carolina the state in the battlegrounds that Trump has won 3 times.
Remember, we are now about 10 minutes away from the next ballot data dump in Penn. It'll be pretty important because that might end it right there.
Relief at the Trump campaign that he has kept that one in his column as well tonight as we continue to move on.
Peter Doocy is live at the White House. What he's hearing from the Harris campaign and the Harris path tonight. Peter.
And we'll start with what we're hearing here at the White House, and that is nothing. They told us that President Biden and some longtime advisors were inside watching the results come in on TV, but we have been here outside, and we have been noticing that a lot of lights that were on within the White House, at least from the part that we can see, have been turning off. So it seems like some folks around here may be taking the campaign co-chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon's advice in that memo that they should get some sleep and prepare for some results in the morning. There have been 3 big changes, though, in the way that the Harris team has been presenting their case to us in the last couple hours. as results started coming in, they were telling us where they saw silver lining in all of the battleground states. They were also telling us that they thought they had a plausible case to win in all 7 battleground states. And something over the last 36 hours they've been pushing a lot is that they thought Trump could come out and declare victory early. We're not hearing much of any of that anymore. The memo that the campaign co-chair put out is pretty broad and just something that they've been telling us since the summer when Harris took over, that the blue wall was one of their pathways to victory. That is not new information. That is just what they have got right now. Yeah. Vice President Harris remains at the Naval Observatory right now. We don't know if she's going to show up at her campaign headquarters, but they took the press pool and they told him just to stand by. And if Joe Biden is giving anybody watching an indication of how he feels about all these races that he has really not been a part of, he's made 6 congratulatory calls. 4 of the 6 are to people who just won in Delaware, where he is heading next.
Peter Ducey, live in North Lawn.
Where he's heading next, as in for retirement. Oh, that's bad.
Vice President Harris will indeed win the state of Virginia.
Okay, old news. We literally called this Virginia thing 2 hours ago also. Anyway, data dump in 9 minutes here. Sam here says, meet Kevin over traditional media. Oh, thank you for that. Thank you for the $9 there, Real Estate Rescue Podcast. Do you think the idea of a possible unrealized capital gains tax affected swing Democrat voters? 110%. The fact that the Harris campaign did not come out and remove that as a possibility was very stupid. They should have removed that as a possibility. Big fan, fellow UCLA alum here. Wanted to give a shout out to my hardworking wife, who's a photographer, Zenor Photography. Wow, that's awesome. That's very nice of you to shout out your wife. So remember, big data dump coming in about 8 minutes here from Pennsylvania. Robbie here writes, it's Jover. Oh.
His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. A third source saying, close to the campaign, I think we're losing this. I think we're losing this. Hearing word that Vice President Harris may come to Howard University soon, but not for another hour. Harold Ford.
Oh, Harris is going to give up in about an hour. Okay. Longtime viewer here. Your content inspired me to start my own credit repair company. If anyone comes across credit repair needs, we're happy to help. Nice. Credit Maine.
Monitor that. I think.
Yeah, that's a sign. Like, that's a sign right there. It's over.
Commonwealth as well. Building on some of the points, reacting to some of the points from my friends on the other side of the table. You know, my party often says that Donald Trump didn't do enough on the border. He rejected a bill that would have been a compromise, that he didn't lay out specifics. He said no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, that wasn't a full-throated economic plan. And all that may be true, but sometimes politics in life isn't fair. And he's a different kind of candidate. I think if we look back, and this race is not over, we've got 3.
What are you saying? Trump gives ideas almost every single day, I feel like, about exactly what he wants to do. And the one you mentioned, no tax on tips, is the one that Harris picked up right after it was popular for Trump. This silliness. All right, so where do we sit? Right here, we've got New York Times, the needle is at 91%, and the next dump is in 5 minutes. So remember, 8:55 p.m., next ballot dump in Penn. That's a big one. Yeah, there we go. All right, so 5 minutes for the data, supposedly. I mean, that's what they told us, 50 minutes ago. We'll see if they stick it. 96% chance on Poly Market here. 96.7% chance on Poly Market for Trump. Predicted's at 95 cents now. 87.5 on Decision HQ. Wow. This is it is a blowout, isn't it? Blowout. All right, let's go to MSNBC for a brief moment. I want to get that data dump. 5 minutes.
characterizing it as necessarily low-wage people voting against their interests and figuring out how to get them in the...
Oh, we called the race a long time ago.
NBC News can make a projection of a winner in the governor's race in the great state of Washington. Do we have that?
Okay,
You guys didn't know that's how I usually do.
No. Too cringe. Solely because of that, I am changing the channel.
70% of the vote, and we just got an update. The lead pretty much the same.
I'm gonna hit the rest.
For Hovde in Pennsylvania. This has been going back and forth all night, but right now, the former CEO of one of the largest hedge funds in the world, Dave McCormick, currently leads incumbent Democratic Senator Bob Casey by about 120,000 votes. Still a very close race. This one also a very expensive one. 81% of the vote in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Now, a key race alert from the state of Michigan. This one has been close all night as well. Former Republican Congressman Mike Rogers currently leading current Democratic Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin, 48,000 votes. Rogers ahead of Slotkin, 40% of the vote in the Wolverine state. So let's take a look at the balance of power in the U.S. Senate, the raw numbers. What does this mean? Democrats hold 40 seats. Republicans, with those two pickups, hold 49, 11 seats remaining to be determined. Jake, obviously you need 51 for control of the chamber.
All right, Boris, thanks so much. And CNN can make a projection. CNN projects that Washington State, as expected, will go to Kamala Harris. Washington State, with its 12 electoral votes, to the Democrat, Vice President Kamala Harris. Let's look at the electoral map right now. Donald Trump has 227 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 165 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. We are waiting for more votes in the big three blue wall battlegrounds of Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin that both campaigns are watching very closely right now. A total of 6 top battlegrounds.
Yeah, they are. Okay, quick reminder, if you haven't yet signed up, go to meetkevin.com/alpha. You'll get a 6:15 report. I'm going to try to get the first one out tomorrow. It'll be my first one, so we'll see how it goes. But you get it for free if you sign up. You go to meetkevin.com/alpha. You get the alpha report. You can scan the QR code too. Morning brief by Meet Kevin, your financial agent. Daily intel report on trades, option alerts, long-term stocks that look cheap, short-term stocks that look cheap, momentum trades, crypto, bonds, everything. You'll have an update on it daily there, so check that out if you want. And yeah, okay, let's see. Data dump, 2 minutes, we should see it.
Montana, who ran the whole operation, the Senate Leadership Fund spent millions of dollars very strategically, and they had to help with $3 million at the last minute to help the senator of Nebraska get across the finish line. She barely did, but she made it.
Let's and also this happens amid harsh criticism of McConnell from a not insignificant wing of the Republican Party on the right.
Yep.
Let's also not discount the success of former President Trump in these states, Kayleigh, that definitely in the case of Bernie Moreno, with a 10-point win in Ohio, takes him over the finish line. And we don't know. In Michigan, Mike Rogers. In Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick. And in Montana, Sheehy.
This lead could grow. And there was a long, big conversation, especially when you look back at midterm cycles, about President Trump potentially dragging down tickets and, hurting Senate candidates. And in fact, it seems like Senate candidates are finding coattails with President Trump. Interestingly, when we assess the prospect of keeping the House majority, Steve Scalise said we need at least an 8 to 10 seat buffer because he expects, should Donald Trump prevail, which it's looking very good for him right now, that several House members will depart and be various cabinet members in the administration. So you
Ross Gerber tweeted, "It's all good. It will be okay."
About nonetheless, I would just say this. The word here, the word on other networks that I'm hearing constantly is the word underperforming for Kamala Harris. We're seeing it repeatedly. We're seeing it among demographics. She's underperforming. And while we don't have results right now, we do have trends, and the trends do not look good.
Let me just interrupt. As we see on the screen here, this is Wisconsin. This is Hovde with 1.2 million to Baldwin, the incumbent. If we could flip it over to Michigan, Mike Rogers has a lead on Slotkin in that race, 50.3.
55. I'm waiting to see. I'm at 82% Pennsylvania. You're supposed to be getting a dump now.
As I mentioned before, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, they have a lot of the same issues. energy. You know,
kind of come down on this. Wisconsin, 4% lead, 74% reporting. Michigan, 42% reporting, 5.1%. And still 82% for Pennsylvania. They were the ones that said it. Y'all saw it live. We'll just kind of keep refreshing here. I did notice this just went down a little bit. 89% chance of Trump right here on the needle. This was 91. I don't think that really makes a difference, but I don't see anything that has shifted yet. So waiting, I guess.
In the United States Senate. So if this continues, well, we know now that there's a majority. So at least in the short term, those things won't happen.
eventually, we're going to check in with Chad Pergram on Capitol Hill. We'll continue with our panel. We have some more raw vote total coming in as a lot of numbers as the race for 270 continues. More results and analysis. Could we make some more calls coming up?
No.
Pretty too complicated, probably. Anyway, put it this way. Donald Trump has won 3 out of the 5 electoral votes. The other 2, we do not know yet, but Donald Trump has 3 of the 5. That means 3 more electoral votes for Donald Trump. And what does that mean for the electoral map? Donald Trump has 230 electoral votes. He is 40 electoral votes away from winning. Kamala Harris has 165 electoral votes. She is 105 electoral votes away from winning. Let's see what the states that we have not called, where their vote counts are.
I mean, they were the ones who said it, which is annoying. But again, the election officials in Pennsylvania told us we would get more votes in at 8:55. It's now 8:57, and we don't have them yet. So give them the benefit of the doubt of a few minutes, I suppose.
That's Pennsylvania. Battleground Michigan, Donald Trump up 51.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 46.9% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 111,000.
Oh no, Virginia has been given to Harris for a long time now. It's really, everybody's just watching the blue wall. This is what you got to watch. The blue wall, which as you can see is very red. Wisconsin with Trump leading 14%, 85% in per decision desk. Michigan 47% in, Trump leading 1.9%, and then like almost a, what is that, a 3.5% lead right there. In Pennsylvania, these states are usually a difference of 1%. It's crazy. It's crazy. Wow, $50 donation there for CNC Pro Cut CNC Precision Machining. Nice. Thank you. All right, key race alert.
52% of the estimated vote in. In Nevada, Donald Trump is in the lead with 73% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 26.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 10,000 vote, almost 11.
I don't even have the Nevada numbers yet, so I guess, I mean, it's not a surprise that Trump's going to lead that, but looks like they got it before me.
Follow these crucial undecided races. We are all already also getting closer to another poll closing. 4 more electoral votes are at stake in the next hour in the heat of the battle to reach 270. So every electoral vote counts. We're just minutes away from voting ending in the reliably blue state of Hawaii. Over to John King now at the Magic Wall. John.
So, Jake, a quick look. You just went through the numbers. Just want to look very quickly. These 3 states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, will determine the fate of the Harris campaign, whether there's any chance she can come back. As we wait to see those results, I just want to show you something. Bring it up. Remember January 6th? Donald Trump was finished. Even Republicans were running away from Donald Trump. Donald Trump is done as a national politician. I want to show you something. This is Trump overperforming his 2020 performance by 3% or more, right? This is a statewide look. We're not done with some of these counts out here, so this will change a little bit. But Donald Trump overperforming 2020 after January 6, 2021. That's the statewide look. Look at this. Just look at this when you go to full counties. Look at how many counties across America, 994 of the 4,000 plus, 4,600 plus counties and townships, especially up this way, part of the country, they don't call them counties, they call them townships. But
all right, whatever. In the meantime, I don't really care about the township talk. Here's the LA Times for a moment. And you have Democrats have lost 2 seats. Republicans have 50 seats right now. They just need 1 more to get control. And Democrats have lost 1 seat in the House so far. Decision Desk, oh, there it is. Decision Desk projects Republicans to win control of Senate. That's a big one. That just came in. And they already have control of the House. So that could be a full sweep right there. So it is now 2,100 and decision desk projects. Come on. Projects Senate controlled by Republicans. That should be a sweep. Wow. Okay. And let's see what else we have here. Prop 36 with reinstating felonies. 72.5%. Nice. 33 on real estate's a no. Adam Schiff won again. Harris's election night party, where was it? At Howard University turns to hope turns into anxiety. At Harris's election night party at Howard University, hope to witness history turns to anxiety. It's over. Oh, did we get a dump yet?
Now, when you come back to 2024, but it's just, sorry, 2024. Let me come up here and do this and hit this, and you go there at 2024. So that's the one. It's just a dramatic change when you come here. And so Donald Trump is remaking the map again at the moment. And the question is there any way for Harris to come back? Again, we've given Donald Trump North Carolina. So let's see where we are in Georgia. If Donald Trump also carries Georgia, the vice president cannot afford to lose Pennsylvania. Yes, Nevada.
We didn't know this. It's so old. Georgia's been called forever.
19. I'll show you what I mean in a minute. So can she come back in Georgia to stop that from happening? She's limiting.
Bro, the election dump, like the ballot dump we were waiting for, was 1%. 1% more data in Pennsylvania, and it basically went to Trump. Now a 3.7% spread. Wisconsin 45% and 76%. Sorry, 76% Wisconsin. Michigan's 45%. This is some pretty good numbers here, honestly. Pretty good numbers.
Right in Atlanta, in the metropolitan area around it. So what's out there? Are there live outstanding votes out there? Well, let's take a look. The answer is yes. Let me get rid of the coloring so you don't have to see that. The answer is yes, they're out there. You're at the point now where you're talking about drawing to an inside straight flush, essentially. You need these votes to come in overwhelming numbers for you. But you do see there's the mathematical possibility. This is why the Harris campaign is on the phone. This is why I assume that Donald Trump has not come out yet to say anything, because he's hoping that this one comes off the board as well. You're looking at the math right there. It's possible. So we're waiting for more votes in Georgia. So then you come up, Jake, and we'll look at the blue wall states in a minute to see if any of the math is changing. But if you look at the map right now, you would so much.
So just to be clear, Georgia has 93% of the votes in, and Trump's in a 2.3% lead right here. This is why he has an 85% chance to win per the decision desk. This is why, predicted has him at 94 cents. 97.2, 96.8%, bobbing around a little bit on Polymarket. This is not a surprise.
All the states that we have not projected yet. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump in the lead, 51.
Aw, boss here says, happy birthday to my amazing wife. Oh, I think that's really cool.
213,000 vote lead over her with 84% of the estimated vote in from Pennsylvania. In battleground Michigan, Donald Trump up there, 51.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 47% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 107,294 vote lead over Harris, but there's still about 55% of the vote that has not been counted in Michigan. A lot of votes to count in Michigan. Wisconsin now, Donald Trump 51% of the vote, Kamala Harris 47.4%. Donald Trump with a more than 92,000 vote lead over Harris. That's with more than 3/4 of the votes counted in Wisconsin, 77% of the vote. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump up 50.7% to Harris's 48.4%. Donald Trump with a 118,838 vote lead over Harris, with 93% of the estimated vote in. In battleground Arizona, Donald Trump up 49.8% to Harris's 49.3%. Donald Trump with a 9,600 plus vote lead. That's with slightly more than half of the vote counted in Arizona, 52%. In Nevada, Donald Trump up 73% to Harris's 26.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with an almost 11,000 vote lead. But that is, again, with only 2% of the estimated vote in Nevada counted. Still a lot of votes to count in Nevada. John?
So, Jake, let's look at right now. You're looking at the big map.
New York Times still puts Donald Trump here at a 90% chance of victory. All indices up about 1.3%. Decision Desk keeping Trump right now at 85%. We're really waiting for a bit more of a dump here in Penn. 84%. It's trickling in. Still 2.9% lead by Trump. 76% Wisconsin. He's holding the red wall so far.
President opening a healthy lead in Philadelphia, which is a building block of a Democratic win in Pennsylvania. The question is it enough? I just showed you Trump was leading. So 78%, 477,000 votes. If you go back 4 years.
Oh, this is really nice. Zeus here says, started watching you way back when you did Home Depot visits and landlord tips and tricks. That advice and expertise has changed my life. I know it sounds kind of wild and cliche, but I was able to buy my first house back in 2020 thanks to you. Oh, that's amazing. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. Super party at Trump's Mar-a-Lago. That party is sick right now. Like, you got to think about who's there. You've got, I got a list. Elon Musk, David Sachs, Dana White, Steve Wynn, Tucker Carlson, RFK, Tommy Hicks, John Paulson, Woody Johnson, the New York Jets owner. It's crazy. They've got one heck of a party going on. Hopefully they've signed up for their alpha report at meetkevin.com/alpha. Free. South Florida Junk Removal. Thanks for all the advice in the Elite Hustlers University. Clutter builds quick. We get rid of it easy. Nice. Good for you. That's awesome. Aww. Kevin Lex Bromance wasn't part of my bingo card tonight. Thank you. Shout out to your wife too. Student loans coming back. Oh, we'll see. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see which way Bond moves tomorrow.
Right now, this county usually picks the winner in the state. As I say that, I'll say its twin is Erie, way over here. It's not twin geographically. It's twin in that they voted twice for Obama, then for Trump, then for Biden. Erie and Northampton, 2 of the 25 counties that did that. At the moment, the vice president is leading in Erie County. In the last campaign, it was Vigo County, Indiana.
Gary Roberts says, Elon buying Twitter is the #1 reason Trump is winning tonight. Nice. Okay, so let's see here. See if I can get some more updates. Republicans. Okay, it's New York Times is now calling it as well that the Senate will be controlled by Republicans. Now calls Senate for Republicans as well. Wow, it's a red sweep. Elon just posted a pic of the Mar-a-Lago pay. Let's see here. Okay, let's see here. Elon. All right. The future is going to be so fire. Look at that. There he is. Elon and Trump. Your other guests here. That's kind of cool. Oh, and they got the I love how they have CNN up. Why? Why? But so do I.
Do it there. You go back.
But when we flip around, though.
51, 48, 47. So Trump was competitive here. It was a 4-point race. A little more than that.
Let's flip back.
And there may be a new addition to make here in a call that we're having in a few minutes. I just wanted to try to do that.
What
if I
call?
could make that transition.
Really well done.
It didn't really work.
Jackie doesn't know who
Didn't really work that well.
Jackie's too young.
Jackie was spellbound by that one. Sorry about that. Let's bring in our panel. Mark Thiessen, Trey Gowdy, Kellyanne Conway join us, and then we have the chain gang over here on the right, chained to the desk, and they haven't left. Okay, so Mark, you haven't been on. What's your thoughts?
So when I interviewed Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago the day after the second assassination attempt, we were talking about the previous election, and I pointed out that 2020 was decided by a handful of swing voters in a handful of swing states, and that this election probably would be as well. And he said to me, maybe, or maybe a lot. I have a feeling it might be a lot. Looks like he might have been right. If it turns out the way this seems to be coming, this is the greatest political comeback since 1892 when Grover Cleveland lost the White House and won it back. So what that means is, love him or hate him, Donald Trump isn't just a once-in-a-generation talent. He's a once-in-a-century talent politically. And keep in mind, this is the matchup the Democrats wanted. They thought Trump would be easier to beat. Part of the reason
Yeah, you got a red wave is what you got.
Was to rally Republicans around him so that he would be the nominee. And that may have been a grave political miscalculation.
You know, Trey Gowdy, I'm struck by thinking about the strategy on the Trump campaign, right? And that he wanted to do all of these rallies, right? And he dug into that strategy in a big way. Also, he said that immigration, he felt, was a more important topic than the economy, even though the economy kept coming in higher on people's issues lists. And I'm struck, you know, when you look at these cities, Chicago, Miami, all of these places, one of the embedded issues in those cities.
Oh, wow. We just had another 1,000 of you signed up for the meetkevin.com/alpha sign up page. You can scan that QR code or go to meetkevin.com/alpha. And at 6:15 in the morning every day before the market opens, you'll get your alpha report, option trade ideas, volatility, stock ideas, long-term, short-term, shorts, longs, everything. Crypto's in there. It's going to be sick. All based on research from that morning. So it should be very fresh when you get it.
It is really more akin to a political resurrection. If you had asked me on January the 7th, or after the fourth of the 4 indictments, I would have told you I see no way that he'll be the nominee or the president. And now it looks like, look, Sean may be right. Maybe 300 electoral votes. I've been calling my Senate friends. Some of them don't take my call. The others require me to now call them chairman. They will not go by.
Anyway, Futuristic Lights here, $50. Thanks, Kevin, for the epic coverage as always, and a shameless plug for Futuristic Lights, your go-to for all things LED. Wow, glowing and flow arts.
For his cabinet could survive in a 51-49 Senate, but they will be confirmed in a 54-46 Senate.
You know, I talked about the House earlier, Kellyanne, and some races that Democrats outperformed out here in the East Coast. But you would think in this environment with these coattails that maybe they end up hanging on if you get out west to the middle of the country and longer. How do you see that?
That's right. Well, even Chairman Richard Hudson, who's been running the National Republican Congressional Committee this cycle, yesterday said we're going to gain, but it won't be double digits. My own firm has seen somewhere between 3 and 8 seats. We've been projecting 297 electoral votes. We've been projecting, and really just a 53-seat Senate. I mean, 55, 56 would be remarkable. And it also just shows it's not just the blue wall cracking for Trump. It's that these workers, these steel workers, these union households, the Jewish Americans around Philadelphia and Detroit and Pittsburgh, they've just had enough. And this is the time where they're breaking ranks. I think that if he can hold on to the House, Brett, then he really insulates himself from any of these impeachment shenanigans and whatnot. And I got to tell you, if this is a decisive victory, and we're not there yet, but if it's a decisive victory, then I think the Democrats have to think thrice about this lawfare strategy that they have put on his shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, this is sort of a referendum on that as well. That's something else to consider. Is this is going to leave a lot of Democrats going, "Wow, how did we screw this one up so badly?" Yeah. Oh, decision desk. Oh, it's in the bag. Look at this. Decision desk, 91.9%. That's it. Can Canadians invest in house hack before the IPO? Yes. Actually, if you go to househack.com, when we don't know when we're going to IPO, but if you go to househack.com, we've got an investment offer there right now. Working on non-accredited. It's up right now for accredited. You could read the offering there. I think it's really good. We're just going to buy more real estate, but it's offering a 5% yield. And the more we can grow the company now, the more we'll be positioned to, especially now, I mean, if you got Trump and a Republican sweep, there's no, you have basically no risk now of like these Harris rent control ideas or whatever that some folks were worried about. But, and lower corporate tax rate. It's great for house hack. But yeah, we have some really big plans for the next few years, and so that's why we're fundraising now to help perpetuate those plans over the next few years. Pretty excited about it. But yeah, Canadians can invest. Someone says, I want some watermelon. Dude, I've had so much. I feel so full of watermelon right now. Been on YouTube live streaming free guitar lessons 4 hours a day, inspired by your grind. Nice, Jackson Jarrett. Let's see here. Anyway, what we're gonna look at here. Oh yeah, look at this. 91 point. It just went up again. 91.9% now. Wow. I mean, this is over. So what happened? Did we get a dump? Pennsylvania, you're at 85%, so not really a dump here. 49% Michigan, Wisconsin 77%. Red wall. I wanna see the Harris phone call. Exactly. Harris needs to call and give it up. I want to hear it. Where's the phone call? Huh. All right.
Referendums that worked very well for them in 2022 did not do as well for them in a presidential election.
Britt, it's a realignment. This is a realignment of the Republican Party. There is no doubt. We thought it in 2016. It is now fully implemented in the face of what was, to everybody's point, fascism, Hitler, Nazi, Madison Square Garden, a Puerto Rican comedian that they said was going to move the Puerto Rican vote around the country. This is a major realignment where people could look at all that mass media, all the media covering that one way, and say, I don't believe it. I do not believe that.
Well,
and I'm going to vote how I want to vote.
And we can go back a number of years into all the false alarms, all the false stories were written about Trump while he was president, and date the beginning of this from back in that period in terms of the loss of credibility of mainstream media, loss of credibility for the people.
I just tweeted, at this point, it's time for Harris to make a real phone call to Donald Trump, not a camera app call.
We ought to keep a thought for the Harris people, the Harris campaign people, because they were saddled with the person I think was.
Oh, yeah. So many opportunities. I mean, Trump came out with the opportunities. There's so many investment opportunities that come up. Yeah, well, we'll see how it happens. There won't be a shortage of opportunity, I find.
Pull it off.
Right.
In real estate. We love real estate so much.
He came up with one fairly evident question that you asked her that about, when she first figured out that Biden wasn't all there, and she completely booted it. What are you going to do with somebody like that if you're a campaign advisor?
And I wonder
There's a limit to what you can do, don't you think, Martha?
I mean, I wonder what Nancy Pelosi is thinking tonight, and Chuck Schumer, who went over to Biden's residence and said, look, this is over. And Joe Biden is the reason that Kamala Harris is the candidate, because in one posting on social media, he dropped out. In the next one, he said, she's your person. And all talk of a mini primary dissolved right then. Harold, your thoughts on that?
So again,
86% Pennsylvania now, 2.8% lead for Trump.
Direction. I don't disagree with a lot that has been said. I recall not long after Brett's interview with the vice president, I believe she went on a rival network, and the first question that was asked of her was, what's the first piece of legislation you'd like to get passed? And she punted the question, saying she just wanted to be bipartisan. How you don't say border security? How you don't say I want to reach out to Republicans and figure out how if you Roe v. Wade, I want it restored. Something substantive, positive that's consistent with your message or consistent with where the country wants to go. Again, I don't want to write anybody's political obituary here, or presidential race obituary until the race has been declared. But I do hope that if it looks like what's going to happen happens, I do hope everybody can be gracious and magnanimous. There's no doubt this is the greatest political comeback we've seen. I had not heard my friend Mark talk about the 1892 reference. You're likely very right. The political resurrection of my friend Trey Gowdy. I called one of your friends. He said it made me call him Mr. Chairman also this evening.
All right. Let's do another review here of what's going on. And Michigan, 52%. Yeah, Edison Research looks like they're going to push for Trump as well. So let's get a little bit of a summary going on. see what else they have here.
And we're waiting on Pennsylvania. We're waiting on Wisconsin. We're waiting on Michigan. But why Georgia, do you think?
I mean, 86% counted in Pennsylvania. I don't know how much you really have to wait anymore.
For you guys.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. I can come back to it. All right. So here's Georgia. All right. And here is the remaining vote. And what I see is a lot of the vote in Atlanta in the Atlanta metro area is in, but there's fractions here and fractions there. I see Chatham, okay, Savannah. It's not a small county, 5 out of 159. It's got about a third of the votes still remaining as well. We're not quite set up for the vote margin there, but...
All right, go back to Pennsylvania. I just wanted to check in.
No, it's okay. No, when I was poking around here a moment ago is Wisconsin. If you do the remaining vote, and the reason we put in these different shades of purple is because the deeper the purple, the more outstanding the vote. The lighter the shade.
All right, I'm going to give a little bit of a summary here, and we'll still keep going, but I want to do a summary, and then I want to keep watching to get a little bit more, but I want to catch some folks up who've just been starting to watch, so let's do like a little maybe 5-minute summary here or whatever, and just kind of get you caught up with everything up to this point. And then that way you can have a little bit of a catch-up understanding of what's going on, what's happened, where we stand, and where we expect things to go. So, yeah, we'll do that. Just a sec here. And let's see here. Okay. And all right. There we go. Okay. Well, at this point, I think it's safe to say that Donald Trump is the next president of the United States, and it looks like rather than getting some form of quiet woman vote coming out, we got a loud dude vote, and it was pretty dang impressive. At the time of this recording, Donald Trump has a 91.9% chance of winning, according to Decision HQ, just 8.1% for Kamala Harris. In addition to that, Kamala Harris's chances of winning here were based on the blue wall. If she was going to lose North Carolina and South Carolina and Georgia, which she essentially did, then she needed to maintain the blue wall. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all three of these states came out for Joe Biden, and at the time of this recording, with 86% of the votes in Pennsylvania and substantial portions of the vote in Wisconsin and Michigan, Kamala Harris is way behind. All of these are red. There's no blue wall. And so the only wall that so far has been built has once again been built by Republicans. And you have a red wall, not a blue wall. And it looks like you're getting a Republican sweep. So we'll talk about some of the other items that are coming up here, but think about quickly what that means. All of a sudden, it means taxes on unrealized capital gains have no chance of occurring. It does increase the likelihood that we're going to get tariffs on China, or at least some form of negotiated tariffs with foreign countries. It does imply that we're going to potentially have markets price in more inflation, because when you combine lower taxes, which gives people more spending money, with potentially tariffs on imported goods, you increase the costs while giving people the capacity to pay for those higher costs. Yes, you could slightly increase inflation, and therefore inflation expectations will be likely to rise, bond yields will be likely to rise on this, but you're also getting a rally in risk assets. You've got indices across the board up over 1%. You've got Dogecoin up over 24%. Gold is pretty much flat. Bitcoin ran up to 74,000. You're now at all-time highs. Oil's down about 1% because probably people think that Donald Trump is going to expand. Maybe we can bring back our Keystone XL pipeline extension. Maybe we can continue to frack, or as Vivek likes to say, drill, baby, drill. these are going to be policies that we see under Republican and red sweep. Now, I'll be covering these every single day on the channel, and if you're part of the Alpha Report, you can also get your Alpha Report every morning at 6:15 a.m. texted to you, where you get a one-page update on catalysts for options, stocks, bonds, crypto, historic volatilities, implied volatilities, macro updates, or even just trends that I'm seeing or things you want to pay attention to. You could easily just go to meetkevin.com/alpha and get yourself that report. But think about this for a moment. While Kamala Harris has not yet called in to concede, it is going to happen very soon. She's already asked the press to stop any coverage on her event from inside of her event. The anxiety is high and the quietness is deafening. The silence is deafening, as we like to say. As you can see, the Electoral College is still being decided here. We can draw together a map here, but this is probably going to be a landslide. The Senate has already been called for Republican control, and Republicans have already control of the House, and now they are gaining seats on top of that. So it does not look like you're getting any kind of blue resistance here. Although Circleback Psaki has said that, hey, Californians, make sure you get out there and vote so we have a chance at, maybe at least maintaining the House. This is unfortunately kind of a way of them suggesting, okay, yeah, lost the presidency. Is there anything you could do to stop Trump? And quite frankly, they've been trying to stop Trump for many years now, and it looks like America has voted. Now, this may not represent your views, but at this point, America has pretty well dang decided that Donald Trump is the winner here, and Donald Trump is presently heading to Palm Beach, a Florida Convention Center, to address his supporters, so he'll be there speaking soon. You've got a watch party going on at Mar-a-Lago. Trump is there. David Sachs is there. Steve Wynn is there. Tucker Carlson is there. Pretty big. Now, what we can do, just so you can kind of see this sort of landslide that's going on, is when you remove this blue wall from Harris over here and you give this to Republicans, you have a landslide victory of 312 to 226 for Harris. Even if Harris ends up pulling out Pennsylvania, which was one of your most critical make-or-break ones, you're still way behind at just 290. You're at 293 for Trump and Vance. Trump and Vance, frankly, they could lose, Michigan as well here, and you'd still be at 278 to 260. And both of these right now are leaning red. So this is pretty much. Oops, did the wrong one there. This is pretty much a done deal at this point. But let's consider some of the other things that we learned or found today. We learned that Florida denied legalizing marijuana. They denied abortion protections, legalizing those. That means you'll be stuck with the sort of 6-week abortion ban in Florida. Cardano and risk assets are up. Cardano up 9%, Doge 24%, Solana up over 13%, Bitcoin up over 9%, Tesla on the Robinhood after hours up over 8%. You've got Adam Schiff, Trump likes to say shifty shift, in California, winning his seat. The district attorney who prosecuted Trump in Georgia did win her seat again. You had Sherrod Brown losing his Senate seat in Ohio to a Republican. That was one of the pickups there. Arizona is expected to get abortion protections. California rent control expansions denied. However, more criminal penalties voted yes so far in California. You've got honestly a lot of the exit poll data that I was looking at in terms of women. I was sort of tracking this over at ehack.com, and a lot of it I was expecting bigger moves from women in terms of potential votes for Harris. I wasn't actually seeing those come up. Seeing a lot more just male vote for Trump. Trump won certain counties like Anson County. First time a Republican won it since 1870. First time in over 20 to 30 years that somebody won Miami-Dade County. That was a Republican. That was Donald Trump. At the beginning of the day, I suggested that if Donald Trump wins Florida with a margin of more than 11%, he has an 80% chance of winning the entire election for the entire country. And let's be clear about this. I said 11%. If he beats with a spread of 11%, oh, some of my lights are going off because I'm not supposed to be streaming this late. If he beats with a margin of 11%, he would end up winning with an 80% chance. His margin in Florida, you ready for it? 13.3%. Massive slam dunk. Frankly, I think also this sort of Republican sweep here, this red wave that you're seeing is probably really good for real estate investors as well. Lack of potential rent control, lower corporate taxes. It's fantastic for a company like Househack. If you want to invest in Househack, go to househack.com, read our PPM over there. But, I mean, landslide on this red wave over here and red wall. Anyway, continuing with some of the other things that we had, or heard rather, we know that Treasury yields up substantially, up about 12 basis points. They were up even higher earlier, but this is in part due to people pricing in inflation under Trump. Again, what I described earlier. I actually don't think you're going to have a big inflation problem, which is good for risk assets as long as you don't go into recession, right? You don't want inflation, and you want risk assets to go up, obviously absent a recession, which is still a possibility, right? But that's really a topic for a different video. Odds of recessions, all going to come down to when seasonal workers are laid off and election workers are laid off. What does employment data look like in Q1? A lot of time to go between then and now. Right now, we just focus on the election. And the reality is it's a decisive landslide. You've got the Republican National Committee was complaining about a 31,000 ballot issue in Milwaukee. This is when one of the cabinets to a voting machine wasn't properly sealed, like the side door panels to it weren't properly closed. So they're recounting 31,000 ballots, even though they don't expect an issue. I don't think anybody expects an issue here. Republican National Committee was not happy about it. They called it gross incompetence in the area. Then you also had this Russian bomb threat, where apparently over 30 bomb threats were called in to various different locations. Reuters is reporting that these were from Russian email domains. I mean, it just seems like straightforward that you would not use a Russian email domain, but whatever. And they targeted areas like Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, all swing states. It is very common, by the way, for Russian actors to try to influence elections and create disinformation in America, because the more disunity you get, the harder it is to have unity in funding, let's say, Ukraine and foreign wars. Independent voters, by the way, accounted for 34% of the voter turnout. Independent voter share exceeds one of the two major political parties for the first time since Edison polling began in 2004. Wow, Democrats were 32%, Republicans 34%, Independents 34%. Wow, that's pretty incredible. Pat Toomey earlier called for a slight edge to Trump. Obviously ended up being a lot more than a slight edge for Trump. You've got people worried about democracy on the election, the economy, the border. There were, let's see here, and then we just get into sort of some polling from earlier in the day, which honestly at this point doesn't so much matter. But just to get the absolute latest, the predicted markets were essentially right. The betting markets, you've been pricing in Donald Trump for a while now. And quite frankly, you got 94.5% here in Pennsylvania, pretty impressive. You've got, this is presidential winner here. You've got, this was Florida. Let's go look at Pennsylvania again. 86% expected in. And with 86% expected in, you have a 2.8% margin on Trump, Pennsylvania, 6% margin Michigan, 3.9% margin Wisconsin with 82% of the votes in. I mean, this is a pretty big move for Donald Trump. And also Republicans in the Senate and the House. You've got really the power now to pass any kind of Republican legislation that you're looking for, which could be tax cuts, no tax on tips, You could have the extension of the Trump tax cuts, the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, not only limited for those making under $400,000. Worth noting that somewhere around 60% of Americans benefited from the 2017 Trump tax cuts. And there was a lot of talk that, oh, it only benefits billionaires or blah, blah, blah. That didn't end up exactly being true. So then we sent a few tweets. First of all, shout out to Lex saying, I just called the election. Looks like Trump is going to win, but he posted that on my channel here, just called the election. That was cool. So shout out to Lex. Really enjoy watching his podcast too. But what I wanted to show here was this. I wrote some memes here. At this point, it's time for Harris to make a real phone call to Donald Trump, not a camera app call. This is just a reference to, there was a clip of Kamala Harris. One clip, I got a picture of her actually on the phone with her phone on speakerphone. But in another clip, you actually had her on her camera app without the little green dot implying that she was on the phone. So I don't know if that was either like a glitch or something, but it did look a little bit sus and not great. And then MSNBC also at one point complained that bomb threats were creating a, quote, aura of chaos, and that these bomb threats, this Russian disinformation, was interfering with Election Day. In case you're wondering, that was actually Rachel Maddow who mentioned that over on NBC. It was NBC. Circleback Psaki, she was the one that said, hey, go vote in California, there's still time. And MSNBC at one point was also talking about we still have people standing in lines. I did actually tweet that about 2 hours ago. This was a photo of we still have people in lines. So far, it does not look like the quiet woman vote did much here. Instead, we got the loud, younger Diablo 4 bros. And then there's Jen Psaki. And yeah. Oh, yeah, Kamala Harris campaign no longer giving comments to the media per Fox. It was about an hour ago. So here you go. This is Bitcoin at this point floating around 74,300. And what appears to be a pretty decisive move for Donald Trump. So something else to keep in mind is if you have not yet, make sure you go on over to meetkevin.com/alpha. We're over 10,000 of you. I think well over at this point. But there are well over 10,000 of you that have already signed up for this free alpha report, your morning briefing by me. You can read more about the details about what's actually in the report by going to meetkevin.com/alpha. If you're outside the U.S., click the little gray button. If you're in the U.S., click the yellow button so you can get those SMS alerts as well. Don't charge you anything for it. So check that out. And then if you have not yet, also make sure you check out househack.com, where you have the opportunity to invest in convertible bonds. Remember that Tesla did convertibles in 2014 because they convert to stock at some point in the future, and you get that upside or a good chunk of it. Tesla's convertibles converted at an 800% gain. Now, no guarantees here, but check it out. You can read the PPM and agreements here, and you get a yield in the meantime as well. So that's the election. In the meantime, let's go listen to what Donnie T is about to say.
Earlier, the Electoral College will serve the purpose of translating a relatively small difference between these two people. Look at Pennsylvania, 50.9 to 48.1. And yet at the end of the day, a series of victories that are 1 and 2 and 3 points are going to generate a commanding number in the Electoral College that will help the new president again, if it all goes like it looks like it's going, to be more effective in office.
Harold Ford, are there going to be Biden people that say he could have been better? Like Biden?
I think it's hard to make that case for some of the reasons, and I think Britta and Carl have made the point. I think three things. I listen to Sandra's data. I'm curious, as we get a day or so away from this, as we look at what happened with the performance amongst women for her. Did she win African American women, Hispanic women, white women at a bigger rate? Were there disparities between the two? And then the race thing for me, I'm going to be curious also to get more. We heard the numbers around Hispanic voters, but even black voters, where that might be. And interestingly, Carl, normally you see a race where in the country where the cultural issues impact, as you were talking about the suburban areas, in some places he wasn't performing, and you've seen the suburban areas in Pennsylvania and elsewhere.
Yeah, I'm curious about this. And they're talking about the women vote as well. Just curious to see if they're actually we're gonna see a Trump speech here. It looks like we're getting ready for what looks like a Trump victory speech here, honestly. I think that's what we're about to get. So,
and going into bathrooms, I don't think they ever we've not gotten our head fully around that issue. So it'll be a lot of reckoning, and to Jessica's point, and I think a lot of reimagining whom we are as a party, which I think will be good for the party if indeed the trend continues where it is this evening.
I'm not going to belabor this point, but for a candidate who Democrats who really were aggressive and a media that echoed that called him racist and a Nazi, and yet today to see the black vote and the Hispanic vote going exponentially more than it did before is really quite something. I mean, it's just startling, Britt.
Well, it's a further sign of the decline of the influence of the mainstream media, which tends to take its cues, to say the very least, from the Democrats, and to repeat with serious faces the charges he made, and they're sometimes out.
Well, Kamala Harris has canceled her speech at Howard University tonight. It's over. Decision desk is showing Democrats win the House? No way.
Because you're looking at Pennsylvania, Bill? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, sorry, they were talking to me. Go ahead. What's
How
that?
come I always talk to you when they're talking to you?
Because there's a lot to be said over here.
All
in
right.
this
So
figure. Go ahead.
Pennsylvania we're still looking at, but
Yeah.
we're also looking at the national popular vote,
Yeah.
which he's currently leading.
Yeah. One thing I was looking at here. Okay, this is Philadelphia. This is 2016. This is Trump's margin in Philadelphia. 15 and
It's going to be close. It's going to come down to last few seats.
years later, Philadelphia. That's where I mean, it's a Republican running in a blue part of the state. He's just shy of 18. Okay, so where is he tonight? He's almost at 21. Okay, so hold on that moment here, okay? There's a reason for this.
Wow, that was a nice move.
Yeah, like that? You caught me off guard. So let's go ahead and look at the vote difference for Pennsylvania. Some things I want to show you right now. You know, we talked about this Democratic march over here, and really, when we talk about the blue wall, here's where we stand right now, okay? Got to reach higher than that. Trump's just shy of 3 percentage points, now ticking down to 2.7. That's a live number that continues to come in. Go ahead and clear this. Kevin Wyden out there, Mitt. Let's look at the vote margin for Pennsylvania. I'm going to show you the blue wall and how, you know, if it's moved every direction for the past 3 decades, is it about to move in the same direction yet again? Right? There's 3 counties here in Philadelphia that really tell a story. These are your flipper counties, all right? Look at Northampton. All right? Northampton is above Philadelphia. Trump's leading in Northampton. That flipped for Biden. It's flipped back to Trump by about 5 points. Look at the other end of the state in Erie. Erie is one of these bellwethers as well. Kamala Harris has been leading there most of the night, and just about 30 minutes ago, Erie flipped. In Centre County, right smack dab in the middle of that T that you normally get in Pennsylvania, Centre County has always been the exception. It's been blue. That's where Penn State University is located, et cetera. Right? That is another indication about how well Trump has done in Pennsylvania thus far tonight. There's a real good chance he flips all those and maybe more shortly. So I want to show you that. We'll go ahead and clear it and give it back to you guys, okay?
Well, it's really interesting.
Thank you, Bill.
We've got some action because we're hearing the former president is going to his party in West Palm, but we're also seeing Cedric Richmond in Harris Walt's campaign co-chair speaking at the Harris Watch party. Let's listen.
Votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Cedric Richmond, the campaign co-chair, and it's hard to ignore the fact that this is the mirror image of 2016 when John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign chair, came out around the same time of night and said, you know, we're still counting votes and you won't hear from her tonight, you'll hear from her tomorrow.
Which is stunning. Go HU, by the way, is Howard University. That's where the
couldn't break through the glass ceiling. It happened again.
But the vote is still going. They're not stopping. The counting is still continuing in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, in Arizona, in Nevada. So, you know, as you start getting to a decision here, and we could be getting close to a decision, we'll see where we are in Georgia. There have been other calls for Georgia. We are now in Michigan. Bill Hemmer, seeing some movement.
Up over 6 points, 6.3 now. The margin's getting larger for Trump here. Raw vote count is 210,000. So if you start doing some math and you think like what's outstanding in Detroit, Wayne County, which is a lot, it's a sizable amount of votes out there. But whether or not there's enough votes in Wayne, once they announce and release, whether or not it's enough to overcome his lead right now.
What about Kent County? He has closed 3 campaigns in Grand Rapids, and he just closed this one there last night.
Yeah, Kent County has been stubborn for Donald Trump. I think he would probably confess that. This was a flipper from 2020 when Joe Biden took it from the Trump team. Right now in Kent County, she's got a pretty comfortable lead here, about 10 points. It's a remarkable thing when you think about it. You know, the Gerald Ford Museum is there, and we talked about 5 hours ago about the realignment of America in the South, primarily like in North Carolina and Georgia and perhaps parts of Florida. You don't think about a realignment in Michigan necessarily. But this has been an area that Donald Trump wanted to win. There's a reason why he started his tradition in 2016 by concluding his campaign in Kent County, Grand Rapids. He did it again in 2020 in a losing effort. He did it again just this past weekend, Monday night at midnight, right? He rolled into, he rolled into Florida at 5:30 in the morning. That was yesterday morning. No, it wasn't. It was this morning, wasn't it? Right, because it was Wednesday, right? Okay, you follow me on the calendar? Okay, yeah, okay. But it's been stubborn. It appears that it will stick that way as well. Kent County and Grand Rapids will stay in the blue column. It's a changing area, you know, this west coast of Michigan. But what I'm seeing right now, even though you'll have just about 60% of the vote in, I'm seeing a lot of red lining up and down Lake Michigan. And for a while, you know, that had changed. It seemed to be shifting a little bit. There's a county right here called Muskegon, beautiful part of the world. And that had seemed to be drifting in the Democratic column as well. But Trump's got a firm grip on it now, 16 points. And I'll just go west of Muskegon, south of Muskegon, west of Grand Rapids is Ottawa County there. Like for years, this was like a Republican bastion. Trump kept it that way in 2020, winning by 21.5 points. In 2016, in Ottawa specifically, you ran away with it at 30 points.
88% now showing up in Pennsylvania, 2.6% lead, 57% Michigan, 6.3% lead, 4.2% lead Wisconsin, 83%. It's so over. 93% chance of winning per the New York Times with 302 on the Electoral College. Wow.
Yet again, for another year where it votes in unison with the winning party who takes the White House that year.
Since 1988, that has held.
I think we're getting ready for a call.
I think we are too. Are we?
Fox News can now project that the state of Georgia will go to former president.
Old news. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Fought battle. If you think about Georgia, loses it last time to President Biden by 11,700.
Listen to something else.
At this point, but it sounds like the Harris campaign is sort of keeping things tight in terms of whether or not they're going to string people along into thinking this is going to happen.
And in that note that Jen O'Malley Dillon sent out earlier, there was an indication there, if you noted, that came out, a little more than an hour ago. And she was telling people at that point, get some sleep. We'll continue to count these votes and we'll be back at this in the morning.
Yes, that's right. Michelle Norris, we, I imagine, are not freeing you to go sleep anytime soon. I imagine we may be back with you yet. But thank you for being there for us. It's much appreciated. Seeing Cedric Richmond come out and make those remarks at Howard, you could see how it could be different, right? You can see how they could expect that to be the candidate. I think they planned for everything in terms of, it's close or Harris is ahead, but Trump declares victory. I mean, all these things that everybody gamed out. Now, while we're just waiting for the blue wall states to come in and watching the math, sending people home is also like asking people to conserve their emotional energy, I think.
And it's not possible. I mean, I think there's no other way to describe how people are feeling leaving that venue and people on the campaign than deflated in this moment. Yes, all of the other states have not been called. But what they went to that venue tonight hoping to see and witness was a historic election of Kamala Harris to the presidency, was the end of the Trump era as they knew it. And so we don't know the outcome yet, but that is not what they are receiving. And they are being told to go home and wait till tomorrow. It's a hard thing to hear. I just want to say one more thing. And this has also made me think a lot about the campaign team. And I've done a lot of these campaigns, as you all know. And General Melanie Dillon has 3 little kids. She spent years electing Joe Biden. She stayed in the White House to be the deputy chief of staff. Then she went to the campaign and moved there to run this campaign.
That's boring. I don't really care. Okay, let's go to different one. I want to see the Trump speech. When's that gonna happen? Nobody knows speeches.
With them, this could end up being the most.
Why are you holding that coffee cup so seriously?
Ends up possibly electing Donald Trump, and we need to hear about why that is. It's the issues of the economy.
Look, I mean, the way this is playing out tonight, right? I think we need to recognize that over half of America feels very strongly about the things that Donald Trump feels strongly about, right? A secure border, the economy, crime.
Oh my gosh, the needle on the New York Times. The needle on the New York Times is now 95% chance of victory. 95%. GG.
Great deal of Americans tonight who are sitting back and saying, kind of look at it, that everyone, that they view as the elite and kind of sneering and saying, we told you so. We're not garbage. We're hardworking people. We believe in these things, right? People don't like to be talked down to. This coalition, this is Hispanics. Trump is crushing in Hispanics, the Hispanic vote in Pennsylvania, right? He's getting 50% of the women vote.
Lehigh County, he's up from 2020. He was at 45%. He's now at 48%.
Yeah, Allentown, we were talking about.
Let's see if we have the event.
It's coming in sort of droves. It's a close race there.
Not quite yet. In the meantime, Martin here has Fairy Tales with Your Voice, allows your kids to hear their favorite audio fairy tales. Oh, wow, that's a good idea. That's kind of cool. You're doing a great job, Kevin. Precision machining available. And look at this. Pro Cut CNC. Wasn't this the county? Was this the county that a Republican hadn't won in a while? I think it may have been. It's actually quite interesting. I'm going to look. But I'll go back to that. Video footage. Somebody says big transport trucks arrived in Pennsylvania voting station. Oh. She said, yeah, well, I mean, Pennsylvania is, I think what are we at now? 88%? 90% in. And Trump has a bigger lead. Now at 3.4%. Someone's shouting out Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac stock. Beautiful wife Claudia. Happy anniversary, sweetie. Go Team Red. Wow. Dashing. How do you say that? Dachshunds. If you're looking for a new puppy. Wow. Wow. Kevin, been with you since 2020. You're an inspiration. I'm a voice artist and work's been scarce, so I just launched a podcast. Curious Minds, Infinite Answers, streaming on Spotify. Sorry to hear work's been slow, Courtney. Oh. JM Digital New York for all your digital marketing services. Also buy Poot, says someone. Try HAL9 to create GPTs for your private data. Shout out to my wife, Kimberly. Should have bet cash. Called this landslide months ago. Don't forget the Amish. Got out to vote too. Free guitar lessons on YouTube. Jackson Jarrett. Well, all right.
Have a question for Darren? Bryn?
I'm curious about immigration and what you've seen in terms of how much that played into the votes in some of these states.
Well, I think the one thing we can say is that it didn't repel people. In particular, there was some talk about the Hispanic vote coming home over the issue of immigration. That did not seem to happen much at all. You know, the FNVA suggested, I think it was 40% was Trump's performance amongst Latinos. That ended up being, I think, within 13 or 14 points of Harris's. I mean, if you showed me data before the election and said, you know, that he's going to get 15% of the African-American vote, 40% of the Hispanic vote, I'd say that's an awfully tough night for a Democrat to win an election in.
There's some reporting that Trump has won Erie County.
No, it was Anson County. That was the first time a Republican won since 1870, and Trump won it. But you're in Anoka, Minnesota.
Her hope,
It
right?
went back to the Trump team, and right now, currently, just to keep you guys up to date, he leads it by a point in 1.4, which is a little less than 2,000 raw votes.
And it's 99%
left out. How much?
Yeah.
It's 99% in, or 90? What did you say?
90,
99%.
statewide, 90%. Darren, I got a question for you. When you think about the blue wall in the upper Midwest, when we were at the convention in Milwaukee in July, it ended on a Thursday. On a Friday, we had that national computer glitch, and all the airports were shut down. So all the delegates and all the journalists and all the campaign folks were stranded at the airport in Milwaukee. And I was still thinking at the time about, you know, why did I just see Kid Rock? And why did I see Hulk Hogan? And why did I see Dana White? And I went to the campaign and I said, what's going on there? Because it was men. It was white men. And they said, we notice in the upper Midwest, at the time they were thinking about Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio to a lesser degree, and Pennsylvania. That's what they were thinking about. And they said, we noticed that there was a certain percentage of white men who voted in 2016.
No way. Somebody says, Kevin saw you on Tatsu a few months ago with the team, but didn't say hi. Keep up the great work. That was a crazy day. Tatsu! That's a good one. Six Flags, Magic Mountain, great place.
I spoke about this a little bit earlier in conversation with y'all, but that you know, the gender gap is a double-edged sword. Gender gap can help or hurt depending upon, you know, the absolute level of support. We were looking at 55%. In other words, if Trump was hitting 55% with men, that was a good sign. If Harris was hitting 55% with women, that was a good sign. And in the upper Midwest states, he was getting closer to that sort of magic number than she was. So what they call it, the bro strategy or whatever.
Does Trump drink? I mean, he's holding up what looks like white wine, but I don't know if he actually drinks. I mean, he definitely deserves it today.
Was kind of off. The point register, Paul.
I love Ann Seltzer. She's a giant and a pioneer in our field. I think, you know, what we were looking at, ironically, was not so much the top line in that race, but what Seltzer had said was that senior women were breaking away from Trump over the abortion issue. And I think our friend Sean Trende had a really good observation where he said that may be true, but it may not help Harris because that's something that could occur in Iowa where abortion was a hot issue, but might not occur nationally in other states where abortion wasn't as salient.
We have to let you go, but really quickly, what's happening in Minnesota?
That's what I was going to ask, exact question.
Minnesota, why is that still?
They have done what sometimes they do in states. They've stopped counting votes. And we're kind of close to.
After all we've been through with that.
After all we've been through?
We're at a level where we're close to statistical significance, but it's not quite there yet. And there are
Is Tim Walz in charge of that?
Yeah, well,
there you go.
Rumor has it.
We have to let you go because you have some more data crunching to do.
I do.
We appreciate you coming
Thank you,
by.
Darren.
Thanks,
It really
Darren.
does help a lot.
coming
Good
by.
job.
Great
Very
job.
nice to see you guys. Thank you.
Let's check in with Aisha Hosni at the
Let's
Trump
do that.
campaign headquarters. Aisha?
Hey, you guys. Well, all signs here are pointing to perhaps imminent remarks from the former president shortly. The biggest debt giveaway was a short while ago. Somebody went onto the stage right behind me and put up the glass for the teleprompter, so perhaps somebody will be speaking to the crowd here shortly, and that might be the former president. We've got eyes outside, our security details outside watching to see if the motorcade arrives from Mar-a-Lago. I did get a video from someone at the Mar-a-Lago party a short while ago, and folks there were jubilant and cheering and clapping. They had Fox News on the screen. They were watching as we were calling states and more races for the former president. The excitement here is climbing every minute, and people here anxiously awaiting to see if the former president shows up here tonight and perhaps gives a victory speech. Back to you.
Yeah.
Well, Aisha, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Cough drop.
We'll head back there if the former President Trump is about to take the stand.
Oh, yeah. It looks like Trump's motorcade. This was like 20 minutes ago. And his motorcade's already on the way, or at least moving in that direction, it looks like. So it looks like we're about to be able to listen to a Trump speech here. But we'll see.
To 216, the Electoral College map. We are waiting on the blue wall, which could be a red wall. You just heard from Darren Shaw, and I think that data and the way he laid it out there and their decision making really kind of lifts the curtain to how these guys operate. Based on our Fox News voter analysis, which again was 120,000 voters, that a rolling poll, and then the raw vote total that they came in. Alex Hoff is in Pennsylvania. We'll check in on the ground there. Alexandria.
Yeah. Hey, good to be with you. Yeah, the crowd here in Bucks County, they are excited by some trends they are seeing, not necessarily expecting to result tonight. Pennsylvania's results and the count is historically slow. It took 4 days in 2020, but the Commonwealth Secretary does believe that it's going to...
Wow, Polymarket puts Trump's odds at 98.6%. Look at this, 98.6%. That's pretty remarkable. And then if you go to predict it, you're at 96 cents for Trump.
Well, they are doing in the state by how much they are losing Philadelphia by. Simply, it cuts into the margins that Democrats need. And here in Bucks County, they're seeing themselves on the screen right now. It means a lot. If he were to win this county, Bucks County, I mean, that would be the first time a Republican presidential candidate has taken this county since 1988. And these suburbs of Philadelphia, this is what pushed Biden over the edge in 2020. Harris needs to do well in these counties if she stands to have a chance of taking this state, guys. Brett, Martha?
Alex,
thank
thanks.
you. So let's go to Bill and see, what are you cooking up over there, Bill?
You know, I was just looking at New York. You know, we heard so much about MSG and the insult comic about the Puerto Rican joke. And, you know, Trump, you know, New York's his home, right? I mean, now living in Florida, Mar-a-Lago. But just look at this. I'm going to go ahead and use the slide bar and just... Okay, 8 years ago, when he's running against Hillary Clinton, this is his margin in New York, all right? 37.5 compared to almost 59 for Hillary Clinton. And then against Joe Biden, it was, what? Was it? Oh, my gosh. It was 0.3 of a point, all right? And now we come to 2020 and see the numbers on the board here. That's a pretty decent performance. And we're just getting some insight here in the New York City. He did well over 40% of the vote here in New York as well. One thing I was checking out here, guys, in 40%. This is the number, right? Path to 270. I guess in theory right now, if you were to close out, you know, you're at 248. If you were to close out Pennsylvania, and even though Alaska has ranked.
Okay, New York Times has gotten to the point where they're just calling it over 95% chance for Trump. So they're getting a little exhausted at the idea of even updating the needle. So if you want to see what that looks like, there you go. 95%. Very likely Trump. Statewide shift to the right. This was in North Carolina. You've got Republican turnout machine, largely powered by conservative groups focused on reliable conservative voters. Strategy was successful in Georgia. Co-chair of the Harris campaign said that the campaign would continue overnight to fight. Right. Trump wins Georgia, reestablishing Republicans' dominance. Boy, when all these poll workers are out of work, those unemployment numbers aren't going to look very good. All right.
About the early voting, you've been watching Nevada, and Nevada's been a pretty good marker there for Republicans. This is a quick count here now. It's saying 75% of the vote is in, and Trump's got a firm lead at 3.4 points, roughly just a tad under 35,000 votes. Clark County, Las Vegas, 70% of the votes in the Silver State here all come from Nevada. Let's see what's happening right now. Okay, Harris. Just a tick over 50.2 with 80%. I want to go comparison's sake, 8 years ago. Why not, right? In Nevada, I don't know what this number is. We'll find out together, okay? So Hillary Clinton did 2 points better than Kamala Harris.
Bitcoin over 75,000.
Okay, did even better, 3.5 over what Kamala Harris is putting up right now. So it appears if you're in the Trump camp, that's a pretty good number right now, just shy of 51% in Nevada early on. Here's Karl Rove's favorite place in the world. This is Washoe County, right, Karl? Right now, a point, it's close, right? 0.2 points. What happened with Biden? Was it close? Yeah, pretty close.
Look at these measures in California, by the way. I love this one. I mean, it's just the title, okay? It's clickbait, but prohibits slavery and involuntary servitude. No. We will not prohibit slavery. It's totally clickbait. But anyway, repeals bans on local rent control. No. Leave the ban on rent control. Increase penalty for certain theft and drug crimes. Yes. Nice.
Well, a lot of excitement here and optimism at the Sam Brown watch party. He's, of course, the Republican candidate trying to unseat the Democratic incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen. And just a few moments ago, when Bill was talking about Nevada, you heard a lot of cheers here from the crowd at the Sam Brown watch party, just knowing some of those initial numbers. It took nearly 3 hours to finally get some of those numbers. We're hoping to get another batch in the coming hours, but Nevada has an interesting law where it's, you can vote right up until the 7 o'clock hour, and if you're in line, they'll let you vote, and in order to release those results, they wait until the very last person in line votes. That person, it took 2 hours and 48 minutes, so still a very long night ahead of us. But for the folks here at the Sam Brown Watch Party, a lot of optimism in the air.
All right, Jeff Paul in Las Vegas. Jeff, thanks.
So our panel is still with us, and we have some new folks that are here as well. Kevin McCarthy is joining us. Karl Rove is back. Juan Williams is here. Great to have all of you with us. Kevin McCarthy, let me start with you. Give us an update on what your overall take on the night so far, and then maybe drill down on some of what you're seeing in these House situations as well.
The Senate Republicans did an extraordinary job. They surpassed all expectations. President Trump is on his way. And I think President Trump is going to help the Republicans hold the House, but it's going to be very narrow, maybe even narrower than we have now.
But you think they could do it?
Maybe even narrower than you have now, you said.
Yeah, it may be exactly the same or maybe smaller. Look at the 2 seats I said at the very beginning of the night. Watch Pennsylvania 7 and Pennsylvania 8. I think we're going to pick those both up. You said North Carolina 1. We're probably going to lose that by 1 point. She did an extraordinary job.
Wow.
Then you look at Maine. We're ahead there. But we have some incumbents that have fallen in New York. California's just in now, but don't read those numbers yet because it's just the first part coming in. We're going to have to wait some time to see where we're there. Arizona, we've got a couple incumbents in trouble. Bacon's coming back in Omaha, maybe there. If we hold the House, if this is a trifecta, the credit goes to President Trump. But it also fundamentally means something different. You can do reconciliation when it comes to tax reform. So you don't need 60 votes in the Senate. Having the Senate as large as he is, he's going to get the cabinet that he wants. The other thing that's going to happen is you're not going to have a Hakeem Jeffries that's going to try to impeach him every single week. So America is going to see ability to govern. And if Republicans take this moment in time to not play games and focus on the issues, they can grow it the next time. Otherwise, it's going to be very competitive in 2 years.
But Juan Williams, if it's as big as we think it could be, we obviously haven't made these calls yet, but it's trending that way, and the pathway for her to win is getting narrower and narrower. Isn't it not a mandate? And Hakeem Jeffries and the thought of impeaching with what we're seeing tonight seems like wouldn't be the right move.
Well, I think the Democrats are, well, dispirited at this moment, and I think that the likelihood, as we pointed...
Have you seen the numbers? You've got a 94% chance of a Trump victory here on the decision desk HQ. You're at 3.5% on Pennsylvania, 90% reporting, 6.4% Michigan, 61% reporting, and 4.2% with 86% reporting Wisconsin. Red wall. And the needles. Very, very, look at that. It went up to 306 electoral college votes for Trump. Just keeps rising.
Well, you have to consider the fact, Juan, that a lot of people didn't think that was an insurrection. They thought it was a riot, but not an insurrection. And had they thought it was really an insurrection, I don't think he could have won.
Well, I don't know.
The exaggerations about that day.
Well, I'm not exaggerating.
About the alleged threat to democracy is a piece of what happened tonight is.
Well, I don't think so. I think, again, I'm giving you my perspective.
And I'm giving you mine.
Right. So I listened to you as my friend. But I'm going to tell you what I saw was not only a riot in terms of the violence, but a direct action intended to stop certification of a presidential election.
Understood. And we've talked a lot about it.
That's why I said that.
Let's not relitigate all of this stuff.
Obviously have been around him. We saw, I was told by someone that Barron Trump was with him in Mar-a-Lago earlier. Obviously, Melania Trump went and voted with him at their polling place just a few hours after y'all got back from Michigan from that early morning rally. Ivanka Trump, Jared Kushner, I think that's an open question. They do live down here, obviously, in South Florida, but they have not been prominent faces on the campaign trail.
And even during his trials, I mean, one thing to remember is that they came and saw him after he was convicted, but stayed behind closed doors at all times. They were up at Trump Tower. They never made an appearance with him. He has really done this campaign without any of their help. They've been with just Aaron.
Obviously, Kristen, thank you. Jake, back to you.
Thanks so much. We have a major projection in the battle for control of Congress.
Republicans take the Senate.
And CNN can now project that Republicans will win back control of the United States Senate. We can make this projection because CNN projects Republicans win the U.S. Senate seat in Nebraska. The GOP picking up enough seats to reclaim the majority that they lost 4 years ago. This is a huge victory for Donald Trump's party as we're still waiting the final outcome of the presidential race. And Dana Bash, there were a lot of questions in the air about what was going to happen. Ultimately, what happened with the U.S. Senate is what we generally thought was going to happen. Republicans now have control.
It was a very, very good map for Republicans this time around, and a very bad map for Democrats. One of the questions was whether or not these kind of brand name, long-serving Democrats would be able to kind of outperform the realities of their states, whether it's John Tester in Montana or Sherrod Brown in Ohio. And the answer is no.
Yeah, Sherrod Brown is a great example because he came to office in 2006 during a kind of blue wave, survived 2018. Like, he was always there for when it was more favorable for Democrats, and that was not this year.
I mean, let's talk about the significance of a Republican Senate if, and I repeat, if Donald Trump is elected president. It means that they can confirm without any Democratic votes any appointment he makes to his cabinet, to the government, to the Supreme Court, should there be a vacancy. It's an enormous advantage to a president. And at this point, we haven't talked about it much, but in the House, although that hasn't been decided yet, the Republicans have flipped 3 Democratic seats. The Democrats haven't flipped a single Republican seat. So there is the possibility here of a complete united Republican government with Donald Trump as the president and with a Republican House and Senate. which means that in terms of appointments, in terms of immigration policy, economic policy, environmental policy, you name it, he could have a pretty blank check.
So, for example, on immigration policy, which is something that we think that Donald Trump would, if he wins, want to enact something along the lines of the proposals he's made. Republicans have said we passed an immigration bill, H.R. 2, which was a
compromise package.
A tough. It wasn't a compromise package. It was a tough immigration bill.
At least.
It was HR2.
He's talking about the House.
Sorry.
The House version is what I'm saying. The Senate version was bipartisan. The House version, when you ask Speaker Johnson, what have you accomplished? He said, well, we passed all this legislation, but it just died in the Senate because Chuck Schumer wouldn't even allow a vote on it, assuming that Republicans hold on to the House, and we have no idea. But it's not crazy.
But you're getting into a level of detail that I think,
my point is just that
Donald Trump campaigned on mass deportations. So this
what I'm saying is he could do
was for.
That's what I'm saying. My point is whatever Donald Trump wants, if they have the Senate now, if they get the White House and if they get the House.
Oh, this is somebody's posting this of people leaving. I think I can't verify it, but potentially leaving the Harris HQ.
Oh, but a lot of them. Hoping turnout exceeds your expectations. So you see that.
Yeah, I can take a picture.
This is where it breaks.
You want to do this side of the bus?
Yeah.
There's some suggestion that some people are just visibly upset, maybe even crying. I didn't really see the crying part. Oh well.
Who he's going to have in his, not just in and around his administration, but again, the bench, that is all regular majority.
Yeah, it's interesting when you think about it because the Supreme Court they ruled on the Chevron deference and basically said executive agencies can't have the untrammeled authority to do what they want. It has to be passed by Congress. And you could end up with the Democratic minority. I mean, again, all of this is somewhat speculative. Democratic minority in the Senate being able to block legislation, and the Trump agencies not able to enact it on their own.
Yep, just one of many things that we would be talking about if Donald Trump does, in fact, win. We're not there yet. Jake, over to you.
Thanks, Dana. Let's bring you back to the key race alert and where we stand with the battleground states that we have not called yet. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump in the lead, 51.1%. To Kamala Harris is 47.
No, 93% of the vote in now.
It's an almost 220,000 vote lead. That's with 93% of the estimated vote in from the great Keystone State. Michigan, Donald Trump up 52.4% to Harris's 45.8%. Donald Trump with a more than 244,000 vote lead in Michigan with 66% of the estimated vote in. In Wisconsin, Donald Trump, 51.2%. Harris, 47.1%. Donald Trump with a more than 120,000 vote lead with an estimated 89% of the vote in from the Badger State of Wisconsin. Arizona, Donald Trump in the lead, 50% to Harris's 49.1%. Donald Trump has a 16,000 plus vote lead with an estimated 53% of the vote in from Arizona. In Nevada, Donald Trump in the lead there, 51% to Kamala Harris's 47.4%. Donald Trump with a more than 37,000 vote lead with 70% of the estimated vote in from Nevada. John King?
You're looking at the map and we're watching and we're just trying to see. The only question really now is, well, the first question is, can the vice president win Pennsylvania? If she does not, Donald Trump is the next president of the United States. And then from there, if she wins Pennsylvania, Donald Trump still has other paths.
Saying that because there's not much she can do. I mean, Pennsylvania, 90%. I mean, they just showed 93% in. Nevada, they're showing 75% in Trump lead. Trump wall over here. It's done.
Your home state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Key thing here, these are close battleground states. Look at the size of Donald Trump's lead as we go through them. Right, Joe Biden wins this by 80,000 and change. 4 years ago, Donald Trump is ahead with 93% of the vote in by 219,000 votes plus. So that's hard to overcome when you're at 93%. And statewide so far, you're getting 48% if you round that up. do the math at home. She has to get well in excess of that, hugely in excess of that when you're at 93% to have a chance to catch up. Hugely, way overperform where she has been throughout the night. Miracles happen. So you look here at Philadelphia, you kind of come here. This gets pretty stunning when you go through it county by county. We're not at the final results. Maybe the end will look a little better than this. Maybe the vice president can come back. But again, you look at here, Donald Trump getting 21% in Philadelphia, the vice president getting 78%. You go back when Joe Biden won the state, Donald Trump was at 18, the president was at 81. And you're seeing this over and over again. You go out to Bucks County here, Joe Biden at 52%. If you round that up, Trump at 47 4 years ago. You come back here. I said early in the night, if this stays red, Donald Trump will win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It's still red. Not done, but it's still red. This is the blue-collar suburban area. Your cops, your firefighters move out of the city to get a little house with a patch of grass. It gets a little bit
event. I want to see Trump declare it. I'm going to the bathroom again.
Has narrowed, and there's really no path going forward. It's vanished. This is historic. Everything was about Pennsylvania. Everything from the beginning was about Pennsylvania. Now, former President Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania, and we can make that call, the 19 electoral votes. That puts him at 267, not officially over the 270, but the path that it takes to get to 270, he is well on his way to becoming the 47th president of the United States in what is going to be the biggest political phoenix from the ashes story that we have ever seen, ever. I mean, I'm going to say it's more than Grover Cleveland in
1892.
Yeah, I don't think that Grover Cleveland was not the subject of a Russia investigation, 2 impeachments, 2 assassination attempts.
Indictments.
They have indictments, 91 indictments, convictions, and there is almost nothing that hasn't been thrown at this former president, and his tenacity in wanting to go back and run again, which he announced immediately after he lost in 2020. This is a huge historic moment in the United States of America as the former President Trump is closing in with just a few electoral votes away now from clinching 270 as Pennsylvania is called for Donald Trump.
We're looking live, 1:21 a.m. in the morning at Trump headquarters. The cheers coming up. We're told the former president is there, as well as J.D. Vance, Senator J.D. Vance. They are getting ready to hear from former President Donald Trump. Again, at 267, not there yet, but looking at where that vote is in Wisconsin, where the vote is in Michigan, where the vote is in Nevada and in Arizona. There is no path, Brit Hume, for Vice President Harris, and just 30,000 feet. What this means.
Well, I'm old enough to remember when Richard Nixon was declared dead in 1962. Remember the famous speech he said, "You don't have Nixon to kick around anymore." No one could imagine after that failed race for governor that he could have come back in 1968 and been elected president. That was a hell of a comeback. This, to my eye, was a man who was faced with many more slings and arrows than Nixon had been at that time, hated though he was by the Democrats. This surmounts that. This is an extraordinary comeback.
Dana.
He campaigned so energetically, ruthlessly, fiercely, and with more joy than Kamala Harris. And it was so clear that Joe Biden was not going to be able to go the distance. If Joe Biden were still on the ticket tonight, who knows what tonight might have even looked like. That he has been able to accomplish this, it is nothing short of astonishing and amazing. And also, I think about Susie Wiles, who's his campaign manager.
So a lot of compliments there for Trump. It does sound like I did hear them say that Trump is in the building, so is J.D. Vance and everyone. So we'll be covering that in just a moment. Bitcoin at 75,200 right now. And then something else to look at is there's some new leaked footage out. Here it is. Leaked footage of Jerome Powell after Trump won election 2024. There he is. Oh, look very happy.
opportunities for lots of deal making. I think President Trump will be in the mood, but he also has a huge to-do list. Biden and Harris have left a mess. His closing argument was, she broke it, I will fix it. And she talked about having a to-do list. He's got a big to-do list, but he thrives on it. And you saw that through the whole campaign.
He is, I think, enthusiastic about doing the job of being President Harold. And it is just an absolutely remarkable. I think if you wrote this as a movie script, people would say this could never happen in the United States of America.
He's a single, I've said this before, he's the single greatest political athlete I've ever seen. And tonight he proved why. There were moments in the campaign where I thought he said some things and did some things that I didn't quite understand, that I thought maybe detracted from that. But tonight obviously proves that too. He also ran a traditional campaign. He connected with voters on issues. He talked about the things that mattered most to voters. And Democrats said he didn't talk about it in the most full-throated way, he didn't talk about it in the most wholesome way, didn't talk about it in the most comprehensive way, but he connected with voters. I would urge my party tonight, if indeed I think he's almost at 270, we'll declare it here shortly once Alaska comes in. Don't write off the American people. Let us not be critical of people for voting for President Trump. He did something we didn't do in this campaign. We had to reevaluate, reassess. Mr. Wonderful said it a little earlier, that may give us an opportunity as a party to revamp. And
Decision Desk HQ does call the election for Donald Trump. That just happened. No call yet from Edison Research, though it's expected to follow.
In this election, it's hard to understand how some in the mainstream media are going to take this, because it was so over the top one way that they thought it was done. There was a landslide prediction from a lot in the media that she was going to have the landslide. It looks like he's going to have the landslide tonight.
Yeah, it's truly remarkable. The revolution rolls on, and this is not just a victory for the White House tonight, but also this is the end of the old Republican Party, which of course Donald Trump took on. That was the first thing that he did. The very first thing that he did in 2015 was take on the old Republican Party. He has completely reshaped the Republican Party. The Republican Party is no longer doesn't stand for a lot of the things that it stood for before. He has made it a far more middle class, working class, a far more practical party, I think probably a far more durable party. And he's figured out how to win with that. And you can't help but think that with this victory, in 4 years from now, he's going to have the mantle that he can hand to the next Republican. So I don't know how Republicans ever go back to the old party that they were. But it is truly extraordinary, and it is all by the force of one guy, one man who had the fortitude, the strength, the vision, the refusal to accept anything. All of the experts counting him out, and he just kept on fighting and fighting and fighting.
Charlie, it would have been one thing for him to come back from a single defeat to be elected again. But when you think about it, he came back from a series of them. I mean, his party lost and lost.
Well, still waiting for that stage to populate there. Looks like it's getting pretty close. As we're waiting for that, make sure you join the over 10,000, well over 10,000 folks now signed up for the Alpha report. Just go to meetkevin.com/alpha. Sign up. You get it texted to you, emailed to you. We'll get the first one out tomorrow. It's going to be based on really what we're looking at for tomorrow in terms of potential Trump trades, long-term trades, short-term trades, trend lines to watch, trailing limits to set, all that good stuff. So you want to be part of that. Options, volatility, options, ideas, you name it. Make sure you join. Just go to meetkevin.com/alpha and you can join that for free. Okay, waiting for this event to start. I keep suspecting that it's going to start soon, but the lighting looks good now. It looks like they've gotten it pretty dang ready there. And now that Decision Desk has made the call, seems like we're getting pretty close.
I think this means a lot to a lot of people. I think the working class are looking for a renewal of American jobs. I think people are looking for a border that is sane and an immigration system that works. I think a lot of people over in the Middle East are looking for Iran to pull back in the face of a president whom they fear. And, look, I think it's going to be incumbent on the Democratic Party to understand that the people have spoken and to
the memes. So in response to the tweet of Jerome Powell walking out with the box, somebody puts Gary Gensler walking out, and then somebody else puts Jerome Powell working at Walmart. No. Oh no.
We haven't talked about foreign policy a lot, but imagine the Saudis, making a normalization deal with Israel in the face of a new president here. Imagine
I'm going there tomorrow night.
Imagine a Ukraine deal that Donald Trump talks about. Kevin O'Leary, what is the market going to do?
They're going to love this. What's happened here is the system self-corrected. When you try and break the American model, it fixes itself. And I think people should give credit within the Democratic Party. Donald Trump saved them tonight, too, because they're going to have to take a spatula to these policies and bring it back to the center over the next 4 years and, in a way, reset. And we talked about this earlier, but he saved entrepreneurship. He saved the entire model of the S&P 500 because taxing 20% higher was a really bad idea, and it self-corrected. Capital, and this is why I'm getting on a plane tomorrow night. I intentionally didn't leave till tomorrow night so I could go to Geneva, go to Abu Dhabi, go to Riyadh, and say it's 21% corporate taxes, 100% not going to change. That is very important for people like me that bring capital back to this country. It fixed itself. It fixed itself. And I think that's why America works. It has worked for 200 years. When it gets too crazy, it fixes itself. And whether you love Trump or you hate him, every Democrat owes him a thank you very much, Mr. President.
By the way, as the markets, the poly market and all these election markets were moving, Bitcoin went up exponentially.
Yes, I'm long Bitcoin.
Are you? So you're buying later.
Speaking of Bitcoin, I'm also struck by just calling Pennsylvania here, Dana. Trump embraced Elon Musk in an enormous way. A lot of stories were written that said that he was going to blow it in Pennsylvania, that the people who were working on his outreach teams didn't know what they were doing. He's going to.
Yeah, I actually like Kevin O'Leary's analogy there, this idea of the market sort of flushes out the problems and fixes itself. I thought that was a good way to put it.
She said the people of that region love somebody who is a big thinker, who wants to create jobs, who is looking into the future, and they can get behind that. And they love somebody who can really lead. And leadership takes courage. And you have to be willing to make decisions where you are going to be criticized. I think this is one of the problems that Kamala Harris has always had. She doesn't want to take a position on anything. We haven't even talked about how in California, the law to basically make shoplifting illegal again passed overwhelmingly. And Gascon, our friend down, the DA in Los Angeles, lost by 22 votes. I mean, this is in California, so it was everywhere.
22 points.
And 2 days before, 22 points, thank you. She wouldn't even take a position.
Do I think OnlyFans will ever be publicly traded? Absolutely.
You can't take a position to be with them?
Not only that, you were part of Prop 47, which changed the law the other way when you were in office.
So not wanting to take a position and not being willing to be criticized is a problem if you want to be a leader at that level.
She had that affliction in 2020. Why didn't her own party say, you're not the right candidate? I mean, run a process.
Well, they did. They ran her out of town right before any votes were cast in 2019.
But the same
and then she's
affliction
out of there.
Hit her here. The same problem she had in 2020 hit her in 2024.
She's the same person.
I mean, it's not all her fault. They put her in a race that we now know couldn't win.
Yeah.
But Kevin, in fairness to Democrats, there's no doubt. I agree with you on the unrealized capital gains. We shouldn't be taxing that. But we produce more wealth, more innovation, more oil, more cures, more therapeutics over the last 3 years. So I hear you. Democrats are not bad for the economy. Some things she proposed that I'm with you on. But we're a great country. and we're going to continue to be great. And I trust and hope and believe that President
Your party will be great again.
I want the
and you can thank Donald Trump for that.
But he inherited an economy also that was in pretty good shape. I don't want to quarrel about that. All I want is going forward. I agree with you. I want the country to be great, and I hope that both of the parties can work together to try and do that. And I salute President Trump tonight. What a great win. And I agree with you in this regard. My party's got to reimagine and reinvent itself going forward.
Listen, I wrote about this, the unity and
you did.
Past presidents and past losers and winners and what they said. This is a big speech, Britt, for former President Trump. As he gets ready to deliver this in front of a crowd, he's obviously taken the slings and arrows and everything that's been said, the fascism, all of the things we've talked about tonight. But this moment is actually a moment to reach out.
It's an opportunity if he chooses to do that, but it's also 1:30 in the morning. So you got to wonder how many people are alive to hear.
Oh, they're there.
And
he's definitely
His
there.
A lot of people are still
The
up.
question is how much of the national TV audience is.
I bet they're still in.
You know, I think back at the moment in Iowa at the beginning of this process, Brett, when we were in a town hall with him, bless you, Brett, and he, we asked him about all of this revenge stuff and that he was going to want retribution, and this is what everyone heard. And there were times when he had language that was that matched that, but he said that he wanted success to be his revenge, and that he wanted a successful America. And I would imagine that we're going to hear something along those lines tonight, but we'll see.
Brett, you wrote in your piece, you quoted one of those great old Republican presidents, H.W. Bush, who said that a campaign is a disagreement and an election is a decision, and decisions clear the way for harmony and peace.
You know,
That's a good line.
But there are a lot of Thanksgiving tables that people are still going to have hard feelings after this election, more than any other election.
I have one of them.
And if passing the Brussels sprouts is not going to be as easy Thanksgiving Day, but this is a chance to move forward. Brett, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that one thing that can happen here, and it happened to Biden, in my view. When Biden was elected, we had every reason to believe that he would be this sort of moderate deal-making guy that he'd been when he was in the Senate. Yes, he's always followed sort of the drift of his party, but he'd worked across the aisle with many senators, had Republican friends and so on. We thought that would probably be the kind of president he was. And then something happened. Trump went to Georgia and made a mess of that Senate, those two Senate races down there, and the Democrats ended up with control of the Senate, at which point old Biden started getting these historical sugar plums dancing in his head and went out for a very aggressive agenda.
Sure, there were articles about FDR. How he was going to be the next FDR.
The next FDR. He was going to out-Obama Obama. Remember that?
Yep.
Well, and that, in my view, that was he would have been, if the Republicans had maintained control of the Senate, first thing that wouldn't have happened was all that wild spending that led to the inflation or led to a big part of the inflation. And Biden and the country would have been better off because of it. There's always a danger in overreading your mandate. One wonders if Trump will be sober-minded about his.
I think that happened to Biden. Early on, remember, he said he's going to be returned to norms, and then the historians came in and said, no, you could be bigger than FDR. So he says, fine, okay, I'll spend all the money. Then they caused inflation, and now they end up with this result.
Well, he has said that this looks like new President Trump, if he gets to 270, which we expect he will, fairly shortly. Yes, exactly. Has a moment to bring about the unity that people expected after the last election. Of course, we would be kidding ourselves to think that there won't be a tremendous response to this, tremendous backlash in a lot of corners of the country.
So listen, he's going to get there because Alaska is going to be Republican, but we're not done as far as calling states. There could be even more states that go Trump's way. This could be a massive landslide just by what we're looking at in the polls. Fox News Decision Desk count now project, though, that Vice President Harris will win Minnesota, and her running mate Tim Walz serves as the state's governor there. That takes it up to 267 to 226. But again, Donald J. Trump.
Mark Cuban wrote, congrats, real Donald Trump. You won fair and square. Congrats, Elon Musk, as well. Wow. Oh, Scott Wiener got reelected in California State Senate. All right. Still no event, though.
Mind. You can say no if it's inappropriate, but I'd love to hear your take, either Wisconsin, Michigan, take your pick.
Yeah, let's take a look in Wisconsin because we have more complete results in Wisconsin. Michigan still remains a bit of a mishmash there in terms of these counties we're looking at, but close to 90% of the vote is in here. And again, Hovde, the Republican, with about a 2.5-point advantage. That's about 70,000 votes over Tammy Baldwin, the Democratic incumbent. Again, the question here is how much these are going to sync up with the presidential race. So again, keep your eye on that now. Watch it flip from 50.1 for Hovde to 51.3 for Trump. So again, given how tight Wisconsin may come here, it's a 125,000 vote advantage for Donald Trump. And then you take a look at the Senate race, and it's just a little bit more than half that. So again, Baldwin behind, but running substantially closer to Hovde than in the presidential race we're seeing with.
People are now calling it Mark Cuban concedes the election.
If you're in a situation ever where Trump ekes out a victory in a presidential and Hovde's running a point or so behind him, there's the potential there for a split as well. Remember, in Wisconsin in 2020, it was a difference of 20,000 votes that separated Trump and Biden. It was about 20,000 votes in 2016 as well. In 2016, there was a Senate race. The outcomes did sync up that time with Trump and Ron Johnson both winning. But there is separation there. And again, these basic dynamics, I wanted to take a look here. I did want to see Baldwin has gone to 183,000, and I wanted to measure this against. Yeah, okay, they're equal. This is significant because we've talked about it all night, and now officially Harris has expanded the Democratic margin in Dane County. It was about 182,000 last time, so this is yet again the Senate.
It doesn't do you any good, though. I mean, it's pretty much done. Pennsylvania, 93% reported, 3% lead Trump. 6% lead Michigan, 4.3% lead Wisconsin. I'm just waiting for Trump to talk and accept it now. I'm just trying to figure out when he's going to do so. No indicator, though, at the moment in terms of when.
Confusing about Michigan right now is there's still a lot of counties here, big important counties where we just do not have clarity. A lot of this is done in Michigan. It's a very decentralized process. It's done at the municipal level. So it's just, we get very, I'll give you an example here. Macomb County, we've got half the vote right now. You go next door to Oakland County, we've got almost all the vote. Democrats are getting about what they want. They probably want a little bit more out of Oakland County than Slotkin is getting right there. But the big wild card here, we talked about it all night. What's Macomb going to do compared to Oakland? Is it going to get close to canceling it out? Half the vote still to come. This is a 13-point margin, essentially, for the Republicans here. That's a substantial improvement from the Republican number in 2020. So we need to see more to be able to make some of these comparisons. Again, only about a third of the vote is in Wayne County. This is obviously hugely important. You've got questions about the city of Detroit, questions about the Muslim and Arab vote throughout the county. So it's a lot of a mishmash in Michigan right now to make sense of either one of the races. But there is, with the votes that are tallied, a little bit of potentially substantial separation between the candidates.
In terms of additional Senate races, if you don't mind, Steve, could we go to Arizona?
Yeah, let's take a look here. And I'm curious, too. In the presidential, okay, now about half the vote statewide. And remember, this is going to kind of, they're going to add the same day votes night, and it's going to be a long sort of count in Arizona the rest of the week. So take a look here at the Senate race. And again, you definitely see some separation here. It's a 6-point.
Right, let's pop over just to see if
all through the night if they had to, and now it looks like the crowd is fired up as they await former President Trump taking the stage.
Okay, Grady, thank you. It is really important to point out how big the coattails could be tonight. Think about Bernie Moreno in Ohio, was thought dead in the water against Sherrod Brown. He wins. We have right now at this hour, as Grady mentioned, Mike Rogers in Michigan is up. Looks like he is getting closer. We haven't made a call there yet. Hovde in Wisconsin leading right now. Sam Brown in Nevada is closing in on Jackie Rosen.
Wow.
We're talking about historic numbers here. If all of these dominoes fall, you're talking about a Senate that could be 54-46, 55-45. That wasn't in the cards. That wasn't on anybody's bingo card when you came into election night.
But these candidates have all fought really strong races, and they have all closed in a very strong way. And in fact, many of them were sort of pulling into +5, +6 in just over the last 3 weeks. So it's a fascinating part of the story. Hopefully, we'll be able to call some more of those soon.
Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says with these coattails, you could see the House going Republican as well. And that would be a part of this story as well. Let's go back out to Trace Gallagher on the West Coast with his panel. Hey, Trace.
Brett, thank you. Martha, thank you as well. We've got our panel, Steve Hilton, Jody Armour, Kaylee McGee-White, and John Caldwell. You're talking to
We're just all waiting for him at this
Still
point.
waiting on numbers. And that last 15% or so in New Hampshire can take a long time. Not come in election night, not come in those overnight hours. So there's still a lot to come. But we can show you some of the places where
really doesn't matter at this point when those
Great deal.
come in,
Or compare
ballots come in, because the win is the win. The win is the win. It is over. Just surprised we don't have the event yet.
Understand the average Trump voter. They cannot wrap their heads around why so many people support him. And it's because for a long time, actually for the past decade or so, Democrats in power didn't think they needed to. And even worse, they didn't want to. They didn't want to have to stoop down to understand the concerns over immigration, over the economy. And guess what? The American people sent a very clear message tonight that you better start paying attention, and you better start paying attention soon.
we heard a lot of words, demographic. I don't know how many times we heard it, Steve Hilton, but Gianna, you talk about black voters, black male voters especially. We heard it again and again tonight, and you think it's worth talking about.
I think this is a historic night. Black men will now, those who voted for Trump will be counted as those who helped save America from further decline. I mean, Kamala Harris has tried her best to create these accents like, you better thank a union member, all of these things that she's done to try to appeal to this community, even going on Oprah Winfrey's talk show or whatever that was to say, oh, I'll pull out my gun and shoot someone that tries to come into my house. I mean, this is become nonsensical to the point that I don't know if we're looking at Medea runs for president or not. I mean, this is outstanding what has happened from the black male perspective, and I hope the Republican Party takes note.
Yeah, and you talk about young males and younger voters, Jody Armour. You're a law professor at the University of Southern California. You know what young people are geared into. Are you surprised when you see these voter analysis numbers that young voters came out heavy for Donald Trump?
Yeah, well, young voters can sniff out a fraud. They can sniff out somebody who's chameleon-like. She changes her position according to the prevailing winds. They didn't like that. Many across the country, young students said, for me, a red line.
People don't mind disagreeing with you, but if you change your mind all the time, it's a problem.
And so they, were saying, I'm not just that enthusiastic.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to get out.
I got 15 seconds for you, Steve.
I just think when I see this unfold, Trace, it is just a massive victory.
Oh, we got to jump back.
Sense.
Sorry, guys, back to you. We got Trump coming out.
Trace, thank you.
Here we go.
The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president.
I like how they do that just seconds before Trump is supposed to come up.
With a win in Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago, he is now the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president of the United States. Voters express deep frustration with the Biden administration, and former President Trump and the future President Trump overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months absolutely succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
47th president of the United States. Former President Trump now defeats Vice President Kamala Harris, who entered this race just over 100 days ago. And for Democrats, they were projecting the possibility of running the table with battleground states. David Plouffe with the Democratic campaign of Harris campaign suggested that just yesterday. Now it is possible that Donald Trump runs the table with these states and builds on a big landslide electoral win. We don't know where the popular vote is going to finish out, but we do know that he will be going back to the White House, and with him, Brit Hume, will be a lot of changes because he will have been there once and will know what he wants to do.
He often accounts for the fact that he had so much turnover in his first term, in his term as president, by the fact that he didn't really know Washington, and he was new to this realm that he had that he had come to win the presidency in, and he promises us that now he knows. Now he knows whom he wants to hire. Now he knows the kind of people he wants to have around him. A lot of people.
Well, that's like what The Economist was saying too, is that Donald Trump has basically sort of refined his people, if you will, and this could enable him to win substantially more support in doing whatever it is that he wants, because he doesn't have naysayers around him anymore, like he did during the first campaign. He knows how to play the game, so to speak. And it wouldn't be surprised here that they were waiting to bring Trump out until Fox called it. So here it is.
Second administration, your thoughts 30,000 feet of this win?
Indictments, 2 assassination attempts, an unlikely come-from-behind victory, and history is made tonight. This is a huge moment, particularly because this is a tectonic shift of the Republican Party. If all of this exit polling is true, you now have Black voters, Latino voters, young voters coming in a way that we haven't seen the party bring in a very long time, and that's due to former President, now soon to be current President Trump. And I just want to say this as we wait.
President-elect Trump? That's crazy. That's going to take a minute to start saying that again.
About his remarks. And before he went out to give those remarks, he had speech A and speech B. Speech A was a more boisterous Trumpian speech. Speech B was a speech full of unity. And he looked up, Ivanka said, saw the faces of crying Hillary voters. He ripped up the boisterous speech and said he wanted to heal the nation. And the first words he said were an appreciation for Hillary Clinton, for her service to our country. And then he said, now it is time for America to bind the wounds of division. And he said, we are a party of all races, creeds, and religions. That is more true tonight than it was 8 years ago. And I fully expect President Trump right now is maybe ripping up that more boisterous speech and preparing to unite the country.
It's an amazing message.
I hope Kayleigh's right. I hope you're right.
Let's see.
And we're gonna get a chance to see here in a minute. Trey Gowdy said something on your show the other day about how one of the things that you hope also is they're a little more prepared this time. They've got a great transition team, and they're going to need it. And I hope that there are a lot of people who want to go in and be helpful.
Trey?
Yeah, I think his transition team has done a wonderful job vetting potential candidates. And to Kayleigh's point, I think a liberated Donald Trump, he's never going to be on the ballot again. This is his last term. I think, Harold, he will surprise his detractors. I think he will be not anything like what his detractors have described him as being now that he is liberated. If I'm wrong, you can hold me to that.
I hope you're right.
I think he will. A liberated Donald Trump is going to shock his detractor.
He has said that the assassination attempts had an impact on him. We saw him in many ways return to the very rough and tumble style that we've seen in Donald Trump towards the end of this. But now he will take the stage tonight as the next president of the United States, and he will not be able to run again.
Yeah.
And I think that is another liberating factor potentially for President Trump. Katie.
We'll never underestimate the power of unfinished business. This is a president who has caught lightning in a bottle twice. And the second time around, he now has a MAGA mandate. He will have a Senate that he can use to push through his cabinet appointees who can work with him on legislation, who could potentially replace a number of justices on the Supreme Court.
Who could build a wall.
He could build a wall. He has a working group in Washington, D.C. We'll see what happens with the House. But he also has been working very hard on his transition, get the right people around him. He talks about the lessons he's learned about the first time in the White House. So this is a mandate tonight for him. And I think you should get a lot of credit for doing the work on the ground, going to these states to pull these Senate candidates across the line with him.
Britt, what do you think the analysis is going to be? There's going to be a lot of time to digest all of this. We're focused now on what the incoming president is going to say. What do you think the analysis is going to be on the Democratic Party and what went wrong there?
Well, I think it's going to be, agonizing. I think it's going to take a little while for consensus to form about what the party needs to do next, or what it did wrong this time. It'll be grudging at first. One can certainly imagine that, if the party were smart and shrewd political voices were heeded, that there'd be some major changes in their agenda and their approach in this. And you think of the issue sets that they tried to run on against this man. that failed.
Just sort of watching the enthusiasm there, the excitement that people have, and sort of this hope. There's that Trump 45-47 hat. 45, 40, and they put a little star instead of a dash. I guess Dark MAGA wins, huh? Elon's Dark MAGA.
Probably with a lot of anonymous sources amongst Democrats with the recriminations, and it's going to be fast and furious. And you will have people saying that Joe Biden should have dropped out the day after, not dropped out, but said he was not running for re-election on the day after that midterm in 2022, and either endorsed her or said, let there be a primary. And Dr. Jill Biden, there will be thoughts about her, and I wonder how chilly that.
We've been waiting for Trump's victory speech for like an hour now. Almost have to go to the bathroom again.
Let me just say that as Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris will certify the election results on January 6th.
A lot of irony in that moment.
Oh, that
Harold.
is interesting. Yeah, Harris will have to certify this, just like Pence. Wow.
People who had very high passions in this race. There are Democrats who were fervently for Joe Biden. He performed poorly during a debate, and the party switched to Kamala Harris, and there was genuine excitement, I think, built over a period of time. And some of that excitement was an aversion and almost a dislike and a disdain for Donald Trump. But I hope it's a moment that we can all grow from, because if we don't, not in a selfish, partisan way, Democrats won't progress. And I don't think you can fly and soar as a great country unless you have both wings working together. And President Trump, tonight, I'm going to be interested in that tone, Kayla. I was reminded of your words, reminded of what you said as you shared it. I remembered that story. And I hope and pray for the country tonight that President Trump, who has every right to be joyful, every right to celebrate, will give a speech with that tone tonight that in many ways could help him do all of the things that he campaigned on in this campaign.
What does this mean for the never-Trumpers, the Republicans, and the Lincoln Project people, and Bill Kristol, and people like that who seem to abandon everything they'd ever previously believed in order to oppose Donald Trump?
Kellyanne?
We'll get to the never-Trumpers soon enough, and the hundreds of millions of dollars wasted on them. Look, Donald Trump won this on policy and personality.
Okay, just go talk already, because I'm falling asleep here.
It's working. No new foreign wars, getting out of the entanglements we currently have, respecting and resourcing law enforcement, border patrol, military. And by the way, friends, we don't get those policies without that personality. What did we hear during the Republican primaries? I want Donald Trump's policies without his personalities. Good luck with that. You don't get this strength and this resolve and this toughness. You don't get those policies without that. But I want to say this. It's on this phone that Huma Abedin placed the call 2:30 a.m. on November 9th, 2016. And on the other line was Secretary Clinton to concede the race to Donald Trump on my phone. I handed it to him, and I said to Vice President-elect Mike Pence, make sure Hillary actually concedes. She did. And President Trump was gracious to them, too. Yep. They came to the luncheon at the Capitol after the inauguration. The Obamas and the Clintons were there. I was there to see it myself. And then something just changed. The Washington Post said, let's impeach him at noon, 2 minutes after he's inaugurated. Melania wrote about this in her book. So, Harold, I hear you. I hope everybody can unify. But I got to tell you, my friend, I think it starts with your party and not mine.
Fair enough.
They got to. They had this guy in a courtroom. He's not an indoor cat. I get it. They have him. They had him in a courtroom. They have him impeached. They have him. And whether people think that was justified or not, now is a good time to respect the will of the people. Forget about us, the will of the people.
I agree with you. I'm just saying be a gracious winner and let's move the country forward. I agree. And I know you will. That was my only point.
I heard a gracious winner today when I talked to him. I really did. He's known for a while. He was going to, I wrote a piece on FoxNews.com October 11th saying he's going to have a narrow landslide. I think he's felt that for a while, but he wanted to go and earn it.
And I even think the people.
This was more than narrow. This was like a landslide.
Can be gracious as
That's
well.
a different question.
We can always hope.
Yeah, well, that comes from the top.
Once more, I just want to say how much money was spent on this election. $15.9 billion worth of bill.
Wow.
Trump posted on Truth Social, too big to rig.
40 years, that would be $1 billion. It was 16 times that. What has been spent on every race, the presidency, the whole deal. $16 billion. And here we are.
What is that, a
And when
check
you
you can
look at
write to
the-
for every American? What did you
About
say?
$50. It's about 40.
I want my $50.
But I just want to say, every presidential race has a medium. You know, you go back to television, cable.
Yeah.
This was, in some ways, a podcast experience of a campaign. And those are free to go on podcasts. And you wonder how much of that money really needed to be spent when there's a lot of ways to reach people. But I think it's really interesting and something we'll be talking about a lot in terms of the reach of these endorsements.
You know what I was struck by? The
Rogan
final
and Musk and the rest of them.
The final ads where
They were excellent.
They talked about making America great again, but then ending with the assassination attempt and that fist in the air, the iconic image, and the fight.
Absolutely.
Warrior president.
And it worked.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, toughest son of a gun we ever saw. And that was the last note we see in that ad. And I think, I think for whatever you think of the guy, you got to admire that.
Yep.
I mean, the adversity that he's faced, everything we've seen in other presidencies and other political figures who've gone through all kinds of trouble are pale in comparison to what he's been put through.
No,
maybe it's time for his enemies to stop it.
Not only that, but the energy that he has,